Disaster has struck, and the world teeters on the brink of annihilation. The Earth's magnetic poles have reached a critical juncture, causing the magnetic field to weaken and leaving the planet vulnerable to solar particle storms and cosmic rays that penetrate the atmosphere, enveloping the entire globe. Each day, the onslaught of solar electromagnetic storms renders all electronic devices useless. Without electricity, humanity regresses to a state reminiscent of the First World War. Catastrophe has unfolded, and the world has transformed dramatically. The creatures inhabiting this altered environment suffer immensely. And in a desperate bid for survival, all life begins to mutate, reborn as cats, evolving infinitely, consuming all, sweeping across the universe. Meow. This is the tale of a black cat with 9 tails, chronicling its growth on this perilous earth amidst profound upheaval. Chapter 1. Rebirth as a Cat. The night was deep, the moonlight partially obscured, and the starlight flickered intermittently between the clouds. In the eastern district of Luyuan City, beside Lu Lake Park, stood an apartment in the Hua Xian community adjacent to the lake. A chilling scream shattered the tranquility of this world, followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the ground. This sudden occurrence startled a stray cat passing by, causing it to flee in terror and hide within a nearby flower bed. Under the faint glow of the moonlight, the object that had fallen from the rooftop became visible. It was a person, a young man of strikingly handsome features, yet marked by a youthful naivety. His eyes widened in anger and defiance, indicating that he had not willingly chosen to leap to his death. Swish, swish. 2 shadowy figures descended from the rooftop after the boy landed. One of the figures approached the fallen youth, gazing at the blood-soaked ground beneath him, and uttered a curse. Then, crouching down, he reached for the boy's neck. "Is there any hope? Can he be saved?" asked the other shadow. "There is no pulse. The rune ring I possess for healing cannot mend such grievous wounds. What do we do now? Who would have thought this stubborn lad would resist, even in death? Our mission has failed, and I dread how we shall report this." Hearing his companion's words, the second shadow seethed with frustration. "What else can we do? We can only hope the punishment will not be too severe. We underestimated this boy's strength, believing him merely an ordinary person, not realizing he was an awakened Esper." The crouching figure felt a pang of resentment. The uncertainty of the consequences for their failure filled him with dread. This boy must possess a piece of rune equipment that counters mental abilities. Otherwise, my psychic powers would not have faltered. With my strength, he should not have been able to withstand my mental assault. The other shadow spoke with excitement. Rune equipment could only be crafted by those of the 4th tier or higher, and its creation required the expertise of a rune master, making each piece extraordinarily precious. Upon hearing this, the crouching figure's eyes lit up, and he began to search the boy's body, ultimately tearing a white crystal necklace from around the boy's neck. Upon closer inspection, the necklace was woven from the fur of some animal, soft to the touch, and the pendant was crafted from the purest crystal. Had it not been for the clothing obscuring it, they would have discovered it sooner, for rune equipment made of crystal could be utilized even by ordinary individuals, rendering it exceptionally valuable. The crystal stone could store dark energy, allowing even those without powers to wield it. However, such rune equipment typically activated passively, requiring no conscious effort. Who would have thought this boy possessed such a precious piece of rune equipment? Now we need not fear the repercussions of our failed mission. If we hand it over, I trust that the higher-ups will consider our contributions. Are we truly going to submit this? It is a piece of mental-type rune equipment, said the second shadow, reluctant to part with it. This rune necklace was far more valuable than elemental-type equipment. Even those of the 4th tier would find it nearly impossible to create such a necklace without being a top-tier rune master. Rune equipment may be grand, but we must live to use it. Let's depart. If we linger, the patrols will arrive. The commotion we caused must have alerted the residents. The crouching shadow stood, speaking to his companion as he dashed toward the community's wall, leaping over it into Lu Lake Park, disappearing into the dense darkness of the forest. The other shadow, witnessing his companion's actions, cast one last regretful glance at the deceased boy. Had he lived, their mission would have yielded great rewards. Noticing a firelight flickering at the apartment's entrance, he realized others were approaching. With a flash, he vanished, sprinting in the direction his companion had taken, melding into the depths of the shadows. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Shortly after the 2 shadows departed, residents gathered, lanterns in hand, to investigate the scene of the tragedy. When someone raised their lantern to take a closer look, they gasped in shock, recognizing that the deceased was a resident of their community. They were aware that this young man was a student from the central school of Luyuan City, and such a sudden death would surely disrupt the peace of their neighborhood. In an instant, whispered discussions erupted, faces etched with fear. Some, summoning their courage, raised their torches to scan the surroundings in hopes of uncovering any clues. Before long, police officers from the local precinct arrived, swiftly cordoning off the area while residents were detained for questioning. With the arrival of the officers, the scene was illuminated, countless flames dispelling the surrounding darkness. In a flower bed not far from the crowd, a black cat, blending seamlessly with the shadows, stared intently at the lifeless youth. The cat's fur was pure, devoid of any blemish, and in the dim light, it remained unnoticed. This was a slightly smaller black cat compared to an adult, its eyes a striking purple, filled with a complex mixture of emotions: fear, confusion, and disorientation regarding its current predicament. If one were to gaze into the cat's eyes, they would surely perceive a profound humanity within them. What was happening? Wasn't the body before him his? And what was his current state? Was he still himself? A whirlwind of thoughts surged within him, compelling him to vocalize his turmoil. Meow. His cries seemed to catch the attention of a nearby officer, who was approaching with a lantern in hand. Seeing someone approach, instinctively frightened, he turned and darted into the darkness. A black cat darted from the flower bed, causing a rustling commotion. However, upon realizing it was merely a cat, the officer breathed a sigh of relief. The proximity to the park meant that animals like cats and dogs were plentiful, rendering the appearance of a cat unremarkable. By the shores of Lu Lake, silvery moonlight cascaded from the heavens, gently caressing the lake's surface, creating ripples that danced like fish scales, ineffably beautiful. Alas, such a scene went unappreciated by any soul. Suddenly, a slender black figure dashed along the path beside the lake. Once it came to a halt, a youthful black cat emerged. The very same cat that had fled the crime scene, instinctively returning to a place of familiarity. Gazing at the dreamlike surface of the lake, the black cat settled in an inconspicuous spot, staring vacantly into the distance. It turns out that within the body of this cat resides the soul of a person. Indeed, he is the young boy who met his tragic fate just moments ago. His name is Xiao Nai, a student at the central school of Luyuan City. He is also an ability user, possessing the power of dark energy, a talent he has recently awakened. His mentor had already recommended him for admission to the military academy in Madu upon graduation, and had he not met his untimely demise, he would undoubtedly have had a bright future ahead of him. However, fate dealt him a cruel blow while he was at home. As he was meditating and honing his dark energy, two unfamiliar ability users suddenly invaded his dwelling in pursuit of him. Naturally, he was unwilling to be captured and utilized his awakened speed ability to flee. In the ensuing chase, overwhelmed by panic, he lost his footing and fell from the rooftop. To his astonishment, when his consciousness returned, he discovered he had transformed into a cat. Meanwhile, his human body lay lifeless on the ground nearby, a sight that rendered him incredulous. Suddenly, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, causing an excruciating headache. The intensity of the pain became unbearable, and he promptly lost consciousness once more. As dawn broke, the sun rose, casting a rosy hue across the sky, a stark contrast to the blue it once was, following the calamity that had befallen the earth. The surface of Liuhu Lake shimmered with a thin veil of mist, its green waves rippling gently. The willows by the lakeside swayed gracefully, their countless branches dancing in the breeze, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Liuhu Park came alive with activity as the sun ascended. Many residents, young and old, had risen early to partake in morning exercises, creating a lively atmosphere. The occasional flutter of birds overhead added to the vibrancy of the park, making it appear unchanged from the days before the disaster. Amidst the bustling scene, Xiao Nai awoke from his slumber. Noticing his feline paws before him, he realized that everything he had remembered was not a dream, but a reality that had transpired. Observing the individuals practicing not far off, he couldn't help but think that had the events of the previous night not occurred, he too would have been exercising alongside them. As it was daytime, the cat found the light somewhat bothersome, often squinting its eyes. Watching the training techniques of those individuals, he reflected that if this were 10 years prior, no one would have engaged in such practices, for these were the true skills of combat, tempered with lethal methods. Before the catastrophe, such knowledge was solely in the hands of the military. However, in the aftermath, These skills had become public knowledge, disseminated throughout the human realm. This form of military exercise not only enhances physical prowess, but also aids individuals in mastering their own strength. With humanity having undergone mutations, physical capabilities had greatly improved compared to the past. This transformation had sparked considerable unrest. But as individuals recognized that while they had grown stronger, the government's oppressive forces had also intensified, they learned to behave more cautiously. As these mutations proliferated, particularly with the emergence of awakened ability users, the wilderness became increasingly perilous. Nevertheless, the areas inhabited by humans had been cleared of dangerous creatures by the military, supplemented by the regular patrols of soldiers and the presence of professional hunters from guilds, ensuring relative safety. However, those engaged in agricultural work faced significant risks when venturing into the wilderness. Although the farmlands had been sanitized by the military, one could never be certain of their complete safety. After all, compared to other creatures, humans were outnumbered. The awakened beasts far surpassed the number of human ability users. Thus, in this era, venturing outside without some knowledge of combat techniques was daunting. To minimize unnecessary casualties, governments worldwide had promoted military-style exercises. "Hey, Haidu, so this is where you were hiding. Look what I brought you." A voice from above startled Xiao Nai, who was observing the morning exercises. He looked up to see a young boy dressed in a faded old-school uniform, his features delicate and charming. This boy was someone he recognized, a resident of Huaxing community. The boy held a piece of salted fish, about 2 fingers thick, and was eagerly extending it towards him. The enticing aroma of the fish made Xiao Nai's stomach growl, causing him to feel embarrassed, though no one could perceive his discomfort in his current form. Instinctively, his body reacted, transforming into a shadowy blur. He snatched the boy's salted fish and darted away. Although startled by the sudden movement, the boy seemed accustomed to such antics, smiling joyfully as he watched the black cat vanish into the distance. The other residents, witnessing the exchange, began to tease the boy, saying how much he adored that cat and questioning why he didn't take it home to keep as a pet. The boy merely chuckled in response. The current society was vastly different from the world before the disaster. Most people struggled just to maintain a modest living, with little surplus to spare for pets. Even if he could afford to keep one, he wouldn't want to burden his parents further, as they were already doing their utmost to support him and his sister. Chapter 2. The New Century. 15 years ago, the Earth's magnetic poles entered a critical phase of transformation. The magnetic field reached its weakest point in history, losing its protective shield, allowing solar particle storms and cosmic rays to penetrate the atmosphere and descend upon the entire globe. As a consequence, all electronic devices reliant on electricity were obliterated, leading human society to regress to the level of the First World War. In the wake of this catastrophe, the loss of electricity incited a wave of panic and anxiety among the populace, with rampant rumors circulating about the uncertain return of power. Discontent grew, and citizens began to curse the government's ineptitude. Simultaneously, the government, hindered by communication breakdowns, operated at an alarmingly low efficiency, unable to relay information or decisions to relevant departments and the public. Shops became overcrowded as people queued to procure essential supplies. Rumors of an impending apocalypse spread like wildfire, and crime rates surged as individuals resorted to looting stores and warehouses in a desperate bid for sustenance. Riots erupted, and minor conflicts became ubiquitous. Due to food shortages, some succumbed to starvation, and cities descended into chaos. Armed individuals lost faith in the government and began seizing resources from others. Internal turmoil also shook the government, which ultimately restructured the Huaxia cabinet through negotiations. Following this reorganization, the cabinet expanded to 8 members, 5 of whom were military personnel. Consequently, Huaxia officially instituted nationwide military control. In the face of widespread unrest, the government deployed the military for brutal suppression. To restore order, Huaxia paid a heavy price. This period is often regarded as the darkest of times, with countless lives lost to armed conflict daily. It was only after the government resumed production and addressed the food crisis that the root causes of the chaos were resolved, allowing society to stabilize. Subsequently, influenced by environmental changes on Earth, all living organisms began to mutate in an effort to adapt. Many individuals discovered their physical capabilities had significantly enhanced, and the external radiation no longer posed a threat to their health. Thus, humanity acclimated to the new environment and returned to a semblance of normalcy. Although electricity was absent, humanity had spent most of its existence in a state devoid of it. Therefore, following an initial period of terror, humans swiftly adapted to their current circumstances. After all, No matter how much things changed, humanity remained the sovereign rulers of the terrestrial realm. These mutations bore both positive and negative consequences, with those unable to adapt to the prevailing conditions perishing. Over the course of a decade and a half, the population of Huaxia dwindled to less than 600 million, signifying that nearly half of humanity perished in this calamity. Consequently, the year of the disaster's onset was designated as the beginning of the new era, marking a distinction between contemporary humans and those who existed before the catastrophe. Present-day humans refer to their predecessors as natural individuals, while they themselves are known as mutants. As time progressed, some mutated beings awakened unique abilities, manifesting a force known as dark energy. These individuals, termed ability users, possessed physical attributes and supernatural capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary mutants. With their emergence, human civilization embarked upon an entirely new trajectory. In the serene confines of Luhu Park, a black cat gracefully ascended the branches of a tree, leisurely licking its paws that had recently caught a fish, as if the lingering aroma of dried fish still clung to them. Although the fish was modest in size, it sufficed to quell its hunger. After a brief interlude, the feline scratched its ear with its paw, settling into a comfortable position, enveloped by the fragrant scent of the surrounding leaves. It could not help but yawn and close its eyes in tranquil repose. Since merging with the memories of this black cat the previous night, it found itself instinctively adopting feline behaviors. However, this adaptation came with a silver lining. It felt entirely at home within the cat's body, devoid of any discomfort. It was a surprising twist of fate to be reborn, and even more astonishing to inhabit the form of a cat. The memories revealed that the day it fell from the rooftop, it had struck the black cat that happened to pass beneath, though the cat had narrowly escaped. The encounter had frightened it profoundly, coinciding perfectly with its own demise. Thus, it seemed plausible that upon leaving its own body, its soul had taken refuge in the black cat's form. Do not dismiss this as fanciful thinking. In this world, the existence of the soul has been substantiated. Those with extraordinary abilities can distinctly sense their own souls. In Huaxia, the ancient notion of the 3 souls and 7 spirits has garnered respect among all practitioners of the supernatural, revered as a profound truth in the study of the soul. To its astonishment, this cat turned out to be a magical beast. Magical beasts are those mutated creatures that have awakened supernatural powers, rendering them exceedingly perilous. To distinguish them from ordinary mutated beasts, society refers to these empowered beings as magical beasts, signifying their dangerous nature to humanity. Upon this realization, Xiao Nai could not help but chuckle ruefully, for he had been reborn only to face even greater peril. Yet, reflecting on the alternative of being reborn as an ordinary mutated cat, he found himself resolute. He would rather embrace the path of evolution and face death in battle than succumb to the inevitability of aging. Curiously, the memories of his original self indicated that he had been merely an ordinary mutated cat. This suggested that the dark powers had only emerged post-rebirth, leading to the conclusion that the black cat's awakening was a direct consequence of his reincarnation. The circumstances surrounding the awakening of supernatural abilities vary greatly. Some individuals awaken after intense stimuli, while others may do so merely from a dream, leaving this matter shrouded in ambiguity. Xiao Nai sensed an underlying truth. Had the black cat awakened its abilities beforehand, it surely would have been captured long ago, leaving no room for his soul to inhabit its body. However, the recollection of the 2 individuals who had pursued him ignited a fury within him. Those 2 were clearly nefarious, intent on taking him away, and he had naturally resisted. Regrettably, he remained unaware of their identities, and with his mother having passed away 2 years prior, he wondered if it was somehow linked to his father, who had been missing for over a decade. A shadow of gloom enveloped his heart. The next time he encountered them, he vowed not to let them escape. The faces of those 2 had etched themselves clearly in his memory, leaving no fear of forgetting them. As the memories of those 2 individuals surged in his mind, Xiao Nai abruptly rose to his feet, his fur standing on end as he emitted a low growl akin to that of a tiger. His sudden movement startled several stray dogs frolicking beneath the tree, prompting them to bark in response. In a fit of anger, Xiao Nai directed his ire towards these stray canines, growling back defiantly. A mere handful of strays was hardly a source of fear for him. However, after a brief standoff, he realized that these dogs were not intimidated. Rather, they encircled the base of his tree. This left him momentarily speechless. Comparing both parties, he longed to leap down and confront them, yet as a newly awakened magical beast still grappling with the nature of his own powers. Overcoming a few fierce strays proved to be a daunting task. Thus, he decided against engaging with them. Once I comprehend my abilities, I shall return to teach you a lesson, he thought. Casting a final glance at the barking dogs below, Xiao Nai ascended the nearby branches. With a gentle leap from the end of one limb, he transitioned to another tree. Upon descending, he observed the strays still surrounding the original tree and felt a surge of intellectual superiority. These foolish dogs, their intellect is truly concerning, he mused. And with a flick of his tail, he darted into the depths of the distant woods. In a secluded grove, Xiao Nai stood still in an open space, secretly channeling his still nascent dark energy. In his former human life, he had been an ability user, well acquainted with dark energy. Each ability user, upon awakening their powers, would possess dark energy, and their bodies would manifest ability runes. Depending on the nature of their powers, each user's runes would vary. Dark energy is devoid of attributes, formed from the amalgamation of a person's mental strength and the ubiquitous dark energy of the universe. Through ability runes, one can master various supernatural forces. If dark energy were likened to electricity, then ability runes would represent electronic devices, with distinct runes signifying distinct capabilities. Ability users resemble the wizards of Western legends, except that their powers are manifested through runes rather than incantations. A complete soul is divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. If one were to liken the soul to a cup of water, then dark energy represents the water within. Newly awakened ability users activate one of the spirits from the 3 souls and 7 spirits, categorizing them as first-tier ability users. When Xiao Nai was still human, he had reached the pinnacle of first-tier ability users. Had he not faced death, he would have soon advanced to second tier and attended the military academy in the Magic City. Alas, all of that had become a thing of the past. As his dark energy surged and roiled within him, being absorbed by the runes in his body, his tail began to transform. Suddenly, he felt a haze envelop his mind, leading to a shocking revelation. He discovered that he could perceive the scene behind him as if a pair of eyes had been added to his back. With a mere thought, his tail elongated, stretching before him. Instantly, he gazed ahead with wide feline eyes, rendered momentarily paralyzed by the surreal spectacle before him. This sensation is truly remarkable, akin to gazing into a mirror, as the images in its mind allow for an unambiguous self-reflection. The tip of its tail, upon the activation of its abilities, instantaneously transforms into the head of a serpent. However, there are distinctions from that of an actual snake. Firstly, its eyes are not myopic like a serpent's, but instead possess a sharpness reminiscent of a feline's gaze, albeit slightly smaller in size. Secondly, it lacks venomous fangs and a forked tongue, possessing instead 2 rows of glistening, impeccably sharp teeth. Additionally, fine black fur adorns its skin. It can be asserted that aside from its serpentine appearance, it bears no further resemblance to a snake. Furthermore, it possesses an innate sense that enables the manipulation of its tail, expanding and elongating it at will. Could its extraordinary ability be linked to its physical form? Following numerous attempts, it became evident that aside from its tail, no other part of its body exhibited any change. Disheartened, it concluded that its power was indeed confined to its tail. It shall henceforth be dubbed Snake Tail. Nevertheless, this ability does not seem lacking. With it, it can attain a comprehensive awareness of its surroundings. And the formidable aspect of its tail could also serve as an aid in offense. This ability is not inferior to the powers it possessed during its human existence, which was a speed-enhancing ability classified under supportive powers. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over it. Alas, its dark energy was severely depleted, rendering it unable to sustain the use of its abilities. It promptly retracted its powers, steeled its resolve, and sought a secluded, tranquil spot to rest. Chapter 3. The Dog Trader. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps jolted Xiao Nai, who was in the midst of recovering his dark energy through visualization. Visualization is an ancient method passed down for cultivating mental strength, since dark energy is composed of mental strength and dark energy itself. Restoring mental vigor through visualization effectively replenishes dark energy. The Eastern practice of visualization parallels the Western method of meditation, both serving as means to enhance mental faculties. The visualization technique employed by Xiao Nai was imparted to him by his mentor upon the revelation of his awakened abilities. Of course, the method of visualization is not as exaggerated as one might imagine. Among the various techniques for augmenting mental strength, its efficacy is relatively modest. However, it is favored for its steady, gradual approach, along with its stability and safety, making it quite popular among those with abilities. It is said that advanced visualization methods yield slightly better results, yet Xiao Nai does not possess such a technique. Uncle, there is a black cat over there. Get lost. Cat meat isn't worth selling. Who would you sell it to? Another person reprimanded upon hearing his nephew's words. The man, slightly embarrassed by his uncle's remark, chuckled awkwardly and scratched his scalp, appearing somewhat simple-minded. In the small grove, two individuals had appeared unbeknownst to them. One was stout, the young rotund figure clad in flesh, squinting his eyes, exuding an aura of amiable robustness. The older individual was thin, possessing a pronounced skeletal form. Though not elderly, he emanated a sense of having entered his twilight years. Yet, his bright eyes conveyed a shrewdness that was quite striking. It turns out they are dog traders, which explains why I have recently overheard people around me lamenting the significant number of lost pet dogs and stray dogs in this area. The misdeeds of these traders have become evident. With the government addressing the issue of animal welfare, people have ceased the indiscriminate killing of cats and dogs. Those with a bit more affluence have resumed the practice of pet ownership reminiscent of the time before the calamity. Woof, woof. Upon noticing an approaching figure, the stray dog resting in the woods immediately became alert and began barking. The elderly dog trader, however, remained unfazed. He retrieved a cloth bag from his pocket, opened it, and took out a steamed bun, tossing it onto the ground not far from the stray dog. The nearby rotund man gazed at the bun, his eyes gleaming with desire as he swallowed hard. Unfortunately, the bun had been laced with a substance, and he dared not consume it. His uncle, seeing this, swiftly struck him on the head, scolding, "Fool, don't embarrass me. Once we sell this lot, I will ensure you have a hearty meal. You only think of eating. I can barely afford to feed you." "Really?" the rotund man questioned, feeling skeptical, as he hadn't eaten a full meal in quite some time. "Indeed," came the assured reply from his middle-aged uncle. Hearing this, the rotund man smiled joyfully, cautiously eyeing the stray dog, which he equated with his next meal. What to do? Xiao Nai watched as the stray dog was on the verge of succumbing to the bun's temptation, and she felt a surge of urgency. Meow? As the stray dog prepared to eat the bun, Xiao Nai hurried forward, issuing a warning to the canine. Woof, woof. However, the stray dog interpreted Xiao Nai's approach as an attempt to steal its food, growling menacingly at the black cat before it. Observing the stray dog, Xiao Nai felt a profound sense of helplessness, who claimed that animals could communicate with one another. "Come out. Let me show you that I won't hesitate to defend myself. Get lost, you filthy cat. That is not for you." The middle-aged dog trader, mistaking Xiao Nai for a thief, angrily attempted to kick her away. Yet, she nimbly evaded his foot with a graceful leap. Meow? The trader's kick ignited Xiao Nai's fury. Despite her current transformation into a cat, she could not allow such bullying. Fueled by indignation, she lunged at the middle-aged trader's foot, her claws sharp and usually retracted. "Ouch!" the trader exclaimed in agony, extending his hands to seize Xiao Nai, but she deftly evaded him. As a swift creature, a cat's reflexes and speed are seldom matched. "Peng Hu, go and deal with that wretched cat. I'll prepare cat meat for you today." The middle-aged trader shouted with malice, clutching his injured leg, which bore the marks of Xiao Nai's claws. The rotund man, resembling a gourd, was often referred to as Peng Hu by his uncle. The middle-aged trader's leg was bloodied and in excruciating pain, and it was no wonder he reacted so vehemently. "You wretched feline, how dare you harm my uncle? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Upon hearing the promise of meat, the rotund figure's eyes gleamed with excitement. Shaking off the excess flesh on his body, he cast aside the sack he had been using to carry the dog and approached Xiao Nai with a menacing expression. Observing the approaching figure, Xiao Nai scoffed dismissively. Did this corpulent fool truly believe he could capture him? If only he could speak, he would delight in mocking this uncle-nephew duo. Seeing the plump man cautiously bending down to approach him was reminiscent of encountering a colossal beast. The physical disadvantage made Xiao Nai long for his human days. Suddenly, as the hefty figure lunged at him, Xiao Nai remained unperturbed. With a graceful leap, he evaded the attack, leaving the bewildered man grasping at air. "Uncle, that cat is laughing at me," the hefty man lamented, his expression one of injured pride as he turned to his uncle. "You fool. You are even inferior to a mere cat. It mocks you, yet you do not retaliate." The middle-aged peddler seethed with frustration, lamenting his nephew's lack of wit. Were it not for the boy's strength, he would have abandoned him long ago. Listening to his uncle's words, the plump man awkwardly offered Xiao Nai a strained smile. The exchange between the uncle and nephew nearly brought Xiao Nai to the brink of laughter. Alas, these two truly were related. However, the audacity of this hefty man to desire his flesh warranted a lesson. He must learn to steer clear of cats henceforth. Despite his size, the man appeared clumsy compared to Xiao Nai. Like a cat toying with a mouse, Xiao Nai darted around the rotund figure, leaving him exhausted and vulnerable to a few well-placed swipes. Moments later, the hefty man, tears in his eyes, fled towards his uncle, exclaiming, "Uncle, I will never eat cat meat again." It turned out Xiao Nai had scratched his face, inflicting enough pain to deter him from attempting to catch cats again. His gaze now filled with trepidation. What a simpleton, unable even to defeat a cat. What use is it to keep you? Come here and hold the sack. The middle-aged peddler, witnessing his nephew's miserable state, felt a flicker of fear. He had begun to understand the ferocity of this black cat, and the sight of those violet eyes in the distance sent chills down his spine. The middle-aged peddler casually stuffed the now unconscious stray dog into the sack, while keeping a wary eye on the distant black cat. Observing the foolish dog succumb to its fate, Xiao Nai could only feel exasperation. It appeared that while he had been entangled with the hefty man, the foolish dog had indeed eaten the bun. Once the middle-aged peddler secured the dog in the sack and picked up a stone to guard against him, Xiao Nai abandoned the idea of striking again. Though transformed into a cat, he still considered himself human. The stray dog was of no concern to him, and he saw no reason to risk himself for it. Moreover, he had already warned the dog, and it was only fitting that it faced the consequences for ignoring his advice. With Xiao Nai's abilities, were he to employ his powers, he could confidently rescue the stray dog from the clutches of the uncle and nephew. However, doing so would expose him as a magical beast, leading to the inevitable pursuit by professional hunters, unless one were to commit murder. However, to take a life for the sake of a stray dog is an act it could never bring itself to accomplish. Ultimately, it is the mindset of Xiao Nai that is at play, exhibiting a lack of regard for a mere stray canine. If that stray were to be a human, it is likely that immediate action would have been taken without hesitation. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the distant sidewalk. The dog dealer and his nephew turned to look, immediately frightened and fleeing. Xiao Nai, puzzled by this scene, soon understood the situation upon hearing the sound of footsteps. Stop right there. If you do not halt, I shall open fire. Perhaps feeling guilty, the pair hastened their escape upon hearing these words. A loud bang echoed, causing the uncle and nephew to tremble in fear. Frozen in place, evidently shaken, cunningly lurking, confess who you are. The pursuing officer, observing the duo's pitiful state, felt a twinge of doubt. He then seized the bag from the hefty man's grasp, opening it to reveal the stray dog inside, thus clarifying the entire situation. It turned out that numerous dogs had gone missing from the neighborhood recently, a misdeed attributed to them. The resident who had accompanied the police, visibly enraged, stated this. Yet upon witnessing the uncle and nephew's plight, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Xiao Nai clearly perceived that the gunshot had been fired skyward. Oh, how could there be police? Hidden among the blossoms, Xiao Nai recognized the resident, seemingly surnamed Zhao, although they were not well acquainted. Listening to their conversation, Xiao Nai finally grasped the reason for the police presence. It was all due to him. The commotion had stemmed from his tragic fall from a building the previous night, which had caused quite a stir. Particularly after Xiao Nai's mentor learned of the incident, significant pressure was exerted on the police department through the school. Thus, even this morning, officers remained on site to investigate. The resident, surnamed Zhao, while jogging along the banks of Liuhu, had alerted the authorities upon noticing the two strangers, leading to the unfolding events. Xiao Nai was oblivious to the intricate details, but he understood that if the recently missing pets were indeed linked to the uncle and nephew, they would be held accountable. In this society, while animals are not legally protected, pets are afforded legal safeguards. After witnessing this, Xiao Nai cautiously departed. By the banks of Liuhu, Xiao Nai lay by the water's edge, languidly observing the swimming carp. Meow, what shall I do if I am hungry? How I long for fish. Gazing at the carp gliding through the water, he could not help but swallow his saliva. Alas, the water was too deep to catch any. Recalling the past, when his craving for fish struck, he would take his fishing rod to catch them. The fish in this lake are nurtured by Liuhu Park and are not to be caught, but people are permitted to fish here. Thus, the vicinity of Liuhu is often frequented by anglers, primarily those who do not have jobs. Regrettably, time cannot be reversed, one can only reminisce. Reflecting on the past, Xiao Nai recalled the abundance of food still remaining at home. Suddenly, it leaped to its feet, ears erect, and eyes gleaming with an enchanting light. With a flick of its elevated tail, it turned and dashed towards its residence. Chapter 4. Homecoming. The dog thief in the neighborhood had been apprehended, momentarily dispelling the gloom cast by the recent tragedy. Although the atmosphere was not one of exuberant celebration, many residents began to release their pets, which had been confined indoors for several days. At the banks of Liuhu, in addition to the emaciated stray dogs and cats, a number of leashed pet dogs made their appearance. Huaxian community. In the adjacent apartment building to Liuhu Park, police officers were diligently collecting evidence with cameras. At the site where Xiao Nai had fallen, a chalk outline resembling a human figure had been drawn. The depiction was striking, subtly revealing the presence of bloodstains. At that moment, A group of individuals emerged from the apartment, among them 3 men clad in plain clothes, their expressions stern. A few police officers accompanied them cautiously, indicating that these individuals were not ordinary persons. The middle-aged man leading the plainclothes contingent spoke to the nearby officer, Captain Xiao, saying, "This is a special case. The deceased was an extraordinary individual, thus the perpetrator poses a significant threat. This matter is beyond the jurisdiction of your department. Please expedite the transfer of all evidence to our Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Rest assured, I will arrange for that as soon as I return to the station," the captain of the criminal investigation team replied, visibly relieved. Upon learning that the deceased was an extraordinary individual, he understood that this case was not one that the police should handle. With the case now under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities, his anxiety subsided. The police force, composed of ordinary citizens, found themselves powerless in the face of cases involving extraordinary individuals. Some might argue that there are experts within the police department. However, in the current climate, few skilled individuals choose to serve as police officers. In Luyuan City, the government's law enforcement agencies consist of 3 factions: the City Defense Force, the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities, and the Police Department. The City Defense Force is responsible for the overall safety of the city. The Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities manages those with unique capabilities and special cases, while the Police Department addresses civil disputes and urban security. Consequently, among the 3 law enforcement entities, the Police Department holds the lowest status and offers the least favorable conditions. Those with talent have long been absorbed into the military or the Bureau, leaving behind individuals solely capable of handling mundane cases. Xiao Nai concealed itself within the branches of a tree, observing the unfolding situation through the gaps in the leaves. Upon seeing the plainclothes officers, its gaze instinctively narrowed. It was unexpected that its case had drawn the attention of the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. Primarily composed of extraordinary individuals and endowed with unique authority, reportedly restructured from the former National Security Bureau. As the team from the Luyuan City Bureau exited the apartment, their leader abruptly halted, casting a piercing glance towards the location where Xiao Nai was hidden. Noticing their captain's sudden movement, a member of the Bureau inquired curiously, "Captain, what is it?" "Nothing," he replied, as the sensation of being scrutinized faded. Was it merely an illusion? That place seemed devoid of any presence. Yet he noticed a police officer beneath the tree. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, as he gently shook his head. Such a keen intuition. A mere glance was sufficient for the other party to detect his presence. The earlier scene had left Xiao Nai feeling anxious. It was said that as one's mental prowess strengthened, so too would their perceptive abilities. This suggested that the individual he had encountered was undoubtedly a formidable psychic. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him. Had that person perceived his existence and recognized him as a magical beast, his fate would have been dire. Although psychics appear no different from ordinary individuals when they refrain from utilizing dark energy, in the presence of the enigmatic Psychic Bureau, who could ascertain what peculiar detection methods they might possess, Xiao Nai dared not take such a risk and brazenly present himself before the agents of the Bureau. He had heard numerous rumors regarding the Bureau, all underscoring its power and mystery. Once that group vanished from sight, Xiao Nai descended from the tree. Nearby, a police officer was startled by his movement, but upon realizing it was merely a wild cat, paid him no further mind. Gradually, Xiao Nai made his way back to his former home, scaling the wall behind the apartment building. Having transformed into a magical beast, he discovered that his claws had become remarkably sharp, allowing him to easily grip the flat wall. Should anyone pass below and glance up, they would undoubtedly be astonished. After all, while cats are known for their climbing prowess, they cannot ascend walls that are excessively high and smooth. Mom, there's a cat climbing the wall." In an apartment on the 5th floor, a child playing by the window spotted Xiao Nai traversing the adjacent wall and excitedly relayed this discovery to his parent. "I see. Dear, it's quite normal for cats to climb walls," the mother, preoccupied with breakfast, casually responded. Hearing his mother's words, the child gazed at the black cat climbing nearby and nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Nai, having noticed the child, playfully grimaced and bared his teeth, eliciting peals of laughter from the little one before he continued his ascent. His former residence was on the 8th floor, and prior to the calamity, returning home and climbing the stairs would have left him utterly exhausted. Yet, in today's society, living at a higher elevation also served as a means of physical exercise. In this world devoid of electricity, many conveniences had become rather elusive. Although Xiao Nai was born before the disaster, he was too young at the time to grasp these changes. Only the older generations often lamented during their leisure moments about how splendid the world had been before the calamity. Before long, Xiao Nai had returned to the balcony of his former home. His slightly folded, pointed ears now stood erect, quivering, as he absorbed every sound around him. After listening for a while, he felt reassured and slipped through the gap in the balcony's iron railing. The door leading from the balcony into the room stood ajar, allowing him to easily enter his previous abode. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, Xiao Nai's heart trembled with emotion. Meow? At this moment, its emotions were profoundly intricate, leaving it at a loss for expression. The surroundings were chaotic, evidently having been disturbed by someone. Whether the police or the two assailants from the previous night remained uncertain. Suddenly, it leapt onto a cabinet, where a picture frame awaited, a family portrait. This photograph was taken before its father went missing, capturing a youthful moment when it was still a child, with its parents appearing remarkably young. Gazing at the blissful smile of its mother, it realized that it had not witnessed such a joyful expression from her since attaining maturity. "Mama, I can never return," it murmured softly, clutching the frame, the sound revealing its unmasked terror towards the present and future. Gradually, it succumbed to slumber while still embracing the frame. Upon awakening, its body ached and felt numb, and it furrowed its brow in discomfort as it stretched. Rising from the frame, it shook its fur to revive its spirit. After the emotional release, it felt remarkably rejuvenated. Since its rebirth as a cat, the initial dread had dissipated. Given the irrevocable nature of its circumstances, there was no point in lamenting the past. It could only embrace the fact that it had become a cat. Moreover, its mother would surely not wish to see it shying away from reality, exhibiting such weakness. Furthermore, compared to death, living in this alternate form could be considered a stroke of fortune. At least now, it had the opportunity to seek out its missing father and fulfill its mother's long-held wish. Carefully, it repositioned the frame and smiled gently at the photograph of its parents. "Rest assured, Mama, I will live well and find my missing father," it declared with sincerity, determination igniting within its heart, dispelling any confusion about the future. Leaping down from the counter, it dashed toward its room. Although the door was shut, it posed no challenge. Using the momentum from its leap, it swiftly grabbed the doorknob and pressed down. With a satisfying click, the door swung open. Grinning triumphantly, it pushed the door wide and entered. Approaching its desk, it opened the drawer beneath, revealing an array of snacks. As it could not cook, its meals were limited to snacks and instant noodles, aside from the school cafeteria. Occasionally, it dined at restaurants, but given its penchant for staying indoors, such outings were rare. Grabbing a bag of snacks with its mouth, it leapt onto its bed, transporting one snack after another until the bed was laden with treats, surrounded by the familiar comforts. A smile of bliss graced its face. With a cheerful meow, it tore open a bag of fish snacks and began to feast. Most of these treats were meat-based, as it had once been an extraordinary individual, endowed with enhanced physical capabilities due to the purifying influence of dark energy, necessitating a frequent intake of high-energy sustenance. Fortunately, the Xiao family is relatively affluent. His mother bequeathed to him not only this residence, but also several other properties. It can be said that even if he were an ordinary person, he could lead a comfortable life solely due to these holdings. Alas, now that he has passed, these assets will benefit others. On his father's side, there are no relatives, but his mother's side still has some. However, he has never met them, as it seems his mother severed ties with her family and ceased all communication. It is rumored that his maternal lineage belongs to a prominent family in the capital, wielding considerable influence throughout Huaxia. Yet, after witnessing his mother's demise 2 years ago, only a woman claiming to be his aunt visited their home. Since then, he has paid no heed to those relatives, treating their existence as if it were non-existent. Reflecting on this, Xiao Nai recalled a rune necklace left to him by his mother, which she had mentioned was a token of love from his father. Surely, that necklace has been taken by those two individuals. He knows well how precious rune equipment is for an ability user, let alone one imbued with a mental shield ability. Contemplating this, Xiao Nai viciously bit into the fish snack in his mouth. "I shall not let you escape, no matter where you hide." After growling in frustration, the disheartened Xiao Nai immediately channeled his emotions into the snack. If someone were to enter the room, they would witness a glossy black cat playfully battling with its treats, a sight sure to bring joy to any onlooker. Chapter 5 Departure. Xiao Nai luxuriated in the basin of the washstand, the water within remarkably pristine, even cleaner than the bottled water purchased for drinking. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, indulging in a leisurely soak was truly a delight. Do not inquire as to the origin of the tap water, for it has been available since before he moved to this place. It is said that this water is sourced from a small mountain near the community, seemingly produced by a rune device capable of conjuring water from thin air. Thus, although the surrounding homes have tap water, the cost is exorbitant. Many residents refrain from using it for bathing or laundry, reserving it solely for drinking, as it is exceptionally clean. Nevertheless, Xiao Nai is unconcerned, as he knows not to whom this house will be relinquished in the future. Why not indulge a little and enjoy a bath with this water? Xiao Nai floated in the water, leisurely moving about while humming an unknown tune, lamenting to the ceiling. Suddenly, he thought he heard the sound of a cat meowing. While Xiao Nai relaxed in the bath, lost in his musings, human voices unexpectedly emerged from outside, startling him awake. He climbed out of the wash basin, shaking off the excess water, then with a swift motion, he leaped down from the washstand. His movements were light and silent. He cautiously crept to the restroom door, peering slowly through the crack. 2 uniformed police officers were entering. The individual who had spoken earlier scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Surely not. Could it be that you misheard? Another officer glanced around, noticing nothing amiss. Perhaps. Hearing his companion's words, the officer felt a tinge of uncertainty. I distinctly recall that the door to the bedroom was closed when we left. Upon entering the living room, the officer seemed to have a revelation and spoke up. Your comment has jogged my memory as well. The 2 officers exchanged a knowing glance, quietly drawing their sidearms as they slowly approached the bedroom. Upon reaching the doorway, the sight of disheveled bed sheets and scattered snack bags caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the bathroom, swiftly traversing the living room towards the door. What was that? The unexpected spectacle startled the 2 officers, momentarily leaving them dumbfounded as they watched Xiao Nai slip through the door they had neglected to close, vanishing from sight. Was that a cat? It appeared so. Did it cause this chaos? The officers exchanged glances, marveling at the feline's apparent cunning. They did not entertain other thoughts, merely resigning themselves to clean up the mess. As they departed, they ensured to secure the doors and windows, lest some wild cat intrude again, a situation they would rather not explain to their superiors. Goodness! As Xiao Nai noticed that the officers did not pursue, it couldn't help but cast a lingering glance back at its home. Now, it truly had nowhere to return. If the police informed the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, would they come to capture it? If they discovered it was a magical beast, would it be subjected to dissection? Its flesh consumed by those individuals, while its bones and hide were sold to rune masters for crafting enchanted gear. Rumor had it that consuming the flesh of magical beasts could enhance one's physique, yet that meat was prohibitively expensive, and it had never tasted it before. The mere thought sent a shiver down Xiao Nai's spine. While it had felt little concern in its human life, it now realized how perilous it was to live as a magical beast in a human world. With a final glance, Xiao Nai resolutely departed from its former home. It felt a flicker of relief, fortunate to have consumed all the meat products among its snacks, leaving only trivial items like chips and crackers that it found unworthy. Otherwise, it would have been heartbroken. Xiao Nai's intuition proved correct. After the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs received the report from those officers, they dispatched personnel to locate it. But by then, it had already vacated the area, and after a fruitless search, the matter was left unresolved. After leaving the apartment, Xiao Nai exited the Hua Xian community through Luhu Park. Luhu Park is expansive, connecting several neighborhoods. It doubted anyone would scour the entirety of Luhu for it. Though black-furred cats were rare, they nonetheless existed in numbers. Thud! Xiao Nai swatted at a yellow stray cat that attempted to bully it. The yellow cat, unfamiliar with Xiao Nai and not as robust, assumed it could easily overpower the smaller feline. Little did it know, although Xiao Nai had yet to reach maturity, its body had been enhanced by dark energy during the awakening of its abilities, bestowing it with physical prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary cat. After swatting the cat away, it immediately bared its teeth, issuing a warning to the surrounding feral cats before leisurely climbing up a tree. Finding a cozy spot, it nestled down and closed its eyes to rest, fatigued from the long run earlier. It is the nature of animals to submit to and revere the strong. Upon witnessing Xiao Nai effortlessly dispatch their most formidable member, the other feral cats gazed at it with awe, instinctively retreating a distance from its resting place, treating it as its territory. After a while, the yellow cat that had been swatted away shakily rose from the ground, emitting a fearful cry before departing, never to be seen again in that vicinity. When Xiao Nai awoke from its slumber, evening had already descended. The sun had set, leaving only a faint blush on the horizon. Surrounded by towering trees and shaded foliage, the area beneath the trees was enveloped in darkness. The sounds of insects began to chirp, while the distant calls of frogs echoed from the Luhu. Xiao Nai climbed down from the branch, its violet eyes sparkling in the dimness, resembling 2 luminous gems. In the face of night, Xiao Nai felt an invigorating surge of energy. Compared to its languid demeanor during the day, it was far more spirited at night. With its ears perked up, Xiao Nai listened intently to the sounds around it, then caught a whiff of something intriguing. Suddenly, it leapt from the tree and dashed into the darkness. By the edge of Lu Hu, a group of people were barbecuing, the enticing aroma wafting from a distance. Numerous feral cats gathered around, poised to scavenge any remnants left behind. After the humans feasted, scraps such as fish bones would serve as a food source for these cats. Xiao Nai glanced at the scene from afar before departing, for it was a dignified magical beast, unworthy of consuming such leftovers. No matter how one might rationalize it, it was ultimately its pride as a being that prevented it from engaging in such a demeaning act. What to do? It was hungry again. As it trotted along the nighttime path, Xiao Nai pondered in distress. Did every cat have an appetite as large as its own? It recalled having eaten quite a bit at home during the day. Was it truly going to resort to catching mice for sustenance? After all, isn't it perfectly normal for cats to eat mice? Xiao Nai continuously reassured itself. With this thought, it darted towards a nearby community. As for the park, any mice that might have existed would have already been devoured by the starving feral cats. In this urban landscape, once night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Besides the starlight above, there were no other sources of illumination. It was a monotonous world, where nighttime offered little in terms of entertainment aside from sleep. Of course, this did not apply to the wealthy. Even in the dullest of worlds, the affluent could lead vibrant lives. Within a quaint two-story villa, candlelight flickered, and faint voices could be heard emanating from within. The villa featured a small courtyard adorned with numerous tea flowers, suggesting that the owner had a fondness for them. Xiao Nai lay nestled in the flower bed of the courtyard, squinting slightly. Though its body remained motionless, it perceived everything around it through its keen ears. Occasionally, it opened its eyes, casting furtive glances towards the eaves of the house, where a tall iron rack leaned against the wall, laden with various garments, among which several strips of sun-dried meat hung enticingly. The presence of such meat suggested that the household possessed a modicum of wealth. As Xiao Nai observed this family's balcony adorned with dried meat after passing a few houses. Indeed, it would not be inaccurate to conclude that those residing in such a dwelling were well off. Thus, Xiao Nai paused, slipping into the small courtyard. At that moment, Xiao Nai found itself in a moral quandary. The act of thievery felt inherently wrong. Despite its transformation into a cat, the vestiges of human ethics lingered, influencing its thoughts. Yet, a notion crossed its mind. This affluent family must have ample provisions, and with such abundance, they surely faced a mouse infestation. If it could assist them by catching a few rodents, perhaps it could then justify taking a piece of the sun-dried meat for itself, thus finding peace of mind. This line of reasoning led Xiao Nai to conceal itself in the flower bed, poised to ambush the unsuspecting mice. It had also noticed the numerous mousetraps scattered throughout the courtyard. In fact, it nearly stepped on one upon entering, further affirming its belief in the presence of mice. Time passed, and the homeowner had long extinguished the lights and retired for the night, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Suddenly, Xiao Nai's eyes snapped open, a flicker of excitement igniting within them. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, the scene around it became crystal clear. In one corner of the yard, a shadow darted from the drainage outlet. The small creature cautiously surveyed its surroundings, and upon sensing no danger, it ventured forth. Squeak, squeak, emerging from the shadows. A gray mouse warily scanned its environment. Soon, another gray mouse followed suit, equally vigilant. One after another, they emerged in a manner reminiscent of a disciplined battalion, displaying an impressive level of intelligence. Gradually, 6 mice made their appearance. Xiao Nai lay in wait, perfectly silent. Even its breath seemingly slowed as it embraced its innate predatory instincts. It remained patient, anticipating the moment when the mice would venture further from the drainage. At that moment, they lingered at the entrance, and any movement on Xiao Nai's part would send them scurrying back to safety. Suddenly, a white creature burst forth from the drain. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Nai realized it was a white mouse. This mouse was remarkably distinct. In comparison to the gray ones, it appeared diminutive, yet its fur radiated a soft, milky luminescence in the darkness. How strikingly white! Xiao Nai marveled at the snow-white mouse, which stood in stark contrast to its gray counterparts, exuding an aura of purity and nobility, as if it were a mythical beast from ancient legends. The gray mice seemed to rally around the white mouse, acting as its guardians, encircling it with a protective air. As the white mouse emerged, 4 gray mice followed closely behind, bringing the total count to 11 rodents. It is no wonder that this family has set numerous traps in their yard, particularly around the hanging meat, as it appears they are not merely dealing with a simple rodent problem, but rather a nest of them. Chapter 6. Capturing mice. The pristine white mouse is remarkably intelligent. its bright eyes sparkling in the darkness of the night. With a keen awareness of its surroundings, it moves with extraordinary agility, emanating an enchanting aura. Were this essence to inhabit a human form, its possessor would undoubtedly be an exceptional individual. Since the calamity, biologists have noted a significant enhancement in the cognitive abilities of all animals. This is particularly true for magical beasts, where the more powerful the creature, the greater its intellect. Indeed, the intelligence of high-tier magical beasts can rival that of an adult human. The wind rustles the leaves, and the fragrance of camellias wafts through the air, enveloping the small courtyard in delightful aromas. The faint twinkle of starlight dances overhead, while a full moon hangs high, casting a hazy glow across the world. Hiding in the shadows of the flowerbed, Xiao Nai felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the radiant white mouse. It silently exclaimed in its heart, "This is undoubtedly a magical beast. Ordinary white mice do not possess such charisma, and it is unheard of for them to mingle among gray mice." Moreover, the behavior of these rodents indicates that the white mouse holds a prominent position within the group. On Earth, all living beings have undergone mutations across various species. Some species dwell underground, remaining elusive to human discovery. Moreover, many magical beasts, once awakened, do not exhibit significant physical changes, making it difficult to discern their true nature unless they employ extraordinary abilities. After all, not everyone possesses the special means to detect the presence of magical beasts. Squeak, squeak. As all the mice exited the sewer, the white mouse emitted a delicate call. At the sound, the surrounding gray mice sprang into action as if responding to a command. Led by a large gray mouse, which seemed very familiar with the area, they carefully navigated around the traps. Should any mouse stray from the group, tempted by the bait in the traps, a stern warning would be issued. The gray mouse skillfully guided the group past the traps in the yard and into the confines of the house. The array of traps, which the homeowner had meticulously set, became utterly ineffective, and if the homeowner were to discover the futility of their efforts, they would surely be infuriated. Soon, they reached the vicinity of the eaves, where a group of mice excitedly called out to the sun-dried meat hanging above. Squeak. Well, what do we have here? These mice, like itself, were attempting to claim the sun-dried meat. Indeed, they were kindred spirits of the night. At this moment, Xiao Nai still failed to comprehend the situation. Oblivious to the fact that it had become a foolish cat, the group of mice paused to listen for any sign of the homeowner, and after a brief moment, sensing that they had not been detected, some mice began to climb up the metal rack. How audacious these mice are! That meat belongs to me. If that flesh has been gnawed upon by you filthy rodents, this cat would hardly find it palatable. Meow. There is no time to lose. Now is the opportune moment. Xiao Nai sprang forth from the flower bed, her lithe form darting forward, pouncing upon the distant horde of mice. As she lunged towards them, her claws extended, glimmering with a chilling radiance under the silvery moonlight. The rodent assembly, upon perceiving the feline presence, was instantly thrown into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. However, Xiao Nai would not allow them to escape. Since the appearance of these mice, something within her had awakened. A thrill she had never before experienced surged through her, akin to an instinctual compulsion. Her pupils dilated with this fervor, rendering her gaze all the more sinister. One gray mouse, lagging slightly in its escape, was swiftly captured by Xiao Nai. Squeak. This mouse, though instinctively terrified of its predator, fought back fiercely in a desperate attempt to bite her. Meow. Observing its futile struggle, Xiao Nai disdainfully called out, pressing her other paw against its neck. A faint crack of bone echoed, and the mouse ceased its thrashing. Once it lay lifeless, Xiao Nai paid it no further heed. With a graceful leap, she sank her teeth into the back of another mouse that had just leapt off a shelf. This mouse had climbed onto the iron rack, attempting to descend. Crunch. A gentle bite, and by the time it reached the ground, the gray mouse was already motionless. What a stench! She quickly discarded the mouse from her mouth, having detected the foul odor that emanated from it. Had she known, she would have refrained from biting it. Yet, at this moment, her thoughts were untroubled. Having slain 2 mice, a bloodlust arose within her. As she moved, her eyes quickly settled upon the white shadow that was darting towards the yard. The escape of the other mice mattered little. But this particular white mouse could not be allowed to flee, as it might very well be a magical beast. Although Xiao Nai had dispatched 2 mice in rapid succession, the time taken was minimal. The other mice had not escaped far, and the white mouse had only just entered the courtyard. Time was of the essence, and without a moment to ponder, she dashed after the white mouse. Squeak. The white mouse, upon seeing Xiao Nai charging towards it, emitted a terrified squeak. It darted towards the adjacent flower bed, seeking refuge among the flora. Yet, Xiao Nai would not grant it such an opportunity. In a flash, she positioned herself directly in its path. The white mouse, quick to react, attempted to evade her just before collision, retreating in haste. Meow? You think you can escape from my grasp? Witnessing the white mouse's desperate plight, Xiao Nai smirked coldly as she pursued it. Got you. Squeak. Squeak. The white mouse let out a pitiful cry, struggling fiercely. Its tail severed. It then dashed headlong into a cluster of flower pots, not daring to look back. Xiao Nai withdrew her paw, leaving behind a bloodied tail in its wake. How ruthless. It harbored a certain admiration for the white mouse's desperate attempt to escape by severing its tail, yet this only solidified its resolve to capture the creature's heart. In the center of the courtyard stood 3 exquisite camellia pots, carefully positioned by the owner for appreciation. Observing the white silhouette nestled within the flower pot, Xiao Nai remained unperturbed. There was ample space surrounding the 3 pots. As soon as the white mouse ventured out, it would be easily detected. To prevent the mouse from fleeing, Xiao Nai circled the perimeter of the camellias, exhibiting a calm demeanor. Cats are instinctive hunters, endowed with an abundance of patience. The sound of squeaking echoed as it noticed the movements of other mice, yet it paid them no heed. At this moment, Xiao Nai was solely interested in the white mouse. The mouse, suffering from the pain of its severed tail, emitted soft whimpers from its hiding place. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted from within the flower pot, illuminating the area with a gentle glow. The radiance was not blinding, but rather soothing, enveloping the white mouse and rendering it luminescent like a bulb. This brilliant light was fleeting, lasting approximately 4 seconds before dissipating. What piqued Xiao Nai's curiosity was that with the disappearance of the white light, the mouse's mournful cries ceased. What could this mean? Could the white light possess analgesic properties, or even heal its severed tail? Xiao Nai recognized that the white light was a manifestation of the mouse's extraordinary ability, and now it found itself intrigued by this newfound power. Meow? With this realization, Xiao Nai could no longer allow the mouse to slip away from its watchful gaze. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, it cautiously approached the edge of the flower pot, intent on observing the situation within, fearful that the white mouse might dig a hole and escape, leaving it lamenting in despair. Suddenly, a flurry of squeaks erupted from within the pot. Perhaps startled by its movements, the mouse began to screech frantically, the sounds urgent and resounding, tinged with a hint of anger. For reasons unknown, Xiao Nai sensed something amiss. The sound seemed to possess an enchanting quality, dulling its awareness and slowing its movements. It felt immensely drowsy, as if sleep were beckoning. Meow? Something was clearly wrong. Xiao Nai abruptly shook its head to regain clarity, and upon doing so, cast a fierce glare towards the white mouse within the pot. This sound could induce a trance. Fortunately, this creature's hidden power was likely not as formidable, or else it might have truly succumbed to its hypnotic influence. There was no time to waste. To prevent any unforeseen events, it resolved to take action and drive the mouse out. Just as it made this decision and prepared to strike, a cacophony erupted around it. Squeak! Squeak! To Xiao Nai's astonishment, the 8 gray mice that had previously fled were now encircling it. Their greenish eyes radiated a chilling malice, their low, oppressive cries imbued with a bloodthirsty frenzy. Meow? Who granted you such audacity to challenge a cat? This scenario was all wrong. Shouldn't mice flee in terror at the sight of a cat? However, before Xiao Nai could ponder the discrepancies within this situation, a number of mice charged towards him. Despite being besieged, he felt no fear. After all, it is rare for a cat to be afraid of mice. With a swift glance around, he noticed that only 1 gray mouse remained on one side. Xiao Nai leapt forward, capturing the mouse, and with a flick of his tail, it instantly elongated. Subsequently, he swept his tail back and forth, sending the other mice flying. The absence of his abilities earlier did not imply that he was incapable of using them. Rather, it was simply unnecessary. However, the subsequent scene unfolded in a manner that Xiao Nai had never anticipated. 1 gray mouse, having lagged behind, was not swept away by his serpentine tail. He had intended to reward this mouse with a tail strike, but unexpectedly, the tail he had conjured with his abilities performed an astonishing action. The serpentine tail opened its gaping maw, grinning malevolently, and lunged towards the approaching mouse, biting down. Before Xiao Nai could react, the tail had seized the gray mouse and swallowed it whole. What on earth was happening? Could the serpent's head consume living beings? No. It was merely feasting on mice. Xiao Nai vowed that this was certainly not his intention. It appeared to be an instinctual action. After grasping the gray mouse, it devoured it before he could intervene. The notion that the tail operated beyond his control was unfounded. It was undoubtedly under his conscious command. One could only surmise that the tail's consumption of prey was an instinct, akin to a cat's inherent drive to catch mice. Nevertheless, he sensed something unusual. After the tail consumed the mouse, he felt a searing energy manifest at the base of his spine, as if something were gestating within, causing a tingling sensation. Could it be that he was about to give birth to kittens? He pondered, somewhat perplexed, as he believed himself to be a male cat. His tail possessed considerable strength, and the gray mice he had flung away were gravely injured. Some unfortunate ones, having collided with sharp objects, met instant demise. The squeaks of the mice echoed as he felt the one beneath his paw struggle ceaselessly. Growing somewhat impatient, he lifted his right paw and pressed down on its neck, granting it another chance at reincarnation. Life as a mouse is not easy, my rodent friend. In your next life, do not choose to be a mouse. And if you must, at least avoid crossing paths with him. Chapter 7. Eating leads to growing a tail after dispatching the mouse beneath his claws. Xiao Nai turned to observe the few gray mice that continued to charge at him, struggling. When had these mice become so audacious? Something was amiss, particularly concerning that white mouse. It appeared to be attempting to flee. Although he faced the gray mice, his peripheral vision remained vigilant to any movement near the flower pot. His keen ears did not miss even the slightest sound from the white mouse. Thus he was acutely aware of their every action. The white mouse mistakenly believed that it had seized an opportunity to escape, while Xiao Nai's attention was diverted by the gray mice. Truly, they had become clever. In Xiao Nai's eyes, a flicker of understanding flashed, yet her body remained utterly still, muscles secretly tensing in preparation to pounce at a moment's notice. Emitting a low, threatening growl, she warned the few oblivious gray mice ahead. Instinctively sensing the danger, the mice trembled, their eyes reflecting a struggle as they halted and emitted pitiful whimpers. Driven by their controlled consciousness, they yearned to charge at Xiao Nai, yet their innate fear held them back. This conflict between awareness and instinct was the predicament faced by the gray mice at that moment. Squeak, squeak. The gray mice's behavior only deepened Xiao Nai's suspicions. It was indeed possible that they were under the control of the white mice. The evening breeze gradually intensified, rustling the surrounding flora and fauna, causing the garments hanging on the rack to flap and crackle, weaving a hurried symphony in the night. Xiao Nai stood there, her gaze fixed intently on the few gray mice before her. Suddenly, she spun around and dashed backward, spotting a white shadow emerging from a flower pot, darting towards the wall. Squeak, squeak. The white mouse, upon noticing Xiao Nai charging forth, let out a terrified shriek, attempting to retreat back into the flower pot. However, she would not grant it that opportunity, swiftly positioning herself in front of the pot. The white mouse, seeing Xiao Nai before it, panicked and turned to flee. Seizing the moment, Xiao Nai leapt and captured the white mouse. Feeling its desperate struggles beneath her paws, she pressed down firmly to prevent any resistance. The white mouse, frantically writhing, cast a pleading glance towards Xiao Nai. Squeak. Meow. Give up. You think you can escape now that I have you? Huh. At that moment, Xiao Nai appeared resolute, entirely disregarding its gaze, showing mercy to a mouse. Absurd. With keen interest, she observed the white mouse beneath her claws. Astonished to see its tail intact, was it not supposed to be severed? Realizing the tail remained whole, she felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Had she misjudged? Xiao Nai turned her head, scrutinizing the ground nearby. The severed tail lay not far away, confirming that her earlier perception was not an illusion. Was this her extraordinary ability? Curiosity piqued, she raised a paw to examine the white mouse's rear, discovering it bore no signs of injury whatsoever. Meow. Suddenly, a sharp cry escaped her jaws. Something had bitten her hind leg, causing an excruciating pain. Unable to endure, she leaped up and, in the process, flung the offending creature away. Damn gray mouse. Realizing it was a gray mouse that had bitten her, a flash of murderous intent ignited in Xiao Nai's eyes, anger surging within her. She had been careless, allowing the gray mouse to approach too closely and inflict a bite. This was bad. Indeed, something felt amiss. Spotting the white mouse that had escaped to the wall's corner, Xiao Nai wasted no time and dashed forth. This creature was attempting to flee. Rustle. The sounds of her rapid movement brushed against the nearby plants, creating a cacophony of friction, especially the thorny flowers, which pricked its back, causing a faint sting. Faced with all this, it had no time to dwell. Its gaze was solely fixated on the silhouette of the white mouse. It simply could not allow it to escape from its grasp. Closer, closer. A cruel smile crept across Xiao Nai's face. With a leap, it arrived beside the white mouse. Its right paw transformed into a claw, swiping at the panicked white figure. Missed? No matter. The left paw continued to claw. I claw, claw. Oh dear, Bai Xiong, have you taken some medicine? This is illogical. Observing the nimble movements of the white mouse, evading its strikes, left Xiao Nai momentarily dumbfounded, causing its movements to falter. Seizing the opportunity, the white mouse darted toward the nearby sewer. Witnessing its agility and speed, fueled by the imminent threat of death, it unleashed every ounce of its potential. Damn it! Realizing the situation was dire, Xiao Nai's inner strength erupted, shooting toward the white figure, but alas, it was too late. The white mouse had already slipped into the sewer. Do you think jumping in there will grant you escape? Meow? Xiao Nai could not help but roar in anger, its tail flicking, instantly transforming into a serpentine appendage. With the emergence of the snake-like tail, it swiftly followed into the sewer. It moved with the agility of a true serpent and with eyes akin to a cat's. The darkness of the sewer posed no hindrance to its vision. Squeak! Squeak! A chorus of mouse screams echoed from the sewer. Meow? After a short while, Xiao Nai grinned menacingly, silently retracting its snake tail. Although the white mouse had eluded it, an additional surge of warm energy had coalesced in its rear. Strolling into the courtyard, it gazed at the injured gray mice that had not yet fled, a sinister smile forming. These mice remained, though it was unclear whether it was due to recently lifted control or their severe injuries. It had no intention of pondering this further, advancing menacingly toward them. After all, it had been bitten just moments before, and the pain lingered, ensuring that Xiao Nai would not let them off easily. Squeak! A wail erupted, and the small courtyard returned to tranquility once more. Sitting on the concrete ground, Xiao Nai surveyed the lifeless mice around, nodding in satisfaction. These were all its handiwork. It seemed it was indeed a diligent cat. Meow? After licking the wound on its leg until the pain subsided somewhat, it finally rose from the ground. Shaking off the dust, Xiao Nai approached the clothes rack. Gazing at the sun-dried meat upon the rack, it couldn't help but drool. Meow? This means a hearty meal is in order. Although the rack was somewhat high, it posed no challenge for it. With a gentle flick of its tail, it transformed once more into a serpentine form, the tail lengthening at Xiao Nai's will, darting toward the dried meat. Coiling around a piece of meat, it effortlessly retrieved it. Xiao Nai caught the sun-dried meat with its paws, grinning widely. Looking at its tail, it felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Where could one find a tail that could aid in both combat and labor? Meow? Contentedly tucking away its tail, it began to feast on the sun-dried meat. It did not experience the sensation of being surrounded by corpses, rendering it unable to eat. It seems that transforming into a cat is not such a bad thing. At least it has gained some courage. Meow? Are you sure it's not your nerves that have thickened? After consuming a piece of sun-dried meat that was nearly equal in size to itself, Xiao Nai let out a satisfied sound. Glancing at its slightly protruding belly, it deemed its figure quite satisfactory, claiming it wouldn't gain weight. Meow meow. Once satiated, Xiao Nai sought a place to rest. This location was clearly unsuitable. What if the owner woke up in the morning and discovered it had consumed their meat? Although this was its reward, it feared the owner might destroy the bridge after crossing it. Well, it would be wise for this cat to depart first. Meow? Rising from the ground, it called out to the house, bidding farewell to its occupant. There is no need to thank me. I am like Leifing. With a leap, it sprang onto the wall, clawing a few times until it scaled the 2-meter-high barrier. Casting a final glance at the surroundings, it hoped the owner would continue the commendable practice of hanging meat outside. This cat would certainly return when time permitted. With a playful grin, it leapt off the wall and scampered joyfully into the distance. The moonlight was exquisite and enchanting that night. This cat felt quite pleased. In the morning, the sun shone brightly, enveloping everything in warmth. The melodious chirping of birds filled the air, creating an atmosphere of joy. The pet dog, having slumbered through the night, became lively once more, its playful barks echoing around. Meow? How delightful! Amidst the sounds, Xiao Nai awoke from its slumber. It had chosen to rest on a scenic tree within the neighborhood, and after feasting the previous evening, it had felt a wave of drowsiness and sought a secluded, safe spot to sleep. For some reason, ever since becoming a cat, it had developed a fondness for napping in trees. There was no fear of falling while asleep. Perhaps subconsciously, it felt safer resting among the branches than on the ground. With still dreamy eyes, Xiao Nai let out a long yawn. Its ears, still drooping from sleep, appeared rather lackluster. However, what had caused it to feel so drowsy last night? If it had expended too much dark energy, that would be one thing. But it still had plenty left. Unable to fathom the reason, it decided not to dwell on it. Standing up on the branch, it shook itself awake. Something felt amiss. Upon rising, it sensed an oddity in its body, especially when it shook itself. An uncomfortable sensation surged through it. It instinctively bent to look behind. What in the world? It was astonished to find 3 black tails sprouting behind it. Xiao Nai was taken aback, No wonder it felt something was off upon waking, as if something had changed. To its surprise, it had gained an additional 2 tails. Staring at the 3 identical, sleek black tails, it felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was turning it into a monster. How would it face others now? Thus, Xiao Nai stood there, staring blankly at its tails, lost in thought. After a considerable moment, it regained its composure and clarified its thoughts. First and foremost, how did this tail come into existence? Why did it appear? It must have emerged last night. And recalling the events of that night, Xiao Nai could not help but remember the battle. It seemed as though it had consumed 2 mice with its serpentine tail. My goodness, could the emergence of these 2 tails be attributed to those 2 mice? The mere thought of this left Xiao Nai astounded. What kind of extraordinary ability had awakened within this body, rendering it so peculiar? Reflecting on how the 2 mice had been ingested, it realized that 2 spheres of searing energy had manifested at the rear, resembling the gestation of something. With this line of reasoning, Xiao Nai found it quite plausible. If that were the case, did it mean that for every creature consumed by the serpentine tail, a new tail would sprout? Meow? Just the notion of trailing a multitude of tails sent a shiver down Xiao Nai's spine. Chapter 8. The abilities of the tails, although the reality was astonishing. Xiao Nai quickly reconciled this with the bizarre abilities of other extraordinary beings it had heard of. After all, it was a magical beast. Magical beasts surely possess unique traits. If it were akin to a common cat, could it still be deemed a magical beast? With this thought, it felt a wave of comfort wash over its heart. Subsequently, it gazed at the 2 new tails, pondering their purpose. Curiosity bubbled within as it recalled various magical beasts it had heard about, including those related to felines. Yet none were reported to possess multiple tails. With a surge of inspiration, it directed its dark energy towards the tails. After a brief moment, Xiao Nai contemplated the tails behind it. The central tail, which could transform into a serpentine form, was its original tail, while the left one, which exhibited no reaction, had sprouted after consuming the gray mouse. The right tail, which bestowed upon it the powers of healing light and hypnosis, had emerged following the consumption of the white mouse. Just a moment ago, it had tested the capabilities of the right tail, and the healing light had swiftly mended the minor wounds sustained during the previous battle. Furthermore, the hypnosis ability had lulled 2 playful pet dogs beneath a tree into a trance, allowing it to exert control over their behavior through its voice. My goodness, this serpentine tail was truly extraordinary. As long as it set its sights on another's ability and devoured them with its tail, it could acquire their powers. The newly formed tails functioned like rune equipment, enabling Xiao Nai to wield other extraordinary abilities. The very thought of this filled Xiao Nai with immense delight, and its entire being felt invigorated. Although other extraordinary beings could also utilize rune equipment to access different abilities, such items were exceedingly rare. It was quite fortunate for any extraordinary being to possess even a single piece. After all, those capable of crafting rune equipment were scarce, particularly among those above the 4th tier, and it was said that engraving runes depended heavily on talent. Hence, as long as the serpentine tail remained, it could fabricate extraordinary equipment at will. Though this equipment could only be utilized by itself, Xiao Nai felt profoundly satisfied. Upon observing another newly grown cat tail, it could not help but frown. This tail, transformed from a gray mouse, was rather insignificant, resembling an utterly ordinary appendage. Meow. However, when compared to its serpentine tail, these 2 newly developed tails invoked a peculiar sensation within. It felt as though they could be severed at any moment, if desired. It was as if these tails merely clung to its body, lacking the profound connection that its serpentine tail possessed. Driven by curiosity to explore this sensation and comprehend its unique abilities, it felt an impulsive urge to experiment. Without hesitation, it translated this thought into action. A black tail detached itself from behind and fell to the ground beneath the tree. Meow. Oh, how it hurt. Xiao Nai let out a pitiful cry as a wave of excruciating pain surged through its being. Had it not been for the substantial branch beneath its feet, it would have surely plummeted to the ground. The agony contorted its feline visage. Soon, a soft, milky glow enveloped its surroundings. Moments later, as the radiance faded, Xiao Nai ceased its distressing cries. It glanced back over its shoulder, still shaken. Nonsense about parasites. This was its tail. The pain was unbearable, and it vowed never to engage in such foolishness again. Were it not for its healing abilities, it could only imagine how long the suffering would last. Meow. Now, having transitioned from a 3-tailed cat to a 2-tailed one, it lamented whether this constituted a downgrade, feeling utterly drained. Although it resolved not to partake in such folly again, Xiao Nai discerned the distinction between the newly grown tails and its original one. Had it attempted to sever the serpentine tail, Even a cry of anguish would not have led to its detachment, thus highlighting the hierarchy among these tails. Licking the two tails, Xiao Nai suddenly leapt down from the tree. Approaching the severed tail, it picked it up and carried it to a corner not far from the previous tree. Meow? As its voice echoed, two figures, a gray and a white, rushed toward it with haste. Woof, woof. These were two teddy dogs, recently put under hypnosis by its experimental powers. Xiao Nai needed to dig a hole, and these two dim-witted dogs were to serve as its laborers. Why dig a hole? Naturally, it was to bury its tail. Although it had severed it willingly, it was still flesh that had once belonged to its body. Gazing at the tail before it, the sleek, dark fur appeared exceptionally beautiful. For some inexplicable reason, the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Meow? Enough of that. Overthinking gives this cat a headache. Yelling at the two teddies ahead, it commanded them to work faster, questioning whether they had eaten at all. Huh. The hypnotized teddies worked tirelessly under the relentless exploitation of the unscrupulous black cat. The gray teddy fared better, while the white teddy soon became as muddy as its gray counterpart. Once the tail was buried and the hole filled, Xiao Nai finally released the two unfortunate teddies from their trance. Woof, woof. Upon awakening from their hypnotic state, the two teddy dogs caught sight of Xiao Nai and instinctively harbored a sense of animosity, barking furiously at her. Meow? Xiao Nai, observing the two teddies, which were barely larger than herself, let out a gentle roar, causing them to turn tail and flee in fright. Her furious demeanor was quite formidable, her fur standing on end, and coupled with the lingering aura of bloodshed from the previous night, it was enough to send the two teddies scurrying away in terror. Xiao Ku, Xiaomi, where did you manage to get yourselves so muddy? You two little rascals. You've driven me to distraction. I still need to bathe these two troublemakers before heading to work. A voice, filled with exasperation, echoed from a distance, presumably belonging to the teddy's owner. For reasons unknown. As Xiao Nai beheld the sight of the woman in professional attire leading the muddy teddies home, she felt a twinge of envy. Meow? Xiao Nai, is this all you amount to? Have you truly transformed into a mere cat? Indeed, she had become a cat. Even as a feline, she aspired to be an extraordinary one. The notion of becoming a pet was rather disheartening. After all, she was a magical beast. Who among ordinary people would dare to keep a magical beast as a pet? Meow? Speaking of which, what was the current extent of her dark energy? Witnessing the two teddies under her hypnosis, it was indeed peculiar that she had not succumbed to the white mouse's enchantment the night before. She possessed some knowledge regarding psychic abilities. Psychic powers were formidable, however, they exerted overwhelming effects only on those whose dark energy was weaker than one's own. If the adversary's dark energy surpassed hers, the results would be rather lackluster. Ultimately, it was effective solely against those with inferior mental strength. Meow? Since her rebirth, Xiao Nai had yet to assess her own mental prowess. With this thought in mind, she climbed a tree, for it was the only place where she could remain undisturbed. Humans had developed a systematic approach to measuring the strength of dark energy. As dark energy is an invisible yet tangible force, formed from the intangible essence of psychic power and dark energy, it inherently bears the characteristics of mental strength. By radiating dark energy outward from oneself, the farthest distance achieved would indicate the intensity of the dark energy. The limit for a first-tier ability user was 100 meters, for a second tier, 300 meters, and for a third tier, 700 meters. It was rumored that those above the fourth tier were different altogether. As Xiao Nai's mentor had not reached the fourth tier, she lacked insight into the capabilities of such formidable beings. Ability users below the fourth tier corresponded with the 7 corporeal souls, where 100 meters equated to 1 soul. Above the fourth tier, it was said to relate to the 3 spiritual souls, though the specifics remained unclear. Due to these reasons, the traditional Chinese concept of the 3 souls and 7 corporeal souls aligned well with the circumstances of ability users, which is why they revered the notion of the soul possessing 3 souls and 7 corporeal aspects. Resting on a branch, Xiao Nai closed her eyes, allowing the dark energy within her to radiate outward. Meow? To her astonishment, the range extended over 50 meters. As she sensed the expanse of her dark energy, she couldn't help but reflect inwardly. In the early days of his awakening, when he was still human, he was discovered by his mentor while testing the dark energy, achieving a mere distance of around 16 meters. To his astonishment, upon transforming into a cat, he awakened to an extraordinary prowess. However, something seemed amiss. Under normal circumstances, dark energy should not exhibit such strength. Prior to his rebirth, he was a peak-tier esper. Logically, even after reincarnation, his mental capacity should only reflect this level of power. Currently, the intensity of his dark energy was merely half of what it should be, likely due to the energy depletion incurred during the process of seizing a new body. Although the true circumstances eluded him, this was the only hypothesis he could formulate. Suddenly, he felt a curious warmth coursing through the newly formed tail and into his legs. The warmth was so subtle that he had not sensed it earlier. In this heightened state, he could perceive every part of his body, leading him to this discovery. The warmth appeared to be nourishing his legs, providing an exquisite sense of comfort. What purpose did this warmth serve? Why did it manifest? Xiao Nai found himself engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from the distant road, drawing nearer and causing the ground to tremble, rustling the surrounding trees. Perched on a branch, Xiao Nai craned his neck to investigate. To his surprise, it was the police. 3 mounted officers, accompanied by 2 squads of fully armed officers on bicycles, passed by, heading towards a nearby community. "Hurry up! Keep up!" barked the anxious captain, urging his fellow officers behind him. The policemen appeared visibly flustered, as if confronted by an urgent situation, each covered in dust. "Meow? What is happening? Is there trouble in that community?" The direction seemed to lead to a place he had visited the previous night, and for reasons unknown, Xiao Nai sensed something was amiss. As if he had overlooked an important detail. Curious, he observed the path the officers took, contemplated briefly, and then leapt from the tree to pursue them. With the addition of a tail, he moved cautiously, not wishing to attract the attention of professional hunters. He recalled that every city had a hunteress guild, a neutral organization dedicated to serving professional hunters. These hunters made a living by hunting magical beasts, engaging with danger daily. They were a more fearsome presence than soldiers. After all, soldiers primarily had the duty of guarding cities and seldom ventured out for hunts, whereas professional hunters faced little restraint and fought regularly, amassing extensive combat experience. During his time in school, he had heard that over half of the students aspired to become professional hunters. However, transitioning into a hunter was a formidable challenge, far more difficult than becoming a soldier. The assessments were notoriously rigorous, unless one was an esper or had cultivated internal strength. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to succeed. Xiao Nai had once admired those professional hunters, and upon graduation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he had planned to pursue a career as one. Yet now, all of this felt like a fleeting dream. Chapter 9. The Rodent Calamity Lu Ba Village, number 96. Donghuan Road. This private villa, accompanied by a quaint little courtyard, is now surrounded by a number of daring local residents who watch from a distance, their faces etched with terror. From the second floor of the villa, a voice can be heard desperately calling for help through a pane of glass, yet the onlookers, armed with sticks and brooms, exhibit a mixture of sympathy and trepidation, refraining from rushing in to offer assistance. What could be the reason for their hesitation? It turns out that the villa is besieged by an overwhelming horde of mice, numbering in the thousands. They scurry across the ground, the roof, and the railings, creating a dark, oppressive cloud that sends shivers down the spines of all who gaze upon them. The incessant squeaking of the rodents fills the air, particularly the unsettling sound of them gnawing at the walls, which makes everyone feel a profound sense of dread, no matter how insignificant a creature may be. When its numbers swell to a certain extent, it can become a calamity. The sudden congregation of so many mice around this villa has inevitably led to a rodent disaster. Isn't He Yuliang suffering from the consequences of his misdeeds? A young resident disdainfully remarked to his companions. "Let us not be so harsh," another interjected. Though He Yuliang may not be the most admirable person, his wife has always been quite kind. Moreover, the children are innocent. We may accept that retribution falls upon He Yuliang, but it would be unjust for it to extend to his wife and daughters. An elderly man, witnessing the mother and daughter calling for help from behind the glass, felt a pang of compassion. "Have we called the police? This situation requires their intervention. We are but mere mortals and would be no match for those rodents," one person suggested. "Someone has already reported it. After all, regardless of his shortcomings, He Yuliang is our district chief in Luhu district, and there are plenty of opportunists eager to curry favor with him," another chimed in. "Be cautious. He Yuliang is right there hiding. Should he overhear your words, you will surely regret it," one individual warned, gesturing toward a group gathered on the nearby road. Exchanging furtive glances. "I am not afraid of him," a young man pretended to dismiss, though the lowered tone of his voice betrayed his lack of confidence. Even though martial law is currently in effect and the officers hold power, those in authority still possess significant influence over the lives of ordinary citizens. The rodents appeared to be searching for something, darting chaotically around the villa. Neighbors, terrified, fled their homes, watching helplessly as the mice wreaked havoc in their vicinity. Feeling a deep sense of despair, those merely caught in the crossfire were fortunate enough to escape, yet the individuals trapped within the villa had no chance to flee. Had it not been for the sturdy construction of the house and the high-quality doors and windows, the mice would have surely invaded their sanctuary by now. Why haven't the police arrived yet? Do they not realize this is a matter concerning my household? If anything happens to my wife and daughter, I will surely confront the mayor and demand the removal of that Xiao, He Yuliang yelled, a mixture of fear and urgency evident in his voice as he surveyed the dire situation. If the district head possessed such vast authority prior to the catastrophe, he would likely have dared to dismiss the head of the district police. Alas, in this contemporary world, all armed personnel are under the command of military officers, rendering government officials incapable of directing those armed forces. This district head, should he harbor grievances against the police, can merely relay his discontent upwards. District head, Xiao Zhu has already summoned the police. I believe the officers will arrive shortly, and Madam He and the young miss will surely be unharmed, spoke a nearby individual, wiping the sweat from his brow with caution. The current district head was akin to a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment, and this person felt trepidation. If we wait any longer, my wife and daughter will be fed to the rats. He Yuliang bellowed, his eyes reddened with urgency. He had not returned home the previous night, having spent it with his mistress. Due to work obligations, he had come back in the morning to retrieve his belongings, only to be met with this dreadful news. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding individuals feigned empathy, yet inwardly they were disdainful, thinking, if he cares so deeply for his wife, why did he leave her alone at home? Surely he was off pursuing his mistress. The sound of hooves echoed, and district head He, seizing upon it like a lifeline, turned towards the source with a glimmer of hope. This community boasted but a single police station, staffed by only 4 or 5 officers, while the current police force could only be found at the Luhu district branch, which was quite a distance away, necessitating considerable time for their arrival. Unlike the pre-catastrophe era, the present society was marked by a disruption in oil supply lines, rendering gasoline exorbitantly expensive, and leaving few able to afford the fuel-consuming contraptions of yore. Many had reverted to traditional means of transportation, such as horses and bicycles. However, due to the scarcity of horses, the majority relied on bicycles as their primary mode of transport. This must be district head He ahead, called out the leading officer from atop his horse, addressing He Yuliang and his group. Captain Zhao, it is I, He Yuliang. I did not expect you to lead the charge personally. My home is overrun with rats. Please, I implore you to save my wife and daughter. I shall express my gratitude in person afterward. Although He Yuliang felt a twinge of resentment at the condescending demeanor of the officer, he had no choice but to adopt a submissive tone given his current plight. You are too kind, district head. Protecting citizens is our duty as police officers. Rest assured, I will ensure the safety of your family, Captain Zhao replied, his expression smug as he absent-mindedly touched the mole beside his nose. Seeing the usually arrogant Xiao now bowing to him filled He Yuliang with a sense of satisfaction. In the past, he had wielded his position as the head of Luhu district, holding sway over logistical matters, and had often found himself at the mercy of Xiao, enduring much humiliation. Thus, he eagerly seized this opportunity to regain some semblance of pride. Indeed, officers like Captain Zhao, who serve the nation and its people, are a rarity these days. I will certainly petition the mayor to award you a commendation. Though He Yuliang felt discomfort within, he suppressed it for the sake of his wife and daughter. 2 factions exist among the 2 individuals, and although there are occasional frictions, he is well aware of these dynamics. Now that he seeks a favor from the other party, he must acquiesce, with the intention of regaining his dignity later. Director, he has overpraised me. I am merely fulfilling my duties, he remarked. Every officer within the police force is dedicated to the protection of citizens, and I am but an ordinary policeman. Upon hearing the mention of the mayor, Captain Zhao realized he must not overstep his bounds. Although the police station is overseen by the city defense commander of Luyuan City, the mayor holds no sway over them. Yet should the mayor approach the commander with grievances, it would not bode well for him. Brothers, hurry and save the people. Do you not see that lives are at stake? Captain Zhao exclaimed, raising his head and dismounting, gesturing towards the villa with his whip as he instructed his subordinates. In the present day, the nation is under military control, conferring greater authority upon those wielding firearms than upon government officials responsible for administration. The adage that power emanates from the barrel of a gun remains an enduring truth. Thus, in Liuhu District, Captain Zhao, who commands the district's police station, possesses more leverage than Director He, who oversees the district government. This time, Captain Zhao had brought both of his 2 squads, each comprising 20 men divided into 2 teams of 10. Upon hearing their superiors' orders, the squad leaders hastily dismounted and directed their subordinates to prepare tools for rodent extermination. Having been briefed on the situation in advance, they were well equipped with various implements for the task. Captain Xiao, holding his whip and with his hands behind his back, approached Director He. Such matters did not require his direct supervision. He was merely present to oversee the scene. Although reports indicated a significant rodent presence, the sight of the overwhelming black mass still sent shivers down everyone's spines. Even the 3 horses that accompanied them remained restless, snorting and stamping their hooves in agitation. Were it not for the officers securing them to trees along the roadside, they might have bolted in fear. "Captain, are we truly going to charge in there?" one officer questioned, looking apprehensively at the villa. "Do you think we are here for sightseeing? Put on your protective gear. Given this situation, we might encounter magical beasts," replied the squad leader, casting a stern look at him. "Captain, don't scare me. We are no match for those creatures, not even to be their snack," another officer remarked, fear evident in his voice. "Look at you, quaking in your boots. Is your firearm merely for show?" the squad leader retorted. "But we are dealing with magical beasts. Our meager guns may suffice against ordinary animals, but what can they do against such foes?" the officer countered, seeking to justify his trepidation. In this era, magical beasts are indeed humanity's greatest adversaries. While humans ostensibly maintain dominion over the land, vast regions have slipped from their grasp, falling under the control of these formidable creatures. Each year, numerous lives are sacrificed in efforts to clear areas of human activity from magical beasts, while the deep, uncharted mountains and forests remain beyond the reach of such efforts. Those realms are seldom trodden by anyone other than professional hunters who make their living by pursuing magical beasts. Not all magical beasts possess overwhelming strength. Some are not significantly more formidable than ordinary animals. One should not frighten oneself unnecessarily. The squad leader, after a brief silence, spoke to comfort them, remarking that if they were already terrified before even engaging, their potential for valor would surely be diminished. Indeed, furthermore, if we falter, we have the military and the enigmatic hunters to rely upon, another officer jestingly remarked. As their conversation unfolded, the surrounding officers began to relax, preparing their tools. They had brought specialized devices designed for dealing with rodents, an apparatus crafted to repel beasts. This repellent was filled with a non-toxic yet irritating liquid, a unique piece of equipment employed by the police to drive away animals. In certain areas, swarms of insects and snakes often appeared, proving difficult to eradicate. Thus, this tool was devised to disperse them. Chapter 10. Extermination of rodents along the verdant strip beside the road. Xiao Nai trailed behind the officers, observing the familiar surroundings. Her suspicions were only further solidified. Avoiding the throngs ahead, Xiao Nai concealed herself beneath a flowering tree by the roadside. Her gaze traversed the pavement, settling on the villa across the way. Meow? Wasn't this the very location where she had caught a mouse the previous night? At that moment, the villa appeared shrouded in a layer of writhing gray, evoking a sense of dread. With her keen eyesight, Xiao Nai could clearly discern the multitude of mice scurrying along the walls and floor. Goodness, so many mice. Even Xiao Nai, with her robust mental fortitude, felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of such an overwhelming number of rodents. While it is true that cats are the natural predators of mice, circumstances dictate that this is not an absolute. The principle of quantity leading to qualitative change holds true, faced with such an overwhelming horde. Even the most ferocious cat would hesitate to charge forth. By her estimation, there must be thousands of them gathered here. It seemed likely that this entire area was a congregation point for the rodents, perhaps drawn by the scent of the mouse horde. Xiao Nai noticed several other cats appearing in the vicinity. Yet, they too were deterred by the sheer number of mice, lingering nearby in anticipation of an opportunity. Meow? Upon hearing the sound of a cat behind her, Xiao Nai turned to investigate, and upon recognizing the feline, a sardonic smile crossed her face. This cat was a yellow tabby, the very one that had swatted her aside when she first arrived in this area. The yellow cat, startled by her sudden turn, took several steps back, gazing at her with evident trepidation. Judging by its demeanor, it seemed to recognize her. Meow? Xiao Nai issued a warning call, then disregarded the tabby. It was likely that this yellow cat had been drawn here by the scent of the mice. Cats possess an acute sense of smell, rivaling that of dogs. With such a multitude of rodents amassed, surely all the cats in the vicinity would be lured in. Once the tabby realized that Xiao Nai was no longer paying it any mind, it settled down, taking up a position not far from her, eyes gleaming as they fixated on the horde of mice across the way. Meow? Why are these mice gathering here? A flash of the white mouse crossed Xiao Nai's mind. Oh no, could it possibly be connected to me? Xiao Nai furrowed her brow, gazing at the silhouette behind the glass, calling for help. Xindao, regardless of the circumstances. This individual must be saved, for the calamity indeed bears a significant likelihood of being self-inflicted. Yet, how shall one effect the rescue? To this end, he turned his gaze towards the location of the police. The members of the police force, following orders from above, began to unload their equipment from their bicycles. Subsequently, they donned apparatus resembling oxygen tanks, with hoses connected to gun-like handles. Clad in protective suits and equipped with gas masks, they brandished spray guns, fully armed. Those without such gear held handguns in one hand and batons in the other, trailing behind. The preparedness of these officers garnered nods of approval from the surrounding residents. With a commanding shout from the police captain, the entire team initiated their rodent dispersal operation. Squeak, squeak. The proximity of the officers agitated the swarm of rats. Some rodents, upon sensing the humans' approach, immediately began to screech aggressively. The leading officer exchanged glances with his partner, raised his spray gun, and aimed it at the rats outside the villa door, unleashing a dense mist from the nozzle. Whoosh, whoosh. The rats caught in the spray emitted piercing shrieks, soon scattering in chaos. Wherever the mist reached, the rodents hastily retreated. Observing the efficacy of the spray, the police personnel breathed a sigh of relief. "Quick, open the door," exclaimed one of the squad leaders, elated by the turn of events. "Captain, the door is locked, and we have no key," one officer replied helplessly. "Go report this to the captain." "Yes." The officer then hurried to their captain, and after a brief exchange, returned with a key in hand. "Quickly, unlock the door." After clearing the rats from the entrance, someone shouted. The officer approached cautiously, key in hand, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any rats that might charge at him. Though he appeared timid, none of his colleagues mocked him, for the rodents they had driven away were lurking just beyond the range of the spray, watching them with predatory intent. Under the scrutiny of so many pairs of eyes, even seasoned officers felt a shiver run down their spines. Armed and alert, they were ready to fire at the slightest hint of danger. Creak, hiss. The sharp sound of metal grinding echoed as the iron gate of the villa swung open. Suddenly, a swarm of dark figures surged forth from the open door. The officer who had opened the door, caught unawares, was beset by a throng of rats. Eliciting a wretched cry, "Use the spray gun," shouted an officer from behind, and a cloud of mist enveloped the beleaguered officer, scattering the rats before rescuing him. Once he was returned to the ranks, a collective gasp arose from the team. His body bore numerous bite marks, his clothing was stained with blood, and his feet were in a deplorable state. The timely aid was crucial, otherwise, after a brief delay, those unfortunate individuals might have been reduced to mere bones by the ravenous rodents. This was indeed a moment of negligence on their part, compounded by the iron door's impeccable ceiling, which obscured the interior from outside view. 2 officers were dispatched to escort the injured to the hospital. Upon witnessing the grave injuries sustained by the officer, a squad leader promptly ordered 2 officers to take the casualty away. Once they departed, the remaining personnel became acutely aware of their surroundings, treading carefully and maintaining vigilance with each step. When confronted by a swarm of rats, they employed a spray gun to clear a path. Observing the efficacy of the spray gun, everyone concluded that they could charge into the building and rescue those trapped inside. However, the first officer to reach the courtyard was struck with panic upon perceiving the scene before him. "There are monsters," he exclaimed, inciting terror among the officers behind him, who hesitated in their advance. They readied their spray guns to ward off the approaching swarm. Other officers prepared, checking their firearms. "With so many of us and an arsenal at hand, even if they are monsters, we can vanquish them," a squad leader declared loudly, and thus they cautiously surged forward. Xiao Nai, concealed in the shade of a tree, observed this unfolding drama with admiration for the officers' courageous resolve. Despite their fear, their sense of duty propelled them to confront danger head-on, a testament to their commendable character. Although unable to discern the specific perils within, Xiao Nai clearly heard the alarming shout. Monsters, his greatest fear had materialized. Indeed, it was connected to him. Had he not slain that white rat the previous night, perhaps these events would not have transpired. "Oh dear," he mused, realizing the mother and daughter duo had unwittingly become entangled in his troubles. He could not allow harm to befall them, lest his conscience be plagued with guilt. The sound of gunfire erupted, reverberating in a relentless barrage. This cacophony sent shivers down the spines of those outside, a wave of unease swelling within. Subsequently, observers outside witnessed flashes of white light in the courtyard, accompanied by tremors emanating from the ground. "Help! Curse it! There are monsters! Save me! Retreat!" The cries were filled with terror, revealing that this was no ordinary creature. The sounds of anguish resonated from within, followed by the sight of a group of officers stumbling out of the villa's courtyard in disarray. Those officers dared not turn back to fire their weapons, as if pausing would seal their fates. The rats outside seemed to have gone mad, disregarding even the scents they typically loathed, charging towards the panicked officers. Countless rodents cascaded from the walls, a dark wave threatening to overwhelm the courtyard. Oh no, this is a disaster, Xiao Nai thought, his eyes flashing with anger as his blood surged with fervor. These officers were innocent. He could not stand idly by and watch them perish before him. In an instant, Xiao Nai shot out from the shadows, transforming into a swift shadow as he raced towards the fray. Xiao Nai's sudden movement startled the nearby cats, yet upon witnessing her charge towards the horde of mice, the other felines seemed to draw inspiration, letting out a collective cry as they followed suit. The onlookers outside were taken aback by this unexpected spectacle, hastily retreating from the scene, with Captain Zhao even preparing to mount his horse in flight. Particularly, District Chief he revealed a glimmer of despair, but upon seeing the cats rush forth, a flicker of hope ignited within his eyes, especially when he caught sight of the distinct black cat leading the charge. Xiao Nai had no time to dwell on the happenings behind her. Her focus was solely on the officers ahead and the swarming rodents. With remarkable agility, she traversed the several meters of pavement in a flash. Faced with the dense mass of shadows before her, fear was absent, replaced instead by an insatiable thirst for blood and a profound indifference to life. In that moment, Xiao Nai transformed into a bloodthirsty predator, surging towards her quarry. She deftly circumvented the retreating police lines, darting towards the mice beside them. Some officers displayed surprise at her sudden appearance, but they did not falter. Though they recognized that this black cat was no ordinary feline, they nonetheless perceived her movements as those of a savior. Without their specialized tools for dealing with the rodent horde, they were utterly outmatched. The officers burdened with heavy spray devices were unable to escape. In a swift motion, Xiao Nai crushed 2 mice beneath her paws. In the face of the throng, she could only unleash her speed and strength, barreling through the swarm. Any momentary pause would see her engulfed by the mice, and even her formidable prowess would not save her from their bites. The teeth of these rodents were far from dull, sharp enough to pierce through her flesh. Some of the mice lunged at Xiao Nai, but she evaded them effortlessly, moving too swiftly for them to connect. In her intense focus, time seemed to slow. Xiao Nai could distinctly feel every part of her body. Her sharp claws extended and sunk into the flesh of the mice upon contact, retracting seamlessly as she ran, allowing her to maintain her momentum. These actions were instinctual, requiring no deliberate control on her part. Xiao Nai did not linger in combat, quickly weaving through the chaos. Any mouse she managed to strike was either killed or severely injured. As she swept through the rodent horde, the mice appeared to recall their innate fear of cats. Confronted by their natural enemy, they instinctively recoiled in terror. The previously formidable aura of the mouse swarm dissipated under Xiao Nai's onslaught. Now, upon sighting Xiao Nai, the mice scattered in panic, their retreat unexpected even to her. This disruption halted their advance, allowing the officers to escape the jaws of danger and regroup on the road. Coupled with the cats and stray dogs that had been observing from the periphery, the pursuit of the rodents intensified, effectively curbing the expansion of the mouse horde. As Xiao Naisong exhaled a breath of relief, an inexplicable sense of dread suddenly surged from within, as though some terrifying creature had fixed its gaze upon him. Instinctively, he turned his attention towards the villa. Chapter 11. The rescue. At the entrance of the villa, 2 colossal rats, one gray and one white, emerged alongside a horde of their kind. Their blood-red eyes glared menacingly at Xiao Nai, as if an ancient vendetta festered between them, sending chills down his spine. Have you ever encountered a rat larger than a cat? These 2 were indeed such creatures. The gray rat was remarkably robust, and in terms of stature, Xiao Nai appeared diminutive when standing before it, akin to a slight individual facing a brawny man. The white rat, slightly more slender, still dwarfed Xiao Nai. Surrounding them were 3 smaller gray rats, forming a protective circle around the 2 giants. These gray rats moved with an air of superiority among the throng, and scattered around them lay several disheveled corpses, gnawed upon by a multitude of rodents. It was clear that they were beyond salvation. Meow. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Nai felt his pupils constrict involuntarily as the shadow of death loomed over his heart. A chilling, terrifying voice echoed within him, declaring that death was imminent. His heart, which beat with fervor, felt as though it were ensnared by invisible shackles, making each breath increasingly laborious. In this world, there exist no true natural predators. The supreme law of nature dictates that the strong prey upon the weak. Cats are deemed the natural enemies of rats because of their greater strength and proclivity for hunting them. However, in the face of these 2 formidable rats, Xiao Nai understood that his only option was to flee. From the moment he laid eyes on them, he he realized he was no match for such adversaries. If it had merely been the 3 smaller gray rats, he would have felt confident to engage in battle, but against these 2 giants, he harbored no such confidence. Unlike humans, who, regardless of size, do not instill fear in him, these 2 rats were of a size that indicated they were magical beasts, and not merely newly awakened ones. Most magical beasts grow larger and become stronger as they advance in rank. It can be said that the strength of a magical beast is often proportional to its size. To gauge the prowess of a magical beast, one need only compare it to ordinary creatures of the same species. These 2 large rats were undoubtedly 2nd or 3rd tier magical beasts, regardless of their rank. Xiao Nai comprehended that he was not their equal. If it were only one, he might have entertained the notion of a fight, but facing 5 magical beasts, he knew there was no chance of survival. The little white rat from last night was a different matter, although it was also a magical beast. Its body had shown no significant change, and its abilities were not of an offensive nature. Once its hypnosis failed to affect him, he could only succumb to its will. However, the magical beasts he faced now were not to be underestimated. He had no faith that they lacked offensive abilities. Moreover, their dark powers were likely superior to his own, leaving him with no option but to escape. As for the possibility of a 4th-tier beast, he had not even considered it. Should it be a 4th-tier entity, Xiao Nai would possess no capacity for resistance, and the entirety of Lu Yuan City would become its slaughterhouse. The 4th-tier magical beasts are truly terrifying, far beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to contend with. In the entirety of Huaxia, there are nearly 10 million ability users, yet the number of 4th-tier powers scarcely exceeds 200. Furthermore, in Lu Yuan City, there has been no word of the existence of 4th-tier ability users. The emergence of a 4th-tier magical beast within the city would undoubtedly spell disaster. A myriad of thoughts flitted through my mind, but they dissipated as swiftly as they came. Meow, with a defiant shout directed at the horde of rodents. It fled without looking back. This was all it could do. The survival of the mother and daughter now lay in the hands of fate. Damn it! The military had assured that the city was free of magical beasts, yet here they were in abundance. Indeed, these were mere deceptions to placate the populace. In this world, no place is entirely safe. Squeak. Upon witnessing the cat escape, which bore the scent akin to that of its missing offspring, the gray rat king let out an enraged shriek and pursued after it, rallying the other rodents. Suddenly, a beam of white light materialized beside the rat king, swiftly forming into an arrow-like shape. In an instant, the luminous arrow transformed into a streak of light, aimed at Xiao Nai. It was the rat queen. Seeing Xiao Nai attempt to flee, she could not restrain herself from making the first move. As Xiao Nai ran, a tightening sensation gripped its heart, akin to a bee sting piercing from behind. The instincts of a beast alerted it to the imminent danger, prompting an instinctive leap to the side. Just as it evaded, a white beam sliced through the air beside it, causing Xiao Nai to break out in a cold sweat. How perilous! What kind of ability was that? Although it had narrowly escaped, Xiao Nai understood that had it been struck, its fate would have been far from pleasant. The unfolding scene further affirmed its instincts. To thwart another potential assault from this light-like ability, it began to run in a zigzag pattern, with the Rat King's cries echoing. The swarm of rodents surged towards Xiao Nai like a tidal wave. It became clear that the reason this horde surrounded the villa was to compel Xiao Nai to reveal itself. The little white rat that Xiao Nai had devoured the previous night was the offspring of the Rat King and the Rat Queen. Upon discovering its disappearance, the Rat King led the horde from the underground realm to the surface, ultimately tracking down the location where the little white rat had vanished, resulting in the current predicament. As for why it did not slay the 2 humans, this was due to the scent of a cat detected at the site of the little white rat's disappearance. Assuming the cat was a pet of the humans, the Rat King sought to ensnare the mother and daughter to lure Xiao Nai out. After Xiao Nai's appearance, the Rat King confirmed its essence and realized that Xiao Nai was the cat responsible for the fate of the little white rat. Thus, the Rat King emerged from the villa. Otherwise, they would have remained hidden within its confines. With the continuous evolution of creatures, the intelligence of magical beasts is not inferior to that of humans. As the swarm of rodents receded like a tide, the remaining humans stood in stunned silence, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. "Mom, it was Heido who saved us," remarked the little girl, her eyes swollen from tears as she gazed out the second-floor window of the villa, taking in the scene outside. The black cat is a rare sight, particularly one with fur as dark as night. Despite having an additional tail, the little girl, who often accompanies her mother to the park to feed stray cats and dogs, quickly recognized Xiao Nai. Her mother also took notice. Observing the harrowing scene outside, the girl's mother appeared somewhat dazed. In this era, Human life is exceedingly fragile. Incidents of individuals being killed by monstrous beasts unfold daily. Those vile rodents have gone after Heido. Can Heido escape? The little girl asked, turning her head with a look of pity. Yes, Heido is a cat, and cats are not afraid of rodents. When I have the time, I will take you to the park to see Heido, madam, he declared firmly, embracing her daughter. Wonderful mother. When we see Heido, I must bring it its favorite fish treats. The child's innocent thoughts quickly shifted, momentarily diverting her attention from the grim reality in their yard. Upon hearing her mother's words, the little girl erupted into joyous laughter. Hearing her daughter's laughter, the fear on Madame He's face dissipated significantly, and she silently prayed for the black cat that had saved both her and her daughter. After the swarm of rats departed, District Chief He hurried home from afar. Upon seeing that his wife and daughter were unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief and slowly made his way home. The devastation in the yard weighed heavily on District Chief He's heart. These police officers had sacrificed themselves for his family, and he knew he must do something in return. In truth, He Yuliang was not entirely malevolent. Aside from being somewhat greedy and lecherous, he had not committed any truly heinous acts. Among all the officials in the municipal government, his conduct was relatively commendable. Other members of the police force followed suit, their eyes red with grief as they collected the bodies of their fallen comrades. Captain, we have encountered a monstrous beast. This is beyond our capacity to handle. Should we? A squad leader approached the captain, inquiring. Nonsense. Quickly fire the flare to signal the appearance of the beast. We cannot bear the responsibility for the deaths of so many. Look at the direction the swarm of rats fled. It must be towards the park. And we do not know how many more lives may be lost, Captain Zhao replied irritably. This matter could jeopardize their positions if mishandled. It was not entirely their fault. Who would have anticipated that a monstrous beast would emerge from such a rat swarm, leading to such a significant setback for their police force? Whoosh. Boom. A blood-red flare shot into the sky. Even if it was daytime, its immense sound resonated throughout Liyuan City, alerting many citizens. 3 consecutive blasts. The area is under threat from a monstrous beast. A triple blast signal indicates the emergence of dangerous creatures, a warning familiar to many citizens. The sound of those 3 blasts startled several individuals, who quickly made their way toward the direction from which the flare had been fired. The emergence of a monstrous beast in the city is no trivial matter. Xiao Nai was facing a monumental transformation, shifting from hunter to prey. A phenomenon that left it somewhat bewildered. Meow. At this moment, it finally comprehended the psychological state of those rodents it had previously hunted. Xiao Nai's physique was remarkably agile, with a swift reflexes and an exceptional ability to leap. Consequently, should it wish to flee, the rodents would find it quite challenging to catch up in a brief moment. However, the Mouse King had already deemed it to be the perpetrator responsible for the demise of the little white mice and relentlessly pursued it without relent. Ah, there's a mouse. Help. Curse it, don't chase me. A person, caught in the chaos of the rodent swarm, was soon overwhelmed by the throng of mice. Get away. One individual wielded a branch in an attempt to scare the mice, but after just a few futile swings, he too was engulfed by the horde. Such instances were not uncommon. Anyone who stood in the path of the rodent swarm and failed to escape in time was swiftly consumed by the tide of mice. Throughout this ordeal, several individuals were inadvertently affected by the pursuing swarm behind Xiao Nai. Many who spotted the rodents screamed and hastily moved aside. Yet a few unfortunate souls were still overtaken by the relentless mice, subsequently succumbing to the swarm. Xiao Nai felt a silent pang of guilt, for it had endeavored to run towards less populated areas to avoid harming anyone. Suddenly, Xiao Nai sensed that the ground beneath it felt somewhat soft, causing a jolt of alarm to surge within. Instinctively, it leaped to the side. Upon glancing back, it witnessed the ground at that spot suddenly sink, forming a pit in an instant. Meow. If it hadn't jumped swiftly, it would have surely fallen into that pit. Was that the same mouse employing its abilities against it? Previously, it had been the white giant mouse utilizing a light-based attack. Now, it seemed to be an earth-based power. What other abilities might the other mice possess? Oh, for goodness sake. The thought made Xiao Nai feel utterly despondent. So many magical beasts were bullying this solitary cat. Would they not allow it to live? How about a fair duel? Chapter 12. The race of life and death. Xiao Nai's speed far surpassed that of the mice. Yet it was compelled to dodge the attacks from the white mouse, making it wary of traveling in a straight line. It opted for a zigzag pattern, which rendered it unable to shake off the pursuit of the swarm. A straight path would make it an easy target. Suddenly, it sensed a flicker of shadow behind it, followed by a jolt as a mouse leaped onto its back. Damn it! It's one of the 3 slightly smaller gray mice. The Mouse King and Queen were still amidst the horde behind, while the other ordinary mice could not keep pace. Only these 3 gray mice were nearly as swift, closely gripping its rear. Taking advantage of the sand pit's emergence, one of the gray mice seized the opportunity to close the distance. Meow, that hurts. Xiao Nai suddenly felt a sharp pain on its back, eliciting a cry of distress. It thrashed violently, yet the wretched gray mouse clung on stubbornly. Instead, the movement only intensified its pain, causing it to gasp. Oh, for heaven's sake. Did you think you could latch onto me and escape unscathed? Xiao Nai maintained its speed. For should it halt, the rodent swarm would inevitably catch up. With a surge of will, its tail transformed into a serpent's tail, opening its massive jaws wide to swallow the gray mouse that had latched onto its back. Fueled by its hatred for the gray mouse, Xiao Nai harbored no thoughts of mercy. As the confrontation escalated, the gray mouse bit a piece of flesh from its own back, inflicting immense pain that made it grit its teeth. Suddenly, a gray mouse beast, witnessing this distressing scene, lunged forward in an attempt to rescue its kin. However, it was swiftly repelled by the snake's tail, which lashed out with ferocity, sending the creature tumbling into the throng of rodents. Had it not been clinging to the gray mouse, the feline, Xiao Nai, would not have spared it a second thought. A surge of warm energy manifested behind him, and once again, the sensation of something burgeoning within him surged to the forefront of his mind. After absorbing this experience, Xiao Nai comprehended that he was on the verge of growing a new tail. The last time, he had missed witnessing the process due to his slumber. This time, he was determined to observe every detail. Subsequently, a radiant white light emanated from his tail, and the wounds on his back vanished at a visibly rapid pace under the glow. Fortuitously, he possessed this extraordinary ability. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. However, upon glancing behind him, he was met with a sea of dark silhouettes. There were indeed an overwhelming number of mice. The Mouse King, upon realizing that one of its offspring had been devoured by Xiao Nai, erupted into a frenzy of frantic cries. Initially, it had intended to toy with the cat before delivering the fatal blow, seeking vengeance for the demise of one of its young the previous night. Yet, it had not anticipated the loss of yet another child at the hands of this wretched feline, driving it into a state of madness. The White Mouse Queen felt similarly, grieving the loss of its progeny. With reckless abandon, it unleashed a volley of light arrows towards the ebony cat, its eyes filled with sorrow and fury. It became clear that these 3 slightly smaller gray mouse beasts were offspring of the Gray Mouse King and the White Mouse Queen, akin to the one that Xiao Nai had slain the night prior. Since the onset of biological mutation, if both parents possessed awakened abilities, their progeny would similarly awaken powers. Conversely, if only one parent had such abilities, the offspring would have only a 50% chance of awakening powers themselves. Both the Mouse King and Queen had awakened powers. Thus, all their offspring were also beasts imbued with abilities. This was the catalyst that had drawn a multitude of beasts seeking revenge against Xiao Nai for the demise of a single white mouse beast. It could be said that Xiao Nai had inadvertently disturbed a nest of beasts, and his misfortunes in recent times were palpable. First, he had met an inexplicable death, only to be reborn as an animal, and now, after such a brief interval, he faced a relentless pursuit from a horde of beasts. This illustrated just how unfortunate his circumstances had become, verging on the negative. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Nai, through the perspective afforded by the snake's tail, observed the Mouse King charge forth from the horde, its piercing shrieks echoing as it barreled towards him. This sight startled Xiao Nai, prompting him to realize he had indeed provoked the Mouse King. Utilizing the vantage provided by the snake's tail, he narrowly evaded a light arrow. As the Mouse King closed in, fear gripped him. If caught, even for a moment, he would be engulfed by the swarm of rodents, sealing his fate. In this critical juncture, Xiao Nai summoned his composure. Surveying his surroundings, he sought the glimmer of hope that might save him. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as a plan took shape within his mind. Although he hesitated momentarily, he soon resolved himself with unwavering determination. In comparison to death, other matters truly hold little significance for Xiao Nai. He harbors no belief that, should he meet death once more, he would be fortunate enough to be reborn again. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and his gaze turned cold and detached. As his resolve solidified, his figure seemed to quicken, creating a slight distance from the approaching king of mice, which had been drawing nearer. In that moment, he exuded the aura of a bloodthirsty hunter, his body fully merging with his soul. The wind howled fiercely, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. A shrill cry from the king of mice echoed behind him, its blood-red gaze seemingly capable of tearing him apart. Yet, upon seeing the king of mice so close, Xiao Nai displayed no signs of panic. The serpent's head on his tail suddenly expanded, its massive maw lunging toward the king of mice. Given that the king was charging directly at him from such a short distance, Xiao Nai seized the opportunity to strike, making it difficult for the king to evade. Faced with this perilous attack, a flicker of disdain crossed the king of mice's eyes. Indeed, it was disdain. Xiao Nai could clearly perceive it through the serpent's eyes. Meow, although I recognize your prowess, your utter contempt for me is utterly unforgivable. With this thought, Xiao Nai accelerated the speed of his serpent tail, widening its jaws further. Intent on swallowing the king of mice whole, just as he had done with the previous gray mouse. However, the king of mice remained unfazed. A chilling smile gracing its features as it burrowed into the ground, vanishing into the concrete of the road without leaving a trace. What is happening? Although aware of the king of mice's cunning nature and the improbability of easily defeating it, such a mysterious disappearance was truly unsettling. Xiao Nai found himself momentarily bewildered by the king's sudden evasion, yet he understood the gravity of his situation and did not allow his speed to diminish. Nevertheless, the king's disappearance into the earth tightened his chest, compelling him to focus his attention on the ground beneath him, wary of a potential ambush. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss below, as a dark shadow erupted from the ground. Meow? Xiao Nai emitted a pitiful cry as his body was sent flying by the collision with the king of mice. The king, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. Its gaping maw stained with blood and emanating a chilling aura as it lunged toward him in midair. The impact left Xiao Nai in agony, his heart twisting in pain. Yet, in this critical moment, he knew he must maintain his composure. Any hint of panic could lead to his demise at the hands of the king of mice. Enduring the excruciating pain, he attuned himself to his surroundings. Suspended in midair, devoid of any solid footing, evasion from the charging king seemed impossible. But what did that matter? Xiao Nai would not perish in such a wretched place, nor would he succumb to a mere rodent. With a swift motion, his serpent tail lashed out, delivering a quick and fierce strike that caught the king of mice off guard. The force of the blow halted the king's momentum. Though it did not send the creature flying, a trickle of blood began to ooze from the corner of its mouth. Xiao Nai collided with a tree at the roadside, and upon hitting the ground, it immediately invoked the healing light ability bestowed by the little white mouse. Once its injuries were mended, it turned its gaze backward. There, it beheld the Mouse King, with blood-red eyes and a sinister grin, slowly approaching. At that moment, the swarm of mice had encircled the spot where it stood. As it looked at the oppressive mass surrounding it, Xiao Nai felt as though it had plunged into utter despair. Goodness, am I to be reborn once more today? A surge of reluctance welled up within Xiao Nai, prompting it to leap up the tree behind it. Perched on a branch, it surveyed the dark mass of mice below, resolutely thinking that they would not easily bring about its demise. Soon, it noticed an apartment behind the tree, and a glint of coldness flashed in its eyes as it leapt toward a branch dangerously close to the house. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Mouse King, witnessing the audacity of that wretched cat refusing to succumb, let out a furious roar. In truth, the Mouse King possessed two abilities. One was earth evasion, and the other was the Dominion Aura. The latter was a psychic ability, which was the fundamental reason it could command the mouse horde. Unfortunately, this Dominion Aura was only effective on its kind. Otherwise, the Mouse King would be truly terrifying. The Mouse King and the Mouse Queen had 4 offspring. The little white mouse was the most gifted, having awakened the light-based healing ability and the psychic ability of hypnosis. The small gray mouse that Xiao Nai had devoured had awakened the earth ability of Sand Trap, thus it had not launched any further attacks after being consumed. The other 2 gray mice had awakened abilities as well. One had developed the Earth Shield ability, which had allowed it to block police bullets in the villa, while the other had awakened the signature ability of the Mouse King, enabling it to command the mouse horde. This was why these 2 mice had little presence, as their abilities were not offensive in nature. With the Mouse King's roar, the swarm surged toward the tree where Xiao Nai was perched, while the Mouse King watched coldly from below, waiting for the swarm to force it down. Mice are adept climbers, often surpassing cats in this regard. Meow? Xiao Nai observed this scene from the tree, yet felt powerless to intervene. After the earlier battle, its dark energy was nearly depleted, and it had already retracted its serpent tail. However, it sensed something peculiar, a chilling aura infiltrating its body from behind. As this aura mingled with its dark energy, each fusion restored a fragment of its strength, leaving it astounded. Yet, now was not the time for exploration. This aura must have originated from the newly sprouted tail. While climbing the tree, Xiao Nai discovered that it had indeed grown an additional tail, likely during the recent skirmish. The growth was astonishingly rapid, and aside from a slight itch at its rear, it felt no other sensations, unaware of when it had sprouted. Chapter 13. The Professional Hunter. Meow. Could it be that I was so immersed in battle that I failed to notice the growth of this tail and ignored those sensations? Yes, battle it was. I refused to admit it was a retreat. Meow. It transformed once again into a three-tailed cat, expressing a sense of bewilderment at this occurrence. The rapid growth of its tail was so swift that it left him with an uncanny sensation, as though it had not sprouted from his own body, but rather materialized out of thin air. After the tail emerged, the pulsating energy mass behind him vanished, indicating that all the sustenance required for the new tail was drawn from the creatures he had consumed. Xiao Nai pondered thoughtfully, recalling that the creature he had just ingested appeared to be a magical beast. Curiosity piqued. He wondered about the extraordinary abilities possessed by this gray mouse. Without hesitation, he channeled dark energy into his newly acquired tail. As the dark energy flowed in, a peculiar wave radiated outward from his body. Within a radius of over 50 meters, the surrounding mud and stones seemed to momentarily establish a mysterious connection with him. He sensed that, should he wish it, he could cause any part of this area to collapse into sand. This range precisely matched the extent of his dark energy's influence, leading him to understand that this was the so-called control domain of his extraordinary power. Every wielder of unique abilities possesses a specific range within which their powers can operate, and through the use of ability runes, they can only communicate with certain forces that can be affected within that area. Meow? Is this not the very ability that nearly trapped me underground? He mused with a sinister smile as he observed the Mouse King below, frantically commanding the rat horde to charge up the tree where Xiao Nai was perched. Suddenly, the concrete ground beneath the Mouse King softened, and before it could react, a section of the earth collapsed, plunging both the Mouse King and several other rodents nearby into the depths below. In the blink of an eye, a vast pit emerged at the spot where the Mouse King had just stood. The sudden event startled the surrounding rats, causing them to shriek and retreat from the newly formed chasm. Not far off, the Mouse Queen retaliated with a beam of light, but Xiao Nai deftly evaded it. Since ascending the tree, only the Mouse Queen's powers posed a threat to him, prompting him to closely monitor her movements. The light beam was swift, as quick as light itself. However, its formation required time, allowing him to predict and dodge it. Had he waited until the beam was launched before attempting to evade, he would have had no chance of escaping. Meow? Observing the smoke-emitting branch that had been pierced by the light beam not far away, Xiao Nai felt his heart race. Fortunately, the Mouse Queen was not human. Her abilities lacked the foresight to anticipate his movements, or else he would surely have been struck through. Despite having outmaneuvered the Mouse King once, Xiao Nai understood that the king, possessing the ability to burrow through earth, could not be buried alive. Even ordinary rats might not withstand such a fate, as these creatures had long been in communion with the earth. Unless his extraordinary ability could fill the pit, which it could not, he was confident he could bury all the other rats, save for the Mouse King. Sure enough, the Mouse King quickly emerged from the ground, utilizing its earth-burrowing prowess. The other rats began to crawl out slowly from the edges of the pit. Darn it! The peculiar ability to confront the rodents proved to be rather futile, prompting Xiao Nai to refrain from expending any further dark energy. A piercing screech echoed through the air as the swarm of mice began to ascend the tree. With a swift motion, Xiao Nai swatted a mouse that had climbed too close, yet the effort was in vain. For one after another, the rodents seemed utterly fearless, exhibiting an alarming frenzy. During this chaotic episode, Xiao Nai attempted to employ the power of hypnosis to exert control over the surrounding mice, but to no avail. There was not a hint of response. It was evident that, given its current mental fortitude, competing with the rodent king for dominion over the horde was a futile endeavor. Frustratingly, even while perched upon the tree, Xiao Nai dared not linger in any one spot for too long, as the white rodent below remained watchful and menacing. Whenever it hesitated for merely a second or two, the rodent queen would retaliate, leaving Xiao Nai seething with indignation. Scanning the modest tree, it became clear that there were scarcely any secure footholds left. The cacophony of squeaks below indicated that the rodent king and its legion had discerned Xiao Nai's predicament, their heads raised in a frenzied chorus of cries. Meanwhile, at the villa belonging to District Chief He, members of the police force and medical personnel were engaged in a frantic effort to rescue the injured. Some were fortunate. The rodent horde had retreated swiftly, and those who had not succumbed to fatal bites still had a glimmer of hope with mere superficial wounds. At the entrance, an oddly dressed individual was consulting with a police captain regarding the unfolding situation. Not far away, a group of mounted figures silently observed the scene. Clad in an array of colored leather armor, equipped with hunting knives and firearms, seated upon their steeds. Among them, a woman distinguished herself by bearing a long sword on her back, a rarity in this era, especially for one so strikingly beautiful. This woman appeared to lead the group, drawing even more attention to herself. However, the countenance of the group remained cold and intimidating, their presence exuding an aura of formidable ferocity born from frequent combat, causing those around them to avert their gazes and only steal furtive glances at these heavily armed individuals. They appeared weary and travel-worn, as if they had just returned from a long journey. A police lieutenant addressed the corpulent figure before him earnestly, stating, "Esteemed sir, our understanding of the situation is as follows. Please ensure that those accursed rodents are eradicated. Otherwise, the sacrifice of our fallen brothers in the police force will be in vain. Rest assured, brave officers, hunting magical beasts is the duty of us hunters. We shall cleanse this area of the beasts that have appeared, in honor of the spirits of the fallen officers," came the resolute response. These individuals were indeed professional hunters. Having rushed in from afar upon seeing the distress signal, their hearts were heavy with the grim reality of the scene before them, mistakenly believing they had arrived too late. In truth, it was not their tardiness that had led to the tragedy, but rather the negligence of the police, who had only sounded the distress signal after the calamity had occurred. Yet, the police did not feel inclined to clarify this to the hunters, as family disgrace is seldom aired in public. After ascertaining the situation, the rotund figure mounted his horse and hastened towards his squad. Observing his agile movements, one would never suspect that he weighed over 170 pounds. Upon returning to the group, the stout man shouted towards a woman ahead, "Captain, I have gathered the necessary information. A horde of rats is causing chaos, accompanied by several magical beasts, though the specifics remain unclear to the police. Currently, they have been lured away by a black cat, and their whereabouts are unknown." The captain, a strikingly beautiful woman, bore the marks of years spent under the sun. Her complexion slightly darkened and roughened. Her well-toned physique showcased a perfect, healthy silhouette with a swan-like neck and delicate, sensual collarbones. Her figure, robust yet proportionate, appeared especially towering when accentuated by her impeccably tailored gray leather armor. Her slender waist seemed delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Yet combined with her athletic build and the aura of a Valkyrie, it emanated a captivating strength. Her elongated eyes, resembling those of a phoenix, glinted with a formidable intensity. With a hint of crimson in her gaze, she possessed an otherworldly beauty. However, the chilling coldness and indifference she usually exuded rendered her an object of reverence rather than approach. In truth, the stout man's words had not gone unheard. The others, also extraordinary individuals, had clearly perceived the dialogue between him and the police from a distance, thanks to their superhuman hearing. Grey Wolf, upon hearing the stout man's words, the captain's exquisite visage revealed no emotion. She simply listened intently. When informed of the rat infestation, a glimmer of icy resolve flickered in her eyes. Once the stout man concluded his report, she turned her attention to a man nearby, whose face bore 3 prominent scars. This man, known as Grey Wolf, had a short, commanding appearance, yet the claw-like scars marred his rugged handsomeness, rendering him reminiscent of a fierce bandit, instilling fear in those who beheld him. After listening to his captain, he dismounted with agility, handing his horse to a companion. With a grin, he proclaimed, "Fear not. With me, Grey Wolf, they cannot evade our pursuit, no matter where they hide. Indeed, with your keen sense of smell, there should be no trail you cannot follow. By the way, is that how you won your lady's heart?" Though Grey Wolf's smile was somewhat menacing, the stout man found amusement in his companion's fierce grin rather than fear. Seizing the moment to jest, laughter erupted amongst the others, their previously stern expressions softened. Even their cold-hearted captain's icy demeanor thawed somewhat. "Stout man, no amount of jealousy will serve you well," Grey Wolf replied, a hint of pride evident in his tone. "Jealous? Not at all. I have yet to fully enjoy my bachelorhood," the stout man retorted, recalling Grey Wolf's beautiful wife with a touch of envy. He then turned to a thin, somewhat lewd-looking individual, saying, "Rat, are you pleased? This time, it's all your kin." "Shut it," the man named Rat replied, laughing in response. As Grey Wolf approached the entrance of the villa, his form began to undergo a transformation. His fur lengthened, his nose and mouth gradually elongating, and his hands grew larger and coarser, morphing into claws reminiscent of a beast. Transformed into a humanoid wolf, a creature with the head of a wolf and the body of a human materialized before them. The onlookers were taken aback by this transformation, yet their reactions remained restrained. Instead, they gazed at the Grey Wolf with excitement, pointing and whispering among themselves. The various abilities possessed by these extraordinary individuals were hardly secrets. Many possessed shape-shifting powers. Even those who had never witnessed such transformations had heard tales from others. Thus, While they expressed astonishment and reverence towards the supernatural beings, they were not engulfed by fear. For these professional hunters were the guardians of humanity. The gray wolf's power lay in his canine transformation, which he referred to as his wolf-dog form, earning him the moniker Gray Wolf. After crouching at the entrance of the villa and sniffing around, he stood up and nodded to his companions behind him. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding crowd, he swiftly dashed in the direction of the rodent swarm. Upon witnessing this, the others immediately spurred their horses onward, leaving behind a crowd that gazed at their departing figures with a mixture of respect and admiration. They respected their strength and actions, aspiring to their power and lifestyle. Chapter 14. Tail Severed. Escape. Perched upon a sturdy branch, Xiao Nai exhibited an air of utter indifference as he calmly swatted away a rat that lunged at him. This motion had been repeated countless times within this brief span. With his dark energy dwindling, he was relieved that the white rat, noticing him atop the tree, was also quite agile, rendering him reluctant to expend his energy on light arrows. This was indeed good news. However, there was also troubling news. It seemed that the Rat King intended to employ a tactic of attrition against him, as the rodents below coldly observed his struggle, waiting for the swarm to either exhaust him atop the tree or force him down. The branches surrounding him were crawling with rats, and Xiao Nai had reached a point where he could easily leap and land upon one. The wind howled, and the icy waters of the river felt unforgiving. Once a hero sets forth, they do not return. Meow? How desolate this feels. Yet, surrounded by the swarm of rats, his predicament was indeed grim. This ancient saying resonated with Xiao Nai's current reality. He longed for a hero to descend from the heavens to rescue him, but alas, it remained a mere fantasy. However, Xiao Nai still possessed an escape route, one he was reluctant to employ until the very end. Yet, recognizing his current circumstances, he understood that he had no other options left. The ground below was a dark mass, and should he fall, it would surely spell his doom. With this thought, a fierce glint ignited in Xiao Nai's eyes. Meow? He let out a fierce cry toward the surrounding rats, and then his tail transformed into that of a serpent, sweeping away a rat perched on a nearby branch. With a gentle leap, he bounded over to it. At this moment, the branches were teeming with rats. Should he fail to clear them from his path, he would have no foothold and would inevitably find himself stepping on them. At this critical juncture, to tread upon them would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant, ensuring his fall from the tree. The branch was perilously close to the apartment by the roadside. As it scurried along, clearing the branches of the ordinary mice, the matters concerning the rear were left to the serpent's tail to resolve. Had it not been for the sheer number of these common rodents, it would have felt no fear at all, confined within the narrow confines of the tree. The mice were unable to exploit their numerical advantage, which allowed it to persist for so long. However, this was also a testament to its nature as a magical beast. A mere ordinary cat would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Nevertheless, it subtly indicated to the serpent's tail to refrain from consuming the mice, for it held no affection for these commonplace creatures and wished to avoid the pain of losing its tail once more. Unbeknownst to Xiao Nai, this desire would soon become a reality. Upon reaching a fork in the branches near the house, it flashed a toothy grin at the Mouse King below and leaped onto the windowsill of a second-floor apartment. Unfortunately, the window was securely shut. Had it been open, it could have slipped inside. Given the current situation, no one dared to open doors or windows. Hence, although it heard voices within, it refrained from calling out to request they open the window, as it had some understanding of human nature. Meow? Of course, it could have shattered the glass to gain entry, but it feared that the inhabitants inside would suffer the consequences of its actions. Ultimately, faced with humanity, it could not bring itself to be ruthless. With no other choice, it began to ascend. The apartment building was not tall. Once it reached the rooftop, its predicament would be resolved. Ordinary mice could not scale walls, and without a swarm, escaping would be considerably simpler. Regrettably, as Xiao Nai leaped from the tree to the apartment's window ledge, the Mouse King and its cohorts discerned its intentions. After all, despite being animals, they bore little difference from a human disguised in a mouse's skin. Squeak! Squeak! The Mouse King and its followers surged forward, halting at the wall's corner, directing furious cries at Xiao Nai, who was climbing the wall above. Their voices seemed to protest. How could you dare to flee? How could you commit such an embarrassing act of retreat? Yet, for Xiao Nai, who was fully focused on the monumental task of wall climbing, their protests, mockery, and anger fell on deaf ears. Their cries were utterly futile, as it had no inclination to pay them any mind. Climbing a wall required unwavering concentration. For one moment of distraction could lead to becoming part of a feline feast. To its dismay, the wall was adorned with tiles, a most treacherous surface for a cat. Observing its slipping claws, Xiao Nai felt a pang of disappointment. As it climbed the wall from the window ledge, it sensed something was amiss. The tiled sections were not only smoother than the cement wall, but also far harder. It was a pity it had not assessed the situation more carefully at the outset. Otherwise, such a farcical predicament could have been avoided. Meow? No wonder it was said that cats are colorblind. Experiencing it firsthand revealed the truth in that saying. The slick tiles made it difficult to gain a grip. Even when it exerted force with its claws, it proved ineffective. It could only traverse the cracks between the tiles, ascending slowly. Alas, Xiao Nai realized it was destined for tragedy. Had it been a cement wall, it would have swiftly reached the rooftop, evading the Mouse King's extraordinary abilities. However, its current pace is akin to a tortoise, rendering it a living embodiment of a fool. If it cannot achieve its objective now, it either suggests a lack of intellect on the part of the mouse monarch or that it is a relative of the goddess of fortune. Yet, given its transformation from human to feline, it is evident that the goddess of fortune has no connection to it. As for the mouse monarch's intelligence, although it lacks adaptability, it should not be entirely deficient. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged from within, as the instinct of the beast repeatedly alerted it to impending danger. Xiao Nai comprehended that peril was imminent, yet the circumstances rendered escape nearly impossible. It was constrained above and below, mirroring its internal turmoil. A wave of regret washed over it, realizing that its moment of kindness had led to this precarious situation, and it should have breached that household through the window to evade the crisis. As the ancient saying goes, it is better to betray the world than to allow the world to betray oneself. But if granted another opportunity, would it truly dare to intrude? At that moment, Xiao Nai found itself unable to answer. Instinctively glancing downward, it beheld a blinding white light emanating from below, which rapidly expanded until its vision was engulfed in a sea of brilliance. Pain. Excruciating pain, as though a searing sword had pierced through its very being. Its fur was singed, blood evaporated, and its body felt as though it were being torn apart. Was it to face death once more? This was Xiao Nai's final thought before pain consumed its reason. Indifferent to regret or despair, only a faint sense of helplessness remained. Anyone who faced death twice in such a short span would surely share its sense of futility. It felt its limbs loosen, and its body plummeted from the wall. In this moment, the latent dark energy within it, unbidden, began to surge, a mysterious wave radiating throughout its form. Subsequently, all the pain dissipated under this wave, flowing like water towards its tail. As the pain faded and reason returned, Xiao Nai was perplexed, and upon opening its eyes, a sharp agony radiated from its tail, followed by a blurring of its vision. When clarity returned, it realized it had landed safely. Upon surveying its surroundings, it was momentarily stunned. What in the world? It seemed to have abruptly escaped the encirclement of the Mouse King, and aside from the pain in its tail, it bore no injuries. Beneath the tree outside the apartment, the Mouse King and its kin gazed at the charred remnants of a severed tail on the ground, perplexed as to why the black cat had suddenly vanished midair, leaving only a scorched tail behind. Suddenly, several mice at the periphery of the group spotted Xiao Nai and began to squeak frantically. Attracted by their commotion, the other mice soon noticed the black cat lying not far from their ranks. Discovered. Although Xiao Nai had not fully grasped the situation, it was certain it was somehow linked to its tail, for the pain it felt was unbearable, and what had once been 3 tails had now dwindled to 2. What a predicament! The pain is excruciating for the cat, who had initially intended to utilize its supernatural abilities to heal its wounds. However, it soon realized that its dark energy was nearly depleted, rendering it unable to harness any. Should it attempt to force its use, the remaining dark energy would vanish, leaving it without mental strength and at risk of losing consciousness. Observing the approaching horde of mice, succumbing to unconsciousness would be tantamount to a death sentence. Enduring the overwhelming mental fatigue, it resolutely gathered its strength and rose from the ground. The relentless squeaks of the mice echoed around it, urging it to flee. It could not meet its end at the hands of these foul creatures. Such a fate would be too humiliating. Oh, how disgraceful for a cat. With a swift turn, it bolted, though weariness weighed heavily upon its body. Despite possessing physical strength, the mental exhaustion was insurmountable, and ultimately, it could only rely on the last vestiges of its willpower to move forward. The harsh squeaks of the mice grew alarmingly close, and its body felt increasingly heavy, its vision slowly blurring. By the heavens, this cat is truly on the brink of becoming a meal for mice, Xiao Nai thought helplessly. Suddenly, a vague shadow appeared before it, and it collided with something. Its body faltered, and it fell to the ground. This fall seemed to break the last straw, and darkness enveloped Xiao Nai. In that fleeting moment before unconsciousness, It could have sworn it heard the sound of hooves. Dust swirled in the air, accompanied by the neighing of a horse, which ceased with the rider's movement. The leader, a strikingly beautiful woman, halted and gazed at the black cat lying beneath the feet of the werewolf with a look of intrigue. Is this the black cat that diverted the mouse horde to save a life? Quite fascinating, she mused. The portly man behind her observed the two-tailed black cat with curiosity, recognizing it as a magical beast. It was indeed rare for a magical creature to aid humans. However, recalling that this cat lived in proximity to humans, and that both cats and dogs were regarded as humanity's most loyal companions, he began to understand, his gaze toward the black cat softening with kindness. Yet, upon noticing the cat's stillness, he furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "Gray Wolf, you haven't killed it, have you? This is a good cat. It has saved many lives." The others turned their attention to the gray wolf, for although they hunted magical beasts, those that showed benevolence toward humans were not within their purview. Nonsense. It fainted after colliding with me. I merely witnessed it fleeing for its life, the gray wolf retorted, reverting to its human form. He then crouched down, gingerly lifting the black cat, as if fearing that a single misstep might cause its demise. Upon seeing the wound on the cat's back, the gray wolf gasped. "It is injured." Chapter 15. Rescue, give it to me, commanded the leader of the hunting party as she dismounted from her horse, addressing the gray wolf. Clad in leather armor and wearing sturdy leather boots, she wielded a whip, her movements exuding a regal air befitting a woman known as the Bloody Queen among southern hunters. She gazed at the black cat nestled in the embrace of the gray wolf, her eyes revealing a trace of tenderness previously unseen by her team members. "Yes, Captain." Although the gray wolf sensed a change in his captain's demeanor, he did not dwell on it further. Carefully, he handed over the black cat, displaying a surprising delicacy despite his typically rough behavior. "What is wrong with our captain?" The other members of the hunter squad dismounted their steeds, one of whom, nicknamed Pigeon, inquired cautiously. They were astonished to witness their cold captain, known as the Blood Queen, displaying such gentleness, a sight more surprising than the sun rising in the west. "I know about this. The captain once had a cat, but it mysteriously passed away," the chubby one chuckled softly. The chubby fellow, named Xiao Nai, had grown up in the streets, engaging in petty theft, and after awakening his supernatural abilities, his mischief had only intensified. He had once stolen from their captain and received a severe beating for it, yet unexpectedly, he was so impressed that he began to regard her as his leader. At that time, she was not yet a hunter and had not yet earned the title of Blood Queen, making Xiao the most knowledgeable about her past among the group. "If you have nothing better to do, quickly eliminate the rats around us so we can return to the Hunter Guild to report our mission." The squad had just returned from the outside, passing through this area, which explained their swift arrival. The female hunter, Lin Fengyao, led this team of hunters. As a woman, her ability to command such powerful professional hunters attests to her strength and reputation. Her slightly coarse willow leaf eyebrows and elongated phoenix eyes exuded an intimidating presence when angered, instilling fear in those who beheld her. At that moment, she cradled Xiao Nai, gently administering medicine to its still bleeding wounds. Hearing the murmurs among her team members, she furrowed her brow and reproached them lightly. Meanwhile, a horde of rats had encircled them, deterred momentarily by the menacing aura of the hunters, who seemed undaunted by the commotion. Squeak, squeak. The Rat King and Queen, accompanied by their remaining offspring, issued warnings and threats to the group. They recognized that these individuals were formidable and did not command the foolishness to lead their swarm into battle. These hunters, accustomed to the dangers of their trade, had garnered a reputation in the southern hunter circles, having faced peril countless times during hunts, and thus regarded the surrounding rats with indifference, engaging in idle chatter instead. "Yes, Captain, we will ensure their extermination." Xiao Nai, ever the jester, saluted in a rather clumsy manner. However, the others were well aware of his character and had grown accustomed to his antics. They recognized the need to get to work, otherwise, provoking their captain's wrath would not bode well for them. They swiftly retrieved their rifles from their backs and began to load bullets with practiced efficiency. Squeak, squeak. Although the Rat King and Queen were magical beasts, they were not fools and could clearly sense something was amiss. Thus, a fierce warfare erupted between the hunters and the horde of rodents. A sharp whistle pierced the air as a resplendent light arrow shot forth from the rear of the rodents, striking a figure as formidable as an iron tower. Upon impact, a crackling sound emanated from his chest, accompanied by a wisp of smoke. The man gazed at the dark spot on his chest and chuckled good-naturedly, seemingly unfazed by the damage inflicted by the light arrow. It turned out that the arrow had merely punctured his leather armor, failing to breach the defense of his stony skin, rendering the extraordinary power of the arrow insignificant in his eyes. His name was Zhao Dashan, the tank of the hunter squad, nicknamed Iron Pillar. Upon noticing the unusual behavior of the rodent horde, he instinctively activated his stone skin ability, positioning himself protectively in front of his comrades. He was the first line of defense for the hunter squad. Only if he fell could harm befall his teammates behind him. Now, witnessing that the light arrow's prowess could not penetrate his stone skin, a ferocious expression crossed his face as he brandished his fearsome spiked mace and charged towards the rodent leader. "You aim your guns carefully. Do not direct them at us." The gray wolf smirked at his teammates, transforming into a werewolf and dashing forward. "Those two fools. Do they think speed alone secures them the prey? Who is faster than me?" The corpulent man disdainfully observed the two rushing towards the larger rodents, a sly grin appearing on his face. In a blink, he appeared behind the rodent king, his hunting rifle erupting with furious sparks. Bang! To his dismay, however, a wall of earth suddenly rose from the ground between him and the rodent king, rendering his surprise shot futile. "Fatty, be careful!" Iron Pillar, having traversed the horde of rodents with a swarm clinging to him, shouted as he noticed something alarming. Though uncertain of the situation, the corpulent man had immense faith in his teammate and vanished from his spot in an instant. At the moment of his disappearance, a dark shadow shot forth from the earthen wall. It was the rodent king, infuriated by the appearance of the corpulent man behind it, lunging forward without a second thought to bite him. With its earth-shifting ability, it could easily disregard the wall. Squeak! Squeak! The corpulent man, swift on his feet, evaded the rodent king's attack, leaving it to gnash its teeth in frustration. Teleporting to another location, he was startled by the scene, grateful for his speed. Had he been bitten, the consequences could have been dire, as rodents were notoriously rife with bacteria, and the rodent king might be even more perilous. "Iron Pillar, when this is over, I shall treat you to a drink," the corpulent man exclaimed. "Fatty, mind you, others heard that. Do not default on your promise." Iron Pillar replied loudly, his mouth agape. He then raised his massive mace and struck the earthen wall with tremendous force. Boom! Earth flew in all directions as the wall crumbled beneath the weight of the blow, sending the rodents cowering in terror. The gray wolf, following Iron Pillar, spotted the pristine white rodent queen, his eyes lighting up as he surged towards her. "To hell with it. When have I ever defaulted?" The corpulent man shot at several approaching rodents, defiantly lifting his head to retort. The others merely chuckled, choosing to remain silent, an unspoken understanding settling among them. The hunters stationed beside Lin Fengyao watched with amusement as the rotund figures engaged in their brutal assault on the swarm of rats, displaying unwavering confidence in their abilities. A series of gunshots rang out as the hunters formed a protective line, successfully repelling the advancing horde of rodents. Any daring rats that ventured too close were swiftly dispatched with their hunting knives. The hunters wielded shotguns, renowned for their formidable close-range power and scattershot capability, making them particularly effective against pack-hunting beasts. Naturally, the limited selection of firearms necessitated such choices. Powerful weapons like sniper rifles were strictly reserved for military personnel, leaving hunters with fewer options. Before long, the rat swarm was decimated amidst a cacophony of gunfire, the creatures, under the thrall of their king, charging forth without a hint of fear. As the gunfire subsided, the onlookers beheld Tai Zhu and Hui Lang returning with 3 large rats in hand. A moment of confusion arose. Where was the largest rat? Wasn't he there supposed to be for beasts? Hui Lang, gesturing towards the disgruntled figure of the rotund man, remarked. "You must ask him. It was he who let it escape." The filthy rat burrowed underground and vanished. "It wouldn't he come out, and there was nothing I could do." The rotund man lamented, his frustration palpable. "This rat king is truly despicable, fleeing underground when faced with defeat. How can we continue to enjoy ourselves?" Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air from a distance, drawing their attention to the source. It was the gray rat king. Lying on the ground, it emitted agonized groans. A wound in its abdomen oozing blood that, rather than pooling on the ground, began to seep into its fur and skin, creating an excruciating sensation akin to being pricked by countless needles. The sight of the rat king suffering such torment would send chills down the spine of any onlooker. Yet, the hunters displayed an air of indifference. In their line of work, such occurrences were hardly extraordinary. Sensing the dark energy emanating from their captain, they immediately understood she had taken action. As expected of the master of blood, the grisly fate of the Rat King was a testament to her unique abilities. Though the Rat King had attempted to escape through the earth, it was wounded by the rotund man before its retreat. Having remained a silent observer until now, Lin Fengyao finally chose to intervene. Her extraordinary power allowed her to manipulate blood, However, this ability had its limitations. She found it exceedingly difficult to control the blood of stronger organisms. Yet, blood that flowed from a creature's body was within her control. By utilizing the blood seeping from the Rat King's wound, she discerned its location and forced it out from its underground refuge, leading to the spectacle witnessed by others. Among those with extraordinary abilities, a select group was referred to as controllers, a term used to distinguish their unique powers from those of ordinary practitioners. For instance, in the realm of bloodline abilities, an ordinary ability wielder awakens the power of Blood Arrow. Upon utilizing this ability, the wielder can manifest their blood into numerous blood arrows. However, transforming the blood into blood orbs remains beyond their current capabilities, unless they subsequently comprehend the blood orb ability or acquire the corresponding ability rune. Lin Fengyao possesses the extraordinary ability of blood control, allowing her to manipulate blood at will, shaping it into any form her imagination conjures, thus earning her the title of the controller. Such ability wielders are exceptionally rare, with known individuals being renowned experts in their respective fields. You find yourselves fortunate to have fallen into our hands. The Grey Wolf and the Iron Pillar exchanged glances, contemplating the beast in their grasp. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, merely lamenting silently. Hurry and gather the spoils. What are you waiting for? Lin Fengyao, cradling the black cat, addressed her teammates after tending to Xiao Nai's wounds and began to smooth out its somewhat disheveled fur. Observing the unmoving members of her team, she spoke up. I'll go. The hunter known as Mouse exclaimed loudly upon hearing her, displaying a keen interest in the Rat King. However, just as he prepared to advance, he was struck dumb by a bewildering sight. The portly Zhao Ida had already appeared beside the Rat King during his speech, holding the rat tail and seemingly whispering something to the unconscious Rat King. The others could not help but chuckle upon witnessing this scene. An ancient saying goes, "Speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives." Yet this portly fellow seemed to have appeared even faster than the legendary figure. Such progress deserves commendation. They quickly gathered their bounty and departed from the scene. Thus, a swarm of rats that had driven Xiao Nai to desperation was effortlessly dealt with by this team of hunters. Once they left, the surrounding residents emerged from their hiding spots, gazing at the multitude of dead rats, their expressions a tapestry of varied reactions. Before long, others arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing the aftermath, they understood that they had arrived too late. Chapter 16. Awakening surrounded by a shroud of mist, the air heavy with haze. The distant scenery remained obscured. Wandering across the barren expanse, Xiao Nai found herself in a state of confusion, questioning her whereabouts. Meow? She was not in. As the thought lingered on the tip of her tongue, she found herself momentarily stunned. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, seemingly veiled by the fog. She could not recall her previous location, those ambiguous sensations leaving her in a state of bewilderment. The ground beneath her paws felt as soft as cotton, each step causing her to feel weightless and unsteady. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a sound pierced the tranquil solitude of this vast world. What was that noise? Xiao Nai perked up her cat ears, straining to listen intently. The emergence of this sound filled her with excitement, as the previous world had been overwhelmingly silent. An eerie stillness that unsettled her. The sound was somewhat familiar yet chaotic, growing louder and more frenzied. A wave of tension washed over her, an instinctive reaction, as if she sensed malevolence lurking within the noise. Xiao Nai fixed her gaze upon the direction from which the sound emanated, sensing an ominous hostility approaching from the shrouded mist. The fog swirled, revealing shadowy figures gradually materializing within its depths. The low, frenzied squeaks echoed incessantly, each one rising in intensity. The sight of those bloodthirsty green eyes sent shivers coursing through Xiao Nai's body, rendering her motionless. It was a rat. With a startled cry, she turned and fled. Why must she escape? She questioned herself as she ran, but her mind was a whirlpool of confusion, leaving her without answers. It seemed instinctual, requiring no justification. Suddenly, she noticed something peculiar. No matter how fast she ran, she could not gain speed. What in the world was happening? It felt as if she were treading upon air. Her feet were in motion, yet her body remained stationary. The rat's shrill cries grew ever closer, compelling Xiao Nai to glance back, and she was met with a swarm of rats, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, closing in on her. Meow? Someone save this cat. The powerlessness overwhelmed her, driving her to the brink of madness. Not only could she not run, but her body felt devoid of strength, as if her own powers had vanished into thin air. As the rats drew nearer, she could almost see the glint of their sharp front teeth and the drool trickling from their mouths. The fright jolted Xiao Nai awake, straightening her posture. her violet eyes radiating a fierce defiance born of desperation. "How dare you, filthy rodents, attempt to bite this cat? I shall fight back." Meow. Upon regaining clarity of her surroundings, she was momentarily stunned. What were those rats? A wave of confusion washed over her. This situation was amiss. Yet, it soon dawned on her that it had all been a dream. Where am I? Xiao Nai pondered, surveying her surroundings. She recalled fleeing in terror, and amidst the haze, it seemed she had collided with something, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Given the circumstances, it appeared she had not perished. A sense of relief washed over her. To die once more would surely rob her of any chance for rebirth. Moreover, surrounded by rats, would she have been reborn as one of them? The mere thought of such a fate was too much to bear. Meow, spare me. I have no desire to become a rat. Being a cat is quite splendid. The idea of transforming into a rat only reinforced her appreciation for her current form. Yet, where's this place? Observing the room's decor, it resembled a hotel. Thus, she concluded that someone must have rescued her. Who could it be? Was it a man or a woman? How could they so readily leave her alone in a room, knowing she was a magical beast? As for her identity, she doubted her savior could overlook it. Her two distinct tails were rather conspicuous. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation crept over her, as if some creature lurked nearby. The atmosphere of the room felt peculiar to her. Xiao Nai began to scrutinize her surroundings, and upon turning to look behind her, she was momentarily taken aback. Meow? She is an enchanting beauty, her exquisite visage and chilling demeanor striking the heart like a bullet. Such a lovely woman. If human beauty were to be rated on a scale of 100, she would undoubtedly earn a score of 95. The 5 points deducted stem from her excessively frosty aura, piercing the soul like an icy thorn. It is noteworthy that this woman is entirely barefaced, untouched by cosmetics. Though her skin bears a hint of darkness, it enhances a more alluring sense of healthful beauty. She sits with her eyes closed on the sofa beside the bed. Yet one cannot help but feel that her gaze possesses an irresistible and fiercely captivating intensity. Clad in a gray leather armor that complements her curvaceous figure, her hair is styled in a waist-length ponytail neatly tied at the back. Truly, she is an extraordinarily striking super beauty, leaving Xiao Nai somewhat exhilarated. Yet, she soon finds herself dumbfounded. What is there to be excited about? This woman's beauty is of no concern to her. Xiao Nai, in her prideful thoughts, muses that she is not a beautiful cat. The very notion of falling in love with a cat is enough to drive her to madness. This leaves her in a predicament. It seems impossible to connect with humans, and yet she harbors psychological barriers against cats. With this realization, Xiao Nai cannot help but let out a sigh, resigning herself to a fate of solitude. It appears she is destined to be a lifelong singleton, which only deepens her melancholy. She seems to be meditating, her seated posture resembling a pose conducive to rapid immersion in contemplation, one she had employed in her human days. Beside her rests a sword, its blade sheathed in black leather. The hilt appears to be crafted from a massive beast's bone, adorned with a crystal the size of an egg. A runic weapon. Who is this woman? Clearly, she is not one to be trifled with. Did she save her? The circumstances suggest so. Feeling a twinge of pain in her tail, it seems the injury has not fully healed. A stirring within her prompts a surge of white light from her tail. Once the radiance fades, she moves it and finds no discomfort, nodding in satisfaction. It appears that her inexplicable escape from death was due to the severed tail, formed from the consumption of a small gray mouse magical beast. Reflecting on that fateful day, she begins to comprehend something profound. This tail must possess the ability to allow her to evade death at the cost of its own existence. Judging by the extent of the loss, it seems the abandoned tail was the most recently grown one. Whether this hypothesis holds true will be revealed in time. She raises her right paw, adjusting her whiskers thoughtfully. However, after a moment of contemplation, she halts the endless stream of thoughts. There are more pressing matters at hand. She must leave this unfamiliar environment that offers her no sense of security. Looking up, she sees the woman still lost in meditation. With a flicker of determination in her gaze, Xiao Nai cautiously approaches the window. Noticing it is ajar, she intends to slip away while the owner remains absorbed in her thoughts. Though this mysterious woman has saved her, who knows what intentions she harbors? Given her current identity, she is filled with profound caution towards her former kin. The feline's paws are notably thick, enabling it to tread softly, almost imperceptibly, even upon the rigid wooden floor. It moves in silence. A brief dash sees it leap onto a stool, and then, with a graceful bound, it ascends to the table by the window. The sound of impact is somewhat pronounced, prompting Xiao Nai to glance towards the sofa. She observes that the woman remains in a meditative state with her eyes closed, allowing her to exhale in relief. Turning her gaze to the window, She admires the pink sky adorned with white clouds. A smile breaking across her face as excitement propels her to climb towards the window. Do you wish to leave? A voice, tinged with a hint of inquiry, interrupts her thoughts just as she steps onto the windowsill. The voice is crisp, yet carries an icy demeanor, its tone flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Caught in the act of attempting to escape by her savior, Xiao Nai feels a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, to leave without a word seems rather impudent. Meow? She turns her head, directing her gaze towards the source of the voice, offering an apologetic call. Her innocent eyes plead silently with the woman. Lin Fengyao, seated on the sofa, cannot help but smile inwardly at the expression of the black cat by the window. This feline seems to comprehend human speech. Unbeknownst to Xiao Nai, Lin Fengyao had been aware of her awakening from the moment it occurred. She had deliberately maintained her composure while observing Xiao Nai's behavior. The actions and expressions of Xiao Nai post-awakening struck her as exceedingly intriguing. Such anthropomorphic gestures are rarely exhibited by magical beasts, though this is primarily due to her lack of interest in observing the behaviors of other magical creatures. Noticing Xiao Nai's intention to stealthily depart through the window, she felt compelled to intervene. This is the Hunters Guild, where the comings and goings are predominantly hunters. Encountering them could result in swift capture and potentially death. If fortunate, one might be taken alive for a while. If unfortunate, they could meet a grim fate. With their fur stripped and bones extracted, their flesh consumed as sustenance. The bones and pelts could be sold to mercenary traders, and if luck prevails, they might be fashioned into runic gear by romancers. Upon hearing that this is indeed the Hunters Guild, Xiao Nai's heart sank. The woman's calm narration conjured horrifying images within her mind. Meow? She interjected, her expression one of pitiable concern, interrupting the mysterious woman's discourse. As she feared that if the woman continued, she might be left questioning the very essence of feline existence. Xiao Nai understood that the woman was attempting to frighten her. Yet she also recognized the truth in her words. If this place truly is the Hunters Guild, her fate could very well align with the grim realities described. After all, not everyone is like this woman, who not only rescued her, but also refrained from treating her as prey. In light of this realization, the seemingly cold woman transformed in Xiao Nai's eyes into an angel. Meow? Xiao Nai, lacking in pride, called out affectionately to the expressionless visage before her. It is indeed reassuring that she can comprehend my words. This is a delightful discovery. Truly, she is a magical beast accustomed to the human world, allowing for seamless communication. Lin Fengyao's gaze shifted to Xiao Nai, her eyes reflecting a mix of understanding and delight. The primary barrier between humans and animals lies in the inability to communicate through language. In this era, few possess the capability to tame magical beasts, and such an endeavor is only feasible when raising them from infancy, which is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Some individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities can establish a connection with various creatures, enabling a form of communication between humans and animals. Observing Lin Fengyao's demeanor, it is evident that she aspires to make Xiao Nai her magical companion. However, the foolish cat, Xiao Nai, remains blissfully unaware of this intention. How absurd. What do you mean there are no barriers? There are indeed significant obstacles. Can you truly converse with me? And can I engage with you? Perhaps I had been too clever just now. Recalling the behavior of other cats, I couldn't help but thump my head with my paw, realizing I had overperformed. Chapter 17. The mysterious huntress Lin Fengyao gazed at Xiao Nai's adorable appearance, and a smile involuntarily graced her icy visage. That smile was like a gentle spring breeze, melting the frost and dissipating the frigid aura surrounding her, exuding a captivating allure. Especially when paired with her enchanting gaze, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Oh my, woman, must you be so stunning? Are you determined to make my existence unbearable? Would it not be preferable for you to maintain your icy demeanor? A smile does not suit you at all. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Nai let out a sigh that mingled happiness with distress. It is no wonder I once heard a classmate, well-versed in matters of women, proclaim that those beauties who rarely smile possess an extraordinary charm when they do, leaving a profound impact. Indeed, my friend, you spoke the truth. Lin Fengyao's smile was fleeting, leaving only a stunned Xiao Nai behind. Once her expression returned to its usual stoic demeanor, Lin Fengyao picked up the runic sword beside her, rose, and approached Xiao Nai. It was only when she stood that Xiao Nai realized her impressive height, at least 175 centimeters. A stature that would undoubtedly impose pressure on any man standing beside her. In comparison to its previous life, Xiao Nai felt a pang of shame as it had not been particularly tall, standing around 171 centimeters. Suddenly, it froze. Why should I feel ashamed? I am now a cat. What does height matter to me? All cats share this modest stature. Oh, what are you planning, woman? As Lin Fengyao approached, Xiao Nai noticed her reaching out with her right hand. Instinctively, its muscles tensed, and its dark fur bristled as it emitted a low growl of warning. Do not be foolish. Lin Fengyao paid no heed to its growl, effortlessly capturing the fleeing Xiao Nai, grasping the soft part of its neck. She lifted it and placed it upon her shoulder, entirely unconcerned about any potential harm it might inflict upon her. As she walked, she remarked, "You little rascal have been unconscious for an entire day. You must be hungry. Come, your master will take you to eat." Xiao Nai felt quite vexed. It had attempted to escape, but the woman had unleashed a terrifying aura that rendered it motionless, its resolve evaporating. By the time it regained its composure, it had already been captured by this formidable woman. What a terrifying individual. Although her menacing presence was short-lived, it left an indelible impression, akin to witnessing a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. As she placed it upon her shoulder, Xiao Nai was overcome with the urge to bite down fiercely on that lovely neck beside it. However, this is a life-saving benefactor. Would it not seem ungrateful to repay kindness with enmity? Furthermore, as a man, how could he stoop to the level of a woman? Contemplating this, it slouched and sighed, resting on her shoulder. Suddenly recalling something, Xiao Nai rolled her eyes at the woman who was carrying her towards the door. Since when did I become your pet? And when did you become my master? Is it really appropriate for you to be so hands-on? Let me inform you, I am male, and if you continue like this, I shall report you for harassment. How dare you? Have you consulted me regarding this? Are there no rights for cats anymore? Although you are quite beautiful, such capriciousness is unacceptable. I refuse to comply. However, it did not react excessively. From their brief exchange, Xiao Nai understood that she was not her match and was, in fact, at a disadvantage. Since resistance was futile, compliance was the only option. Nevertheless, I shall not yield. Once the opportunity arises, I will reclaim my freedom. Humph. Lin Fengyao, sensing the little creature's dejected demeanor on her shoulder, could not help but smile slightly as she walked, saying, "From today onward, you shall be called Xiaoyo." Meow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nai could not restrain herself from lifting her head and shouting, "Woman, do not overstep your bounds." Unable to contain herself, she swatted a few times with her paw on the woman's shoulder, but the armor was rather tough. What material is this made of? Who granted you the authority to name me without consulting my opinion? Xiaoyo? Such a pitiful name is far worse than being called Heido that day. Meow. Moreover, it strikes me as somewhat feminine. Can you not see that I am a tomcat? I am male. Xiao Nai was somewhat exasperated. Staring at the charming face so close before her, she wished to claw at it, making it aware of the consequences of angering a cat. Seeing you so pleased indicates your satisfaction. That is wonderful, Lin Fengyao remarked, completely disregarding Xiao Nai's sire, gazing ahead with a hint of a satisfied smile. Xiao Nai was momentarily taken aback by her words. Am I truly so happy? This is infuriating. What do you see that suggests I am content? Be still, or you may fall. Lin Fengyao cautioned as she noticed Xiao Nai's movements indicating a potential tumble. With a gentle swing of her left-hand talisman sword, she steadied Xiao Nai's wavering form with the hilt, as her right hand was occupied opening the door at that moment. It is so cold. At the touch of that skeletal sword, Xiao Nai immediately shivered. This chill did not emanate from the sword itself, but from an aura that arose from deep within, instilling a profound sense of dread. This is a terrifying sword, and even more terrifying is the one who wields it. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Xiao Nai glared suspiciously at the seemingly nonchalant Lin Fengyao as she opened the door. Beyond it lay a spacious living room, flanked by two other rooms, indicating that this was indeed a suite. In the living room, there was but one individual, diligently polishing a spiked metallic mace. Captain. Upon hearing a sound, he abruptly turned his head, eyes narrowing with caution as he gazed in the direction of the noise. Only after recognizing the newcomers did he relax his guard and rise from the sofa, calling out to Lin Fengyao. It's just you. Where are the others? Lin Fengyao inquired with a grave tone upon noticing that only Tai Zhu was present. They have gone to gather information. I stayed behind to look after a foo and keep an eye on this large rat, Tai Zhu replied, scratching his buzz cut, his face displaying a simple-minded honesty. Lin Fengyao understood his words. The excuse of gathering intelligence was merely a pretext for their outing. Given that Lu Fu had sustained severe injuries and required care, it was logical for the earnest Tai Zhu to remain behind. As for the rat he mentioned, it had long been injected with a substantial dose of anesthetic and would not awaken anytime soon. Hearing the towering figure refer to this woman as captain, Xiao Nai deduced that her status was far from ordinary. When she had previously mentioned that this place was the Hunter's Guild, it became clear that she must indeed be a hunter. Now, With the giant's address of her, it was evident that she was not merely any hunter, but rather a formally established professional. After all, how could a woman wielding a runic bone sword be anything but exceptional? Ah, this two-tailed cat has recovered well. It looked as though it were on the brink of death just yesterday, Tai Zhu remarked in surprise, noticing the creature perched on Lin Fengyao's shoulder. Meow? You are the two-tailed cat. When did I become one? Xiao Nai retorted, somewhat ruffled. This woman was formidable, and having been subtly chastised by her twice, it dared not provoke her further. However, it had no such reservations about this giant, emitting a threatening growl towards him. When it was calm, it appeared quite adorable. But when angered, its fur bristled, and its violet eyes gleamed with malice, accompanied by a low growl that exuded a fierce aura reminiscent of a tiger. Captain, it seems this cat has quite the temper. Are you really going to keep it? Tai Zhu, startled by Xiao Nai's outburst, instinctively reached for his mace, only to realize the absurdity of his reaction, which caused a smile to blossom on his face. This cat is indeed fierce, he remarked, gazing at Xiao Nai in astonishment. A bit of temper is a good thing. That is precisely why I chose this cat. You provoked it by calling it a two-tailed cat earlier. Henceforth, refer to it as Xiao Yu, Lin Fengyao said, gently stroking the soft fur of the creature on her shoulder, attempting to soothe it. Tai Zhu could only respond with silence to his captain's words. The name Xiao Yu made his face twitch momentarily, but upon reflection, he recognized it as characteristic of his captain's style. Meow? Listening to their conversation, Xiao Nai shook its whiskers and leapt off the woman's shoulder. The more they spoke, the more frustrated it became. Moreover, the gentle caress from the woman had seemingly quelled its boiling blood, leaving it hesitant to remain on her shoulder. What could her peculiar abilities be? It felt undeniably enigmatic. As soon as Xiao Nai retracted her hand, the cat leaped off her shoulder with remarkable agility, alighting on the ground as if it were a seamless descent. To its surprise, it detected a familiar scent in the air. Once Xiao Nai turned her attention away from the two hunters, the cat's keen nose picked up an odor reminiscent of a mouse. Its eyes gleamed with interest. It recalled the burly individual mentioning that he was watching over the mice at home. Thus, it was hardly surprising to find a mouse in this room. Meow? This time, it had narrowly escaped death due to the mice, and had it not been for its unique abilities in a critical moment, it would have met its end at the hands of this group of hunters. Its brief existence as a black cat, barely 2 or 3 days old, was on the verge of conclusion. Consequently, its disdain for mice intensified, almost to the point of wishing to consume them raw. Lin Fengyao did not intervene when the black cat jumped down from her shoulder. She understood that Xiao Nai comprehended their words, and thus, she did not find it unusual if the cat displayed a bit of temper. Observing the creature as it landed and seemed to search for something, she stood still, quietly watching its movements. Xiao Nai, oblivious to the scrutiny of the two individuals in the room, would remain indifferent even if she noticed them. All she required was the assurance that these two posed no threat to her. Following the scent in the air, Xiao Nai ultimately discovered the mouse in a corner of the room. However, upon seeing this particular mouse, her previously subdued anger erupted once more. To her astonishment, this mouse was none other than the Mouse King. The memory of being cornered by this very Mouse King and its horde before losing consciousness surged back, fueling her desire to devour it whole. Yet, her gaze shifted elsewhere. Where was that detestable Mouse Queen? That creature had nearly been the death of her, and the mere thought of it ignited her fury. Surely, these hunters could not have captured only a single Mouse King. Chapter 18. A Vow for Vengeance. Unbeknownst to Xiao Nai, Lin Fengyao and her team of hunters had already dispatched the Mouse Queen and 2 small gray mouse beasts during their efforts to eliminate the rodent horde. The Mouse King, having been rendered unconscious by Lin Fengyao's blood-based abilities, had surprisingly survived, demonstrating its tenacity. Upon returning to the Hunter Guild, they sold the deceased beasts to a merchant specializing in the procurement of magical creatures. However, the small size of the mouse beasts rendered them relatively worthless. The value of magical creatures increases with their size, as their meat is sought after for enhancing human physical capabilities. The stronger the creature, the greater the effects, making their hides and bones valuable in the market. This economic dynamic provided a livelihood for professional hunters, alleviating their financial burdens. As for the Mouse King, its survival rendered it an unprofitable immediate sale to the local merchant. Consequently, they decided to retain it, intending to transport it back to their original city for sale. After all, the Mouse King's abilities of earth manipulation and its dominion aura were rare commodities. They believed that 4th-tier warriors would not hesitate to pay a premium for it to conduct rune research, potentially yielding a valuable rune equipment in return, making the endeavor quite worthwhile. The formidable fourth-tier beings possess the ability to observe the runes of supernatural powers through the bodies of other extraordinary creatures, which often leads them to procure various living magical beasts. The reason why deceased magical beasts cannot be studied for their runes lies in the intrinsic connection between the natural runes within a living organism and its soul. Upon death, as the soul dissipates, the supernatural runes within the body collapse and vanish. Moreover, rune equipment is seldom available in the market, for those who wield such power are typically fourth tier or higher, and they are not lacking in wealth. Rarely do they assist others in crafting rune equipment, except for themselves or those affiliated with their own factions. Given their accomplishments, it is evident they are preoccupied with training or researching runes. No one would squander their time and energy on creating rune equipment. Consequently, rune equipment is a rarity in the marketplace, and even when it does appear, it is exorbitantly priced, accessible only to a select few. This scarcity is a primary reason for the rarity of rune equipment in this world, and it is likely to remain so unless an abundance of fourth-tier or higher beings emerges. Xiao Nai searched for a while, and upon discovering the absence of those rodents, she redirected her focus to the Rat King. This creature lay motionless within an iron cage. Had she not noticed the subtle rise and fall of its belly, she might have presumed it lifeless. Meow? She approached the cage, her eyes glinting with animosity as she gazed at the Rat King within. This was a vendetta. Had it not been for her formidable powers, she might have truly perished at its hands. Observing the Rat King within the cage, she let out a roar, declaring that she would never repay kindness with enmity. The cage was a small square iron mesh structure, its entrance unlatched, secured only by an external pin. Upon noticing this, Xiao Nai deftly maneuvered her paw to pry open the cage door. This cat had evidently evolved. Taiju watched in astonishment at Xiao Nai's actions, but upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he grasped the intentions of this black cat and glanced toward his captain. Noting that the captain was watching the black cat's maneuvers with keen interest and showed no inclination to intervene, he felt relieved of any concern. If his captain was unperturbed, he had no reason to object. Meow? Once the cage door swung open, Xiao Nai extended her paw inside and touched the enormous gray rat, realizing it showed no response. Instantly, she understood that the creature had been rendered unconscious. Although magical beasts possess unique constitutions, humans have developed certain anesthetics that can affect them. Xiao Nai turned her gaze to the female hunter, who aspired to be her master, and noticed her watching intently with a significant expression. This took her by surprise. Should she not be attempting to deter her? Instead, the woman's demeanor seemed to convey encouragement. Alas, what is the situation here? Could it be that this woman is a wealthy individual who remains indifferent to this magical beast? It is important to note that this Mouse King is at least a second-tier existence, and yet it is consumed without a hint of remorse. Observing this circumstance, Xiao Nai could not help but lean in and seize the Mouse King in its jaws. The moment it was caught, the Mouse King trembled slightly, but quickly settled down, not awakening at all. The potency of the anesthetic is truly terrifying. If one day it too were to be subdued, it would not even know how it met its demise. Contemplating this, Xiao Nai fell into a deep reverie, summoning strength from all four limbs. Xiao Nai swiftly dragged the Mouse King out. Gazing at the blood-stained body of the Mouse King, a sense of satisfaction washed over Xiao Nai, realizing that the creature had endured considerable suffering during its capture. Meow? Xiao Nai called out to the female hunter who was watching the spectacle, implying that if she did not intervene, it would proceed to eliminate the rodent. The female hunter seemed to grasp its intent, narrowing her eyes and gently nodding in agreement. Meow? Did you think I would hesitate to consume it? I shall demonstrate my resolve. Xiao Nai perceived the expression of the female hunter as one of disbelief in its courage to eat, which spurred it to make a firm decision to swallow the Mouse King, hoping to evoke some concern from her. Of course, it would not consume it with its mouth, for the creature had an unpleasant odor, and dragging it out had already been quite nauseating. To eat it would be akin to regurgitating its gastric juices. Looking at the Mouse King, it thought, this creature caused me to lose a tail, and now it shall pay the price with its own form. A grin spread across Xiao Nai's face, its violet eyes radiating a chilling aura. Channeling its powers, it transformed its tail into a serpentine appendage. And before the astonished gazes of the two hunters in the room, it opened its enormous maw and devoured the Mouse King whole. Sensing the warmth of the creature now nestled within its body, Xiao Nai turned to the female hunter, contemplating whether she felt a pang of regret. Did she truly believe I would refrain from eating? I am not one to be intimidated. However, just as Xiao Nai reveled in its triumph, it was taken aback by the expression of the female hunter. Her face retained that same placid demeanor, showing no surprise at its consumption of the Mouse King. Instead, she gazed at its serpentine tail with a hint of curiosity, seemingly intrigued by its extraordinary ability. What is this situation? The narrative seems awry. Xiao Yu, the master has commanded you to seek vengeance. Now you can follow me without worry, Lin Fengyao remarked, observing the cat's momentary surprise with a hint of amusement in her eyes. As her words landed, both Xiao Nai and the nearby Tai Zhu comprehended her intentions. Tai Zhu exhibited a knowing expression, realizing why the captain had said not to deal with the Mouse King yesterday. They had presumed it was simply to return and sell it for a good price. However, it appeared that the situation was not as it seemed. To capture a magical pet through the use of a single prey is indeed a remarkably advantageous transaction. After all, how many hunters within the southern hunter community possess magical pets? Such creatures are far rarer than rune equipment. The task of taming the magical beasts is exceedingly challenging, as they are utterly unrestrained, accustomed to their freedom in the wild. Encountering a magical creature that can be tamed is akin to striking a jackpot. With this thought in mind, Taizhu couldn't help but chuckle. Meow? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Nai was momentarily taken aback. No wonder this female hunter did not hinder its movements. She was evidently scheming. Truly, it was a frightful realization for this cat. It was filled with intricacies. Having already owed her a life debt, now it had consumed her prey, further deepening the obligation. How could this cat repay such a debt? Was it truly destined to become her pet in exchange? Xiao Yu, I never imagined you consumed food in such a peculiar manner. Let us proceed. I shall introduce you to someone. Lin Fengyao cast a strange glance at Xiao Nai before rising and walking toward another door. Xiao Nai rolled its eyes. You're the one who eats like that. I am still quite hungry. This method of consumption is hardly satisfying. Nevertheless, it understood that it had taken significant advantage of her. As the saying goes, one who accepts a hand is at a disadvantage. Thus, Xiao Nai found itself lacking the courage to oppose her words. With a slight sigh, it followed her. Heavens! This cat can actually comprehend the captain's words. Tai Zhu was astonished at the interaction between the human and the feline. A magical beast that understands human speech is indeed a rarity. Perhaps only those trained magical pets possess such an ability. Seeing the pair proceed toward a Fu's room, he instinctively followed. Inside the room, a pale-faced youth lay upon the bed. Upon their entrance, he awoke, glancing towards the door. A hint of a wan smile appeared on his face as he recognized Lin Fengyao. Captain, a Fu, has your injury improved? Lin Fengyao inquired, expressing her concern for this team member. A Fu was quite reserved and seldom spoke. No one would suspect that this somewhat delicate-looking youth was the second strongest member of their Blood Shadow team, aside from her. Unfortunately, during their recent expedition, they encountered a formidable magical beast, and a Fu sustained severe injuries from a single blow, leaving him in recovery. Luyuan City is merely a mid-sized city, and they had scoured the entire area without finding any healer with supernatural abilities, resorting instead to traditional medicine for treatment. He had not participated in any missions these past few days. I feel somewhat better, but I still cannot engage in combat. A flicker of frustration crossed Lu Fu's eyes. Lying in bed for days on end made those who lived by combat feel utterly uncomfortable, as if their bodies were deteriorating. If they were in Jinsha City, such an injury could be swiftly treated by a healer. It was an ordeal to endure this suffering. Lin Fengyao understood a Fu's sentiments. This lad was adept with a blade, and combined with his supernatural abilities, his close combat prowess was formidable, earning him the moniker of Demon Blade. After lying in bed for so many days, it was inevitable that he felt stifled. Their team had long lacked a healer, as such talents were exceedingly sought after and difficult to recruit. However, now the most urgently needed element for their team was finally being fulfilled. Upon this thought, she could not help but glance at the little creature that had been observing its surroundings ever since it entered. Chapter 19. Healing upon entering. Xiao Nai was immediately overwhelmed by the pungent scent of medicinal concoctions that filled the air, leaving her quite uncomfortable. She could not fathom why this woman had brought her here. Did she not realize that a cat's nose is exceedingly sensitive and cannot tolerate such overpowering odors? However, upon overhearing the conversation between the woman and the young man on the bed, Xiao Nai felt a sudden jolt of realization about the true purpose of her visit. But how could she have known that this cat possessed such capabilities? She then recalled that just moments ago, the creature had awakened and used a healing ability derived from a white mouse. Surely, the woman must have been observing it at that moment. How cunning. Pretending not to notice the cat waking up while secretly scrutinizing it. The thought of having to remain in the company of such a woman to repay a debt made her heart uneasy. When the woman cast her gaze upon Xiao Nai, she merely blinked her violet eyes innocently in response. You do not speak, I shall not act. If you command, I shall comply, she mused, calculating how to lighten her burden. Captain, what is this cat? Lu Fu, who had noticed the feline accompanying his captain, inquired with curiosity about the unexpected addition to their team. This is Xiao Yu. I brought it here to introduce you to a future member of our squad, and secondly, to assist in healing your injuries, Lin Fengyao stated without hesitation, revealing her intentions plainly. Captain, are you saying this little creature can heal? Iron Pillar exclaimed in astonishment. He had just witnessed the cat employing a unique ability, yet it seemed unrelated to healing. His surprise stemmed from the fact that a first-tier awakening with 2 types of abilities was indeed a remarkable talent, as beings possessing more than 2 types of abilities were exceedingly rare. Meow? Xiao Nai, hearing the disbelief from the large man, scoffed in disdain. Healing is but a trivial matter for me. You should curry my favor. Otherwise, when you find yourself injured, I shall withhold my assistance. Do not underestimate it. Xiao Yu possesses a surprising range of skills, Lin Fengyao remarked with a knowing smile, her gaze seemingly piercing through Xiao Nai's facade. For reasons unknown, Xiao Nai felt a twinge of guilt under her scrutinizing stare. Could this woman have discerned the nature of her abilities? That seemed implausible. Since you have stated so, I shall assist this fellow, she resolved inwardly and swiftly leaped onto the bed. There lay a youth who was not particularly handsome, but had a certain delicate charm. His thin lips, paired with a pair of cold, indifferent eyes, gave him an air of aloofness. His expression suggested a disinclination for conversation, exuding a cool demeanor. Meow? Xiao Nai called out to the individual on the bed, signaling that it was time for treatment. Subsequently, it began to mobilize its dark energy. Whether it was an illusion or not, after this near-death battle, it felt that its dark energy had significantly increased. No wonder its mentor had once told it that the fastest way for an ability user to enhance their strength was through actual combat. Enduring life and death experiences truly fosters growth, and this assertion proved to be accurate. A gentle, warm healing light began to gather around it. A stark contrast to the scorching and piercing light abilities of the common mouse. This light, when touched, imparted a profoundly comforting sensation. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of this white glow, Tai Zhu and Lu Fu understood that their captain had not deceived them. Under Xiao Nai's control, the healing light surged towards Lu Fu's body. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Fu emitted a pleasurable groan, acutely aware of his fractured ribs mending swiftly under the influence of this white light. After days of torment from pain, he had not felt such relief and comfort for quite some time. Meow? All done. This fellow's injury was not severe, and the consumption of dark energy was minimal. Even that little white mouse could regenerate its severed tail using this ability. Healing Lu Fu's minor wounds was a trivial task. Thank you. Upon feeling his injuries heal, Lu Fu opened his eyes, propped himself up with his hands, and after assessing his physical condition and finding no issues, a flicker of excitement crossed his indifferent gaze as he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the black cat before him. The efficacy of this treatment astonished the others. While numerous ability users possessed healing capabilities, such an extraordinary speed was indeed rare. Typically, those with healing abilities merely surface-level improved wounds or accelerated recovery. But genuine restoration of bodily injuries required additional time. In contrast, Xiao Nai's light-based healing ability restored Lu Fu to a state indistinguishable from one unscathed. This healing effect was undeniably remarkable. Meow? The young man's gratitude brought a slight joy to the weary Xiao Nai. After all, doing good deeds is inherently gratifying, especially when acknowledged. Although this cat was merely repaying a debt, the attitude displayed by Lu Fu was commendable. Xiao Nai raised its right paw and waved dismissively, signaling that no thanks were necessary. It then cast a glance at the female hunter, shaking its whiskers with a self-satisfied smile, as if to say, "Did I not perform admirably? Remember, I have settled part of my debt." Lin Fengyao, whether she comprehended Xiao Nai's intent or not, nodded appreciatively at the cat. Receiving a response, Xiao Nai flicked its tail with satisfaction and jumped down from the bed, observing Tai Zhu blocking the doorway like a sentinel. It raised its paw and gestured aside, indicating that he should not obstruct its path. Tai Zhu recognized the cat's desire to exit and promptly stepped aside, murmuring to the two in front, "Captain, your cat truly possesses extraordinary abilities. Yes, you should treat it well, considering you often find yourself injured. If you do not, beware that it may refuse to heal you," Lin Fengyao advised with a smile. The two men in the room brightened at her expression, thinking to themselves that having a pet might not be such a bad idea after all. For the mere joy it brings to our usually frosty captain, it is worth every moment spent in its company. Upon emerging from the room, Xiao Nai leapt onto the couch in the living room. After healing the wounds of the creature known as a Fu, it felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over it. For reasons unknown, transforming into a cat seemed to induce a perpetual state of lethargy. Finding a comfortable spot, it nestled down, folding its erect ears to shield its acute hearing from the surrounding noise that would otherwise hinder its slumber. Meow? Strangely enough, sleeping here offered a greater sense of security than resting outdoors. For the time being, it had no destination in mind, so mingling with this lovely huntress for a while seemed agreeable. Though hunger gnawed at its belly, the pressing need for sleep outweighed its appetite. This weariness could stem from its use of dark energy, or perhaps from consuming the Mouse King, though it favored the latter explanation. It recalled a similar fatigue after devouring a small white mouse. As long as it was not engaged in battle, this overwhelming drowsiness was unstoppable. Lost in these thoughts, it succumbed to sleep. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, rousing Xiao Nai from its slumber. The scent triggered its hunger pangs, prompting Xiao Nai to open its eyes wide. Before it stood someone enticing it with a piece of jerky, and in an instant, it sprang from the couch, lunging with lightning speed to seize the morsel. The individual holding the jerky appeared taken aback by Xiao Nai's swiftness, eliciting laughter from those nearby who were clearly entertained by the scene. "You foolish oaf, I told you not to tease it, yet you wouldn't listen. It's fortunate it didn't bite you," someone remarked. "If it had, simply have it heal you. It's no trouble. But have you not fed it? Look at how famished it is." The plump man, although startled, was not angered. Instead, he gazed at Xiao Nai with a hint of curiosity. "What do you mean it hasn't been fed? That large gray rat was devoured by it." "Go ahead, ask the captain," retorted Taiju. "Huh. The captain is off to get it a pet license. How am I to inquire?" Xiao Nai disregarded the surrounding chatter, finishing the piece of meat that finally quelled its hunger. "What kind of meat is this? It is utterly delectable, and consuming it leaves a warm sensation throughout its body. Could this be the flesh of a magical beast?" Pondering this, it turned its gaze toward the individual who had provided the meat. He was a jovial man, his demeanor radiating kindness, clad in casual attire that belied his profession as a hunter of magical beasts. "My feline friend, are you satisfied? Would you care for more?" "I have plenty left," he said, his face blossoming into a cheerful smile upon noticing Xiao Nai's gaze. "Meow?" As the plump man produced a small bag of jerky, Xiao Nai's eyes sparkled with delight. Suddenly, it found this man rather appealing, far more so than the hulking figure standing nearby or the indifferent man on the couch. Clutching a knife and observing it, it twitched its whiskers in appreciation and let out a contented meow in response to the jovial man. Upon witnessing this scene, the stout individual promptly presented the small bag he had previously opened before Xiao Nai, wearing a pleasing smile. After returning from outside, he was taken aback to find a black cat, fast asleep on the sofa, sporting 3 tails. Curious, he inquired with Tiezhu, who was in the living room. It was only after learning that this peculiar black cat was the very 2-tailed creature they had rescued that he comprehended the situation. He soon discovered that the black cat had healed Liu Fu's injuries, leading to this remarkable sight. Indeed, while Xiao Nai slumbered, it had acquired yet another tail. This spectacle left the 3 individuals in the living room utterly astonished. Subsequently, Lin Fingyao visited the Hunters Guild to assist Xiao Nai in obtaining the necessary pet registration. After all, without a proper identity, traveling with Xiao Nai could pose certain complications. The Hunters Guild, a neutral service organization of significant influence, is backed by the Huaxia government. Thus, it possesses unique privileges, such as issuing firearms permits and pet licenses recognized by national law. To register a pet's identity, it is not necessary to bring the animal. Simply providing the relevant information suffices, resulting in the issuance of a pet identity tag, provided one is an official hunter of the guild. Once the pet dons this identity tag, others are aware that it is a domesticated animal, and in the event of any incident, it will be afforded legal protection. Naturally, should the pet misbehave, the owner will also bear responsibility. Upon awakening, Xiao Nai noticed the addition of a new tail but was unfazed by it, as it had grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Presently, its primary concern was satisfying its hunger. Chapter 20. Collaborative Prosperity while indulging in its meal. Xiao Nai encountered a phenomenon reminiscent of previous experiences. The newly formed tail continuously channeled energy into its body, bestowing a profoundly comforting sensation. This energy manifested in 2 forms, one cold, the other warm. The cold energy, upon entering its body, melded seamlessly with its dark energy, enhancing it incrementally. Conversely, the warm energy flowed throughout its body, imparting a delightful feeling akin to that experienced after consuming magical beast meat. This revelation left it in a state of disbelief. The cold energy augmented its dark power, while the warm energy improved its constitution. What extraordinary abilities had it awakened? Such bizarre and formidable powers might attract unwanted attention, potentially leading to dire consequences. Contemplating this, it resolved to conceal its full capabilities in public. Having once been human, Xiao Nai understood the strong xenophobic tendencies of humanity, which often seeks to eliminate perceived threats in their infancy. Unless it attained a rank above the fourth tier, possessing the means to dominate its surroundings, it would exercise utmost caution. However, the capacity of this newly acquired tail must surely have its limits. It could not grow indefinitely, as that would be absurd. It was determined to test the boundaries of this ability when the opportunity arose. Meow. At last, Xiao Nai had devoured the contents of the small bag filled with magical beast meat, releasing a satisfied sound. With a few playful kicks, it sent the empty bag flying from the sofa. Lying on its side, it exposed its slightly rounded belly and rolled comfortably a couple of times. Hee, brother cat, are you full? If not, I shall procure more for you shortly. The rotund figure sat beside Xiao Nai, wearing a grin reminiscent of the big bad wolf as it gazed at the feline rolling around on the sofa. Of course I'm full. Do you think I'm a pig? Even after such a feast, I'm still not satisfied. Yet, this rotund fellow's overly eager smile must conceal some ulterior motive. Could it be that he intends to abduct me for sale? Heh, brother cat, shortly I shall take you out for a delightful excursion. Although the city may be small, it harbors a myriad of delectable treats. Upon hearing Tiezhu claim that this cat could comprehend human speech, the rotund individual was initially skeptical. But witnessing the cat's reaction had shifted his belief. This was indeed fortuitous, for communication would not be so cumbersome. Fancy taking me out for fun? To savor delicious food? Your words are reminiscent of a trafficker luring away children. Xiao Nai regarded him with suspicion, contemplating whether this rotund individual aimed to sell it. Alas, it could not articulate its thoughts. Otherwise, it would have posed the question outright. Hey, rotund one, do you intend to sell it? If the captain finds out, he would certainly flay you alive. Tiezhu interjected, increasingly unsettled by the conversation. Lu Fu, seated on the sofa, gripped his knife tightly, casting a wary gaze at the rotund man. This cat had healed his wounds. He would not permit the rotund fellow to sell it. Hey, what are you all up to? Who said I wish to sell it? What could it possibly fetch? Do you not realize that this is a cat with healing abilities? Such a talent is akin to a treasure trove. Look at those with healing powers. They are all wealthier than one could imagine, and they do not even risk their lives to earn their fortune. This cursed place is rife with hunters, yet none possess healing abilities. If I merely take it for a stroll outside, surely gold coins would flow abundantly into my pockets. As he envisioned this scenario, the rotund man's eyes sparkled with the gleam of gold coins. His childhood experiences had instilled in him a unique pursuit for wealth. However, after encountering Lin Fengyao, he had refrained from engaging in any illicit activities. His aptitude for financial matters was such that even Lin Fengyao entrusted him with the financial authority of their hunting team. Now, upon learning that Xiao Nai possessed healing abilities, he immediately considered the potential for profit. Though they hunters were comparatively affluent against ordinary folk, they paled in comparison to those who thrived in the profession. After all, apart from their captain, who wielded a runic sword, the rest of the team lacked any runic equipment. Thus, the rotund man had long been devising ways to amass wealth. Compared to those hunters who casually possessed one or two pieces of runic gear, they were indeed impoverished. Meow. Upon hearing the rotund man's intentions, Xiao Nai grasped his scheme. A shift in thought led it to realize that this ability inherited from the white mouse could indeed lead to prosperity. Nevertheless, it also understood that such earnings necessitated an identity that could roam freely within the human realm. Otherwise, venturing out would likely result in capture or worse, rather than the pursuit of wealth. In the aftermath of calamity, the original financial system had collapsed. The newly established financial system operated on gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins as circulating currency. Rotund one, you truly have a fixation on money. You must have lived a life of destitution in your past. Upon learning of this reasoning, Tiezhu and Lu Fu ceased their glare at the rotund man. However, the straightforward Tiezhu could not resist making a sarcastic remark towards the chubby fellow. I have been losing money because I am short on funds. You gentlemen, aside from engaging in battle, are oblivious to everything else. Eating, drinking, and attending to nature's calls do not cost a dime. If it weren't for my meticulous budgeting, you wouldn't enjoy such comfort. Thus, I yearn for money to rain down from the heavens, finding gold coins the moment I step outside. In response to Tiezhu's words, the chubby man widened his eyes and retorted with indignation. This declaration left Tiezhu momentarily speechless. He was not one to grasp the concept of money well, believing that having wealth meant spending more, while lacking it simply meant spending less. As long as he wielded a weapon, he feared not starvation. Meow? To him, I am merely a tool for making money. No wonder he is so attentive, thought the feline, observing the chubby man's fervent gaze. It simply licked its paw, pretending not to notice. Suddenly, the chubby man reached out with both hands, seemingly intent on embracing it. Meow? Xiao Nai sprang up abruptly and let out a fierce growl. Raising its paw, it extended its sharp claws towards the chubby man's hands. This unexpected action startled him, causing him to retract his hands. The chubby man looked at Xiao Nai, forcing a smile as he cheerfully said, Dear cat, you mustn't burn bridges. Just now, I treated you to a bag of second-tier magical beast jerky, which is quite precious. Even I wouldn't indulge in it often. However, if you cooperate with me, I can provide it for you every day. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nai began to ponder. It had indeed experienced the benefits of magical beast meat. If it could enjoy such delicacies daily, collaborating with this chubby man might prove advantageous. After all, not utilizing its abilities was a waste. And earning something in return was certainly welcome. Meow? With this thought, it sheathed its claws and mewed at the chubby man. Chubby, I consent to your proposal. Cat brother, do you really agree? The chubby man asked, astonished at Xiao Nai's response. Of course I agree. Why would I oppose something beneficial? If you had made this clear earlier, I would have agreed long ago. Seeing Xiao Nai nod, the chubby man gleefully extended his right hand, exclaiming, Cat brother, may our partnership be fruitful. Meow? Xiao Nai extended its paw to shake his, thus sealing the deal. The two onlookers gazed in bewilderment at the peculiar exchange between man and cat. The sight of this chubby man conducting business with a feline left them questioning whether their thoughts were still in tune with the current times. Come, cat brother. I shall take you to earn money. There are plenty of hunters around. Business should thrive, the chubby man declared and attempted to scoop up Xiao Nai, only to be evaded. You are no beauty. I shall not allow you to embrace me. Then I shall lead the way. Keep up, cat brother. The chubby man, undeterred by Xiao Nai's reaction, was preoccupied with thoughts of potential customers. Recently, his demon hunting team had been carrying out missions in this city, and he had grown quite familiar with the area. This familiarity would undoubtedly simplify his forthcoming money-making endeavors. However, just as the chubby man turned around, he was abruptly stopped. The master of the blade is none other than Lu Fu, who sits silently on the sofa, possessing little presence until now. Lu Fu, what do you mean? Why are you blocking my way? The chubby man exclaimed in anger, though a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Lu Fu is a peculiar individual. His combat style both frenzied and demonic, employing ruthless tactics that render him a figure of dread. Generally reticent, he skillfully conceals his aura, making him seem almost non-existent. Moments ago, the chubby man had overlooked him, but now, seeing Lu Fu obstruct his path for no apparent reason, he felt a surge of irritation. Although wary, this did not equate to fear. Do not permit it to leave, Lu Fu remarked, disregarding the chubby man's ire. In the demon hunting squad, he is known for his solitary nature. Apart from Lin Fengyao, no one can engage him in conversation. What do you mean? Why can't I take it away? The chubby man, recognizing that Lu Fu was not the type to cause trouble without cause, suppressed his anger and posed a calm inquiry. Yet, Lu Fu merely shot him a cold glance, his disdain evident. The message was clear. He could leave, but taking Xiao Nai with him was out of the question. You need not query Ah Fu. It is the captain's directive. Xiao Yu currently lacks a pet tag, and venturing outside could lead to complications, Iron Pillar interjected, seemingly anxious to prevent conflict by clarifying matters for Ah Fu. Upon hearing this, the chubby man recalled the issue at hand. Without a pet tag, a magical beast like the black cat would have no recourse if harmed by others. Indeed, hunters often operate without reason. The might of one's fist dictates the truth. Xiao Nai had initially intended to accompany the chubby man for a stroll, but upon hearing this predicament, it relinquished the idea of venturing outside. Given its diminutive stature, it was not eager to test the sharpness of a hunter's blade. Realizing it could not leave, it returned to its previous resting spot. Meow? Being a cat is so troublesome, it mused. This thought led it to reminisce about its life as a human. Surely, some would mourn its passing, its mentor among them, though it remained uncertain about others. Reflecting on this, it realized its previous social circle was indeed quite limited. Its existence had revolved solely around school and home, a monotonous line devoid of true friendships. It was unlikely that the former version of itself could have envisioned entering the realm of hunters in such a manner. As the chubby man pondered, Iron Pillar polished his massive hammer while Lu Fu closed his eyes in contemplation. The room once again fell into a tranquil silence. Xiao Nai quietly attuned itself to the sensations of its body, discovering that its dark energy surged rapidly under the chill of the surrounding atmosphere, far surpassing the speed of meditative training. This phenomenon revealed to it a shortcut to enhancing its strength, granting it the confidence to pursue those responsible for its demise. After all, it would not easily forgive those who had caused its death. Chapter 21. The Journey. The Hunters Guild of Luyuan City is situated within a large shopping complex in the northern part of the city, encompassing a vast area with a grand plaza in front. Following the catastrophe, this shopping center was abandoned and later designated by the local government for the Hunters Guild. At present, the guild is bustling with activity, teeming with individuals coming and going. These hunters, armed with rifles, formed groups as they entered and exited, diligently submitting and accepting tasks. Suddenly, at the entrance of the mission hall, a cadre of armed hunters descended the staircase leading to the second floor. At the forefront of this assembly was a woman, her demeanor cold and her gaze sharp, reminiscent of a goddess of war emerging from an ancient battlefield. Every movement she made exuded an imposing aura. Perched lazily upon her shoulder was a cat of strikingly dark fur, an extraordinary creature with 3 tails, unmistakably a magical beast. This group comprised the demon hunting team, led by Xiao Nai and Lin Fengyao, and upon their arrival, many paused, gazing at them with a mixture of awe and reverence. Meow? Under the weight of so many eyes, Xiao Nai felt a twinge of discomfort. However, being a cat nestled on Lin Fengyao's shoulder, her unease went unnoticed. Xiao Nai fully comprehended the gazes from the hunters below. In her previous life, had she encountered Lin Fengyao and her entourage, she too would have looked upon them with similar admiration. The reason was simple. Lin Fengyao's team consisted of professional hunters, whereas those below were merely aspiring hunters. The second floor of the Hunter-S Guild served exclusively the professional hunters, while the first floor was occupied by novices seeking tasks. Being a professional hunter is an exceedingly perilous profession, hence the rigorous assessment process. Throughout Huaxia, fewer than 1 million have successfully transitioned to become professional hunters, scattered across the nation, rendering them quite rare. Yet, the demand for hunters remains exceedingly high, prompting the need for novice hunters. The Huaxia government can only support a limited military force, aside from stationed armies in major cities. Smaller counties and towns typically have only a handful of local police and community militias. However, when magical beasts wreak havoc or swarms of wild animals invade, these militias prove inadequate. Reporting such incidents to the military is often impractical, as no amount of soldiers could manage the situation, especially since their primary duty is to protect cities, making their deployment infrequent. In such circumstances, the only recourse is to summon hunters through the guild to undertake the tasks. In recent times, the guild has received a diverse array of requests, ranging from locating lost items to clearing beasts and escorting goods. To address the manpower shortage, novice hunters were introduced. Those aspiring to become hunters, yet lacking the prowess to pass the assessments, could register as novice hunters to accept tasks. Naturally, they would find it exceedingly difficult to secure dangerous assignments involving magical beasts unless they could demonstrate their capability to hunt such creatures to the guild. Xiao Nai, resting on Lin Fengyao's shoulder, playfully tugged at the collar around her neck. This collar bore a small metal tag, serving as her pet identification, akin to her identity card. Lin Fengyao had chosen a collar crafted from the resilient fur of magical beasts, ensuring it was comfortable for her companion. However, a sudden addition to its neck made it feel uncomfortable, compelling it to constantly desire to sever it. Upon receiving the pet tag, Xiao Nai learned the name of this female hunter, Lin Fengyao. How peculiar. For reasons unknown, this woman seemed to enjoy placing it upon her shoulder. Although her body emitted a pleasant fragrance that was quite soothing, remaining on her shoulder was far from comfortable. Observing her adept movements, it was evident that she had engaged in this behavior numerous times before. Could it be that she had once cared for a cat as charming as itself? In its boredom, it glanced at the sullen, plump figure beside it, unable to suppress a chuckle as it twitched its whiskers. Their previously discussed plan to earn money had been thwarted, akin to witnessing gold coins flutter away before their eyes, leaving the plump man decidedly unamused. They were, after all, hunters from Jingnan province, passing through Liyuan City on their way to Miling City, but encountered a formidable magical beast along the way. Liu Fu had sustained serious injuries, necessitating a period of recuperation in Liyuan. With Liu Fu's wounds now treated by Xiao Nai, they were poised to resume their journey. The plump man was reluctant, wishing to delay for a day. However, there was no opposing the Queen of the Forest's decision. One might wonder if her title of Bloody Queen was merely for show. In this regard, Xiao Nai felt a twinge of schadenfreude, having already reaped the benefits, especially since the bag of magical beast meat provided by the plump man was quite costly. Upon exiting the Hunters Guild building, they arrived at the stables for their mounts. Xiao Yo, come with me. My horse is robust and steady. The plump man, leading his tall white steed, called out to Xiao Nai, who had already leaped from Lin Fengyao's shoulder to stand on the ground. Xiao Nai cast a glance at the bustling square ahead, disregarding him entirely. The foolish plump man had ceased to refer to it as cat brother after hearing the wretched name bestowed upon it by the queen. And do you think that possessing a flashy white horse makes one a prince? Humph. Thus, riding a white horse does not guarantee one is a handsome prince. It could just as easily be a pompous plump man. Xiao Nai expressed a desire to ignore him. Captain, does it dislike the name Xiaoyo? No matter how I call it, it pays me no heed, the plump man remarked, puzzled, to Lin Fengyao. Not at all. It simply needs time to adjust. Call it a few more times, and it will become accustomed, she replied while preparing her horse, affixing the saddle. As for the name Xiaoyo, she was resolute in not changing it, for the queen was quite stubborn in such matters, and the name held special significance for her. Mew. Adjust to what? Whoever dares to call me by that dreadful name shall face my wrath, Xiao Nai seethed internally, observing the busy Lin Fengyao ahead. A flicker of gloom passed through Xiao Nai. True, this woman was beautiful, yet her demeanor was anything but gentle, showing no respect for its dignity. Although it had transformed into a cat, it still possessed the soul of a human. The queen's domineering nature cast a shadow over its existence, leaving it feeling deprived of any semblance of rights. Once it repaid the debts owed to Lin Fengyao, it vowed to part ways with her. In this world, there exist no mythical contracts binding pets. As once adopted, they are free to come and go as they please. Meow. Henceforth, should I seek a master, I shall certainly desire a beautiful and kind mistress. With this thought, Xiao Nai cast a disdainful glance at Lin Nu Wang. Captain, purchase it. The gray wolf, accompanied by the dove, approached with a bag containing essential supplies they could utilize on their journey. Lin Nu Wang's decision was rather hasty, leaving some provisions unprepared. Brother Black Cat, I have procured dried fish for you. The gray wolf called out to Xiao Nai, who was squatting on the ground, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. As a melee ability user, he frequently faced injuries. Although his beast transformation granted him remarkable recovery, severe wounds required time to heal. Meow. Brother Wolf, among these hunters, you are quite commendable. Satisfied, Xiao Nai responded to the gray wolf. Having discerned from the conversation that the scarred man was named Gray Wolf, it was indeed because of him that the demon hunting squad arrived in time to rescue it that day. Thus, Xiao Nai's attitude towards him was naturally different. Moreover, he had not referred to it as Xiao Yu, which pleased it immensely. Ever since the members of the demon hunting squad learned of its healing ability, Xiao Nai's status within the team had markedly changed. Though still somewhat unfamiliar, it quickly adapted to the group. The squad comprised 8 members, all skilled hunters endowed with unique abilities. What delighted Xiao Nai the most was that half of them bore nicknames inspired by animals, including itself. This formed a team dominated by animalistic monikers. Brother Cat, you must not be biased. I have given you my treasured beast meat, the fat one. Observing Xiao Nai's favorable disposition towards the gray wolf, seemed to grasp something and called out with a smile. Meow. You, fat one, do not address me as Xiao Yu. So naturally, I shall not engage with you. The beast meat provided by Zhao Ida, the fat one, had indeed endeared him to Xiao Nai, and it appeared that the financial authority of the demon hunting squad rested in his hands. To continue enjoying beast meat in the future, it was essential not to completely ignore him. Upon receiving Xiao Nai's response, a glimmer of understanding crossed the fat one's eyes, and he could not help but chuckle. From that moment on, he ceased to call Xiao Nai by the name Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, come here. Lin Nu Wang, having arranged her horse, called out to Xiao Nai. Pretending not to hear, Xiao Nai continued to gaze at the bustling hunter's square. Observing this behavior, the other hunters stifled their laughter, as it was quite rare for their captain to be overlooked. Lin Fengyao maintained her composure, seemingly unaffected, as she approached, leading her horse and reaching for the squatting Xiao Nai. Xiao Nai sensed this unfolding scene and attempted to evade, but suddenly felt unwell, as if its blood were momentarily stilled. This discomfort impacted its movements, causing a momentary lapse. As it yearned to flee, it became evident that Lin Nu Wang's grip was exceedingly skillful. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape her clutches. Meow. Once again, this woman's extraordinary ability must be intricately linked to blood. Otherwise, each time it attempted to resist her force, its blood would react unnaturally. Oh, how painful. This woman is doing it on purpose. Feeling the strength of her hand, Xiao Nai had no choice but to feign vulnerability as it gazed at her. Indeed, upon witnessing its demeanor, Lin Fengyao softened her grip somewhat. Placing it upon the saddle, she commanded, do not jump down, remain here peacefully. Lin Nu Wang's steed was a chestnut horse, which immediately displayed its displeasure at the prospect of Xiao Nai being placed upon its back. Meow. Infuriated by the horse's unwillingness, Xiao Nai extended its paw, intending to swat the ungrateful creature. However, upon observing Lin Nu Wang soothing her mount while casting a calm glance in its direction, Xiao Nai abandoned the thought. It was still insufficiently strong to oppose this woman's cruelty, a realization that left it rather despondent. The square was bustling with people. Making horseback riding impractical, the group merely led their mounts out of the throng. This locale rightly earned its reputation as one of the liveliest places in Luyuan City, teeming with countless vendors and an abundance of street performers showcasing their acrobatics. Yet, such is the nature of the market. After all, these hunters were quite affluent, naturally attracting a multitude of merchants. "I miss you, dear mother." A somewhat melancholic melody drifted from afar as Xiao Nai stood atop the saddle, seeking the source. It turned out to be an older gentleman strumming a guitar, singing a song from before the calamity. Listening to the bittersweet tune, Xiao Nai reflected on this journey. Soon to depart from the city that had birthed and nurtured it, memories of recent experiences flooded its mind, rendering its gaze profoundly complex. What had become of its original body? Surely it had been cremated. Contemplating these thoughts weighed heavily on Xiao Nai's heart. Farewell, Luyuan, my beloved hometown. Chapter 22. Conflict, Part 1. The province where Luyuan City resides ranks second in forest coverage throughout Huaxia. Over half of the province is enveloped in woods. Following the disaster, not only did animals undergo mutations to adapt to their environment, but even plants, unwilling to lag behind, began to transform. In a mere decade and a half, saplings grew into towering trees, while mighty trees evolved into colossal giants. What was once an ordinary forest swiftly transformed into a primeval woodland. The alterations in the forest became a haven for various creatures, allowing species on the brink of extinction prior to the disaster to not only escape their survival crisis, but also thrive and flourish. The proliferation of diverse animals and the emergence of magical beasts rendered all forests perilous. Some claim this is nature's retribution against humanity for its destruction, while others argue it is Earth's means of self-rejuvenation. Amidst the myriad of opinions, one truth remains. Compared to the times before the calamity, humanity is not faring well. On the highway leading to Miling City, Xiao Nai was cradled by Lin Nu Wang atop the horse. The sky was enveloped in a hazy white, with the sun obscured from sight. The weather was foggy, and the surrounding mountains and forests were shrouded in mist, lending an ethereal beauty to the landscape. A cool breeze occasionally swept through the mountain gorge, invigorating the spirit. If one were to find any merit in the aftermath of disaster, it would be that the air felt remarkably fresher than before. As Xiao Nai gazed at the verdant trees lining the road, a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. With each passing moment away from Luyuan City, the melancholy of leaving home gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of anticipation as she took in the scenery along the route. Having lived in Luyuan for 16 years before her rebirth, this was her first encounter with the outside world, and she was utterly exhilarated by it. In the wake of the calamity, numerous armed conflicts had erupted across Huaxia. Consequently, unlike the cities, the roads outside were somewhat dilapidated, with many areas pockmarked and cracked like spiderwebs. However, the situation now was far better than before the disaster. The Huaxia government lacked the financial resources to address these issues, opting instead to leave them unattended as long as they did not impede passage. Along the sides of the highway, several crooked concrete utility poles stood as a testament to the once glorious electrical civilization that humanity had established prior to the disaster. Meow? Xiao Nai feigned excitement about the outside world, but the truth was that she sought to distract herself. Why, you may ask? It was because she was being intimately cradled by the Lin Queen, a situation she had initially resisted, but her attempts to escape were swiftly quelled by the Queen's gentle strength. Meow? This was the first time in her life that she had been so close to a woman other than her mother. Though she continuously chanted in her heart that she was merely a cat, and that such closeness was entirely normal, she could not help but wonder why her heart raced so joyfully, causing her feline face to feel warm. "Captain, there is a temporary camp ahead. It appears to belong to a merchant convoy. Should we stop here to rest?" The mouse, who was leading the way on horseback, halted and called out. His unique ability, linked to his vision, made him the best among the demon-hunting squad. Thus, he often scouted ahead, ensuring that nothing escaped his keen sight. Lin Fengyao glanced at the dimming sky and checked her mechanical wristwatch, nodding in agreement. Although they were seasoned hunters accustomed to the wilderness, resting in populated areas could mitigate unnecessary troubles, such as wild animal attacks or bandit raids. In this era, straying from inhabited areas rendered one vulnerable, and the fate of ordinary individuals who fell victim to violence on the road, discarded in the forest without a trace, was a far cry from the information-rich days before the disaster. Not long after, a plume of smoke rose into the air. On a patch of cleared ground by the roadside, rows of temporary tents had been erected. Surrounding the tents, numerous individuals busied themselves with kindling fires for cooking, while nearby stood carts laden with goods, both horse-drawn and oxen-drawn. The arrival of Xiao Nai and her companions instilled a palpable tension among the camp's inhabitants, with some individuals brandishing firearms in vigilant watch. In this desolate wilderness, everyone remained exceedingly cautious, as any unforeseen event could transpire. "We are hunters from the Lai Ren Gong Hui," the portly man announced, advancing towards the anxious group. Although unperturbed by them, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications while traveling. Upon observing that the newcomers were armed and mounted on magnificent steeds, the locals recognized they were not to be trifled with. Realizing they were merely seeking a place to rest, their apprehension began to dissipate. It was common for caravans to band together for safety while encamped in the wild. An elder gentleman clad in a suit stepped forward and exchanged a few words with the portly man, who then returned with an affirmative gesture. Subsequently, they established their camp a short distance from the caravan, maintaining a respectful distance due to mutual wariness. As soon as the horses came to a halt, Xiao Nai eagerly extricated herself from the embrace of the Lin Nu Wang and leaped from the saddle. While the queen was indeed enchanting, being cradled in her arms felt rather peculiar and uncomfortable. Meow. The air here is refreshingly crisp, invigorating her senses. She darted around, reveling in the newfound freedom after being held for so long, her limbs tingling with the need for movement. Lin Feng Yao paid no heed to Xiao Nai's escape, dismounting to assist the others in setting up a temporary resting area. "Captain, shall we venture up the mountain to procure some game?" The portly man, enticed by the distant aroma of meat, felt his appetite stir. They had only brought along a modest supply of provisions, far simpler compared to the caravan's offerings. The Lin Nu Wang cast him a cold glance, leaving her response unspoken. Despite his fearlessness, he held a profound respect for her, a formidable presence indeed. This demon-hunting squad was composed of individuals with remarkable skills, yet all shared a healthy fear of the Lin Nu Wang. Meow. From a distance, Xiao Nai caught wind of the portly man's words and felt a pang of hunger. The tantalizing scent of meat wafted through the air, causing her mouth to water. Thankfully, the portly man had previously given her a pouch of monster meat. Otherwise, she would have surely starved while journeying with the Lin Nu Wang. Observing the busy group around her, she soon grew bored. Suddenly, she noticed a white silhouette emerging from the nearby grass. Her eyes brightened with intrigue. Could it be prey? She cautiously prowled closer, moving with utmost stealth to avoid alarming her quarry. As she approached, a portion of the white figure became visible. Just as Xiao Nai prepared to spring forward, the figure emerged fully from the underbrush. Meow. To her surprise, the white silhouette turned out to be a white Persian cat, which let out an indignant growl upon spotting Xiao Nai. Meow. Upon realizing it was merely a cat, Xiao Nai lost all interest. Upon witnessing a lifeless mouse beneath the paws of the white cat, it cast a disdainful glance at the feline, clearly unimpressed by its lack of ambition in resorting to such scavenging. Losing interest, Xiao Nai resumed its languid demeanor and turned to depart. However, this retreat inadvertently led the white cat to perceive Xiao Nai as an easy target, especially as it exposed its back during the exit, triggering the cat's instinct to ambush. With a fierce expression, the white cat lunged forward. Although it seized the opportunity well, Xiao Nai was no ordinary cat and could hardly be caught off guard by such a common adversary. Despite its apparent lack of defense, it remained vigilant. The moment the white cat sprang into action, Xiao Nai sensed its approach. Without turning its head, it merely twitched its whiskers, and its tail transformed into a serpentine appendage. This tail elongated into a whip, striking towards the white cat with remarkable speed. The unsuspecting white cat, caught in mid-leap, had no time to react, only to feel a shadow flash before it was sent flying. A piteous meow echoed in the air as Xiao Nai, intent on teaching the audacious white cat a lesson, did not hold back. Though it did not exert its full strength, the blow was certainly unpleasant for the ordinary feline. The white cat's anguished cries drew the attention of those nearby, and within the caravan camp, a young girl in a floral dress rushed towards the commotion, calling out for her pet. Xiao Bai, what happened?" Upon seeing her owner, the white cat mewed even more desperately, eliciting a heart-wrenching expression from the girl, as if her heart were shattered. Xiao Nai, upon hearing the pitiful wails, could not help but feel exasperated. Was such dramatics truly necessary? It had exerted only minimal force, and it was certain that the white cat had sustained at most minor injuries. This creature's cries were undoubtedly intended to provoke sympathy from the girl. Indeed, The girl fell for the ruse. It was evident that a cat mirrored the nature of its owner, both foolish and overly sentimental. Just then, the girl looked up and spotted Xiao Nai hidden among the grass, instinctively believing this black cat to be the assailant that had harmed Xiao Bai. Her expression shifted from anger to terror in an instant, as if her face had transformed. Pale and trembling, she let out a piercing scream. Beast. There's a beast. Help. Xiao Nai found her exaggeration absurd. Really, was it necessary to embellish so? It did not consume humans. Where was this so-called beast? Immediately, several guards armed with rifles burst forth from the caravan, rushing to the girl's side, only to find the black cat regarding them with a mocking expression. Upon noticing the three tails behind Xiao Nai, they quickly grasped that this was indeed the beast the young lady had mentioned, promptly raising their weapons to aim at Xiao Nai. Instinctively, it felt a surge of dread, as a menacing aura enveloped it, paralyzing its movements for fear that even the slightest action might provoke a shot. Subsequently, a glint of malice flickered in Xiao Nai's eyes. It was unforgivable that these individuals would so indiscriminately attempt to fire upon it. Although confronted with a firearm, it showed no fear. It possessed numerous methods to extricate itself from peril and ensure that these ordinary individuals would pay a price. Just as Xiao Nai was about to take action, a shadow flickered beside him, and an individual materialized at his side. The newcomer, with an icy demeanor, spoke coldly. What are your intentions? Do you wish to declare war upon us? It turned out to be the fatty, who, having caused a commotion, had naturally alerted Lin Fingyao and her companions. Upon witnessing someone daring to aim a gun at Xiao Nai, Fatty was incensed and instantaneously appeared at the scene. Shortly thereafter, Huilong also rushed over, sensing a disturbance that hinted at impending conflict. Chapter 23, The Confrontation, Part 2, The Extraordinary Individuals. The sight of Fatty's sudden arrival caused the few onlookers to gasp in fright. At that moment, a group from the merchant caravan rushed forward, brandishing firearms directed at Fatty and Huilong. However, it was not long before Queen Lin and her entourage approached, culminating in a standoff. It could be deemed a standoff only in a generous sense, for if Queen Lin and her group were to take action, the merchant guards would likely be swiftly overwhelmed. Upon their arrival, Lin Fingyao and her companions remained silent, their expressions radiating an aura of menace as they fixed their gaze upon the members of the caravan. These individuals had brazenly fired upon Xiao Nai, inciting the wrath of Queen Lin. Fortunately, the caravan's members had not yet discharged their weapons. Had they done so, it would not have been a mere standoff, but rather an outright battle. The demon hunting team, seasoned in combat, exuded an inherent ferocity that was now unrestrained, their presence suffused with an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Merely resting their hands upon their weapons seemed to render the surrounding air dense, with an invisible bloodlust permeating towards the guards of the caravan. An intangible pressure weighed heavily upon the merchants, sending shivers down their spines, as cold sweat trickled down their brows, yet they dared not wipe it away. While the two factions appeared somewhat similar in number, it was palpable to all that one side held the upper hand. Xiao Shi, what is happening? A voice laced with alarm and anger emerged from the rear of the caravan, as an elder who had previously conversed with Fatty approached, accompanied by several others. Manager Xiu, I am uncertain. Upon my arrival, I saw Xiao Fong and the others aiming their weapons at them. A guard from the caravan replied, his expression fraught with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Manager Xiu turned his gaze towards the one referred to as Xiao Fong. We merely heard the lady shout magical beast, and then we saw that three-tailed black cat. We feared it posed a threat to the lady, the guard explained, not anticipating that such a situation would unfold. Manager Su's attention shifted towards the aforementioned feline. Indeed, it was a magical beast. However, his keen eyes discerned the pet tag around the cat's neck, leading him to understand that it belonged to the group across from them. A weightier concern settled in his heart. Could they truly provoke those capable of keeping a magical pet? Observing the other side, who had not even raised their weapons but stood there coldly scrutinizing them, the disparity was stark. These individuals were not merely audacious. They were well aware that they were confronting hunters. Initially thought to be ordinary hunters, it now appeared that they might be professional hunters. As the thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out, and he cast a glance at the boss's daughter, who was rendered speechless by fear. Manager Su made a concerted effort to compose himself. If their adversaries were indeed professional hunters, a confrontation could spell disaster for their entire caravan, an outcome that would be tragically unjust. Esteemed gentlemen, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. Might we consider this matter settled? He offered, we shall certainly provide compensation for your losses. Humph. Do you think we covet your meager compensation? The rotund man retorted with a mocking sneer. Generally jovial, his demeanor turned menacing when angered. Meow? Xiao Nai observed the rotund man's current demeanor with a mixture of surprise and trepidation. Yet, inexplicably, a warmth blossomed within. Gentlemen, I understand you may not care. This is merely a token of goodwill from our caravan. Manager Su, well versed in the dangers posed by professional hunters, spoke as he produced a pouch of gold coins from his bosom and extended it towards the rotund man. The rotund man declined to accept it, instead glancing towards the regal figure of Queen Lin behind him. Queen Lin Fengyao remained silent, scrutinizing Xiao Nai closely. Once assured of its well-being, she relaxed, though she couldn't help but find amusement in its seemingly carefree expression. This little creature, Queen Lin Fengyao thought, her gaze drifting dismissively towards the opposing caravan as she spoke. Let it be. I hope there won't be a next time. After uttering this, she turned and began to depart, calling back to Xiao Nai. Xiao Yu, return with me. Xiao Nai had been observing from the sidelines, harboring a desire to teach a lesson to those who dared to point guns at it. However, it was unexpected that the conflict would be resolved so easily. At that moment, Xiao Nai did not comprehend that this was not merely about retribution. Had they truly engaged in battle, it would have unleashed a torrent of bloodshed. Although Queen Lin and her companions were hunters, they were not benevolent souls. Meow? Since Queen Lin had summoned it back, Xiao Nai felt it would be impolite to defy her wishes. After all, this conflict had originated from its actions. Although it was justified, it still felt a twinge of guilt. Thus, it obediently followed, eliciting laughter from the gray wolves nearby, with the queen declaring the matter settled. The rotund men complied without question. The rotund man cast a disdainful glance at their adversaries before striding off with the gray wolves toward their resting place. Once they departed, the caravan members collectively exhaled in relief. The previous atmosphere had unnerved them greatly. They had not anticipated such a formidable presence, which had subdued them merely with their icy gazes. Do you know who they are? Manager Su inquired of the guards, who were all hunters they had recruited, albeit reserve hunters. A guard, fear etched on his face, contemplated for a moment before responding. I do not know, but their demeanor resembles that of professional hunters. The rotund man who spoke earlier is an ability user. I saw him appear right in front of us without any forewarning. At that moment, another guard seemed to recollect something, his face paling with dread. The guard's words cast a heavy pall over the hearts of the others. The profession of a hunter, the existence of magical companions, and the presence of supernatural abilities all reveal the formidable nature of those individuals on the opposing side. The guards of the trade caravan are hired by the merchants in the city, and those capable of wielding firearms are hunters from the Hunter Guild. Yet they are merely preparatory hunters. Professional hunters, however, cannot be summoned merely through financial means. Although these individuals are only preparatory hunters, their understanding of professional hunters indicates that those who possess magical companions among them are indeed formidable. Manager Su, are those individuals truly terrifying? The girl in the floral dress, having regained her composure, despite her pale complexion, exhibited a glimmer of rationality in her eyes. She was not an ignorant ornament. Her initial shock at the sudden appearance of a magical beast, followed by fear from the fierce expressions of the portly Lu Ida and others, had unsettled her. After all, she was merely a girl accustomed to a life of luxury and unarmed. Indeed, they are quite fearsome, at least beyond our means to provoke. Manager Su, reassured by the calm gaze of the boss's daughter, decided it was best to resolve any misunderstandings. As merchants, it is vital to maintain cordial relationships rather than attract enemies. It was my mistake to react so strongly earlier. If necessary, we can let them handle Xiaobai. The girl gazed compassionately at Xiaobai in her hands. Yet her words reflected a harsh decision. Yes, Mississippi Manager Su was not surprised by her demeanor. If she lacked even this level of capability, the boss would not have permitted her to accompany him in business dealings. However, she still needed to shed a bit of her pride. It would have been more effective if she had personally addressed the situation. Xiao Nai walked quietly upon the grass, contemplating the naivety of her earlier thoughts. While others sought to take her life, she had merely considered imparting a lesson. Such a notion was indeed foolish. She had once hoped for a playful confrontation, but now she realized that a genuine conflict would be far from a mere reprimand. Meow? Silently trailing behind Lin Wang, Xiao Nai feigned indifference, yet her heart was tumultuous. The kindness shown by Lin Fengyao and others nearly led her to overlook the animosity that existed between humans and magical beasts. Those individuals, without discernment, raised their weapons to kill upon recognizing her as a magical beast. Such actions began to chill her heart, and Xiao Nai became acutely aware of her precarious situation. Having transformed into a cat, her first true interaction with humans had been with Lin Fengyao and her companions, who protected her, shielding her from the tents. adversarial relationship that typically exists between magical beasts and humans. Reflecting on her memories as a cat, Xiao Nai began to perceive matters from the perspective of a magical beast. At this moment, she truly grasped her circumstances, allowing her to realign her mindset. She would no longer harbor naive trust towards her former kin. Humans were no longer worthy of her faith. Brother Cat, what troubles you? Were you frightened? Had I known, I would not have let them off so easily. The approaching portly figure, upon noticing Xiao Nai's lackluster demeanor, began to exclaim, his eyes glinting with discontent over the earlier events. Meow? As the transformation from a human mindset to that of a magical beast cat began to take place within Xiao Nai, she could not help but respond with a playful call upon hearing the chubby man's words. However, she soon cast a disdainful glance at him, questioning his audacity to speak in such a manner. How could such a trivial scene possibly intimidate her, a feline of her stature? While the other humans may not be worthy of her trust, there remained a few that she deemed deserving. This realization brought a flicker of warmth to Xiao Nai's otherwise frigid world. Hey, Chubby, what does it feel like to be looked down upon by a cat? Inquired the chubby man's close friend, the gray wolf, observing the scene with feigned curiosity. If you wish to know, just let our cat brother enlighten you. The chubby man shot the gray wolf an annoyed glance, wishing he would refrain from mentioning certain matters. Oh, that is unnecessary. I'm not as foolish as you. The gray wolf retorted with a grin, laced with mockery. Get lost. The chubby man rolled his eyes, laughingly scolding him. Their playful banter drew the attention of others nearby, who joined in the laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. Meow? In truth, Xiao Nai felt a tinge of envy towards the camaraderie shared among these individuals. Her gaze drifted towards Lu Fu, who walked alone at the back with an indifferent expression, reminiscent of her former self before rebirth. Noticing her gaze, Lu Fu briefly met her eyes, his gaze flickering for a moment before returning to its previous state. Reflecting on this, Xiao Nai gained some clarity. Every individual possesses unique habits and thoughts, and as long as one lives freely, there is no need to concern oneself with the opinions of others. The demon hunting team clearly dismissed the earlier conflict. After all, they had encountered far worse scenarios. Soon, they gathered a pile of firewood, although much of it was freshly cut and damp. Meow? Are we really going to use wet wood to start a fire? Xiao Nai observed in confusion. At that moment, Zhao Anshuan, the team's fire conjurer, cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Nai. Extending his right hand, he summoned a fireball the size of his fist. With a gentle push, the fireball floated into the pile of wood, igniting a massive blaze that quickly engulfed the damp logs. Smoke billowed upwards as the kindling caught fire, erupting into a fierce flame. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Nai could only exclaim, "The extraordinary powers are transforming our lives." Chapter 24. A tranquil night. As night fell, the stars and moon vanished, plunging the world into darkness. Apart from the flickering light of the campfire, no other illumination could be seen. The sounds of frogs and insects filled the air, occasionally interrupted by distant roars from the mountains, reminding all that the world shrouded in darkness was far from peaceful. Although the day had been foggy, it remained dry, allowing the group to find a comfortable spot to sit. A gathering of individuals surrounded the fire, enjoying the provisions they had purchased earlier while engaging in lively conversation. Lin Fengyao's demon hunting team comprised 8 members, and with Xiao Nai the cat, they totaled 9. The assembly of 8 humans and 1 cat did not feel cramped. Earlier, a merchant caravan had approached, bearing food and drink in an apparent attempt to foster goodwill. However, upon witnessing this, Xiao Nai charged out, unleashing a series of yells that sent the merchants fleeing in fright. In response, the members of the hunter squad showered it with praise for its commendable performance. It is likely that they were still unsettled by the earlier incident. This act by Xiao Nai certainly eased their hearts considerably. However, seeing that those individuals did not bring the white cat along suggests that the girl ultimately could not bear to part with it. At this moment, Xiao Nai was contemplating the matter, thinking that simply letting it go was out of the question. For the first time in its life, someone had pointed a gun at it with the intent to kill. Cats are known to hold grudges, and with Xiao Nai having begun to adopt a feline mindset, it too started to harbor resentment. Yet, since Lin Nuang had declared that it was over, Xiao Nai refrained from openly seeking trouble with those individuals and had to devise an alternative plan. Currently, it was lying next to Lin Nuang, its claws gripping a piece of dried fish, which it was leisurely gnawing on. This fish had been specially purchased for Xiao Nai by the Grey Wolf, and it was fortunate to have this delicacy, for otherwise, Xiao Nai would have been at a loss for sustenance, as the others were consuming bread and other vegetarian fare. Initially, Lin Nuang offered it half a piece of bread, but Xiao Nai merely glanced at it and disregarded her. It was only when the Grey Wolf presented the fish that it began to eat. This behavior made Lin Nuang chuckle and scold it for being a creature of pure carnivorous appetite. Strangely, after being reborn as a cat, Xiao Nai found itself unable to consume anything other than meat, a stark contrast to its previous human self, which had not particularly enjoyed meat. Was this what they referred to as the law of extremes? It felt bewildered by this transformation. Lin Nuang had placed a thick fur pelt beneath her seat, providing a comfortable resting place. The pelt was dark, resembling that of a bear, and given Lin Nuang's lavish style, it was unlikely to be an ordinary bear skin. Only someone of her wealth would use such an extravagant pelt as a mere cushion. After finishing its meal, Xiao Nai began to groom its paws. For some reason, after becoming a cat, it had developed an intense obsession with cleanliness. Even the slightest trace of oil or fishy odor on its paws was intolerable. Fleas and similar nuisances made it feel utterly uncomfortable. Fortunately, since it discovered the utility of one of its unique abilities, such troubles were resolved. Xiao Nai inadvertently found that the hypnotic power it had acquired from the white mouse could indeed hypnotize and control these tiny pests. This ability worked through sound to hypnotize creatures with lower mental energy, which naturally included these self-aware little beings. This ability was fascinating. Once a creature was hypnotized, it could convey its intentions through sound, thereby influencing the behavior of the other party. It was an extraordinary means of communication that transcended both species and language, though regrettably limited. First, the target must be hypnotized by it, and second, communication could only be one-sided. Were it not for these constraints, it could have conversed with Lin Nuang and the others. According to the map, we would pass through Fengyao Town tomorrow, where we had a mission awaiting us. After finishing her meal, Lin Fengyao produced a map and, illuminated by the firelight, began to speak while examining it. Captain, what is the nature of the mission? The rotund man could not help but express his curiosity, questioning why they were stopping for a task while they were in haste to reach Miling City. The others also turned their gazes toward their captain, their expressions filled with inquiry. Initially reluctant to accept the task, it became evident that the turmoil caused by the magical beasts was more widespread than anticipated. With reports of villagers' deaths already surfacing, urgency mounted. At that moment, our small team was the only one within the Hunters Guild capable of undertaking the mission, as other teams were unfortunately unavailable. Fortunately, it aligned with our route, sparing us significant delays. In response to her companion's inquiries, Lin Fengyao patiently addressed their concerns. These magical beasts are truly despicable. I wish they would vanish from this world entirely. Upon hearing her words, the nearby dove, filled with resentment, interjected. His parents had fallen victim to the magical beasts, which compelled him to become a hunter. Meow? Xiao Nai, upon hearing this, felt displeased. What do you mean by that? Are you cursing my demise? Rising to her feet, she voiced her discontent towards the dove. How can you speak like that? Magical beasts, like humans, possess both good and evil traits. One cannot generalize based on a single instance. Grey Wolf, noticing Xiao Nai's outburst, quickly intervened, casting a knowing glance at the dove, indicating that he had provoked the situation. The dove, realizing his misstep, felt reluctant to apologize to a mere cat. Yet he understood that his words had unintended consequences. After all, it was well known that his parents had perished at the hands of magical beasts. At that moment, Lin Fengyao spoke up, alleviating the dove's embarrassment. The queen of the forest gently calmed Xiao Nai and provided the dove with an opportunity to save face. Gratefully, the dove glanced at his captain and then, with a hint of remorse, cast a sidelong look at Xiao Nai before lowering his head, lost in thought. Upon hearing Lin Fengyao's explanation, Xiao Nai chose not to pursue the matter further. Indeed, certain magical beasts harbored deep-seated enmities with many humans. It was merely unfortunate that the innocent among them were caught in the crossfire. Subsequently, the group lost interest in further discussion. After Lin Fengyao shared a few important reminders for the following day, she settled down, embracing her runic sword in a meditative state. The other hunters, save for one on watch, followed suit. It must be noted that their formidable strength was largely attributable to their habitual practice during any available time. On watch was Lu Fu, a rather taciturn individual who remained silent for an extended period, making him well suited for this role. Soon, a profound silence enveloped the camp, broken only by the crackling of the fire and occasional sounds from the surroundings. Meow? As night fell, it was a time when cats brimmed with vitality. However, after a day of exertion upon horseback, Xiao Nai felt fatigued and lacked the energy to wander aimlessly. Curling up beside Lin Fengyao, she closed her eyes and began to meditate. Meditation is not solely the domain of humans. All creatures may engage in this practice, provided they possess the requisite knowledge. Xiao Nai, acutely aware of her need for strength, seized every opportunity to enhance her abilities. During her meditation, she discovered that the tail formed by the Mouse King allowed for an increased and accelerated flow of both cool and warm energy into her body. As dawn broke, the sun rose, casting its radiant light through the gentle mist, illuminating the entire landscape. The world, having been shrouded in silence throughout the night, began to stir once more. As the early birds soared through the sky and alighted upon the trees, filling the air with their joyous melodies. Consequently, the dewdrops resting upon the leaves cascaded from their tips, tracing arcs through the air before landing upon the horses tethered below, provoking a flurry of movement among them. The night had passed without any predatory beasts or marauding bandits, which was hardly surprising given the presence of so many people. Wild creatures and thieves would indeed think twice before approaching, unless they were particularly dim-witted. As dawn broke with a gentle light, Xiao Nai had already awakened. With heavy eyelids still struggling to adjust, she surveyed her surroundings. The fire pit ahead bore only a few flickering embers, having fulfilled its purpose and reduced to ash after a night of warmth. A glance around revealed that others were still asleep. Yet she noticed the hunter known as Lao Shu seated on the ground, engrossed in a book. It seemed that he had taken the watch during the latter part of the night, though she mused that his deep fascination might suggest he was indulging in something rather inappropriate. With this thought in mind, she stealthily rose and approached Lao Shu. However, the moment she moved, he sensed her presence. Upon recognizing Xiao Nai, he offered her a gentle smile before returning to the world of his book. Meow. Xiao Nai trotted up beside him and, glancing at the cover, discovered the title was 108 Dating Techniques. Observing Lao Shu nodding in agreement as he read, she couldn't help but feel exasperated. Lao Shu, are you in heat? Noticing her beside him, Lao Shu shifted slightly, seemingly intent on embracing Xiao Nai. Yet she deftly evaded him, and he, recognizing the futility of his attempt, refrained from pursuing it further. The members of the demon hunting team noted that apart from the occasion when their captain had held her, Xiao Nai did not allow anyone else to embrace her. As a result, she was subtly labeled as a colorful cat, and they began wagering among themselves on who could gain her willing affection for a hug. All of which Xiao Nai remained blissfully unaware of. Meow, you, a frisky mouse, dare to embrace me? Who knows what strange things you might attempt? Xiao Nai cast a disdainful glance at Lao Shu before turning her attention back to him, who was lost in his literary world. She then scampered around a bit. Stretching her body, once sufficiently limber, she stood still in one spot, attempting to extend her dark energy outward, curious to ascertain its potency. Unbeknownst to her, the moment her dark energy stirred, it roused every member of the demon hunting team. The ability users were highly attuned to fluctuations in dark energy, and its emergence in their vicinity was immediately perceived. However, upon recognizing the source as Xiao Nai, they relaxed their vigilance. As the dawn light brightened, they began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. The expansion of dark energy resembled an enlarging magnetic field, with its farthest reach indicating its strength. One could liken dark energy to a light bulb. When not in use, it remains dark, yet when activated, it shines brightly. The stronger the dark energy, the brighter the illumination, casting light over greater distances. Thus, ability users could sense the general strength of an individual's dark energy simply by observing them while using their powers. The last time I checked was by Lu Hu, where the range was approximately 50 meters. I never expected this time it would extend to over 70 meters. The speed at which this dark energy accumulates is astonishing, surpassing even flight, and it has only been a matter of days. Xiao Nai, filled with both excitement and astonishment, pondered the rapid growth, understanding that it was linked to the chilling essence flowing from those tails into its body. However, it seemed that the quantity of this essence had its limits. The tail formed by that little white mouse lasted merely a day and a half before the chilling essence dissipated, while the tail formed by the Mouse King had persisted for nearly a day thus far. It appeared that the duration of this essence's presence was correlated with the strength of the consumed being. Chapter 25. Fengye Town. After gaining clarity on the current situation, Xiao Nai reopened its eyes, stifling a yawn as it gazed ahead. The night had been remarkably comfortable, nestled among these individuals without concern for danger, thus allowing for peaceful slumber. Meow. Upon hearing a rustling sound behind, it became apparent that others had awakened and were either organizing their belongings or feeding their mounts. Fortunately, it was summer, the season when flora flourishes abundantly. Leading the horses into the thickets provided ample sustenance for them. The gray wolf retrieved provisions from his pack to share among the group, urging everyone to eat up for the journey ahead. Lin Fengyao and the others, accustomed to camping in the wilderness, only carried essential water and dry rations, never bringing along pots or pans. Thus, they lacked hot meals. However, Xiao Nai had no demands in this regard, as long as there was meat. Hey, cat brother, do you want to ride a horse with me? I assure you it will be quite comfortable. Look at my physique. Holding you will not be a burden at all. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group organized their saddles and prepared to set off. At this moment, the plump one began to converse with a certain bored black cat that was amusing itself with a grasshopper on the ground, his expression resembling that of a lecherous uncle enticing a little girl to view goldfish. How can you be so shameless? He remarked, sweating profusely. Black cat brother, come ride with me. My riding skills are unparalleled. The plump one's words seemed to jog the memory of others, causing the gray wolf to change his demeanor and undermine the plump one, calling out to Xiao Nai. When the topic of riding skills arose, his expression was one of solitary expertise. Gray wolf, do you have no shame? Are your riding skills superior to mine? You reek of sweat as well. Upon hearing the gray wolf boast about his riding prowess, the mouse grew displeased, for he was the top rider of the Blood Shadow Demon hunting team and had yet to speak. Mouse, your riding skills may be commendable, but they are unsuitable for carrying a three-tailed cat. You are too light. A mere shake of the horse would send you flying. I should take the reins. I am heavier and more stable. The 2-meter-tall iron pillar, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, striking a pose reminiscent of a strong man. You are even less capable. Your horse struggles just to bear your weight. Do not add to its burden. The mouse shot him a disdainful glance and retorted. Meow, what is this situation? While this cat, am aware of my popularity, is it truly appropriate for you all to compete for the privilege of riding with me? And that giant, upon our first meeting, referred to me as a two-tailed cat, and now has taken to calling me a three-tailed cat. Wait for me. This cat, Xiao Nai thought furiously. Faced with this scene, it could not help but spare the hapless grasshopper, which had been left missing limbs, and gazed adorably at the few individuals present. At that moment, Queen Lin approached, leading her horse, and disregarding Xiao Nai's struggles, lifted it effortlessly and mounted the steed. With a calm glance at the others, she urged the horse forward, her gaze seemingly proclaiming dominion. This is the realm of this queen. Meow? Xiao Nai trembled in Queen Lin's embrace, incensed by being picked up without its consent yet again. Wretched woman, did you even consider this cat's opinion? Whatever happened to feline rights? Truly, it is impossible to frolic joyously with you. Observing the slender, delicate fingers so near, it yearned to take a bite. The others, slightly intimidated by Queen Lin's actions, exchanged sarcastic remarks before hastily mounting their horses to pursue. As they passed the merchant camp, the caravan members busily organized their belongings, preparing for departure. Nestled in Queen Lin's arms, Xiao Nai spotted that detestable white cat from the previous night, frolicking at the feet of a girl clad in a pink dress. Upon seeing them, the white cat seemed to forget the pain it had endured the night before, defiantly yowling at Xiao Nai. The merchant crew, already somewhat apprehensive under the watchful gaze of Lin Fengyao and her entourage, visibly shifted as tensions escalated. The white cat's owner appeared flustered as she attempted to soothe her Persian cat, seemingly concerned about inciting further conflict. Lin Fengyao and her companions remained unfazed, continuing their path with indifference. However, Xiao Nai could not let this go. After all, the caravan had aimed a weapon at it the day prior. Were it not for the formidable strength of Lin Fengyao's group, it doubted those people would have shown such weakness and relinquished their aggression. This unresolved frustration left it feeling quite unwell. With that thought, it directed a chilling gaze at the white cat, dark energy surging within. Suddenly, the white cat fell silent, merely watching as they departed. The merchant crew, believing the cat had calmed, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lin Fengyao and her companions sensed the fluctuation of dark energy emanating from Xiao Nai, glancing at it in surprise. Yet, upon witnessing the disappearance of this dark energy, they were puzzled, unable to comprehend what Xiao Nai had accomplished. In truth, Xiao Nai had performed no grand feat. It merely employed an extraordinary ability known as the dominance aura of the Rat King. This power, distinct from hypnotic abilities, required no vocalization and did not affect creatures outside of its feline kin. Having exerted the dominance aura over the white cat, it issued two commands: to cease its yowling and to attack the surrounding humans once they had moved a distance away. Possessing the dominance aura, Xiao Nai stood as the king among cats. Any feline with a lower mental capacity would succumb to its control. Unlike the hypnotic method, which rendered those affected somewhat dazed in both gaze and movement, the creatures under the dominance aura's influence behaved normally, but executed the commands of their master with unwavering obedience. Indeed, they had not traveled far when cries of agony echoed behind them, soon followed by the sounds of gunfire, which persisted for some time before tranquility returned. Xiao Yu, was it you who did this? Lin Fengyao inquired, casting a downward glance at Xiao Nai, who was innocently licking its paws. Meow? Xiao Nai merely looked up with a bewildered expression, seemingly communicating its inability to comprehend her words. This demeanor elicited amusement from the Queen of Lin. However, she remained indifferent to Xiao Nai's actions. To her, aside from those she cared for, others were no different from mere cats and dogs. Others in the vicinity exchanged furtive glances at Xiao Nai, particularly the rotund fellow who discreetly gave it a thumbs up. This gesture made Xiao Nai's eyes narrow in delight. It found the members of the hunter squad to be quite amiable and felt at ease in their company. Yet, compared to the casual indifference of Xiao Nai and its companions, the situation within the merchant group was far more dire. Many individuals around bore tattered clothing, their garments stained with blood. The gaping claw marks on their bodies were evident. A girl in a pink dress stood, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze fixated vacantly on the blood-streaked figure on the ground. The beautiful fabric of her dress was splattered with vivid crimson stains, a shocking sight to behold. Slowly, she raised her head, directing a cold, vengeful glare towards Xiao Nai and the others. It must have been you. You are certainly responsible. Fengye town, true to its name, was filled with maples. Upon entering its vicinity, Xiao Nai and the others were greeted by the ubiquitous presence of maple trees lining the roads, dotting the hills, and surrounding the houses. It was said that come autumn, the town would transform into a fiery spectacle, a romantic vista that attracted countless visitors. Yet, such was the tragedy of the present, after the disaster. Few retained the inclination to admire such beauty. The season had yet to change, and the landscape remained lush and green. Although numerous houses were visible along the roadside, they were mere remnants of a time before the calamity, devoid of any inhabitants. In this perilous world, one could not find peace unless they sought refuge in populous areas, unless they were a formidable individual capable of confronting any danger alone with confidence. Xiao Nai had heard of this picturesque town, though it had never visited. It stretched its paws over the saddle's front, peering curiously at the charming countryside path. Leaves cascaded gently to the ground, rustling under the hooves of their steeds. The fields nearby were already filled with seedlings, and a cool breeze stirred the emerald waves across the landscape. This idyllic scene was enough to soothe the spirit. However, Lin Fengyao and her companions approached with grave expressions. "Captain, something seems amiss," Pigeon remarked, his demeanor heavy as he observed the surroundings. "It's not merely a semblance of something being wrong. It is genuinely troubling." In broad daylight, their eyes sent a soul in sight. "How eerie," the rotund fellow muttered, his brow furrowed in concern. This time of day should have been bustling, with people tending to the fields, weeding, and fertilizing. Yet, upon entering Fengye town, they had encountered not a single person, which was decidedly abnormal. Everyone remained vigilant, prepared for an imminent battle. Years of hunting had honed the hunter's instincts to detect danger with remarkable acuity. Lin Fengyao seemed to sense an impending threat and spoke in a grave tone. The group collectively heightened their awareness, ready to confront any potential peril. Xiao Nai, feeling the weight of the atmosphere, summoned every ounce of her focus. Her pointed cat ears stood erect, attuned to the slightest sounds around her. The violet hues of her eyes sparkled with a blend of anticipation and curiosity, as if intrigued by the unknown adversary ahead. Lin Fengyao and her companions had appeared rather nonchalant when facing the merchant convoy's guards the previous night. However, their current seriousness suggested that something significant was afoot. The sound of hooves crunching on fallen leaves resonated in the air, amplifying the tension alongside the whispers of the wind. As they rounded a slight bend, a dense cluster of buildings came into view. The name Fengyejun possessed a poetic charm that might lead one to envision a quaint, classical town. In reality, however, the architecture was strikingly modern, with rows of identical villas meticulously lined up. The uniformity in design and color indicated a predetermined planning phase during construction. Encircling the town was a wall towering approximately 3 meters high, erected to prevent animals and magical beasts from trespassing. At the end of the road stood the entrance to Fengyejun, and as they drew closer, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Lin Fengyao and her companions. It was peculiar that a town of over 2,000 inhabitants was devoid of any visible life. This was decidedly eerie. The group halted before the heavy iron gate, which stood ajar rather than completely shut. Peering through the gaps, they beheld a desolate expanse, utterly devoid of inhabitants. "I'll go in first," the aloof Lu Fu suddenly declared. He dismounted, handing his steed to the nearby rat, and approached the gate with his weapon in hand. As he neared, his figure began to fade, ultimately vanishing from sight. Chapter 26, The Silent Town Meow. Xiao Nai exclaimed, watching Lu Fu disappear. She had not anticipated that this typically cold individual possessed the ability of invisibility. It seemed fitting for someone with such a killer's demeanor, cold and unfeeling. Despite his disappearance, Xiao Nai could still detect his scent. The presence of dark energy fluctuations around them also allowed the others to sense his existence, though they could not pinpoint his exact location. Evidently, Lu Fu's invisibility was not a physical disappearance, but rather an ethereal one. His body had not vanished. It was merely rendered invisible to the naked eye through optical manipulation. Nevertheless, this ability was undeniably formidable. The essence of this individual lies in his ability to harness the unique characteristics of his supernatural powers. Once cloaked in invisibility, he moves with utter silence, indicating his mastery of such skills. The others, upon witnessing Lu Fu's appearance, exhibit no astonishment, suggesting that they have grown accustomed to it. They dismount from their steeds, recognizing the enigmatic nature of this place and the uncertainty of the situation, thereby refraining from any bravado. With a swift motion, as Lin Nu Wang prepares to dismount, Xiao Nai promptly leaps down from the saddle. Upon landing, her feline ears stand erect, attuned to the sounds within. If there were indeed any unusual occurrences inside, Lu Fu would surely create some commotion upon entering. "Xiao Yu, stay behind us for a moment. Do not rush ahead," commanded Xiao Nu Wang, holding her rune sword, evidently concerned for Xiao Nai's safety. The others also readied their weapons, ensuring their firearms were loaded and safeties disengaged, prepared for any potential confrontation. With a resounding clang, Taizhu wielded his massive iron hammer and, upon reaching the entrance, forcefully pushed open the iron gate, which weighed several hundred pounds. The town was devoid of any life. Aside from the sound of their footsteps, there was an eerie silence. Logically, in a town of such size, even if the inhabitants were occupied elsewhere, the chickens, ducks, and dogs they kept would surely be present. Yet, not only were there no signs of human presence, but even the livestock had vanished without a trace. Upon entering the town, Xiao Nai detected a faint scent of blood wafting through the air, so subtle that only her keen feline nose could discern it. Without waiting for a response from Lin Fengyao, she darted towards the source of the odor, disregarding the earlier warning to refrain from charging ahead. "Captain, what is happening with her?" the plump companion exclaimed, startled by Xiao Nai's sudden movement. "Xiao, you may have discovered something. Let us follow her," Lin Fengyao remarked, a flicker of exasperation crossing her face as she observed Xiao Nai's retreating form. This feline truly lacked the obedience of a dog. She quickened her pace to catch up with Xiao Nai, feeling uneasy about allowing her to venture into such an enigmatic locale alone. Xiao Nai arrived at a patch of vegetation in front of a house, where she caught the scent of blood emanating from the flower bed. Delving into the blossoms, she soon stumbled upon a black-soiled dog lying there, its body marred by wounds inflicted by some creature. The blood it lost appeared abnormal, dark in hue, unmistakably indicating poisoning. Xiao Nai approached, gently nudging the dog's fluffy paw, only to feel an icy chill, as though it had been lifeless for quite some time. The dog's eyes remained open but were damaged, obscuring its original appearance. "Meow? What could have inflicted such wounds? The injuries seem minor, resembling bites from some insects," she mused. "Captain, it seems this dog was bitten by a swarm of venomous insects. It has succumbed to poisoning." Observing the temperature of the deceased, it was evident that the animal had perished a considerable time ago. "We have arrived too late." At this moment, the gray wolf approached, gazing at the dog's lifeless form, and spoke up. Lin Fengyao, upon hearing this, remained silent and continued her stride into the town. It's quite similar to what I imagined," remarked Xiao Nai as she noticed the queen's departure and promptly followed suit. To their astonishment, the door of this house was ajar, revealing shelves brimming with an array of merchandise, indicating it was indeed a shop. A group of individuals cautiously entered, only to find the interior in a state of disarray, with numerous items strewn across the floor, unattended. This establishment appeared to be a grocery store, and the rotund fellow's eyes sparkled at the sight of the numerous snack bags. He eagerly snatched a few packages from the shelves and tucked them into his clothing, prompting disdainful glances from the others. "You must be the reincarnation of a glutton," the gray wolf teased. "Without these delectable treats in life, what is there to look forward to? Alas, the selection here is rather limited, and most of it is unappetizing." The portly man lamented, eyeing the shelves with insatiable greed. "Meow?" Xiao Nai bounded over to the rotund man, lightly leaping and landing a firm paw on him. "Ouch! Brother cat, what have I done to deserve this?" he grimaced, addressing Xiao Nai, who, despite her petite size, had become significantly stronger after a baptism of dark energy, more than doubling her strength compared to an average adult cat. However, the portly man was a third-tier ability user, having undergone 3 such baptisms. Thus his physical prowess surpassed that of Xiao Nai. Ability users undergo a dark energy baptism upon awakening their powers, and each subsequent advancement entails another baptism. The greater the physical strength, the more substantial the benefits gained from the baptism. This also elucidates why many magical beasts are stronger than human ability users. Considering the absence of abilities. Meow. Xiao Nai raised her furry paw, pointing at several packets of small fish, and exclaimed, "You, fat man, cannot only think of yourself. You must consider me as well. The gray wolf hasn't procured much fish jerky, and once it's gone, I shall have nothing." "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" "I'll fetch it for you right away," the portly man replied with a grin, beginning to gather the small fish and meat snacks for Xiao Nai, well aware that she exclusively consumed meat and intending to secure several extra packets for her. After all, the place was deserted, and if someone did appear, he could always pay for it. The others observed this duo's thieving antics with a sense of incredulity. Subsequently, the group began their search, scouring every nook and cranny of both the first and second floors, yet they found not a single soul. Upon departing from this house, they proceeded to the next. The door remained unshut, though it appeared to have been cleaved open by some sharp implement. However, the marks did not resemble those made by a knife. This establishment was also a shop, yet unlike the previous one that sold food, this one specialized in household goods. Meow. Xiao Nai seemed to have caught a whiff of something, sniffing around a shelf on the first floor, detecting the presence of some living creature. Yet, a cat's nose, while keen, could not distinguish between human and beast. "Xiao Yu, have you found something?" Lin Fengyao was acutely aware of Xiao Nai's keen sense of smell, which prompted her to closely monitor its movements. Observing it sniffing incessantly at a shelf, she inquired, "Meow." Xiao Nai perked up its ears and listened intently for a moment, as if detecting a sound behind the shelf, akin to breathing. Although the nature of the creature remained a mystery, it was evident that some living being was concealed there. Nodding at Lin Fengyao, it lightly tapped the iron shelf. "Allow me, Samway Mao, step back a bit. It would be unfortunate if I were to collide with you." Iron Pillar, witnessing this, shouted with bravado. He believed himself superior in strength, boasting with a smile. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that his words were inciting Xiao Nai's ire. "Meow, you big oaf, always calling me Samway Mao. Though I possess 3 tails, your utterance makes me quite uncomfortable. Do not let me find an opportunity. I shall surely make you regret it," Xiao Nai thought bitterly, gracefully leaping away from the vicinity of the shelf. As Iron Pillar approached, he grasped the iron shelf firmly and effortlessly lifted it aside. Upon doing so, a small door was revealed, previously obscured by the shelf. Lin Fengyao stepped forward and casually turned the door knob, discovering that it was unlocked. Pushing the door open, she found the interior somewhat dim. However, this did not significantly hinder Lin Fengyao and her fellow enhanced individuals, whose vision was superior to that of ordinary people. The space was cluttered with goods, evidently a storage area. Suddenly, Lin Fengyao appeared to notice something and bent down to enter. Before long, Xiao Nai beheld Lin Fengyao emerging with a small boy in her arms, around 7 or 8 years of age. "Captain, what has happened to him?" the others inquired upon witnessing Lin Fengyao carrying someone out. "He must have fainted from hunger. There is no food or water inside, and after a prolonged period, he could not endure. We need to find him some water," Lin Fengyao stated, gently placing the boy on a reclining chair within the shop. "I have some," Doves declared. Retrieving a bottle of water from the store, his eyes filled with a sense of compassion as he gazed at the boy, reminiscent of his own childhood. "He likely cannot eat. We must take him to the hospital, or he will not survive," he said while administering water to the small boy. Observing Doves tending to the child, the portly figure beside him suggested, "Cat brother, why not use some healing on him?" "Meow." Xiao Nai rolled its eyes in response, disregarding the suggestion. "My abilities are for healing wounds, not for alleviating hunger." It stood by, unable to assist, yet felt a sense of joy knowing that the boy had been rescued and was still alive. After all, it was partly due to its efforts. After the boy had received some water, they resumed their search for any remaining survivors. Noticing Dove's special concern for the boy, the others decided to leave him in charge of caring for the child. "Meow, the scent of blood here is overwhelming," Xiao Nai remarked, its mood turning somber as it gazed at a deceased gray teddy bear lying at the entrance. It darted towards the ajar door, discovering an interior markedly different from those of the previous 2 houses. At last, it beheld the corpses of deceased villagers, although it had steeled itself for this sight. Its heart still jolted at the grim scene. Before it lay an elderly woman, perhaps in her 70s or 80s, her body grotesquely disfigured, skin darkened and in some areas swollen, clearly a victim of a potent toxin. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fengyao and the others arrived, their expressions shifting slightly as they surveyed the lifeless form, before commencing their examination of the cause of death. It was determined that the old woman had succumbed to the venom of a creature. The gray wolf inspected the body, then spoke up, seemingly having made a discovery. As he turned the corpse, a large black scorpion was revealed, crushed beneath the weight of the body. It appeared to have been the old woman's last act of defense. This scorpion was notably large, measuring about 3 fingers in size. While not a magical beast, it was evidently no ordinary scorpion. Chapter 27. Traces of the culprit. Upon witnessing this, the others immediately scattered into different rooms to search, but aside from this one corpse, no other signs of life were found. Xiao Nai also joined the search, but yielded no results. However, on this floor, they uncovered numerous signs of gnawing by insects, further affirming their suspicion that poisonous creatures were the culprits. With this revelation, the group continued their search, methodically moving from house to house, leaving no corner unexplored. Due to the slow pace, they split into 3 pairs for efficiency. Xiao Nai, Lin Nu Wang, and the plump companion formed one team, and after inspecting 2 houses, they found similar circumstances. The victims had all met their demise at the hands of these insects, their fates strikingly alike. Upon reaching the 3rd house, the situation differed somewhat. The occupants of this dwelling were evidently more affluent, reinforced by 2 thick iron doors. These doors had been cleaved apart by some sharp instrument, now shattered into fragments. Xiao Nai was the first to charge inside. Given that the invading insects seemed to have vacated the premises, caution was less of a concern. After all, if danger were to arise, Lin Fengyao and the plump companion were right behind. Upon entering through the damaged iron door, a chaotic scene akin to a refuse heap greeted its eyes. Judging by the disorder, the homeowners had evidently put up a struggle. A quick survey of the surrounding area revealed no signs of life, with the only sounds being those of their own group. Meow, did you find anything? Since observing Xiao Nai's nose, keen as a dog's, it had followed closely behind, ostensibly to ensure safety, though perhaps out of a reluctance to search independently. Ignoring this companion, Xiao Nai sniffed around, detecting a metallic scent of blood emanating from the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Meow, it called to the 2 behind and ascended the stairs. In truth, Lin Fengyao was the most sensitive to blood. Whenever she activated her powers, no trace of blood could evade her perception and control. Yet, there was no necessity to employ her abilities under these circumstances. At worst, they would need to take a few extra steps. As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, Xiao Nai spotted a creature of similar size to itself, a yellow-patterned raccoon, lying at the top of the staircase. Meow? Xiang's gaze turned icy as it beheld the lifeless form of the calico cat, which had undoubtedly succumbed amidst a desperate struggle. Its abdomen had been pierced by a sharp object, and its head appeared to have been devoured by some ravenous creature. Glancing sideways, it noted that the door to the 2nd floor was securely locked. Yet, the enemy had proven formidable enough to splinter even the iron door, rendering the wooden one utterly defenseless. Upon traversing the dilapidated wooden barrier, it was immediately confronted by a vivid expanse of crimson staining the ground, where remnants of flesh were still evident amidst the pool of blood. Scattered about were numerous torn and bloodied garments, among which lay a small white dress, now nearly entirely soaked in blood. Meow? What manner of beast is this? The child must have been consumed by that monstrous entity. Lin Fengyao and the rotund companion, upon witnessing this grim tableau, remained silent and continued their search. Captain, it appears that this child is indeed the victim here. Based on the evidence at the scene, it seems that a beast was responsible for the intrusion. However, its exact nature remains unknown. The destruction bears the hallmark of a creature resembling a mantis. Lin Fengyao and the plump man exhibited little reaction to the horrific sight, accustomed as they were to the brutality of hunting monsters. Faced with the scene, the rotund man was more inclined to analyze the type of beast that could inflict such devastation. Lin Fengyao's expression remained frigid. After a brief moment of contemplation, she departed, intent on searching the next location. Meow? Observing their reactions, Xiao Nai realized that its own emotional resilience paled in comparison to theirs. Although it had encountered numerous corpses of late, even its own, the sight before it stirred an unsettling discomfort within. This marked a pivotal shift in its mindset since its transformation into a cat. Were it still human, such a scene would likely have induced nausea. Its forepaws were now stained with various bloods, and under normal circumstances, it would have been unable to tolerate such a state, seeking to cleanse itself. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Nai found itself capable of viewing the grim reality with a newfound calmness, as though its spirit was undergoing a profound purification. As the search continued, Xiao Nai gradually grew numb to the horror, reaching a point where it felt it could even consume food while standing amidst the bloodied remains. The myriad of gruesome fates witnessed were profoundly tragic, delivering a significant shock to Xiang, who had always lived in a sheltered existence. For the first time, It felt the weight of its prior life, recognizing the stark contrast of its previous happiness. In that moment, Xiao Nai grasped the harshness of the world. Humans hunted monsters, and yet monsters too hunted humans. After scouring the entirety of the small town, the group reconvened, their expressions grave as they exchanged information. Xiao Nai leapt onto the counter of a small shop, seizing a packet of dried fish and settling down. With a deft motion, it extended a paw and sliced open the package. The bloodstains on its paw had just been washed away by Lin Wang in the family's kitchen. A cat's paw, though nimble, was still more adept than that of other creatures, allowing it to extract the fish morsels with ease. As Xiao Nai feasted, it observed the others engaged in animated discussion. Why is it so mysterious? Where are all the young people? Why are there only the elderly and children? This phenomenon is truly abnormal. Despite examining every corner, the remnants left behind are merely traces of insects. However, I refuse to believe this is a case of monstrous invasion. It resembles more the orchestration of insects by human command. Most notably, I have not seen a single able-bodied youth in the town. The corpulent man, seated nearby, wore a solemn expression and spoke with fervor. Indeed, the corpses of the insects at the scene reveal that they are venomous, and the wounds on the bodies correspond perfectly. Yet, this is exceedingly mysterious. The deceased are all elderly individuals over 50 and children under 10. It is utterly perplexing. Reflecting on the dead spiders, centipedes, scorpions, and other venomous creatures, the gray wolf scratched his head in frustration. For a muscle-bound man to contemplate such matters is quite a challenge. They scoured the entire town and discovered a total of 767 corpses, all belonging to the elderly and young children. Not a single adult between the ages of 10 and 50 was found. If so many had truly escaped, they would undoubtedly have received word. Furthermore, they encountered no one along the way. The disappearance of these townsfolk cast a shadow over the so-called monster attack in the town. Have you seen Lu Fu? The rat inquired curiously. No, we did not see him during our search, came the response. Do not concern yourself with him. That fellow always appears and disappears mysteriously. The corpulent man replied, expressing his displeasure towards Lu Fu. Perhaps he has discovered something and is pursuing it, the gray wolf suggested. He was more adept at tracking than Lu Fu, relying on his enhanced sense of smell post-transformation. Lu Fu, on the other hand, utilized his experience and keen observational skills to follow subtle clues, making him a master tracker in that regard. The mysterious occurrences in Fengye Town have surpassed the purview of hunters. Such matters are beyond their jurisdiction and must be reported to the Bureau of Abilities. They had not departed yet, as they were waiting for Lu Fu. However, the discovery of a young boy posed some danger. So they decided to send the dove and the rat to escort him to the nearest county town. They would also inform the Bureau of Abilities there about the situation in Fengye Town. After satiating his hunger, Xiao Nai idly observed the corpulent man and the gray wolf boasting. To be honest, he was quite impressed by their psychological resilience. Apart from their initial shock at the sight of so many dead, they seemed largely unaffected, akin to seasoned veterans in novels. As the corpulent man and gray wolf conversed, Queen Lin stood with her sword, lost in contemplation, while Taiju leaned against the wall, dozing off. The turkey was toying with a small fireball the size of a grape, honing its control over its abilities. Looking around, Xiao Nai felt rather bored compared to the others. After a lazy glance at his companions, he closed his eyes to meditate. Although he was not currently meditating, his dark energy continued to grow steadily. However, meditating would undoubtedly accelerate this process. Given that there were others in the room, it was difficult to enter a deep state of contemplation. Fortunately, it remained indifferent to this. Whether superficially or not, it was always aware of any commotion outside. The dark energy had increased significantly this morning, which filled it with immense joy. This extraordinary ability to enhance its strength without any training was truly tailored for a lazy cat like it. The feline penchant for slumber had indeed been adopted by Xiao Nai, who often found herself reluctant to engage in contemplation. Were it not for certain lingering human habits, she would have certainly lacked the current self-awareness. In a state of meditation, Xiao Nai quietly reveled in the sensation of dark energy and the interplay of cold and warm currents enhancing her physical prowess as they coursed through her tail. Meow? After an indeterminate passage of time, Xiao Nai suddenly sprang up from the countertop and called out towards the entrance. Although the doorway was devoid of any presence, she sensed that something was there. Despite her meditative state, her ears remained attuned, and no sound in the vicinity could elude her keen hearing. Her call startled the others, who, upon witnessing her demeanor, instinctively cast wary glances toward the entrance. A gasp of surprise resonated at the doorway, and gradually a figure emerged, revealing itself to be Liu Fu, who appeared astonished as he regarded Xiao Nai. He had not anticipated that she would detect his presence among the hunting team. It was only the Queen of Lin who could discern him through her blood control abilities. Meow? Observing Liu Fu's astonishment, Xiao Nai couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Despite your light footsteps, they inevitably produce sound. How could they possibly evade my ears? After all, cats thrive on their acute hearing. Ah, so you have returned. Where have you been? I haven't seen you, the stout fellow exclaimed upon seeing the now visible Liu Fu. Outside the town, Liu Fu replied with an expressionless glance at the stout man. He then disregarded everyone else and approached Lin Fengyao. I uncovered some clues and pursued them, discovering the trail of the murderer. The others were taken aback by Liu Fu's words, astonished that he had managed to track down the assailant without drawing attention. Were they human or beast? Lin Fengyao inquired, unfazed, as she directly sought the outcome from Liu Fu. Humans, numerous in number. The area is teeming with venomous creatures, making it impossible to approach, hence my return. Chapter 28. Enemies in the valley. It is often said that a barking dog does not bite. And this adage aptly applies to Liu Fu. This is not to suggest he is akin to a dog, but rather to highlight his ability to accomplish what others could not without making a sound, an act truly awe-inspiring. While the stout man and the gray wolf debated whether this was a human-led endeavor or a pure beast invasion, Liu Fu not only identified the perpetrator but also tracked their movements, a testament to his remarkable capabilities. Meow? Xiao Nai gazed at Liu Fu with wide-eyed admiration, thinking, impressive. My brother. The Queen of Lin, known for her decisive nature, immediately instructed Liu Fu to lead the way upon hearing of the murderer's whereabouts. As they departed, the stout man left a note on the countertop, fearing that the pigeons and mice might struggle to locate them upon their return. In this era, communication devices are virtually non-existent, making it exceedingly difficult for individuals to connect with one another, due to the need to traverse the mountainous terrain. Horseback riding was not an option. Lin Fengyao and her companions moved swiftly on foot, while Xiao Nai struggled to keep pace, his forelegs barely managing to keep up with them. Mao Xiong, would you like me to carry you? Your speed is rather sluggish, the stout one remarked, unabashedly teasing Xiao Nai as they ran. Although his physique appeared cumbersome, he possessed an agility akin to that of a rabbit, his speed surprisingly incongruent with his weight. Xiao Nai chose to ignore him, partly due to his lack of energy to engage and partly because he found the comment utterly nonsensical. As a third-tier ability user, his speed was hardly superior to that of this cat. Once he reached the second tier, he vowed to let this fellow eat dust behind him. However, he quickly recalled this chap's teleportation ability, realizing that with such a remarkable skill, it would indeed be a challenge to outpace him. Following Liu Fu, the group swiftly departed from Fengye Town, heading towards the back mountains rather than the direction they had come. The sun hung high in the sky, the mist had dissipated, and the heavens were painted a vibrant crimson. The mountains surrounding Fengye Town undulated like a sea of waves, densely populated with verdant foliage. After the trees had mutated, each one had grown considerably in size, and the underbrush was thick with vines and grass. Apart from the areas frequented by humans, traversing anywhere else proved to be quite arduous. At the foot of the back mountains, there lay a small valley, flanked on three sides by steep mountains. Only one opening led back to Fengye Town. The valley itself was relatively flat, with a small creek running through it, fed by a waterfall cascading down from a mountain peak. A concrete path lined the creek, leading directly to the base of the waterfall, where a railing had been erected to prevent anyone from falling into the water. It was evident that this was a scenic spot for Fengye Town. However, the paths had fallen into disrepair, appearing rather desolate. In the aftermath of the calamity, few had the inclination to visit such attractions, and naturally, no one was willing to spend money on their maintenance. Outside the valley, a narrow concrete path, about 1 meter wide, led into its depths, where 4 guards stood at the entrance, armed and vigilant. Having enjoyed several days of peace, and with today being their final day on duty, their vigilance had inevitably waned. The 4 of them congregated at the mouth of the valley, smoking and engaged in light-hearted conversation, oblivious to the approaching figures in the distance. Lin Fengyao and her companions, confident in their skills, had no intention of concealing their presence. They boldly followed the narrow path straight to the location Liu Fu had been tracking. A fiery rage simmered within them, yearning for expression against these merciless perpetrators. Captain, this is the spot, Liu Fu whispered to Lin Fengyao, indicating the area around the valley's entrance, where various venomous insects thrived among the underbrush, making it difficult for him to approach stealthily. Aside from these few at the entrance, the rest are inside the valley. There are approximately 50 of them, along with a handful of villagers being held captive in the center. It's strange, though. There are only about 20 villagers left. Liu Fu, having climbed halfway up a nearby mountain to survey the valley, found the small number of captured villagers perplexing. Based on the traces he had discovered, there should have been far more than this. Captain, let us proceed. I yearn to shatter these insignificant craniums with my mighty hammer. As Lu Fugong finished speaking, Tai Zhu, wielding his iron hammer, grimaced menacingly. The others, hearing his thunderous voice, could not help but roll their eyes. Such a booming sound, akin to thunder, could he not temper it? Yet, the others were already accustomed to his demeanor. Had he been capable of whispering, he would not have been Tai Zhu. Regardless, they had no intention of concealing their presence, rendering it inconsequential. Who are you? Indeed, as they anticipated, Tai Zhu's voice startled the guards, who were smoking and chatting at the valley's entrance. Upon spotting them, one guard exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, they had presumed these were merely villagers who had slipped through the cracks, but upon noticing Lin Fengyao and her companions brandishing weapons, they were taken aback and instinctively aimed their rifles. However, a fireball, slightly larger than a soccer ball, had already been launched towards them. Witnessing this scene, the guards were immediately stricken with terror, scattering in every direction. Boom! A cacophony of explosive flames erupted, unleashing a terrifying surge of high-temperature energy that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Of the 4 men, 3 perished instantly, consumed by the flames and transformed into fiery specters, while 1 managed to evade the worst, but still suffered severe burns. It turned out that upon hearing Tai Zhu's utterance, the fire chicken sensed something amiss and swiftly conjured a fireball, opting to strike preemptively. Although the guards possessed shotguns, their weaponry was primarily effective at close range, rendering them nearly useless at a distance. The engulfed individuals were quickly incinerated, their cries of agony resonating through the air. 1 man struggled to escape. Yet before he could rise, a figure appeared beside him. It was the rotund man with teleportation abilities, who swung his shotgun, rendering the man unconscious with the stock of the weapon. Choosing to capture rather than kill, he cast a glance at the 3 charred remains, contemplating the sheer brutality of the fire chicken's powers compared to his own elegance. As the rotund man pondered, he suddenly noticed a multitude of insects emerging from the surrounding foliage, surging towards him. Were these the swarms that had invaded Fengya town? Truly repulsive. Observing the dense mass of insects, his expression shifted. Grasping the man at his feet, he vanished back to the hunter team's ranks, casually discarding the individual as he addressed his comrades. We have 1 captive. The others were not surprised. The fire chicken's fireballs were explosively potent, akin to bombs. However, this commotion was likely to alert those within. Xiao Nai, witnessing the man's dreadful state, was secretly taken aback. The thought of the fire chicken casually toying with a small fireball was akin to playing with a bomb. Glancing at the rest of the hunter team, she mused, what a peculiar group. Meow. Suddenly, she heard a plethora of rustling sounds, sensing imminent danger. Without hesitation, she leapt forward, emitting a low growl towards the source of the disturbance. It appears that the recent commotion has startled the myriad of insects concealed within the surrounding grass. In response to these intruders, they immediately launched an offensive. These creatures comprise venomous species such as spiders, centipedes, and scorpions, along with others that even Xiao Nai cannot name. It is bewildering to consider where these individuals sourced such a multitude of insects, as the sheer number seems to be in the tens of thousands. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted as the rotund figure fired a shot at the advancing horde, only to discover that it failed to create even a ripple, causing him to recoil in surprise. Turning to the nearby turkey, he exclaimed, "This is your doing. You must deal with it. How could you abandon me in this dire moment, my steadfast companion?" The turkey retorted, a hint of melancholy in his expression. "Get lost. I'm not into that." The rotund man shivered at the turkey's demeanor. "Neither am I." The turkey quipped back, while conjuring a fireball in his hands. Among the gathered, only the turkey and Lin Fengyao possessed the capability to manage such a situation with the multitude of diminutive insects. In contrast to the turkey's brute force, the methods employed by Queen Lin were markedly more refined. She cast a cold glance at the 3 corpses in the distance, the remains of which had been obliterated by the turkey's fireball. At that moment, the bodies quivered, and torrents of blood gushed forth from them. Under Lin Fengyao's control, the blood erupted into the air, transforming into numerous bloody needles that darted towards the insects below. Each time a needle struck and killed an insect, a viscous liquid erupted from the creature's body, morphing into needle-like forms that targeted their brethren. The blood of these insects differed from that of humans, exhibiting a spectrum of colors. In an instant, an array of colorful blood needles danced through the air, proliferating as the number of deceased insects grew. After inadvertently evaporating some of Lin Fengyao's blood needles with a fireball, The turkey offered an awkward smile and ceased his assault. The others merely observed, captivated by their leader's display. To the team, what appeared to be a terrifying swarm to the average person was merely a means of gathering blood in the eyes of their captain. Meow? This was the first time Xiao Nai witnessed Lin Fengyao employing her extraordinary abilities, and it indeed aligned with her earlier conjectures regarding her connection to blood. Observing the scene, as more creatures perished, the potency of Lin Fengyao's powers intensified, rendering her a veritable goddess of death upon the battlefield. Watching the indifferent queen as she concentrated on her powers, Xiao Nai found her to be exceptionally alluring, lost in a trance as she gazed at her focused form. Who are you? At that moment, a group of over 20 individuals emerged from the valley. Among them, a woman clad in meow attire. Upon witnessing her swarm of venomous insects being decimated, felt an overwhelming surge of anger and shock. Did you slay the denizens of Fengya Town? Hand over the others at once. Grey Wolf stepped forward, raising his voice towards the group. So you have come for these experimental subjects. It seems you are hunters from the Hunters Guild. I did not expect your arrival to be so swift. How fortuitous. Had you arrived a few hours later, we would have already departed. Upon hearing the words of the Grey Wolf, the Meow Woman was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. To orchestrate the incident in Fengya Town as a monster invasion, they had previously intimidated the villagers, causing them to fearfully rush to the Hunters Guild to post a quest for exterminating the beasts. This clever ruse ensured that no one suspected human involvement. However, she was astounded by the efficiency of the hunters. Professional hunters had rapidly accepted the task and arrived on the scene, and some skilled trackers had followed their trail. Why must the elders and children of Fengya be slain? Lin Fengyao's enchanting eyes radiated a chilling fury. If the victims had merely fallen to the beasts, her wrath would have been absent. Yet, the malevolence was orchestrated by humans, igniting a desire for vengeance within her, as their actions had undeniably crossed her threshold. You need not know. Their scheme had been uncovered, and these hunters could not be allowed to leave alive. Otherwise, trouble would surely ensue. As this thought crossed her mind, the woman cast a cold smile toward Lin Fengyao and the others, saying, Since you are here, to safeguard our secrets, you shall accompany the dead. Chapter 29, Hypnotic Abilities. Bang, bang, bang. As the Meow Woman's words fell, the dark-clad henchmen surrounding her instantly raised their firearms and unleashed a torrent of bullets. These were not mere hunting rifles. The majority wielded assault rifles, with some carrying submachine guns. A multitude of bullets converged into a metallic tempest, hurtling toward Xiao Nai and her group, a scene so terrifying that Xiao Nai felt compelled to burrow into the ground. With no cover in sight, even lying flat would not spare her from this merciless hail. Perhaps she had forgotten that the world's advanced weaponry was now in the hands of those with supernatural abilities. Had firearms retained the same deterrent power as before the calamity, the military would have long since eradicated all monsters. In the face of this onslaught, the hunters remained undaunted, their expressions unchanged. There was no sign of panic, as though the storm of bullets were merely a gentle breeze. You scum, descend into hell. Iron Pillar, that madman, unleashed his stone skin ability, charging forward amidst the barrage of bullets with a ferocious visage. The bullets collided violently with his stone skin, creating sparks and producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. As for the bullets aimed at Xiao Nai, Lin Fengyao merely extended her right hand, gently grasping at the myriad of blood needles in the air. Instantly, countless blood needles coalesced, forming a wall of crimson and green that shielded them. The bullets, like those sinking into a quagmire, lost all momentum upon striking the blood wall, becoming ensnared and motionless. Blood control. You are the bloodthirsty queen of professional hunters. A woman in white beside the Meow Woman gasped at this spectacle. A master of blood manipulation, such a figure was only spoken of in whispers throughout the South. Coupled with their identity as hunters, the woman in white quickly deduced Lin Fengyao as true nature. Humph. Lin Fengyao offered no reply, merely snorting coldly. Controlling such a significant volume of blood required her utmost concentration, along with certain movements to wield it with finesse. Upon witnessing the bullets being obstructed, her tightly clenched right hand suddenly opened towards the crowd. With this gesture, the blood wall that had served to block the bullets explosively burst forth towards the valley, transforming into numerous blood arrows aimed directly at the assailants. Alarmed by this spectacle, the woman clad in white gasped in astonishment. Swiftly, she raised both hands before her, emanating an icy chill that enveloped her. The area ahead began to freeze at a visibly rapid pace. The ice wall expanded quickly, sealing off the narrow gorge entirely. While the stream was instantaneously cut off, the woman in white was fortunate to be adjacent to a stream. allowing her to swiftly gather enough water elements to create this formidable ice barrier. Had she been in a desert, even forming an ice block the size of a fist would have been a remarkable feat within such a short span of time. The sound of blood arrows colliding with the ice wall resonated through the air as countless ice shards cascaded down from the barrier, prompting the woman in white to reinforce the thickness of the wall in a state of fright. The Meow woman beside her was equally terrified. They had not anticipated that the task would be undertaken by the renowned Blood Shadow Demon Hunting Squad, realizing that they would have to fight for their lives, lest they perish in this very place. Dark energy surged within her, and a unique wave radiated outward from her center as the hunt commenced. With the ice wall blocking the gorge, the armed personnel could not fire their weapons, leading to a sudden cessation of gunfire. The gray wolf observed this scene, a glint of bloodlust flashing in its eyes as it transformed into a werewolf and charged forward. The turkey conjured a fireball the size of a soccer ball, preparing to assist its captain in shattering the ice wall. Lu Fu had long since vanished, undoubtedly lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike as soon as the ice wall was breached. The hefty figure remained coldly observant, ready to appear where necessary. In his eyes, no place was beyond his reach, and wherever his gaze fell was a battlefield. Witnessing such a fierce clash, Xiao Nai felt a surge of excitement. The blood within him was boiling, and his instincts ignited a primal desire for the hunt. Lacking long-range offensive abilities, he could not aid the Queen of Lin in demolishing the ice wall, but he had his own methods. This feline was no mere bystander, aside from its dark energy. It possessed formidable powers. Moreover, there were numerous instances in this world where low-tier ability users vanquished their high-tier counterparts, with the right opportunity. It was not uncommon for lower-tier users to triumph over stronger foes. Glancing at the situation within the gorge and calculating the distance, he let out a cold smile. Queen Lin, allow me to assist you in shattering their resistance. With that thought, Xiao Nai lowered his head and vanished into the ground. This action left the nearby hefty figure in stunned silence. Was this not the ability of a giant rat? When did this black cat acquire such skills? He felt as though he had stumbled upon some of the cat's secrets. Curiosity piqued. He began to prepare for whatever Xiao Nai was planning. Even if unforeseen circumstances befall Xiao Nai, he would still be able to render assistance. The ability to manipulate earth is indeed a remarkable power. Xiao Nai observed as the mud and stones seemed to flow away from his body like water. In this moment, he appeared to glide effortlessly as if swimming through water, free from any concerns about respiration, for the underground was abundant with air to sustain him. The subterranean realm proved to be rather fascinating. He noticed various insects scuttling around him. With a mere flick of his claws, he dispatched them with ease. It seemed that possessing this extraordinary ability rendered him impervious to the perils of the underground. However, he did not linger long to explore this subterranean world. As he had tasks to assist the Lin Nu Wang, he dashed forward with remarkable speed, having previously calculated the distance, thus unperturbed by the possibility of overshooting his mark. The sensation of running underground was exhilarating, and once he felt he had covered sufficient ground, he began to burrow upwards. He encountered roots, indicating he was nearing the surface. Cautiously, he extended his head to survey his surroundings. It appeared he had emerged amidst tall grass. Carefully, he used his claws to part the foliage, only to find that no one was present ahead. A glance to the side revealed the same, and upon looking behind, he could not help but pat his head in exasperation. Meow, I have indeed overshot my mark, he thought, though fortunately, it was not by much. So he did not dwell on it. The individuals before him were preoccupied with the valley beyond, oblivious to his presence. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to utilize his earth manipulation once more. Taking advantage of the grass's concealment, Xiao Nai stealthily advanced. Cats are inherently adept at stealth, and as a magical beast, he excelled in this regard. The attention of those individuals was directed outward, completely unaware of a magical beast silently infiltrating from beneath the ground. Typically, the use of extraordinary abilities emits a unique energy signature. However, due to the presence of the woman in white also utilizing her powers, the area was saturated with dark energy fluctuations, rendering any anomalies undetectable. Among them stood several individuals, 2 women and 3 men, with the woman in white wielding ice-based abilities. Although the other woman and 3 men had yet to engage, their auras suggested they were likely not ordinary individuals, possibly possessing formidable powers. Naturally, Xiao Nai had no interest in provoking these 5, as he lacked the confidence to confront them. Instead, his focus shifted to the armed individuals clad in black uniforms standing behind them, who appeared to be ideal targets for his endeavors. Meow? As he positioned himself behind the armed henchmen, a sly smile graced his face. Dark energy surged as he unleashed a call behind them. A soft, hypnotic meow emanated from his mouth, its volume muted by the cacophony of violent clashes, making it difficult for anyone to discern his call. Surrounded by towering mountains, the sounds of wildlife were commonplace, and without careful listening, it would be challenging to distinguish a cat's meow. Fortunately, the efficacy of Xiao Nai's hypnotic ability did not rely on the loudness of his voice. The sound merely served as a conduit for his power. As long as they could hear him, the situation played to his advantage, and with each successive note of his call, the enchantment deepened. Surrounding those ordinary individuals wielding firearms, a sudden fog enveloped their minds, and their gazes dulled into a vacant stare. A mysterious voice resonated within their hearts, prompting their bodies to respond to its commands as if their subconscious was instructing them on the necessary actions to take. Gradually, they turned the barrels of their weapons towards their leader, fingers poised to pull the triggers. Beside the woman in white, a burly man with a dark complexion sensed danger and instinctively glanced back. The sight of numerous ominous gun barrels aimed at them caused his expression to shift dramatically. He bellowed, "Damn it! What are you trying to do?" His outcry startled the others. The Meow woman and two men turned to see the threatening scene, their faces paling in fear. At that moment, the dark-complexioned man roared in fury, his body swelling and hair elongating. His clothes tore apart, transforming into tattered rags as a formidable black creature began to take shape. In an instant, a towering black bear, over 3 meters tall, emerged, bending its waist and spreading its massive arms to shield the Meow woman and the woman in white, protecting them beneath its formidable presence. This dark-complexioned man demonstrated complete beastification, a rare ability among those endowed with such powers. Even members of the Blood Shadow Squad, like the Grey Wolf, could only achieve a partial transformation into a werewolf, unable to fully become a wolf. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the dark-complexioned man completed his transformation, gunfire erupted, and a barrage of metal projectiles surged towards them. The other two men were swift to react. One instantly transformed into a humanoid figure with a leopard's head, charging towards their subordinates with ferocity, while the other morphed into a werewolf with a distinctive white head. To everyone's surprise, these three men were all close-combat beastification practitioners, an unexpected revelation for Xiao Nai. Most other practitioners, caught unprepared, would surely meet their demise in such a hail of bullets. However, as beastified individuals, their reflexes were remarkably agile, making them difficult to target. Yet with an abundance of gunfire, evasion remained a formidable challenge. The leopard man and werewolf managed to evade the worst of it, but blood still blossomed on their bodies. It appeared the bullets inflicted less damage than anticipated. The black bear, however, was an entirely different matter. Bullets ricocheted off its body as if they were mere pebbles. Were it not for its duty to protect the two women, it could have stood there undeterred, allowing the gunfire to rain upon it without flinching. Screams of agony erupted as the leopard man and werewolf, wounded, succumbed to their primal rage and began a ruthless slaughter of their subordinates. Yet, those men remained entranced by Xiao Nai's hypnosis, oblivious to fear, continuing to fire upon their superiors. In Chapter 30, titled The Charm of That Blade, regrettably, these two beastified practitioners moved with such swiftness and reflexes that it became exceedingly difficult for the bullets to find their mark. The dozen or so henchmen under Xiao Nai's control quickly fell victim to the lethal prowess of the two beastified warriors. As she watched those men perish by her indirect influence, Xiao Nai anticipated a sense of discomfort akin to that she felt witnessing the corpses in Fengye Town. Yet her heart remained surprisingly untroubled. However, to its surprise, upon witnessing the deaths of these individuals, it felt an inner tranquility, akin to observing the mice it had slain. It was uncertain whether this sensation stemmed from a belief that they deserved their fate, or if it had genuinely come to regard itself as a cat. In its mind, it had transformed these individuals into beings outside its kin, hence its indifferent reaction. The gunfire soon ceased, and the Meow woman emerged from beneath the black bear, her gaze falling upon the onlooking Xiao Nai not far away. Enraged, she exclaimed, "Quick, seize that cat. It must be responsible for this mischief." Her voice immediately drew the attention of the others to Xiao Nai, who, in that moment, felt an unsettling premonition. Without a moment's hesitation, it burrowed into the ground, realizing its petite form was no match for the abilities of those present. Fortunately, its quick instincts saved it, just as it dove underground. A figure appeared where it had been standing. Had it hesitated even for a second, the white werewolf would have surely captured it. The black bear arrived shortly thereafter, seething with rage as it struck the ground where Xiao Nai had vanished, venting its fury. The impact of the bear's blows rattled Xiao Nai, compelling it to delve deeper underground, fearful of the abilities of these individuals who might seek to trouble it. It thought to itself, what if they discover me upon my emergence? It would be a grave misfortune. Better to remain hidden beneath the surface, it concluded. You are truly useless. Failing to notice a cat sneaking up behind you, the Meow Woman admonished, her position evidently the lowest among the group. Upon seeing Xiao Nai disappear, she launched into a tirade. The three beastly empowered individuals felt anger rise within them, but dared not retort. After all, it was their negligence that had led to this tragic incident of fratricide. Let it go, Sister Jinju. This is not entirely their fault. Who would expect a cat could emerge from underground? Moreover, a familiar with psychic abilities is a rare find. No wonder she is renowned as the bloody queen of the hunter's realm. Possessing such a familiar indeed validates her reputation. The interruption of the black bear's actions and the gunfire had disrupted her abilities, causing her expression to darken. Any empowered individual whose abilities were forcibly interrupted would suffer a mental backlash, though the nature of this backlash varied. Nevertheless, hearing the Meow Woman's rebuke, she sought to defend the three men. This oversight will be forgiven this time, thanks to the Ice Woman's favor. However, should there be a next time, prepare to face the church's punishment. The Meow Woman, recognizing the white-clad woman advocating for them, felt compelled to show her respect. Although she was the primary leader of this operation, the white-clad woman held a status within the church that was not inferior to her own, thus deserving of courtesy. The mention of the church's punishment caused the faces of the three men to pale, their gratitude towards the white-clad woman evident. The church's penalties were not something one could endure. Those who survived would be left in madness. Captain, it appears our feline friend has taken action, the portly man remarked with a hint of excitement. However, Lin Fengyao shot him a glare, chastising him for not intervening and questioning what would happen if something went awry. Upon witnessing his captain's demeanor, the rotund man could only manage a wry smile. Who could possibly restrain the cat you raised? Besides, once it burrows into the ground, it vanishes entirely. Even if he wished to stop it, it would be futile. Observing the chaos within, the woman clad in white momentarily refrained from reinforcing the ice wall. With fervor, Taiju roared, swinging his heavy iron hammer down upon the ice barrier ahead. Crack! The ice wall, already thinned by the onslaught of the turkey and Lin Fengyao, shattered under Tieju's mighty blow. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a colossal dark figure, towering nearly twice his height, charged towards him. Thud! Taiju was sent sprawling by the impact. Before he could regain his footing, the enormous silhouette lunged at him, raising its massive paw to strike him down. Taiju, be careful! The gray wolf, witnessing the scene from a distance, shouted urgently as he propelled himself toward the giant black bear. However, before he could reach it, a flash of white intercepted his path. A white-furred werewolf stood before him, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon the gray wolf. With a mocking sneer, it declared, in this world, there can only be one werewolf, and that is I. Remember the name of the one who will take your life. Yeah. Without waiting for a response, the werewolf named Ya unfurled its sharp claws and lunged at the gray wolf. Faced with this confrontation, the gray wolf remained silent, his icy gaze intensifying with madness. As Taiju remained momentarily dazed, the giant bear was poised to deliver a crushing blow. At that moment, Queen Lin intervened, summoning a 2-meter-long blood sword that descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the bear. Had the bear persisted in its assault on Taiju, it would have surely met its fate at the hands of the blood sword. The black bear, however, dared not wager whether the sword was indeed as sharp as it appeared or if its own formidable body could withstand it. It rolled aside, narrowly evading the strike. Blood Queen, I, Haizenzu, shall see if you live up to your reputation. The Meow Woman regarded Lin Fengyao with a cold smirk, and at once, a surge of energy emanated from her being. From the cliffs on either side of the valley, 2 massive shadows leaped down, one a 2-meter-wide black spider, the other a jade-green mantis measuring approximately 1.2 meters in length. The bodies of these beasts seemed forged from steel, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. As they descended, earth and stones were sent flying, the ground beneath them fracturing and scattering. This spectacle revealed just how formidable these 2 beasts truly were. As the Meow Woman continued her movements, a swarm of insects began to emerge from the cliffside and the grass, surging toward Lin Fengyao and her companions. Realization dawned upon them. She was the true orchestrator of this calamity. It became evident that her power lay in controlling insects. And with the presence of her 2 monstrous pets, she was undoubtedly a terrifying adversary. Enraged, Lin Fengyao unleashed the colossal blood sword and other blood arrows, directing them toward the location of the Meow Woman. However, the Ice Maiden conjured a formidable wall of ice to shield herself and her companions. With the presence of the Ice Maiden, it would prove to be quite challenging to eliminate the Meow Woman. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Meow Woman commanded her two magical pets to launch an assault on Lin Fengyao and her allies. These were no ordinary creatures. They were two third-tier magical beasts that she had devoted considerable time training and nurturing in the Sichuan region. They were her trump cards, and her esteemed position was largely attributable to these formidable companions. The leopard man, who had been guarding the two women beside the Meow Woman, furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, he urgently warned his two superiors, "My lords, be cautious. I sense an anomaly in our surroundings." Upon hearing this, the Ice Maiden, without a moment's hesitation, constructed 3 additional ice walls to encase herself and the Meow Woman. However, it was too late. Lu Fu, lurking in the shadows, had been biding his time and was not easily evaded. A flash of cold light surged through the air, and the Ice Maiden's beautiful head was severed in an instant. Her exquisite eyes still reflecting astonishment, as if she could not comprehend her fate. This strike, marked by both swiftness and ferocity, was immensely powerful. As the blade was unleashed, it shattered the silence, eclipsing the sun and moon. The departure of a wraith left those present in awe. How could Lu Fu, with such composure, dispatch a stunningly beautiful woman with a single blow? His heart must be made of iron. The members of the hunting party held Lu Fu in high regard for his prowess. At the very least, individuals like the portly fellow would struggle to harm such a woman, resorting only to incapacitating her. Had the Meow Woman not reacted swiftly and evaded, she too might have succumbed to Lu Fu's lethal strike. The leopard man, witnessing this scene, was consumed by fury and charged at Lu Fu with rage. Although Lu Fu remained concealed, his movement could not elude the leopard man's keen perception. Thus, the two engaged in combat. Despite Lu Fu's efforts to remain hidden, the leopard man, relying on the sound of the wind and his sensory acuity, held his ground in the battle. However, the contrast between light and shadow indicated that the leopard man's defeat was merely a matter of time. The Meow Woman, observing this turn of events, was filled with dread. The death of the Ice Maiden had ushered in a palpable sense of mortality. A wave of energy surged forth, prompting the black spider and the jade mantis, initially charging towards Lin Fengyao and her companions, to pivot and rush towards the Meow Woman. Lu Fu was utterly ruthless, employing such brutal tactics against a woman. How could he be so merciless? The portly fellow, witnessing the dismemberment of the woman clad in white, could not help but utter a sardonic remark. What else could be done? Lin Fengyao retorted with a cold smile. I must assist Taiju, he stammered, feeling overwhelmed by Lin Fengyao's piercing gaze, and vanished in an instant. Nearby, the turkey chuckled quietly, but when Lin Fengyao turned her attention towards him, he hastily began clearing the insects with a fireball, eager to avoid the wrath of Her Majesty. Observing the retreat of the two magical beasts, Lin Fengyao surmised that the Meow Woman was attempting to flee. Resolute, she continued to eliminate the obstacles in her path while advancing toward the Meow Woman. After taking so many lives, could she simply escape without consequence? In the depths of the earth, the creature known as Xiao Nai felt the depletion of its dark energy becoming increasingly severe, compelling it to emerge from the subterranean realm. It pondered, after such a lengthy absence, those individuals could not possibly still be searching for it, could they? It chose a location with tree roots and gradually burrowed upwards. Meow, it thought, hiding behind the tree, confident it would remain undetected. Cautiously, it peered out, only to be taken aback by the unfolding scene. The woman in white had perished, and the leopard man was striking at the air. After a moment's reflection, it comprehended that he was likely engaged in battle with Lu Fu. Observing the surrounding area, it was struck by the prowess of the Lin Wang and her allies. The tableau clearly indicated an advantage for them. Lu Fu was in peril, especially upon witnessing the audacious act of the Meow Woman, who had dispatched a large mantis to assist the leopard man. Anxiety surged within it. Although it yearned to offer assistance, it was acutely aware of its own limitations. The combatants were all of higher rank, predominantly above the third tier. Given their physical capabilities, should it attempt to intervene, its speed and reflexes would be inadequate, and it would likely be dispatched in an instant. This realization ignited a fervent desire for strength within it. The feeling of helplessness in the face of battle was profoundly distressing. Just as it fretted over Lu Fu's fate, an unexpected figure materialized beside the jade mantis. A gunshot rang out, and a close-range shotgun blast was unleashed upon the creature. The overwhelming force of the shotgun was absorbed by the beast, which, despite its formidable exoskeleton, sustained a wound from the impact, green blood oozing from the injury. In a swift motion, 2 emerald beams shot toward the stout figure. The jade mantis retaliated, its scythe-like forelimbs striking at the individual with lethal intent. "My goodness," the stout one exclaimed in a comical manner, vanishing just in time to evade the mantis's vicious assault. Chapter 31. Severed Tail. The Meow Woman, known as Hei Jinju, stood atop the back of the black spider, a flicker of fear crossing her mind. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable, compelling her to contemplate retreat. Casting her gaze upon the others, she called out loudly, "Everyone, follow me in retreat." As they withdrew, she summoned all the insects at her disposal, hoping to temporarily hinder the terrifying woman. Observing the woman who seemed to stride through hell itself, Hei Jinju felt no inclination to confront her. The woman in white was a late-stage third-tier ability user. Originally, she possessed the capacity to contend with the Blood Queen. However, she had not anticipated the backlash instigated by the Black Cat, which had diminished her power, and subsequently, she was slain by the invisible assailant, causing them to lose all hope of battling the Blood Shadow Demon hunting squad, though she still had two beasts at her disposal. The death of the Ice Woman had quelled her fighting spirit. With a fierce glare directed at the members of the Blood Shadow squad, she instructed the black spider beneath her to carry her away. The Meow Woman's command immediately instilled a sense of retreat in the three beastly ability users. The White Wolf and the Leopard Man possessed extraordinary speed and reflexes, while the Gray Wolf and Lu Fu might be capable of defeating them. Slaying them would prove a formidable challenge. Unless Lin Feng Yao and the turkey finish clearing the swarm of venomous insects and come to assist, there is little hope. After the white-haired werewolf repelled the Gray Wolf with a single strike, he coldly remarked, "If you show no improvement next time, you shall surely perish at my hands." With that, the werewolf named Yi transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing swiftly into the valley. Observing his effortless escape, the Gray Wolf's face turned a shade of deep anger as he vowed silently to tear that brat apart upon their next encounter. Though the Leopard Man was no match for Lu Fu, his speed was remarkable, allowing him to evade capture, while the Black Bear, hindered by its own sluggishness, could not escape. Had it not been for its tough hide and robust flesh, it would have been reduced to a mere pancake under the blows of Tai Zhu's hammer. Witnessing its companion's retreat without a backward glance, the Black Bear seemed to realize it had been forsaken and let out a furious roar, abandoning thoughts of retreat as it swung its massive paw to engage Tai Zhu in a fierce contest. Both were immensely strong and equally resilient, truly a match of titans. However, the Black Bear, fully beastified, possessed greater strength than Tai Zhu. Were it not for Tai Zhu's weapon and the intermittent support from Lin Feng Yao, he would have been defeated long ago. The beastification ability enhances one's physical attributes, and the stronger the body, the greater the augmentation upon transformation. Complete beastification offers a more significant enhancement than partial transformation. Therefore, it was fortunate that Tai Zhu faced this Black Bear, for had the Gray Wolf been matched against it, the outcome would have been even more dire. As Xiao Nai observed the retreating figures, she leaped out from behind the tree. Her teammates were formidable, making it all seem effortless. Thinking they could escape was a delusion. Just then, Xiao Nai heard the enraged shout of the chubby one, witnessing him attempt to block the retreat of the fleeing Jade Mantis. Earlier, emboldened by his abilities, he had toyed with the mantis, swelling with confidence. Seeing the mantis attempt to flee, he thoughtlessly stepped in front of its escape route. "Chubby, be careful." Even the indifferent Lu Fu, who had been hiding, could not help but exclaim at this reckless act. The combat prowess of the Jade Mantis was far beyond what the chubby one could contend with. Had it not been for his teleportation ability that kept the mantis at bay, he would not have managed to entangle it for so long. Now, in his ignorance, he positioned himself directly in its path, allowing the mantis to close in. In a flash of green light, the chubby one let out a blood-curdling scream. However, at the last moment, he seemed to regain his wits, kicking back reflexively to evade a fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have been bisected by the mantis. Unfortunately, the blade had already carved a gaping wound across his abdomen, rupturing his intestines, and blood gushed forth, painting a tragic scene. Upon witnessing the chubby one's failure to evade and hearing his anguished cry, Xiao Nai was convinced he had perished. An intense fury surged within her as she recalled how kind he had been to her. In that moment, she was overtaken by a desire for destruction. "Meow!" She roared at the Jade Mantis, her serpentine tail manifesting instantaneously. Among all her abilities, only the serpent tail could deliver a direct attack. This tail was her awakened power, the one she regarded as her strongest ability. Only with sufficient dark energy can one achieve boundless expansion and elongation. Naturally, the larger and longer it becomes, the more dark energy it consumes. In the absence of dark energy constraints, it could transform into a serpent's head capable of engulfing the earth. However, this remains a mere fantasy. Any attack or ability devoid of dark energy limitations possesses the potential for cataclysmic destruction. As the dark energy within Xiao Nai surged, the serpent's head instantaneously morphed into a colossal form, surpassing even the jade mantis, lunging to bite the mantis that was poised to strike the corpulent figure. Sensing imminent danger, the mantis turned to gaze toward Xiao Nai, yet instead of retreating, it advanced towards the serpent's tail. The mantis, a natural master of close combat, wielded its two forelimbs with lethal precision, transforming them into deadly blades. With its fierce jade blades, it targeted the serpent's tail. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Nai attempted to evade, but alas, was slightly slower than the jade mantis. A flash of green light ensued, and the tail was severed. Meow? How painful! The loss of its tail elicited a cry of agony from Xiao Nai. It had never anticipated that its tail could be severed. It had always been a source of triumph, consuming everything in its path, leading it to overlook its vulnerability. Against such a sharp object, the tail was unable to defend. Unless one day its body became as resilient as adamantium, it could disregard such weapons. The jade mantis, upon hearing Xiao Nai's wail, seemed intent on eliminating the threat. However, an unseen blade of light sliced through the air, striking its injured part, causing it to shriek in pain. Realizing the presence of an invisible foe, the mantis cautiously regarded Lu Fu's position. Though it was a magical beast, its intellect was not inferior. It understood that if it lingered, it would be ensnared by other foes. Thus, the jade mantis cast a reluctant glance at Xiao Nai, unfurled its wings, and with a few vigorous flaps, ascended into the sky and departed. Lu Fu wished to intercept it, but his concern for the corpulent figure's life took precedence, allowing it to escape. Moreover, the jade mantis wielded blades that could cut through anything. Even Lu Fu lacked the confidence to withstand its onslaught. A flash of white light appeared. The severed segment of Xiao Nai's tail regrew, and upon recovery, it dashed towards the corpulent figure. Ouch! This is excruciating. I've lost my intestines. I'll never be able to eat again. The corpulent figure groaned painfully, uttering nonsensical remarks. His words elicited laughter from Lu Fu and Xiao Nai, despite his dire situation. He remained preoccupied with food, which was truly amusing. Upon seeing Xiao Nai approach, Lu Fu looked at it with hopeful anticipation, wishing for its assistance in saving the corpulent figure's life. Without Xiao Nai, the corpulent figure would surely succumb to his injuries before they could transport him to a hospital. Xiao Nai offered Lu Fu a reassuring glance and began to harness its abilities. Although its powers had significantly dwindled after the recent battle, the tail formed from the Mouse King continuously replenished it with cool energy, accelerating the flow of this energy during times of severe dark energy depletion. With the dark energy steadily recovering, it regained the capacity to heal the corpulent figure. As the healing light was continuously applied to the grievous wound of the corpulent figure, the horrific gash began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. The healing light persisted for nearly a minute, and only when Xiao Nai's dark energy was nearly depleted did the wound finally revert to its original state. Mao Xiong, it seems you have saved my life. Truly my lucky star, the hefty one exclaimed. Alas, I was careless. Fortunately, my life remains intact. Surviving this calamity surely brings future blessings. Chuckling, the rejuvenated figure rose from the ground, albeit pale from excessive blood loss, yet his spirits remained high, a smile gracing his lips. Meow, Xiao Nai shot him a glance, relieved to see he was unharmed. This cat is utterly exhausted. Such battles are both exhilarating and perilous. I nearly lost my own life just now. Recalling the terrifying jade mantis, Xiao Nai still felt a shiver of fear. Had it not been for Lu Fu, who had lost the ability to resist due to pain, it would surely have perished at the hands of that monster. This was no fault of its own. After all, a cat's tail is highly sensitive, packed with numerous nerves. The pain from such a severance is unimaginable. Next time, it would certainly refrain from using its tail to strike. A resounding roar suddenly startled Xiao Nai, prompting it to investigate the source of the sound. It turned out that the black bear was being relentlessly battered by the gray wolf and Tai Zhu. Unable to mount any defense, continuously retreating. Had it not been for its formidable defense, it would likely have perished by now. With a resounding thud, Tai Zhu leapt and struck the bear's head, leaving it dazed and causing its legs to buckle beneath it. Seeing this had an effect, Tai Zhu eagerly began to hammer at the bear's skull. The bear's defense was so high that strikes elsewhere inflicted little damage, only exhausting itself further. Now that hitting its head proved effective, Tai Zhu was filled with exhilaration. Xiao Nai's eyes gleamed at this sight. This black bear was precisely what it desired. It was in dire need of a powerful creature to consume in order to enhance its own strength. After devouring such a formidable beast, it would likely ascend in mere days. Meow. Observing the bear, now nearly lifeless on the ground, Xiao Nai shouted at Taiju, "Stop hitting it, or it will perish before I can consume it." Xiao Nai had previously attempted to devour a deceased body and found that its snake tail would not consume lifeless objects. It mused that perhaps its snake tail only ingested beings with souls. Once a creature perished and its soul dissipated, it could no longer be consumed. "What is it? Three-tailed cat? What do you intend?" Taiju, perplexed by Xiao Nai's outcry, halted his actions. The gray wolf beside him also wondered what Xiao Nai was scheming. Did it wish to save the black bear? Meow. The hefty figure retorted, "You wait, calling me three-tailed cat. I shan't bother explaining, for I cannot articulate to those who cannot comprehend." In an instant, the snake tail manifested, its head growing slightly larger than the gray bear, swiftly engulfing the nearly lifeless black bear. Xiao Nai's actions startled the gray wolf and Taiju. Such a large snake head emerging from a small black cat was astonishing to behold. Under the astonished gazes of others, Xiao Nai calmly retracted her serpentine tail. It seemed as though this tail harbored a unique space, for consuming such a colossal black bear felt no different than devouring a mere mouse. It merely resulted in a fleeting surge of energy at the tail's end. "So you were hungry and in need of sustenance. You should have mentioned it earlier. I thought you had some ulterior motive," she mused. Taiju, having witnessed Xiao Nai consume the Mouse King previously, was not particularly surprised. However, it was the first time the gray wolf had seen Xiao Nai in this manner, leaving him utterly astonished. He exclaimed, "Brother Black Cat, in the future, do be sure to inform me when you are hungry. I shall assist you in finding food. Else, I fear you might be so famished that you would consider me a meal." Chapter 32. The Portal of Space. Upon hearing the gray wolf's jest, Xiao Nai could not help but roll her eyes. What an absurd remark. She had been so focused on her desire to grow stronger that she had not given it much thought. Only now did it occur to her that this black bear was once a human, which left her feeling quite strange. The thought rendered her expression somewhat grim. Yet as a cat, no one could discern her inner turmoil. Despite her psychological discomfort, her body felt remarkably unaffected, much like when she consumed those mice. Her physical response remained bland. "Meow, if I have consumed a human, will they harbor any grievances against me, especially in light of what the gray wolf just said?" Whether intentional or not, his words struck a chord within her. In truth, Xiao Nai was overthinking. While ordinary people might have their opinions, these individuals were seasoned hunters. In their eyes, it was entirely normal for magical beasts to consume humans, particularly adversaries. As long as one refrained from indiscriminately devouring people, it was within the realms of their acceptance. Xiao Nai observed the gray wolf and Taiju, noting that their expressions remained unchanged from their usual demeanor, which eased her mind. It seemed she had been overly concerned. Nevertheless, she felt it unnecessary to completely abstain from consuming humans. Otherwise, not only would she feel peculiar, but others would also be uncomfortable witnessing it. "Why are you not pursuing the fleeing enemies?" At that moment, Lin Fengyao and Huiji approached, having successfully eradicated the swarm together. "Hee, there is only one exit. They cannot possibly escape," remarked the gray wolf dismissively. However, upon noticing the dangerous aura emanating from Lin Fengyao's eyes, he promptly joined Taiju and the others in pursuit. As Huiji departed, he discreetly gave her a thumbs up, indicating that she had performed admirably. "What is happening here?" As the gray wolf and his companions passed by the woman in white, they noticed a black brand materializing on her chest. Though it was daytime, the brand was vividly discernible even under the sunlight. This mysterious phenomenon caused the gray wolf and his companions to halt in bewilderment. The brand was pitch black, and a faint human silhouette began to emerge. The black mark appeared ethereal, akin to a phantom projection. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the shadow of the woman in white was unexpectedly drawn forth. Although her corpse lay separated, her shadow was extracted from both her head and body, reassembling into a complete human figure. At this moment, the black seal emitted a sinister glow, drawing the shadow into its depths. After engulfing the silhouette of the woman in white, the seal transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the adjacent mountainside. What a peculiar occurrence. This was the first time Taiju had witnessed such an eerie phenomenon, and he could not help but exclaim. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the corpse of the woman in white began to disintegrate, swiftly turning to ash and dissipating into the air, leaving behind only the blood-stained white garments as testament to her existence. The gray wolf and others exchanged glances. They had encountered numerous astonishing events, yet this was unlike anything they had ever seen. Lin Fengyao observed the scene thoughtfully, her expression growing grave. If her suspicions were correct, they had indeed stirred up a significant trouble this time. "Captain, do you know something?" The gray wolf and his companions inquired, intrigued by Lin Fengyao's demeanor. Meow? Xiao Nai, standing nearby, also looked up at her, curiosity piqued by the phenomenon. Though fatigued and feeling unwell, her overwhelming curiosity temporarily overshadowed her weariness. Let us first deal with the enemy and strive to leave some alive, Lin Fengyao suggested after a moment of contemplation. The gray wolf and his companions, seeing their leader's resolve, set aside their questions and pursued the intruders into the valley. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Fengyao's gaze hardened. Regardless of the mysterious organization, she had faced many a tempest before. If they truly sought to trouble them, the outcome was uncertain. With that thought, she decided to momentarily set aside the matter, vowing not to engage in such perilous endeavors again. Glancing at Xiao Nai, Lin Fengyao maintained an indifferent demeanor regarding the latter's earlier act of devouring. Yet she felt displeased with its reckless venture behind enemy lines. It was far too dangerous. She bent down to scoop up the distressed black cat from the ground. Although she had been preoccupied with exterminating the swarm, she had still witnessed the peril Xiao Nai and the hefty fellow had encountered. Regrettably, she had been too far to intervene in time. Fortunately, all was well. Had it not been, Lin Fengyao would undoubtedly be far from calm. Understanding that Xiao Nai had overexerted its powers and was only at the first tier, with limited dark energy, she was acutely aware of its condition. Cradled in Lin Fengyao's arms, Xiao Nai did not struggle. Its energy was severely depleted, and having consumed another creature with its serpent tail, it was now weary and unbothered by other concerns, soon drifting into slumber within Lin Fengyao's embrace. The presence of the queen provided it with a profound sense of security, free from fears of danger. As Lin Fengyao gazed down at Xiao Nai, a faint smile graced her lips. She could feel its dependency on her, evoking a sense of familiarity that seemed to return. With this thought, the coldness in her eyes diminished considerably. Yet, as she surveyed the valley, a glint of determination flashed within her gaze. First, she would eliminate these foes. With a mere thought, the blood-soaked shadows that trailed behind her surged forth into the valley. For she had gathered an ample amount of blood, transforming the area behind her into a veritable sea of crimson. In the valley, by the edge of the water pool, the armed personnel observed the Miao woman clumsily perched upon the back of a colossal black spider, their astonishment palpable. Has Xingyao awakened? Haizi, addressing the leader of the security personnel, inquired. These armed men were not members of her sect, but merely security staff from a laboratory associated with the church. My lord, Xingyao is still in meditation. Although the security captain was distant from the valley's entrance and did not comprehend the unfolding events, he sensed impending danger. Have all armed personnel established defensive lines. Should any stranger approach, open fire immediately. Hearing that the individual had yet to awaken, Haizi's brow furrowed slightly. However, time was of the essence, and she swiftly issued her commands. Yes, my lord. The security captain, startled by the Miao woman's words, recalled witnessing those enigmatic superhumans escorting individuals to the valley's entrance. Now, to his dismay, only she returned. Had the others perished? Despite his confusion, he promptly organized his comrades to set up defenses. After providing her instructions, the Miao woman ventured deeper into the valley and arrived beneath a tree, where a man in his 30s sat with closed eyes, deep in contemplation. This man, with striking eyebrows and starry eyes, possessed a noble forehead and sported 2 elegant mustaches, making him quite handsome. Xingyao, awaken quickly. We must depart at once, Haizi urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Ajing, what has transpired? The man, interrupted from his meditative state by Haizi's voice, opened his eyes in surprise upon seeing her expression. A group of professional hunters has approached. We are no match for them. The ice woman is already dead, and we must leave swiftly, or we may not escape. Haizi spoke to him gently, devoid of the harshness she displayed with others. But I currently lack the dark energy to transport so many people. Hearing the severity in her tone, Xingyao's expression turned grave. We need not take so many. The experimental subjects we captured have been largely returned to the laboratory. Let the remaining subjects serve as a burial for the ice woman's demise. Haizi cast a fierce glance at the starving residents of Fengye town huddled on the ground, her ferocity chilling even Xingyao. Fortunately, he understood his unique standing within the church, which deterred her from acting against him. Very well. I shall commence the construction of the spatial gate, capable of accommodating roughly 20 individuals. You shall manage the rest. With that, Xingyao refrained from further discussion and stepped aside to summon the spatial portal. This ability, a manifestation of his powers, allowed him to conjure a gateway to any location he had previously visited. Unlike mere teleportation, This required intention and careful calibration of the destination's coordinates before gradually establishing the portal. His extraordinary ability requires preparation time, although it lacks the convenience of teleportation. The spatial gateway allows for long-distance transportation and can evacuate numerous individuals simultaneously. With sufficient dark energy, an entire army could be transported, an achievement unattainable by mere teleportation. Upon arriving at the valley, Fatty and his companions were immediately overwhelmed by a torrent of metal, rendering their entry impossible. Iron Pillar intended to rely on his formidable stone skin to charge in, yet a rocket launcher fired in his direction, prompting him to hastily seek shelter. Though a rocket launcher could not kill him, injury was inevitable. Certainly, if several rockets were to strike him, he would not withstand the onslaught. Gunfire and explosions echoed continuously. On their side, the Hunter Squad retaliated solely with Fire Turkey launching fireballs, while even Lu Fu dared not turn invisible to charge in. With so many bullets flying about, being struck by a stray shot would be tragically unfortunate. His body was not as resilient as Iron Pillar's to disregard bullets. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long. As Lin Fengyao soon arrived, she approached gracefully and calmly, her eyes radiating a dazzling crimson light as countless blood arrows transformed into a rain of projectiles descending upon the armed personnel. The air was filled with cries of despair, and within moments, the gunfire ceased. Grey Wolf and the others clambered up from the ground, chuckling, for the sensation of being suppressed was indeed unpleasant. What a wretched feeling. Fatty spat out a piece of grass and cursed at the direction of the water pool. He then vanished in a flash, appearing beside the water's edge. However, upon seeing the multitude of corpses strewn about, his countenance turned pale. All the remaining residents of Fengyao Town had been ruthlessly slain, and their tragic state clearly indicated the involvement of the Black Spider and the Jade Mantis. As he scanned his surroundings, he spotted the Leopard Man and the white-haired werewolf approaching a glowing portal. The werewolf cast a cold glance at him while making a throat-cutting gesture before stepping into the light and vanishing. What is this? Fatty was taken aback by the scene. He then noticed the last man, adorned with 2 wisps of mustache, entering the portal. Damn it! Realizing something was amiss, Fatty vanished and appeared next to the portal. But it was too late. The man had already disappeared within. Chapter 33. The Mistakes of Youth. The portal was enigmatic, shimmering with a star-like radiance. Countless runes emerged along the frame, appearing oddly familiar to Fatty. This was a spatial gate composed of spatial elements, and upon feeling this familiar spatial energy, Fatty understood why he had such an affinity for it. As the man vanished, the portal began to shrink, disappearing before Fatty could fully comprehend the situation. Fatty, where is he? At that moment, Grey Wolf, slightly slower, arrived beside Fatty, leaving only the corpses in sight. He left through the spatial gate. Fatty replied with a hint of frustration, acknowledging that despite his speed, he had still arrived a moment too late. Unanticipatedly, these individuals exhibited such ruthlessness, sacrificing countless lives to buy themselves time for escape. After a while, others arrived at the edge of the water pool, and upon hearing the chubby one recount how those people departed through the spatial gate, their expressions turned grim. Particularly disheartening was the sight of those who had been captured villagers being mercilessly slaughtered as the assailants made their exit, casting a pall over all present. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of the residents of Fengyao Town, they were haunted by the thought that the small boy they had rescued was the sole survivor. Subsequently, they conducted a thorough examination of the armed personnel, discovering that none had survived the onslaught of Lin Nu Wang's arrow rain. Fortunately, they had managed to capture one living witness beforehand. Otherwise, they would have been left without any evidence. The 3-tailed cat's tail has grown longer once more. At this moment, the simple-minded and carefree Tai Zhu noticed that a pitch-black cat tail was visibly extending from behind Xiao Nai, prompting an involuntary exclamation from him. Look at that. Upon hearing Tai Zhu's outburst, the chubby one and the others approached out of curiosity. They had only heard Tai Zhu mention it before and had never witnessed how Xiao Nai's tail grew. As they observed the tail elongating from short to long, within a span of just over a minute, a tail identical to that of any other cat had fully formed, leaving them in awe and sparking animated discussions. This spectacle seemed to dispel the gloom that had settled in their hearts. Captain, what breed of cat do you think this is? Why does its tail keep growing? Tai Zhu, having witnessed Xiao Nai's tail grow twice, could not suppress his curiosity and asked. He set down his hammer at his feet, intent on reaching for Xiao Nai's tail, but was promptly deterred by Lin Nu Wang's blood-red gaze. The cat's tail had grown each time after it consumed something, likely connected to its powers. Perhaps with each meal, a new tail would sprout, leading to an unmanageable number in the future. The mere thought of such an image elicited a chuckle from me. The chubby one had also considered reaching for the tail, but after witnessing Taiju's experience, he refrained from making a move. He then began to analyze the phenomenon of Xiao Nai's tail growth. Initially, he approached the topic with earnest scrutiny, but as he spoke, a mischievous glee crept into his tone. Should Xiao Nai hear his remarks, she might very well retaliate with a few swipes. Now that you mention it, it's quite possible that if Black Cat Brother had dozens of tails, how would it manage? Sighing, he lamented his inability to conceive an answer. Hui Lang regarded the scene with a concerned expression, his demeanor almost comically deserving of a reprimand. Lin Nu Wang cast a disdainful glance at the two of them, exasperated by their camaraderie. Yet, she understood that their banter served as a means to alleviate their spirits. For the weight of their failure to rescue anyone weighed heavily upon them, leaving them with a sense of malaise. Given the circumstances, all they could do now was wait. Cradling the still slumbering Xiao Nai, she sought a sizable rock to sit upon. Her movements were gentle, as if attempting not to awaken the sleeping cat. Were it not for the fact that Xiao Nai was indeed a cat, one might mistakenly believe that the captain was smitten. The turkey, observing the demeanor of Lin Nu Wang, could not help but express his intrigue. Their captain had never exhibited such an expression towards them. Indeed, in this age, it seems that one cannot compete with a cat. He could not refrain from a silent lamentation. Alas, what could be done? After all, we are not as endearing as Brother Cat, and it appears that women have a penchant for such charm. The stout fellow feigned expertise, stroking his round chin with a contemplative air. He mused, could it be that his inability to find a girlfriend stemmed from his lack of cuteness? Perhaps he should consider visiting that plastic surgeon. It might hasten his journey to singlehood's end. Oh, come now. As if your eternal bachelorhood grants you insight into women. Let me tell you, women are drawn to my kind, rugged, masculine, exuding virility. The gray wolf, ever the loyal companion of the stout man, swiftly undermined his boast. He struck a dashing pose, elucidating to others why he had a wife while they remained unattached. Therein lies the disparity. Thus, the gray wolf and his companions began to boast, seemingly oblivious to the multitude of corpses surrounding them. In truth, they were not unaware. Rather, they were constrained by the fact that they could not move the bodies. Once the pigeon and the others brought the personnel from the Anomaly Bureau, if they disturbed the scene, they would be blamed for compromising the evidence, despite the legitimacy of their concerns. While they harbored no fear of the Anomaly Bureau, their prior encounters had taught them how formidable those individuals could be. They were not worried that Pigeon and the others would fail to find them, for the stout man had left a note detailing their whereabouts and reasons for being there. Time passed swiftly, and by the afternoon, shouts from the direction of the valley finally reached them. The gray wolf and his companions rose from the ground, responding to the approaching Pigeon and others. Following Pigeon was a throng of individuals, numbering perhaps in the hundreds, all members of the county's law enforcement. Stout man, are you all right? The mouse inquired, observing the signs of a fierce skirmish. Throughout the journey, he and Pigeon had been quite anxious, but now, seeing everyone unharmed, he felt a wave of relief. What could possibly happen to us? If those scoundrels hadn't fled so swiftly, I would have certainly detained them, the stout man boasted, thumping his chest with bravado. Speaking of their foes, he described them as if they were mere chaff, easily vanquished. As the members of the Blood Shadow Squad exchanged words, the police promptly dispersed to search for evidence. After all, with so many lives lost, this was undoubtedly the most significant massacre in the county in the past 2 years. However, the sheer number of horrid corpses left the officers pale-faced. It was only thanks to Lin Fengyao's ability to conceal the blood she controlled beneath the surrounding underbrush that these officers did not retch at the sight of the blood-stained ground. Among the group of public officials, 2 men clad in plain clothes approached after conducting a cursory examination of the scene. Greetings. We are from the Anomaly Bureau of Fenghua County. Could you please enlighten us about the situation here? What brought you to this place? What is your connection to these deceased individuals? The leader among the men surveyed them with a penetrating gaze, as if attempting to peel away their very flesh to unearth the secrets they concealed. His sharp eyes, reminiscent of a scrutinizing judge, rendered the members of the Blood Shadow Demon Hunter Squad visibly uncomfortable. First, do not regard us as criminals. We are not your felons. Second, as for our purpose here, you should have gleaned that from the Pigeon and the others. Please refrain from posing such foolish inquiries, as it is a waste of everyone's time. Third, the deaths of the residents of Fengyajun have no bearing upon us. Regarding those terrorists, we acted in self-defense. I trust that there exists no law in Huaxiao that prohibits us from defending ourselves against thugs, the stout man interjected, his expression frigid. Having dealt with such individuals numerous times before, he was not inclined to acquiesce to their provocations, lest he find himself ensnared. How dare you speak in such a manner? I believe the matter concerning these villagers is indeed related to you, the young man beside the leader of the Abilities Bureau retorted, visibly displeased by the stout man's demeanor. In their line of work, the agents of the Abilities Bureau were accustomed to others treating them with utmost caution and respect. They had never encountered such audacity. His words elicited immediate reactions from the members of the Blood Shadow Squad, their expressions shifting dramatically. Even Lin Fengyao, who had been seated on a nearby stone, cast her gaze in his direction. The young man, noticing her attention, mistakenly assumed he had impressed the beautiful woman and began to contemplate how he might win her affection. He had never seen a woman so exquisite in the county, and his desires stirred within him. Xiao, what nonsense are you uttering? The leader of the Abilities Bureau's countenance darkened. His previous remarks had merely been a habitual probe. He recognized that these individuals were unlikely to be the culprits. However, their unwavering demeanor caught him off guard. He also understood that these were professional hunters. Without concrete evidence, they could not be coerced. Even with evidence, it was not within their purview to apprehend these seasoned hunters, who were not easily subdued by the ordinary personnel of their small county. As a specialized department, the Abilities Bureau indeed possessed many skilled individuals. Yet, Huaxia was vast, and it was impossible for every locale to be staffed with experts. The personnel at this small county's office were primarily ordinary citizens, most of whom had undergone only basic military training. The head of the Abilities Bureau was taken aback by his subordinate's lack of discernment regarding the situation and could not help but shout in exasperation. Subsequently, he turned to the stout man and his companions, saying with sincerity, "I apologize for his youthful indiscretion. I offer my apologies on his behalf. Certain words should be handled with care, as they may lead to unforeseen consequences." The young man's lecherous gaze towards their captain was not lost on the Blood Shadow Squad, prompting the stout man to fix him with a cold stare and make an explosive gesture. "Do you dare to threaten me?" The young man, incensed by the stout man's arrogance, retorted indignantly. "Xiao, if you do not silence yourself, do not expect to accompany me again." The man at the forefront wore a sullen expression as he surveyed his subordinates. How could he have chosen such a fool? Next time, he must select someone more astute. This young man hailed from the county and belonged to a family of considerable influence within the town. His recruitment into the Yaninju was intended to facilitate the man's own endeavors in the area. However, it was unfortunate that the youth, despite his exterior, lacked any semblance of intellect. "You, how dare you? Just wait," he muttered indignantly. The young man was taken aback by his superior's words. Having enjoyed a smooth ascent due to his affiliation with the Yaninju, he could not fathom why his superior would express such disdain. Even the county magistrate would treat him as a guest of honor. Infuriated, he shot a fierce glare at the overweight man before turning on his heel and departing. Chapter 34. The Shadow Church. As he strode away with an air of nonchalance, he remained oblivious to the dark countenance of his superior, unaware that his actions had deeply offended the man. In the realm of public service, offending one's superior could lead to dire consequences in the days to come. After the young man had left, the head of the Yaninju remarked with a smile, "Young people inevitably exhibit a degree of arrogance. We must all be understanding." He acknowledged his previous verbal misstep and requested that his subordinates share any pertinent information, as he needed to document it for the Bureau's records. Normally, this task would fall to his subordinates, but now he had to undertake it himself, pulling out a notebook and pen, his expression growing even darker. The overweight man and his companions respected the audacity of the young man, for they were all professional hunters. Unlike reserve hunters, professional hunters, upon successful transition, formed a unique bond with the Hunter Guild. Frequently, the guild serves as a robust support system for professional hunters, providing them with protection. With nearly 1 million professional hunters, the guild wields considerable influence across Huaxia. Although it operates as a neutral organization and refrains from involvement in the governance of Huaxia, no matter who holds power, they dare not overlook the guild's existence. In this era, the Hunter Guild has woven itself into the national defense framework. Faced with an increasing number of magical beasts, the Huaxia government cannot afford to lose these professional hunters. Otherwise, the nation's defense system would be riddled with vulnerabilities. The guild's prestige is derived from its professional hunters. While these hunters enjoy certain privileges due to the guild's presence, establishing a symbiotic relationship between the two. Although the Yaninju wields significant authority, they dare not apprehend any professional hunter without absolute evidence. The head of the Yaninju in Fenghua County was well aware of this. He was not as foolish as his subordinate. "Are you saying you have captured a live one?" The head of the Yaninju expressed a hint of surprise. Initially, upon witnessing the scene of carnage, he had been at a loss for how to report it, but now that there was a live capture, it would simplify matters. Yes, right at the valley's entrance. Seeing the man's understanding, the overweight fellow readily disclosed the location of the live captive without further complication. After Lin Fengyao and her companions finished relaying all the circumstances to the personnel of the Annan Bureau, they departed from the small valley with urgency. Having no time to squander, observing their exit, a young man from the Annan Bureau, filled with reluctance, inquired, "Chief, how can you allow them to leave?" Perhaps the incident in Fengye town was orchestrated by them. His superior remained silent, casting a cold glance at him, signaling his disapproval. "It seems your intellect has been clouded. You disregard the prowess of professional hunters. You should be grateful for your position within the Annan Bureau, or you might find yourself in mortal peril without even comprehending how. Are you implying they are professional hunters? Why did they not disclose this earlier?" The young man responded incredulously, aware of the formidable nature of professional hunters. His complexion paled, realizing he had underestimated them. His superior shot him a disdainful look before turning to leave. What a fool! Only professional hunters could infiltrate this secluded valley. The fallen armed personnel were nearly equivalent to half a battalion. Furthermore, others have already informed you they belong to the Hunters Guild. What more do you require? Seeing his superior depart, the young man hastened to follow, for the first time feeling the fragility of his existence. His identity as a member of the Annan Bureau had suddenly become paramount. He must find ways to appease his superior. Unbeknownst to him, however, his superior had already resolved to replace him, and it was too late for regrets. The sun bathed the sky in golden light, and the gentle breeze accompanied by wispy clouds created an atmosphere of serenity. Along the path away from Fengye town, the leaves rustled in harmony with the wind, their subtle fragrance invigorating the senses. Despite the pleasant surroundings, Lin Fengyao and her companions were devoid of any inclination to appreciate the beauty. The events in Fengye town had cast a shadow over their hearts. What they had initially presumed to be a mere mundane demon-hunting assignment had unexpectedly led them to confront a mysterious organization, resulting in a fierce battle that left them with a lingering grudge against this terrifying entity. Although they did not regret their actions, after all, the inhumane deeds of these individuals were intolerable. They could not shake the anxiety of potential retaliation from this organization. Even Tai Zhu, typically a simple-minded creature, found it difficult to feel joy. Meow. Upon awakening, Xiao Nai discovered she was already mounted on horseback. The consumption of dark energy had been excessive, nearly depleting her reserves after devouring the great black bear. Although a chilling aura had been continuously replenishing her, it was but a drop in the ocean. Coupled with the fatigue from consuming the snake's tail, she felt overwhelmingly drowsy, and once nestled in Lin Fengyao's embrace, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Unaware of the events that transpired during her unconsciousness, she was puzzled by the somber expressions of her companions. Meow, did this cat miss something? At that moment, the rotund figure atop the white horse turned to the ever-composed Lin Fengyao, asking, "Captain, are those individuals truly members of the Shadow Church?" "Indeed. I have previously participated in the pursuit of the Shadow Church. The deaths of its members bore an uncanny resemblance to the demise of that woman in white." Lin Fengyao harbored no desire to conceal anything from her companions. They had endured countless perils, and she found it hard to believe that they would be intimidated by the Shadow Church. If that were the case, it would surely disappoint her greatly. "Oh, now I feel reassured," the portly man said, patting his chest as if to release a breath of relief. "You must be mentally unhinged to utter such words." Taiju remarked incredulously. If that terrifying organization were to arise again, it would take merely a fourth-tier expert to obliterate our Blood Shadow squad in an instant. "Fool, I am quite lucid," the portly man retorted. "What sort of organization is the Shadow Church?" "It is a sinister cult that requires the collaboration of the military and the Hunter Guild for its eradication. Once, the Shadow Church boasted over 3 million followers, causing quite a stir. Even the government tread carefully around them, let alone others. Had it not been for the Church's reckless decision to conduct biochemical experiments on humans across the nation, inciting public outrage and angering the citizens of Huaxia, the government and the Hunter Guild would not have united to annihilate it. Otherwise, who knows how large it would have grown by now." Reminiscing about the Shadow Church, the portly man felt a deep sense of regret, lamenting that he had not been chosen to participate in the operation when the Hunter Guild selected experts. Only Lin Fengyao had been selected from the entire Blood Shadow squad. After a moment of reflection, he turned to Taiju and said, "So if this terrifying organization were to rise from the ashes, we need not worry. The Huaxia government will surely handle them. I suspect the government is the most concerned about the revival of this cult." The government had classified the organization as a sinister cult in order to mitigate the repercussions of its influence. Upon hearing the portly man's words, The others realized he was indeed correct. Initially, they too had been intimidated by the name of the Shadow Church. With this thought, they felt their spirits lift, and the gloom on their faces dissipated. Of course, should they truly face this terrifying organization, they would not cower. Death was merely a possibility. If they were truly afraid of death, they would not have chosen to become hunters, as their skills could easily secure them a safer and more comfortable occupation. Captain, when you participated in the eradication, didn't you eliminate them completely? How is it that this church has resurfaced? The Grey Wolf, who had not taken part in that momentous operation, inquired with curiosity. Such a large cult inevitably leaves some remnants behind. Furthermore, even if they were to emerge again, they would not be able to operate as they once did. They would have to scurry like rats underground. However, when we submit our mission report, we can inform the guild of this situation, and naturally, there will be someone to deal with these individuals, Lin Fengyao replied with an air of nonchalance. Though memories of that time stirred within her. Though the headquarters and various branches of the Shadow Church had been obliterated, the leaders had vanished without a trace. To avoid inciting further turmoil, the government had propagated the narrative that the entire organization had been eradicated. Naturally, she would not divulge this information, as it would impose significant pressure on her companions. Observing Lin Fengyao's calm and composed demeanor, as if she truly took the matter lightly, the others felt completely reassured. Laughter and conversation resumed, restoring their usual camaraderie. Miao, Xiao Nai, nestled in the embrace of Queen Lin, couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation upon overhearing their conversation. She never imagined that those individuals were members of this nefarious cult, which elucidated their capacity for such inhumane acts. When the government initiated a crackdown on this malevolent organization, her school was fervently disseminating information about the evil of this cult, nearly branding it as the source of all wickedness. At that time, she was still quite young and had not encountered this organization, so she regarded the school's proclamations as mere sensationalism, hardly believing the images presented in pamphlets and newspapers. In her youthful cynicism, she pondered how everything in this world could be fabricated, questioning the authenticity of those images. Now, witnessing the harrowing state of Fengye Town, she had come to accept the veracity of the Chinese government's portrayal. Perhaps many more horrors remained concealed, for fear of excessive exposure. "Ah, Siwei Mao, you are awake," remarked Tai Zhu, observing Xiao Nai's spirited demeanor in Queen Lin's arms, filled with envy. Even he, a simple-minded creature, felt that his existence paled in comparison to that of a cat. "Meow, big fellow, consider yourself noted. Your name has officially made its way into my little black book," the cat proclaimed. "Brother Cat, thanks to you, I have narrowly escaped death. When we reach Meiling City, I shall treat you to the finest restaurant for some beastly delicacies." At this moment, Pongzi noticed Xiao Nai had awakened and cheerfully called out to her. "Meow." Xiao Nai responded joyfully to Pongzi's words. "You are quite generous, Pongzi. It is worth sacrificing my tail for your rescue." "Pongzi, well done. Even you, the miser, are willing to part with your riches. That is commendable," Grey Wolf interjected with a mischievous grin. Hey, I never said I would invite you. So don't get ahead of yourself," Pongzi retorted, slightly irked. "I'm not inviting you. I'm merely going to assist Brother Black Cat in carrying the food." Grey Wolf chuckled slyly. "I want to go too. You promised me a drink back in Luyuan." Taiju suddenly chimed in, recalling something. "Pongzi, I hope you won't forget us, your life and death brothers," the mouse added softly from the side. Pongzi glanced around, realizing that it seemed everyone expected an invitation. Particularly the composed gaze of the captain rendered him speechless against any opposition. He chastised himself for his loose tongue. Why had he mentioned the finest restaurant? Any ordinary eatery would suffice. It appeared that after this adventure, his wallet would undoubtedly suffer. Contemplating this, Pongzi felt as though tears might spring forth from his eyes. Chapter 35. The Erie Place. Fenghua County is the nearest county to Fengye Town, as there are still several days of travel to Meiling City. The members of the Blood Shadow team believed that the resurgence of the Shadow Church was no trivial matter. Judging by their actions in capturing villagers, it was possible that this malevolent cult was once again conducting inhumane biochemical experiments on humans. The entire Blood Shadow team unanimously agreed that it was imperative to notify the Hunter Guild as soon as possible. Otherwise, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Although Fenghua County is merely a small town, it still houses a branch of the Hunter Guild. As evening approaches, the sun prepares to descend. The entire world begins to take on a hazy quality, casting a dim light upon the surroundings. Upon sighting the towering city wall ahead, standing over 6 meters high, Xiao Nai immediately recognizes that he has arrived at Fenghua County. In this contemporary world, it is a source of unease for anyone to dwell in a place devoid of walls. The city gate is guarded, but unlike the military presence in larger cities, it is merely local police standing watch over the entrance. Although Fenghua County is small, it boasts a population of tens of thousands. The city gate is bustling with a continuous flow of people, primarily ordinary citizens transporting goods by bicycle or ox cart. Consequently, the Blood Shadow Squad garners considerable attention upon entering the city, as it is indeed rare to see someone riding a horse. Akin to witnessing a resident of a small county driving a luxury car worth millions before the calamity. Meow. Xiao Nai stands atop the saddle, surveying the passers-by below. Compared to the residents of Luyuan City, life in Fenghua County appears somewhat more arduous. While the Huaxia government has addressed the issue of basic sustenance, the reality remains that many individuals barely scrape by, living lives devoid of true comfort. Humanity possesses 4 fundamental needs: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Were it not for the drastic population reduction following the catastrophe and the remnants of the past that still hold utility, the government would likely face considerable challenges. The rat leading the group inquired about the location of the Hunters Guild from the local residents, prompting the party to proceed directly to the guild without pause. Mom, why does that black cat have so many tails? A curious child, cradled in her mother's arms, gazes at Xiao Nai, who is nestled within Lin Fengyao's embrace. The child speculates that the black cat is likely a magical pet belonging to an adult, explaining its multiple tails. The child's innocent remark captures the attention of nearby adults, and the mother gazes at Xiao Nai and the others with a hint of reverence. Ah, no wonder our little Hua has only one tail. When I grow up, I must have a multi-tailed black cat like that. The child, perhaps oblivious to the perils posed by magical beasts, gazes at Xiao Nai with wide eyes, filled with admiration, evoking a sense of endearing innocence that elicits laughter from the surrounding adults. Though the onlookers regard Xiao Nai with respect, fear does not linger in their hearts. This can be attributed, firstly, to Xiao Nai's seemingly harmless demeanor, and secondly, to the common knowledge that tamed magical beasts do not pose a threat to humans. In this era, whether affluent or impoverished, individuals cherish the opportunity to purchase a newspaper to stay informed about the world as changes. Even those without funds will wait for others to finish reading before borrowing it. It has been over a decade since the Great Upheaval, and many adults still harbor vivid memories of the information age that preceded the disaster. In this age, devoid of electronic networks, newspapers and books have become the primary means for individuals to comprehend the current epoch. For ordinary people, magical pets are beings that exist only in the rumors of newspapers, far rarer than the magical beasts found in the wild. This rarity prompts the residents to steal glances at Xiao Nai, and some express their excitement with animated discussions. Meow. Upon hearing the words of the young child, Xiao Nai could not help but roll her eyes, for she certainly would not be referred to as the multi-tailed black cat. Brother cat, it seems you are quite popular. When you eventually have kittens, be sure to let me care for one. I shall provide it with the finest sustenance, she remarked. The chubby fellow beside her grinned mischievously at Xiao Nai, leaving her utterly speechless. Despite not yet reaching maturity, this rotund individual had already begun to ponder the future offspring she might bear. To Xiao Nai's dismay, the individuals from Hue Long, those shameless souls, audaciously concurred with the chubby one's thoughts. Oh dear, she thought to herself, casting a disdainful glance at these unsavory gentlemen. She had no intention of producing kittens. The mere thought of a plethora of kittens chasing after her sent a shiver down her spine. Gazing at the chubby fellow, she felt an overwhelming urge to tear him apart. Of course, at that moment, she was cradled in the arms of Queen Lin, rendering her incapable of acting on her impulses. Perhaps this was the very reason the chubby one dared to jest in such a manner. The sky was obscured by a veil of mist, allowing only a faint silhouette of the blood-red sunset to peek through. Xiao Nai observed the people around her, who, despite their apparent hardships, wore smiles that conveyed a sense of happiness. The ebb and flow of individuals created a unique ambience in Liu Yuanshi, fostering an atmosphere of remarkable harmony among its residents. Such a phenomenon was rarely witnessed in Liu Yuanshi. Could it be that the people of this small county were inherently this way? Having never ventured far from home, Xiao Nai felt a flicker of curiosity stir within her. The Hunters Guild in Fenghua County was markedly more modest compared to the ostentatious establishment in Liu Yuanshi, which boasted a shopping mall as its branch. Its facade resembled that of a bar. The establishment, named Shotgun and Rose, featured a logo depicting a hunter bearing a shotgun and a rose. This detail suggested that the creator of the guild possessed a modicum of artistic flair. Given that this bar exclusively catered to hunters, it exuded an air of desolation. After all, it was a small county. How many assignments could there be for those who toiled for monetary gain? Moreover, even the few challenging tasks available were redirected by the guild's overseer to nearby cities, as there were hardly any skilled hunters in this quaint locale. Greetings, esteemed guests. I am the doorman, Xiao Gao. I notice you appear unfamiliar. You must be from out of town. As Lin Fengyao and her companions came to a halt, the doorman hurried over. What? Do you require a household registration check? The chubby fellow raised an eyebrow at this remark. Good sir, how could I dare suggest such a thing? It is merely that individuals of your distinguished caliber are seldom seen in our humble county. Had you visited before? I would certainly not have forgotten, the doorman replied, feigning indignation. The doorman's exaggerated gestures elicited laughter from the chubby fellow and his companions. Dismounting his horse, he jested. In all my travels, I have never encountered a doorman quite like you. It seems a shame to have you here. Ah, you flatter me, esteemed sir. May I inquire what type of feed your steeds require? We offer 3 varieties: premium, standard, and basic. The doorman wore a broad smile, exhibiting no fear towards Lin Fengyao and her companions, and spoke with a cheerful tone. Oh, I have visited numerous hunter guilds. Yet this is the first time I have heard that feed is categorized into 3 different grades. At this moment, the gray wolf also dismounted from his horse and inquired with astonishment. There is no alternative. The funding from headquarters is woefully inadequate. So we must devise our own means of financial support. Otherwise, how could a small branch like ours survive? Now the government advocates for self-reliance and discourages adding to their burdens. We are merely aligning ourselves with the current trends. The doorman feigned a troubled demeanor, yet a glimmer of amusement sparkled in his eyes, creating a paradoxical sense of humor. You, my friend, provide us with the finest feed. The rotund man would certainly not treat poorly those steadfast companions that carried him on such arduous journeys daily. Meow? Xiao Nai leapt from the embrace of the Queen of Lin, gazing up at the dim, overcast sky, manifesting an unusual restlessness. Casting a sidelong glance at the doorman, who was engrossed in conversation with the rotund man, it felt an incessant sensation that since their arrival, the doorman had been observing it from the shadows. However, upon closer inspection, it discerned that the man was not looking its way at all, leaving it to ponder whether this was merely a figment of its imagination. Ever since entering this small county town, its heart had remained in turmoil, the instincts of a beast stirring an unsettling anxiety within. Surveying the bustling surroundings, the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares filled the air, rivaling the lively scene at the Lu Yuan City Hunter Guild. Meow? What is happening? Everything around seems perfectly normal, yet why do I feel this way? Do not suggest I have entered my prime. I might just unleash my wrath upon you. Puzzled, Xiao Nai extended its claws and scratched at the ground. Oh, dear cat, what seems to be the matter? You appear quite irate. After entrusting the mount to the doorman, the rotund man observed the sullen Xiao Nai and remarked curiously, perhaps it has perceived something. Suddenly, Lu Fu, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. His gaze icy as he surveyed the surroundings with an impassive expression. Perceived what? Hey, Lu Fu, what do you mean? The rotund man was utterly baffled by Lu Fu's sudden utterance, unable to grasp the meaning. Yet Lu Fu offered no reply, standing quietly behind the Queen of Lin, as if he truly had become her shadow. Everyone, exercise caution. Lin Fengyao's expression was inscrutable as she surveyed the area with vigilance. As one of the most formidable ability users below the 4th tier, she possessed unwavering confidence in confronting any adversary. Upon hearing their captain's words, the others maintained their composure outwardly, yet inwardly began to brace themselves. If even Lin Fengyao expressed such concern, it was undeniable that they could not afford to take it lightly. The atmosphere inside the bar was somewhat chilly, although numerous hunters occupied the space. They were engaged in quiet drinking, exchanging only hushed whispers when conversation arose. Upon their entrance, they immediately attracted many curious gazes, though a considerable number of patrons remained indifferent to their arrival. Meow? Xiao Nai curiously surveyed the surroundings, astonished that a prestigious branch of the Hunters Guild could manifest as such a humble tavern. The atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of the raucousness that characterized the establishments she had previously visited with her classmates. Aside from the occasional murmur of conversation, the only sound was that of the female servers bustling about. A low, beastly growl emanated from a corner to her right, causing Xiao's hair to bristle instinctively. As if her body sensed an imminent threat, a primal feeling arose within her, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious creature. She turned her gaze in the direction of the sound. There, at the feet of a solitary young man, lay a yellow mutt, its eyes fixed on her with an unsettling glint of hunger. The intensity of its stare resembled that of a famished individual who had just spotted a meal. Despite its seemingly unremarkable appearance as a common dog, Xiao Nai inexplicably felt as if she were facing one of the apex predators. The sensation of being a potential prey was intolerable for a formidable magical beast like herself. The absurdity of being regarded as a meal by a mere mutt was overwhelming, prompting her to unleash an angry roar at the yellow dog. Chapter 36. Marasha's roar naturally drew the attention of Lin Fengyao and others, who froze in astonishment at the sight of a dog daring to confront her. It was known that Xiao Nai was a magical beast. As her bloodlust grew, an aura of menace enveloped her. Typically, even the sight of her would send ordinary animals fleeing in terror. The hunters seated within the tavern seemed to have witnessed the spectacle, their expressions filled with intrigue as they anticipated an impending clash between the feline and the canine, eager to discern which would emerge victorious. The owner of the yellow mutt appeared perplexed, fixated on his drink, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama around him. As if nothing in the tavern could rival the allure of his beverage, Lin Fengyao cast a cold, emotionless glance around the room. Her blood-red eyes, devoid of any warmth, sent a shiver through all who met her gaze. The yellow mutt seemed to be momentarily subdued by her fierce glance, ceasing its brashness and exhibiting a hint of trepidation. Seeing the insufferable dog cowed by a mere look from the Queen of Lin, Xiao Nai felt a surge of dissatisfaction. It was akin to a child engaging in a tussle with a peer, only to have their opponent intimidated by an elder, leaving the child feeling humiliated. Yet, witnessing her adversary retreat, Xiao Nai had no intention of actually pursuing a confrontation. Moreover, it was evident that the Queen of Lin was not one to be trifled with. Her intervention signified that a brawl was clearly off the table. Fear not, for there will be other opportunities, she thought, casting a fierce glare at the large yellow dog before retreating to stand behind Lin Fengyao. She resolved to wait for the perfect moment to teach that mutt a lesson it would not soon forget. Though the skirmish between the cat and dog had caught the attention of the plump individuals nearby, it was not regarded with excessive significance. After all, skirmishes between cats and dogs were commonplace. It was the harmonious coexistence of the two that would truly astonish the human world. Perhaps the only peculiarity lies in the fact that the owner of the large yellow dog remained engrossed in solitary drinking throughout, never once glancing at the arrival of Lin Fengyao and her companions. "Esteemed guests, are you here to indulge in libations or to submit a mission?" inquired the bartender with a smile, eyeing Lin Fengyao and the others. "Oh, are you so certain that we are here to submit a mission rather than to accept one?" With his astuteness, the plump man became vigilant of his surroundings upon receiving Lin Fengyao's subtle cue. At the moment the bartender uttered those words, he sensed something amiss, prompting him to regard the bartender with a smirk that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. If they were not already aware of their task submission, why would he pose such a question? The bartender was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Addressing the plump man, he remarked, "You jest, sir. One can easily surmise from your appearance that you are seasoned hunters. In a small county like ours, there are no suitable missions for esteemed individuals such as yourselves. Hence my assumption that you have come to submit a mission. Missions from the Hunters Guild belong to specific locales and can only be accepted at the local guild branches. However, upon completion, they may be submitted at any branch. The Hunters Guild possesses its own means of communication, facilitating the transfer of information between branches." Thus, the bartender's statement held merit, yet what led him to presume they were professional hunters? They bore no markings proclaiming their identity as such. Even the senior member of the Abilities Bureau had deduced their status based on situational evidence and experience. What authority did this bartender possess to make such an assertion? "Who exactly are you?" The plump man fixated his cold gaze upon the bartender, transitioning from suspicion to certainty that the bartender was indeed dubious. What on earth is happening? The bewildered Xiao Nai, unfamiliar with the nuances of the hunting world, found it challenging to comprehend the situation. After all, it was only recently that he had accompanied Lin Fengyao and her group into this circle, leaving him perplexed by many intricacies. In his mind, the bartender's response did not seem problematic. Although he was momentarily at a loss, he trusted that the plump man had no inclination to cause unnecessary trouble and remained vigilant of the unfamiliar faces around him. Furthermore, since arriving in this place, an unsettling feeling had taken root within him. Everything around him appeared surreal. Despite the outward normalcy of his surroundings, this sense of unease only intensified. At that moment, the Grey Wolves were also on high alert, recognizing that the bartender posed a threat, and the entire bar likely harbored abnormalities. "Zhang Yaodong, I told you to refrain from these trivial antics. Look, now you've been exposed." The young man who had been quietly drinking raised his head to glance in their direction, appearing to be in his early 20s. He was not conventionally handsome, but exuded a certain roguish charm. He held a glass of wine, a mocking smile playing upon his lips as he regarded the bartender. Ling Xiao, you jest. There is no play without blunders. It is precisely through these missteps that one learns and improves, avoiding the same errors in the future. The bartender appeared completely unfazed by the mockery from the young man, known as Ling Xiao. He maintained a calm demeanor as he continued to mix his drinks, seemingly indifferent to the hostility emanating from the likes of Fatty and his companions. Iron Pillar, overhearing their remarks, felt a surge of anger and raised his hammer, aiming to strike the bartender's head. Iron Pillar's sudden aggression took Xiao Nai by surprise. She hadn't anticipated such ferocity from the burly figure, who was ready to deliver a vicious blow at the slightest provocation, embodying a fierce spirit. Observing this scene, Xiao Nai couldn't help but boast about her own boldness. She expected the bartender to evade the impending strike, but to her astonishment, he remained oblivious, continuing his task undeterred. This left Xiao Nai quite intrigued. Could it be that the bartender was overly confident? After all, Iron Pillar was no ordinary man, but a formidable beast in human guise, possessing extraordinary strength that rendered blades and swords nearly ineffective against him. During their time in Fengye Town, Iron Pillar had even matched a massive black bear in strength, which was telling. However, what astonished Xiao Nai even more was that Iron Pillar's hammer struck the bartender without any resistance, resulting in a bizarre occurrence. To her disbelief, the hammer passed right through the bartender's head, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous sound that sent tremors through the floor. As she gazed at the bar counter, through which Iron Pillar's hammer had effortlessly passed, Xiao Nai finally comprehended why she had sensed something amiss since their arrival. This place was far too harmonious. It was an illusion. Be careful, this is an illusion, Fatty shouted, and at that moment, it dawned upon them that they had inadvertently entered a dreamlike realm. However, based on their surroundings, they discerned that this was not a mental illusion, but rather a projection-type illusion, indicating they remained in the real world, merely shrouded by the deceptive veil of their surroundings, obscuring the truth. Welcome to my world, a mirage I have constructed. I hope you enjoy your stay. The bartender, unaffected by Iron Pillar's strike, elegantly addressed them. It seemed their heads were still clear, as if the members of Blood Shadow Team believed they were living in a world before disaster, akin to watching a 3D movie in a theater. It was worth noting that Grey Wolf and his companions had grown up during the Information Age and had vivid memories of such experiences. Who are you? Fatty inquired once more, astonished by the presence of an ability user capable of conjuring a small city-sized illusion that had nearly deceived them. Such a master was indeed a rarity, and they had not crossed paths with anyone of this caliber. Why did you reveal yourself so soon? I have prepared an abundance of performances for you. Yet, it is of little consequence who we are. What truly matters is that all of you will remain here today. This enchanting little county shall serve as your final resting place. The hunters seated in the bar abruptly rose, their faces contorted with an eerie expression, and spoke in unison. Meow? This uncanny scene sent shivers down Xiao Nai's spine, causing him to involuntarily emit a low growl. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented for him. The voices and expressions bore no distinction from those of real individuals. Were it not for their identical demeanor and synchronized utterances, none would perceive them as mere illusions. Akin to that bartender, this illusion was terrifying, capable of affecting one's auditory, tactile, visual, and olfactory senses. Had it not been rendered so convincingly, they would have uncovered the ruse long ago. Fortunately, it could not influence his honed instincts developed through years of combat against peril. Otherwise, the Blood Shadow Team would indeed fall without understanding why. That individual is real. Huaji's eyes sparkled as he beheld the young man who, apart from uttering a single phrase moments ago, had been drinking quietly. A fireball shot forth from his hand towards the one called Ling Xiao. Boom. A tremendous conflagration erupted, sparks flying as the surrounding area was instantly engulfed in flames, transforming it into a veritable sea of fire. Is he dead? Xiao Nai pondered as he gazed into the inferno, but as the flames gradually receded, revealing the scene within, he was left astounded. The young man seemed to be enveloped by an invisible barrier, preventing the flames from encroaching within a meter of him. Observing the young man, who remained undisturbed and continued to drink, made Xiao Nai tense. This individual appeared to be yet another formidable ability user. But what kind of ability is this? Suddenly, Lin Fengyao, who had remained silent and coldly observant, sprang into action. The rune-bone sword that she had not drawn since their meeting was instantly unsheathed, slicing towards the adjacent bar in a swift motion akin to a streak of light. Cries of agony immediately rang out, and Xiao Nai turned to see droplets of blood falling from Lin Wang's retracted bone sword. Someone had been hiding there, given the proximity of the bar. Evading a surprise attack would be exceedingly difficult. In an instant, the Grey Wolf and his companions grew vigilant, wary of further ambushes. "Incompetent fools," remarked the indifferent young man, observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 37. The Conflagration of Wind and Fire. Ever since sensing something amiss, Lin Fengyao had been using her abilities to observe her surroundings. Under her extraordinary powers, all living beings with blood could be detected. Although this illusion could impair her auditory, tactile, visual, and olfactory senses, it could not interfere with her ability to sense the blood of life around her. Her powers were formidable, yet they bore a significant weakness. Without blood, her abilities could not manifest. Thus, even though she could sense the enemies nearby, she refrained from acting, biding her time. Indeed, witnessing them entranced by the illusion, oblivious to their whereabouts, some could not resist the temptation to exploit their familiarity with the terrain for a sneak attack, resulting in Lin Fengyao's decisive strike. The young man cursed them for this very reason. Having failed in their ambush, they were met with a counterattack, prompting his expletive-laden tirade against their incompetence. Lin Fengyao's gaze fell upon the young man not far away, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. With a flick of her wrist, a stream of blood began to coalesce before her. As she waved her hand, it transformed into a barrage of blood arrows aimed at him. "Such senseless violence, beautiful lady. Why not come over and share a drink with me? Perhaps if I am amused, I might spare you," taunted the young man, known as Ling Xiao. Faced with the onslaught of blood arrows, his expression shifted slightly, yet he could not refrain from his flippant remarks. The air around him began to swirl, and soon the blood arrows seemed to become ensnared in a quagmire, slowing to a halt, suspended in midair as if held aloft by invisible hands. Lin Fengyao, upon hearing his brazen flirtation, could not help but change her countenance. However, she chose not to attack him further. The depletion of her blood was her weakness, rendering her unable to fully harness her strength. Yet, what was the nature of his ability? Telekinesis? A wind barrier? Or perhaps an air manipulation ability? Wind and fire unite. Suddenly, the turkey and the dove let out a furious cry, incensed by the young man's audacity in provoking their captain. They immediately unleashed a combined technique they had devised together. The dove possessed a wind-based ability that could summon powerful gusts, albeit lacking lethality. When combined with the turkey's fireball ability, it could unleash tremendous destructive force. They had rarely encountered an opponent worthy of their full strength. But the young man's words had roused their ire, compelling them to act. As their voices echoed, a fierce wind began to whip around them. The howling gale roared and bellowed, causing the garments of those nearby to rustle. Fireballs gathered above the turkey's head, illuminating the bar in a brilliant glow, making it evident to all that a significant attack was imminent. What an exhilarating scene! Xiao Nai, feeling the thrill of the turbulent air, mused about the desire for a quiet place to observe this grand battle, ideally with some dried fish prepared for her. Should the members of the Blood Shadow squad know her current thoughts, they would undoubtedly find it amusing. The chubby one would likely exclaim, "Brother Cat, don't cause a ruckus. We are fighting for our lives." One after another, the fireballs, propelled by the gale's might, shot forth like cannonballs, producing a deafening sound as they hurtled towards the young man, whose complexion had paled dramatically. The thunderous explosions resonated continuously, deafening in their intensity, causing Xiao Nai, who had sought refuge beside Lin Fengyao, to grimace and cover her ears with her paws while lying on the ground, gazing at the dazzling display of flames. She was awestruck. The power unleashed rivaled that of a military bombardment. After a sustained barrage, the turkey and dove eventually came to a halt. Observing the beads of sweat on their foreheads, it is apparent that controlling such a formidable attack is no trivial feat. One misstep could lead to injuring their own comrades, which would be quite absurd. This rascal must have met his demise, the stout fellow remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, recalling the earlier words that had provoked his ire. As the smoke dissipated, the site of the explosion was unveiled. A tall figure accompanied by a canine silhouette emerged. Astonishingly, the man remained intact despite the catastrophic blast, having withstood it. Excellent. It has been a long time since anyone could inflict such a significant setback upon me. It seems this venture was indeed worthwhile. How intriguing. The individual known as Ling Xiao erupted into a manic laughter. His previous composure and elegance vanished, transforming from a refined young gentleman into a mad beggar, completing a dramatic metamorphosis. His attire was charred, barely providing any coverage, and even his hairstyle had drastically changed. Although he had withstood the assault, it was evident he had sustained injuries. Surely, this individual has not been rendered senseless by the explosion. The gray wolf mused upon witnessing the man's condition. It is quite possible. Thus, we must keep our distance from these two nefarious birds. Otherwise, who can withstand their combined wrath? The stout fellow chuckled mischievously. Get lost. His comment caused the previously exhilarated turkey and dove to exchange glances, their expressions darkening as they simultaneously cursed. Meow? Xiao Nai, observing the stout fellow, couldn't help but lament that among the hunter squad, he was the most vulgar, nearly corrupting her innocent feline nature. Kill them for me. Ling Xiao laughed heartily, then, regaining his composure, glared fiercely at the members of the Blood Shadow squad, bellowing. With the liberation now complete, all that previous elegance was in vain. Zhang Yaodong. Withdraw the illusion at once. They are surrounded. With your illusion in play, though they cannot see us, we too cannot see them, making it impossible for me to fight. Just then, a voice erupted. It turned out that this illusion affected everyone except its master. You muscle-bound fool, can't you memorize the terrain in advance? The illusion master's voice resounded, evidently irked by the earlier remarks. If I possessed such memory, would I require your pretty boy's instruction? The coarse voice's owner clearly disregarded the illusion master, each vying for dominance in their exchange. Meow? Is this an internal conflict? Xiao Nai observed the scene. Both amused and exasperated, realizing that they had yet to engage with the enemy, yet they were already at odds with one another. What a bunch of people. However, it was evident that the illusion master did not intend to dispel the illusion despite the commotion. Let South leave this place, Lin Fengyao promptly suggested. Recognizing that since the illusion affected both sides, remaining stationary would be exceedingly unwise. The individual known as Ling Xiao, having suffered a setback, had already vanished into the illusion with his large yellow dog, seemingly no longer daring to exhibit the arrogance he once displayed. Pigeon, why not soar into the sky to discern this place? If it is indeed a mere illusion, it should not hinder you. Be cautious, however, the fatty abruptly remarked to Pigeon. Pigeon, a wielder of wind-based abilities, possessed two extraordinary techniques. One was the tempestuous gale ability previously employed against the turkey, and the other was the wind wings ability, granting flight. Yet, exercise caution, for it is an illusion, and becoming ensnared in the air would be unfortunate. The mouse dismissed Fatty's words with skepticism, expressing disagreement. Although Xiao Nai lacked the experience of others, she concurred with the mouse's sentiments. If this illusion could be so easily shattered, then the formidable being who crafted it would be woefully inept. Ultimately, Pigeon disregarded Fatty's ill-conceived advice and ascended into the sky like a headless fly. As they attempted to depart, the illusory patrons within the bar swiftly brandished weapons, their faces contorted in malice as they charged towards them. Meow? Although aware that these figures were mere phantoms, Xiao Nai felt a surge of anxiety. She feared that a real person might be concealed among them. Grey Wolf and the others shared this apprehension, unable to restrain themselves from launching attacks against the apparitions. Observe my assault on that one. Follow my lead, but do not rush out. Do not lose yourselves in this illusion, Lin Fengyao. The sole individual capable of discerning the veracity of the phantoms, interjected. Upon hearing her words, the others felt a wave of relief, reassured by their captain's ability to differentiate between reality and illusion. As they beheld the phantoms swirling past their bodies, the extraordinary realism, where even the strands of fur were vividly discernible, instilled a profound unease within everyone, evoking a peculiar sensation of trepidation. During their exodus from the bar, a sudden flurry of crimson light erupted from Lin Fengyao's hand, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Without hesitation, Fatty and the others, armed with firearms, fired towards that direction. The scream echoed, and those figures, seemingly aware of their discovery, retaliated with gunfire. Tai Zhu and Grey Wolf immediately transformed, shielding their teammates as they retreated from the bar. Suddenly, a barrage of fiery arrows pierced through the bar's walls, hurtling towards them. Although the power of these flame arrows paled in comparison to the turkey's fireball, they scorched Tai Zhu's body, leaving it charred. Were it not for Fatty and the others extinguishing the flames, he would have been left nearly exposed. For while his physique was formidable, the leather armor he donned offered little protection. The opposing abilities had been unleashed, tightening the expressions of Fatty and the others, who remained vigilant, wary of inadvertently falling into the enemy's traps. Amidst the incessant gunfire, Xiao Nai felt a sense of helplessness. Not only did she need to be cautious of stray bullets from the enemy, but she also had to avoid being trampled by Lin Fengyao and others. With her petite frame, she could not withstand either. Meow? This cannot continue. Otherwise, it would not only be detrimental to her, but also burden the Blood Shadow team. With this thought, Xiao Nai secretly resolved to take action. She refused to believe that this cursed illusion could extend its influence even underground. Observing Lin Fengyao and the others preoccupied with the enemy, she promptly activated her earth escape ability and burrowed into the ground. With just a fleeting glance, it seemed that it had overlooked Lu Fu once again, indicating that he had once more concealed himself, leaving one to ponder whom he might be plotting against this time. Observing the soil beneath that was continuously parting, Xiao Nai felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, the illusions conjured by that individual could only sway the surface, leaving the underground untouched. This realization brought him joy as he navigated through the earth with ease. "Captain, it appears that Brother Cat has once again hidden away, presumably up to some malevolent antics," the plump fellow remarked during a moment of respite, noting the absence of both Xiao Nai and Lu Fu. His familiarity with Lu Fu led him to understand that the latter was likely lurking to ensnare someone, thus piquing his curiosity solely regarding Xiao Nai's whereabouts. Lin Fengyao, however, had no time to attend to the idle chatter of the rotund man. The cacophony around them crescendoed as bloodthirsty creatures congregated, preparing to encircle them. She was compelled to lead her comrades, utilizing the cover of the illusionary terrain to evade the onslaught, steering towards areas with fewer adversaries. Yet, who were these assailants? As thoughts of Fengyao Town crossed her mind, a flash of crimson flickered in her eyes. Could these individuals be affiliated with the Shadow Church? Such a notion indeed held considerable weight, especially recalling the ability of a certain long-distance teleporter. The likelihood seemed quite high. Chapter 38. The counter-control of the insect swarm. Though both possessed spatial teleportation abilities, the plump man's short-range teleportation could not traverse vast distances. Otherwise, no one would be able to ensnare them in the realm of reality. His teleportation relied on visual targeting, which, although swift, restricted the range to what his eyes could perceive. One could teleport swiftly, but only to locations within sight, suited for combat, while the other, albeit slower, could transport to any place previously visited, with robust auxiliary capabilities. Each ability had its strengths and weaknesses, rendering comparisons of superiority futile. As Xiao Nai traversed the underground, his mind raced with the thought that perhaps he could utilize his earth-shifting powers to ambush these foes. This indeed seemed a prudent strategy. Endowed with the ability to burrow, he could undoubtedly catch them off guard. However, as he cautiously emerged from the earth, he was met with a throng of dark silhouettes. A closer inspection revealed a strikingly familiar sight. These were none other than the swarm of insects belonging to that Miao woman. It seemed they had returned. As overheard from the plump man's conversation, indicating that a few had escaped from the small valley, and now it appeared they had returned seeking reinforcements to trouble them. Yet, what an uncanny coincidence it was. How could they have known of their intended journey to Fenghua County, laying such a grand trap along the path from Fengyao Town to slay them? Cautiously, Xiao Nai peered out, finding himself at the corner of an illusionary house, facing a narrow alley. Gazing ahead at the swarm of insects traversing the darkened alley, he found himself deep in thought. He was astonished that this illusion could even deceive those controlled insects, allowing them to navigate according to the terrain of the illusion. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be possible for him to control these insects as well? Initially, he had not considered this, but now it seemed plausible. Some ability users could command other creatures not through coercive powers like his hypnotic abilities or dominion aura, but rather through a form of communication facilitated by their powers, thereby guiding their actions. This method of control possesses the remarkable advantage of being limitless in quantity, requiring no incessant consumption of dark energy. Unlike its hypnotic abilities or the dominion of the light aura, which, if the expenditure of energy ceases, results in a swift release of control over the creatures, often leading them to harbor hostility towards it. Observing the swarms of insects under the control of that maiden from the Miao tribe, one can infer that her abilities do not necessitate the continuous expenditure of dark energy. With a spark of excitement igniting in her eyes, akin to radiant amethysts in the dim surroundings, Xiao Nai felt a surge of enthusiasm. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to joyfully call out to the insects in the deserted alleyway. As her cries echoed through the air, the insects indeed began to stir restlessly in response to her voice. Witnessing this, Xiao Nai intensified her calls, reveling in the realization that these insects were not subjected to forced control through abilities. A smirk crept across her face, since that wretched woman so relished playing with insects. It was only fitting that she experienced the consequences of their formidable nature herself. What is happening? Is there a cat's meow? Is there a cat in this place? Perhaps it was merely a stray cat that had wandered in. There was no need for alarm. Curse it! Why aren't these insects fleeing? I don't know. The situation seems amiss. We must inform Lord He Jinju. While Xiao Nai maintained her control over the surrounding swarm, she suddenly overheard faint conversations from the other side. Separated by the illusory wall, she could not see the speakers, but the voices revealed they were not Lin Fengyao and her companions. If they were not allies, they were foes. With another powerful Miao imbued with hypnotic energy, The nearby swarm surged toward the wall. The insects under her hypnotic influence were impervious to physical sensations. Even if commanded to perish, they would not hesitate. Why are these insects biting us? Did we not sprinkle Lord He Zhenju's repellent powder on ourselves? This isn't right. We must retreat quickly. I'm poisoned. Help me. The sound of gunfire erupted, followed by cries of distress. Get away, you damned insects. The cacophony of screams and gunshots from beyond the walls soon subsided. Meow? These insects are surprisingly effective, Xiao Nai mused, shaking her non-existent whiskers in satisfaction as she emerged fully from the ground. After shaking off the imaginary dirt, she surveyed the swarm around her. Wherever she tread, the insects parted to create a path. Gazing at the wall ahead, she hesitated not a moment before charging forward. Although the illusion was vivid, one could disregard the sensations of the body to bypass the hindrances of the illusion. As she traversed the ethereal wall, she found herself entering a room, a bedroom, to be precise. The astonishing realism of her surroundings, even the litter strewn across the floor, filled Xiao Nai with admiration for the creator of this illusion. This individual was indeed a genius. Because the realm of illusions necessitates a vivid imagination, otherwise, even with such extraordinary abilities, one could not conjure such a lifelike phantasm. Upon traversing the threshold of the bedroom, Xiao Nai found herself in the foyer, immediately witnessing a horde of venomous insects gnawing at a lifeless body. The corpse was shrouded in darkness, having succumbed to death in the most finality of ways. It appeared that this individual was the one who had been poisoned and failed to escape. With eyes wide open, gazing toward the door, it seemed he had perished in profound resentment. Clutched in his hand was a firearm, and the numerous insect carcasses strewn about indicated that he had struggled in his last moments. Regrettably, the swarm was too overwhelming, and he could not evade his fate. Casting a glance around, Xiao Nai realized that these were mere phantoms, rendering it difficult to discern any traces. It appeared that many had sought refuge here. Yet only one remained. A pang of avarice flickered in her mind. With a detached glance at the corpse, Xiao Nai leaped over it and proceeded towards the grand entrance of the room. Through the door, she perceived what seemed to be a bustling street. Meow? Periodically, Xiao Nai emitted a cat's meow imbued with hypnotic qualities, intended to prevent the insects from breaking free of her control. The outside was rife with commotion, and the swarming insects paid no heed to the phantoms of bustling people. The sounds of conversation and commerce were vividly alive. Were it not for her awareness of the illusions, Xiao Nai might have felt as though she were amidst a human marketplace. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from afar. Boom! A cacophony of explosions ensued, and even the illusion could not obscure the flames leaping into the sky ahead. The sound of chitinous creatures scuttling emerged from across the street. Xiao Nai glimpsed numerous dark figures racing toward the source of the noise. Those were swarms of insects not under her dominion, their numbers vastly exceeding her control. However, Xiao Nai remained unperturbed, for she understood the limitations of her hypnotic powers. Sound could not traverse beyond certain boundaries. Moreover, the cat's call was inherently soft, with a limited range of auditory transmission. Since she lacked control over them, she decided to press on, striving to dominate the swarm belonging to that woman, allowing these individuals to reap the consequences of their actions, while Xiao Nai relentlessly exerted her influence over the insects. Lin Fengyao and her companions were frantically fleeing down the street. A multitude pursued them, and this ever-shifting illusion imbued the small county with a sense of expansiveness that felt larger than a city. There seemed to be no boundaries. Crossing one street led to another, with no end in sight. With pursuers on their heels, the gray wolf had vanished into the illusion while battling the white wolf. The dove, in search of an escape route, had taken to the skies and had yet to descend, likely lost amidst the clouds. Now, only Lin Fengyao the fatty, the turkey, the mouse, and the iron pillar remained, retreating while fighting back. The iron pillar served as a bulwark, shielding the rear, while Lin Fengyao and the turkey incessantly unleashed their powers against the adversaries behind them. Most notably, the mouse's eyes occasionally burst with blinding white light, causing those who beheld them to suffer momentary blindness, inciting chaos among the foes. Above Lin Fengyao, a myriad of blood shadows had gathered, an unknown number of souls having perished at her hands. The road was littered with the carcasses of insects, their shadows densely surrounding the area, now reduced to lifeless forms. As time passed, the individuals became accustomed to their methods of attack, resulting in a stalemate. Particularly, Lin Fengyao encountered an adversary who adeptly countered nearly all her assaults, leaving them in a state of disarray. This formidable opponent, who had previously been indulging in drinks at a bar, had suffered a setback involving a pigeon and a turkey. After changing his attire, he sought to create further trouble for them. He possessed the ability to manipulate air, being an air controller. He conjured air shields, air cannons, and air prisons, competing with Lin Fengyao without yielding ground. At one point, he even siphoned the air surrounding the Blood Shadow team, nearly suffocating Lin Fengyao and her companions. However, he could not confine the members of Blood Shadow, which led to his plan failing. To prevent him from employing this tactic again, Lin Fengyao and her team were forced to remain in constant motion. The terrain of the illusion was intricate, yet the master of the illusion seemed unaware of their hiding places, continuously controlling the humanoid phantoms to indicate the Blood Shadow team's locations to the Shadow Church members, making it impossible for Lin Fengyao and her allies to escape the relentless pursuit. As for the surrounding humanoid phantoms, the illusion's master appeared to have realized that these images could not deceive them, thus showing a lack of interest in expending energy to command these phantoms to attack. Damn it! These individuals clung to them like burrs, impossible to shake off, the stout man exclaimed with irritation. Within this illusion, he dared not use his teleportation ability for fear of becoming lost. Without his powers, he was as vulnerable as an ordinary person, relying solely on his hunting rifle to retaliate, while depending on his teammates for protection, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Indeed, Captain, if this continues, we shall be utterly exhausted. After launching a fireball with a wave of his hand, the turkey, sensing that only a small fraction of his dark energy remained, couldn't he help but chuckle bitterly. Once their dark energy was nearly depleted, they would become easy prey. Lin Fengyao, upon hearing this, remained silent, merely transforming the blood raining down from the sky into a blood shield to deflect all incoming attacks. In truth, Lin Fengyao had expended the most dark energy. However, due to her being a peak third-tier ability user, she possessed more dark energy than the turkey and others, allowing her to sustain her efforts. Yet, if they could not escape the illusion, there was a genuine possibility that the entire Blood Shadow team might perish here. Nevertheless, there remained a glimmer of hope, one being Lu Fu, who was concealed in the shadows, and the other being the gamble that maintaining the illusion would consume more energy for its master than it would for them. Chapter 39. The Clash of Cats and Dogs. Xiao Nai was unaware of the predicament faced by Lin Fengyao and her companions. After gaining control over the surrounding swarm of insects, it ceased its efforts to manage them further. Due to the swarm's vast size and wide range, it found it challenging to maintain a continuous hypnotic control. Meow. Observing the direction from which the gunfire emanated, it directed the swarm to surge towards that area. Under its command, the swarm advanced directly toward the sound, disregarding the surrounding phantoms' attempts to deceive them. They would only circumvent genuine obstacles. Damn! How are these insects attacking us? Has the insect repellent become ineffective? Hey Zhenju, how do you exert control over the swarm of insects? Suddenly, anguished cries and curses echoed from ahead, as someone was bitten by the insects, leaving the others in disbelief that these creatures had turned against them. A coarse male voice bellowed, seemingly having also been bitten. However, the audacity with which he addressed the Meow woman indicated that he held a position of some significance. How should I know? I am merely attempting to soothe them, she replied. Yet, these insects appeared to be in a frenzied state, refusing to communicate with her. At that moment, the Meow woman's voice resonated, seemingly trying to connect with the swarm, but they showed no inclination to respond, which filled her with foreboding. I knew these insects were unreliable. I warned against bringing these cursed creatures into our midst. Now that I have been injured, I will settle the score with you later. Someone, hurry and administer the antidote. The frustrated voice of the coarse man exclaimed. Do you think I am afraid of you? If you were not also a member of the church, I would have fed you to my pets. The Meow woman retorted with a cold smile upon hearing his words. Enough of this bickering. If you possess any skill, complete the task before continuing your squabble. If they escape this time, you shall have much to explain to the bishop. Interjected Ling Xiao, who was already exasperated from his ongoing battle with Lin Fengyao. He turned to observe the two engaged in their argument. Having already endured prolonged combat, his frustration surged, further compounded by the need to use his abilities to create an air barrier around him to keep the swarming insects at bay, which only diluted his strength. Ling Xiao, feeling a simmering anger, found the argument behind him more aggravating than the earlier bombardment he had faced. Captain, why are those insects charging towards that group instead of us? Lin Fengyao and her companions were taken aback as some of the insects veered away from them, directing their assault at the adversaries. What is so surprising about that? The sheer number of insects has rendered them uncontrollable. This is precisely why dealing with insects is perilous. She noted, Captain, you must exercise caution and avoid harming those insects. They have been reformed. The rotund man observed the scene with delight. as this segment of the swarm's defection undoubtedly alleviated some of their pressure. Though these insects appeared weak individually, their collective force was terrifying. Without an area attack capability, they could only evade them. Lin Fengyao, recognizing the situation, skillfully maneuvered to avoid the swarm that was not charging towards them. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions reverberated as flames erupted. This time, due to Xiao Nai's interference, the members of the Shadow Church had unwittingly harmed themselves. Concealed beneath a stall on the street, Xiao Nai directed the insect swarm to launch an assault against the members of the Shadow Church. However, witnessing the situation of Lin Fengyao and her companions left her astonished, as they had forced the Blood Shadow team into a retreat, clearly showcasing their formidable prowess. Particularly impressive was the young man accompanied by a large yellow dog, who seemed to hold his own against Lin Fengyao, even gaining a slight advantage. A fact that left Xiao Nai in awe. The members of Shuiying Shadow are no ordinary hunting squad. They are among the elite in the southern region. It can be said that aside from a few demon hunting teams, there are hardly any that can match their prowess. The fact that they have cornered Lin Fengyao and her companions to such an extent speaks volumes about their extraordinary abilities. Many among this group are endowed with various elemental powers, such as fire, water, and wind. Unfortunately, Lin Fengyao's strength is formidable, allowing her to fend off all attacks. And those that do get through are intercepted by Tai Zhu with his body. In an effort to alleviate some of the pressure on the queen, Xiao Nai once again employs her powers to urge the swarm of insects to attack the members of the Shadow Church. The sound of a cat's meow elicits a realization. Could this all be the doing of that accursed black cat? Ling Xiao, the Ice Maiden, was indeed a victim of this feline's mischief. Xiao Nai's cry instantly draws the attention of the Meow Woman, who had been observing the chaotic swarm. Upon hearing the meow, she is enraged and shouts, not forgetting to direct her hatred towards Xiao Nai. Xiao Nai, with her acute hearing, discerns the Meow Woman's words despite the surrounding clamor. This wicked woman has made a note of your name. It was clearly the cold-hearted Lu Fu who caused the trouble, yet she lays the blame on me, treating me as if I were easy prey. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure you experience my wrath, Xiao Nai muses darkly. Indeed, upon hearing the Meow Woman's words, the young man known as Ling Xiao's eyes flash with a chilling intensity as he addresses his loyal dog, saying, Bawang, go take care of that black cat. It shall be your dinner tonight. Bawang, indeed, is a name of great authority. Hearing such a commanding title given to his dog, Xiao Nai feels displeased. Recalling her own rather uninspiring name, Xiaoyu, my queen, I too desire a name of grandeur, she sighs as she glances reproachfully at Lin Fengyao, who seems to sense her gaze and looks back. Xiaoyu, come here. Lin Fengyao calls out joyfully upon spotting Xiao Nai amidst the swarm of insects. Indeed, these insects are controlled by Cat Brother, the chubby man exclaims, following Lin Fengyao's gaze to the hidden Xiao Nai, his face lighting up with excitement. Hearing Lin Fengyao's words, Xiao Nai sighs inwardly, realizing that while pets may differ in fate, she must continue to bear this ill-suited name. Suddenly, amidst her frustrations regarding her name, Xiao Nai is startled by the barking of a dog. Turning her head, she catches sight of the formidable yellow dog charging through the throng of people towards her. The dog's body appears impervious, as if crafted from bronze. The insects are unable to penetrate its defenses, instead being crushed beneath its weight. Danger! Observing the ferocity of the yellow dog, Xiao Nai's fur bristles, and she crouches low, emitting a deep growl. Although this dog seems formidable and is significantly larger than her, the outcome of the confrontation remains uncertain. I am not one to be trifled with either. As Lin Fengyao and her companions beheld the scene, they wished to assist Xiao Nai. However, they found themselves unable to intervene due to the relentless onslaught from the members of the Yining Jiaohui. It appeared that this group intended for the large yellow dog to eliminate Xiao Nai, who possessed the ability to command the swarm of insects. The formidable yellow dog surged forward, trampling the dense mass of insects in its path, crushing some beneath its feet while sending others flying. Xiao Nai sensed the rapid approach of the creature, which, in the blink of an eye, was upon her. This large yellow dog bore little distinction in form from an ordinary earth dog, and initially, when provoked in the bar, she had underestimated it, unaware that it too was a magical beast. With a sudden lunge, the yellow dog closed in on Xiao Nai, its eyes fierce and its sharp fangs bared in an attempt to bite her. Yet, facing the menacing visage of the beast, Xiao Nai remained unperturbed. Instinctively calculating the distance and angle of the impending attack, she deftly leaped aside, evading the blow. The yellow dog landed with a thud, having missed its target, and before it could regain its footing, Xiao Nai advanced, striking with her forepaws. A sound akin to metal clashing echoed as her sharp claws met the yellow dog's back, producing a sensation as if she were clawing at iron. The hardness of its hide was astonishing. No wonder it charged recklessly through the swarm, impervious to their attacks. Frustrated, Xiao Nai thought to herself, my claws can easily penetrate a concrete wall, yet they are ineffective against this creature. The yellow dog, displaying its brutal nature, retaliated by colliding with the black cat clawing at its back, sending Xiao Nai flying. The immense strength of the creature was overwhelming, and she realized that it was far superior to her. As her mind raced, she remained calm, contemplating her strategy. After landing, she quickly rose to her feet, warily observing the yellow dog. It was evident that this beast was not a mere first-tier magical creature, and its extraordinary defenses rendered her no match for it. Moreover, if its dark abilities surpassed hers, there would be no point in attempting hypnosis. Pondering the inadequacy of her offensive capabilities, she resolved to capture several magical beasts with offensive powers to devour in the future. The yellow dog emitted a derisive bark, seemingly mocking her pitiful strength. Infuriated, Xiao Nai, who had intended to retreat, dismissed the thought upon meeting the yellow dog's gaze. You foul dog, do not presume I am powerless against you. Remembering the new tail she had acquired after devouring the great black bear, she cast aside her concerns about revealing her secret. Previously, the members of the Shui Ingxiao Dui had only speculated. Witnessing her transformation into a bear would undoubtedly confirm her abilities. With a fierce cry, Xiao Nai declared, You wretched dog, today I shall make you pay. As her dark energies surged within her, she felt a crisp sound reverberate through her bones. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the body expanded and elongated, a process that was not painful but rather exhilarating. With a roar, a nearly 2-meter-tall black bear materialized before the dazed large yellow dog. Although Xiao Nai's dark energy was no match for the formidable black-faced giant, it still transformed into a creature that appeared colossal in comparison to the yellow dog. Indeed, Captain, it seems our previous conjectures were accurate. For every tail that Brother Mao grows, it acquires an additional extraordinary ability, which is evidently drawn from the creatures it consumes. Upon witnessing this scene, the chubby member of the team exclaimed with excitement, This power surpasses even that of our captain. Is this cat favored by the goddess of fate? Though Lin Fingyao felt a sense of astonishment, she was not overly thrilled. She merely instructed the others to keep this matter confidential. If Xiao Yo's abilities were to be exposed, countless powerful entities would undoubtedly covet its prowess. If she failed to advance to the 4th tier by then, she feared she would lack the strength to protect Xiao Yo. With this in mind, she resolved to obtain whatever had emerged from Mei Ling. Chapter 40. Transformation into a bear. Xiao Nai's metamorphosis not only startled Lin Fingyao and her companions, but also drew the attention of the members of the Shadow Church, who were momentarily taken aback and engaged in animated discussions. What is happening? That black cat has transformed into a black bear. Am I dreaming? Why does this bear seem oddly familiar? The Meow woman, witnessing this, felt a chilling surge of murderous intent in her eyes. She turned to her companions and said, This black cat is quite extraordinary, seemingly awakened with several abilities. We must eliminate it while it is still weak. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly become a future threat. The others readily concurred. Magical beasts are not ordinary creatures. They possess high intelligence and hold grudges. While they did not consider it a direct threat, they preferred to eradicate potential dangers at their roots. Hey you, do you not have 2 pets yet to unleash? Since this matter was proposed by you, it is your responsibility to resolve it. The man known as Ghost Hand spoke coldly to the Meow woman. She merely fixed him with a chilling gaze, and upon witnessing his unwavering stare, an impulse to eliminate him surged within her. However, the regulations of the Shadow Church were not to be taken lightly, which made her hesitant. Nevertheless, regarding her deep-seated hatred for the black cat, she did not oppose taking action herself. Casting a cold glance at Ghost Hand, she proceeded to join the Bayou Mantis and the black spider that followed behind her. Xiao Nai lacked the energy to pay attention to the unfolding events around her. As her body grew taller and larger, she gazed down at the diminutive yellow dog before her, which evoked a peculiar sensation of once again being human. The once mighty yellow dog now appeared minuscule, stirring within her a sense of exhilaration. Her body brimmed with explosive power, as if a single strike could shatter mountains and rend the void. Having once been human and now a cat, she felt no discomfort in mastering this new form. Regardless of whether it stands or crawls, it moves with utmost grace. Fortunately, the shapeshifter who transformed into a black bear has fully comprehended the art of complete beastification. Were it to be only semi-beastified like the gray wolves, it would have morphed into a creature that is half cat and half bear. A truly perplexing image for Xiao Nai to conjure. With a roar, The abrupt shift in circumstances compelled Xiao Nai to unleash a menacing cry towards the heavens. The sound thundered, deafening in its intensity, causing the large yellow dog to instinctively retreat a step, feeling a twinge of weakness from its own actions. The large yellow dog became incensed, pacing before Xiao Nai while barking furiously. It seemed to challenge and provoke. Xiao Nai merely scoffed coldly in response, raising its massive bare paw and striking at the large yellow dog. The blow was accompanied by a sound reminiscent of thunder, its force astonishing. The large yellow dog, aware of the impending peril, evaded the attack. However, when compared to Xiao Nai at that moment, the yellow dog's reflexes and speed were significantly superior. In an instant, Xiao Nai felt a flash of yellow as its outstretched arm was clamped by the yellow dog's jaws. Yet, there was no pain. It was akin to being pinched. Recalling how the formidable black bear had been crushed by a spiked iron hammer without sustaining any wounds, one could only surmise the extraordinary defense of this beastified black bear. Although Xiao Nai's physical prowess was not as formidable as that of the shapeshifter who transformed into the colossal black bear, its defensive capabilities were sufficient to render the yellow dog's attacks inconsequential. With a cold smile upon witnessing the yellow dog clinging to it, Xiao Nai swung its arm, forcefully slamming the yellow dog into the ground. The heavy impact caused the yellow dog to release its bite. However, the yellow dog swiftly rolled over and, as if unscathed, rose to its feet, continuing to provoke Xiao Nai. This display caused Xiao Nai's bare mouth to twitch. The yellow dog's body was as if forged from metal, its entire form as hard as iron, its defenses even more astonishing than its own. Meow? Xiao Nai thought. I refuse to believe this foul dog is truly made of iron. With arms outstretched, it lunged forward in a bear hug. Yet it missed, its reaction speed lagging behind that of the large yellow dog. This approach was futile. It would have to wait for the dog to attack. As anticipated, the yellow dog, sensing that Xiao Nai posed no threat, circled around for a moment before succumbing to the urge to bite. This time, it aimed for Xiao Nai's throat, evidently believing this to be its weakest point. However, this area was also the most fiercely protected by Xiao Nai. With a low growl, Xiao Nai swiftly seized the charging yellow dog with both paws, then, with combined strength, slammed it down into the ground. This strike, unlike the previous one, utilized both arms, nearly doubling the force. The yellow dog yelped in response. Though its body remained uninjured, it was still adversely affected by the impact. After all, even if it sustained no injuries, the sheer force was enough to disorient it. Xiao Nai did not wait for the large yellow dog to recover. With a swift motion, she seized one of its legs and forcefully slammed it against the ground. A resounding crash echoed, causing the earth to tremble beneath her. Aware of the remarkable resilience of the yellow dog, she maintained her grip on its leg. Its owner, witnessing his beloved pet being mercilessly battered by the black bear as if wielding a mallet, felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, he was restrained by Lin Fengyao and could not extricate himself, prompting him to shout at those behind him, "Why are you not rescuing the tyrant? If anything happens to it, I shall ensure you pay dearly." His words sent a shiver down the spines of those beneath him. Among them, only He Zhenju and Gui Shou held higher status. Instantly, several figures surged towards Xiao Nai, though lacking the strength to intervene in the conflict between Ling Xiao and Lin Fengyao. They believed they could handle Xiao Nai. Gunshots rang out, startling Xiao Nai. Yet, upon seeing the bullets strike her, she felt only a twinge of pain, realizing they could not breach her defenses, and thus dismissed them. Despite being slammed, the yellow dog remained unharmed, biding its time to escape her grasp, compelling her to maintain her hold. Suddenly, sensing a shadow approaching, Xiao Nai instinctively wielded the large yellow dog as a weapon, hurling it towards the oncoming figure. A thunderous impact ensued, sending shards of ice scattering. The shadow revealed itself to be an ice spear. Xiao Nai's actions caused the wielder of the ice spear to flinch, dissuading them from further use of their abilities. Should the yellow dog sustain injury at their hands, Ling Xiao would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon them. With long-range tactics rendered ineffective, those individuals were left with no choice but to engage Xiao Nai in close combat. Yet, would Xiao Nai be intimidated? The beast transformation ability was inherently formidable, endowing her with the traits of the creature while amplifying her physical attributes. The stronger her body, the mightier the beast she became during transformation, which elucidated the extraordinary ferocity of beast transformation practitioners in melee combat. At this moment, Xiao Nai's defensive capabilities had escalated significantly. Her strength rivaled that of a typical third-tier practitioner. Of course, she could not compare to combat specialists like Tai Zhu unless their ranks were equal. As she beheld the approaching figures brandishing blades, Xiao Nai felt no fear. Not every member of the Shadow sect possessed supernatural abilities. Some were martial artists trained in traditional Chinese martial arts. Once they cultivated a force known as Neijin, their combat prowess often equaled that of ordinary melee practitioners. Neijin was a potent form of energy. However, practitioners of supernatural abilities refrained from its cultivation. It was discovered that those who developed Neijin could not awaken supernatural powers. Biological scientists theorized that Neijin resulted from the fusion of mental energy and vital essence, while dark energy stemmed from the amalgamation of mental energy and dark energy. Since both forces required mental energy, they could not coexist. Such is the balance of nature. With a roar, an assailant closed in, swinging a blade towards her. Confronted with the blade, Xiao Nai stood resolute, refusing to evade as the weapon was thrust towards her. Instead, she wielded the large yellow dog like a weapon, striking at the assailant with ferocity. Xiao Nai was acutely aware of her strengths and weaknesses. Her defense was formidable, yet her physical reactions were sluggish. Thus, she decided to capitalize on her advantage, disregarding the opponent's combat skills, no matter how formidable they might be. Engaging in a contest of endurance, she resolved to endure blows in exchange for delivering her own, testing who would falter first. Indeed, faced with Xiao Nai's brazen onslaught, the assailant could do nothing but evade. The thunderous sound of her wielding the large yellow dog as a weapon cast a pall over the faces of several nearby ability users. "Hey Jinzhu, are you not going to intervene?" Ling Xiao's countenance had darkened considerably, observing the perilous situation of the dominant figure. He felt compelled to abandon his assault on Lin Fengyao and others, turning instead to rescue the large yellow dog. The members of the Shadow Church merely watched coldly from the sidelines, particularly the likes of Haish, who had a long-standing feud with He Jinzhu. The Meow Woman, witnessing the unfolding scene, realized that they could no longer afford to wait. If they lost Ling Xiao, their key player, they would undoubtedly find themselves at the mercy of the Blood Queen. She promptly activated her abilities, summoning the hidden creatures lurking in the shadows. With a resounding crash, Xiao Nai missed her target once more, her frustration mounting. The agility of her opponents rendered her strikes ineffective, while they continued to exploit her slower reactions to land their own attacks. Though she remained uninjured, some of their strikes penetrated her defenses, inflicting a peculiar force that wreaked havoc within her body. Had it not been for her capability to wield healing light even in such a state, she would have already sustained grievous injuries. However, this incessant strain on her dark energy was unsustainable. Once depleted, her demise would be inevitable. Contemplating this, a sense of retreat began to take root in her mind. At that moment, a strange sound pierced the air, and a chilling sensation spread from her heart throughout her body, as if an immense danger were bearing down upon her. How could this be? Even when attacked by ability users wielding blades, she had never felt such a foreboding sense of peril. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she instinctively sought to evade. Yet, the speed of her opponent was beyond her capacity to react. A roar erupted from her as a wave of excruciating pain surged through her back, akin to being rent asunder by a divine weapon. Cursed be it. Typically, blades could not harm her, but what manner of weapon was this, inflicting such unbearable agony? In a fit of rage, she swung the large yellow dog and pivoted to strike back at the scoundrel who dared to injure her. Chapter 41. Death's constant companion. With a thunderous impact, the assailant, taken aback by Xiao Nai's ferocity, was caught off guard and sent flying, heedless of the risk posed by her own torn wounds. As the figure was propelled away, two blade-like weapons were torn from its body, exacerbating the injuries it had already sustained. Blood flowed from its wounds, staining its back crimson. It was her. Upon catching sight of the figure hurtling away, Xiao Nai was momentarily stunned, her eyes gleaming with an ominous light. Those two jade-like battle blades were her signature weapons. The Jade Mantis. I never expected to encounter it again so swiftly. Do you remember the vendetta of the severed tail? Old grievances and new enmities caused Xiao Nai's eyes to be engulfed in a crimson haze. An inexhaustible fury filled its soul, rendering even the pain in its body somewhat diminished. After being struck away by Xiao Nai, the Jade Mantis rose in scathe, refraining from launching an immediate assault. Its cicada-like wings trembled, producing a sound akin to fluttering. Its head, sharp and clear like jade, faced Xiao Nai, regarding it with a cold, merciless gaze, seemingly biding its time. Despite the raging fire within, Xiao Nai maintained a semblance of composure. The more enraged it became, the calmer its heart remained. Like a frigid machine calculating gains and losses, a gentle white light surged from behind, and the two massive wounds on its back healed at a visibly rapid pace, returning to their original state in the blink of an eye. If the pet of Lord He Jinzhu could injure this black bear, We must create an opportunity for it to attack. The individuals surrounding the insect horde, upon witnessing the jade mantis injure Xiao Nai, could not contain their excitement and shouted loudly. Their exclamations caused Xiao Nai to shudder. This development was decidedly unfavorable for it. Should it escape through earth manipulation? However, upon casting its gaze on the yellow dog clutched in its claws, a cold smile crept across its face. The yellow dog had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet its peculiar ability persisted, as if instinctively aware of the perilous situation, unwilling to retract its power. How audacious! Did you not wish to rescue it? I shall not acquiesce to your desires. With a mere thought, a serpentine tail materialized from behind. Fortunately, this beastly transformation did not hinder its capacity to wield other abilities. Otherwise, Xiao Nai would have been at a loss. With a scornful grin directed at the surrounding individuals, the head of the serpentine tail expanded instantaneously, opening its massive maw to swallow the defenseless yellow dog whole. Since it could consume directly, there was no need for biting. Moreover, given the yellow dog's metallic-like body at that moment, it would have been incapable of biting through. Cease at once. Stop. Hurry and save it. Xiao Nai's actions shocked those rushing to rescue the yellow dog, prompting them to disregard the insect horde at their feet, dashing forth to extricate the yellow dog from the serpent's jaws. Yet, Xiao Nai would not grant them such an opportunity. Once the serpentine tail ensnared the yellow dog, it swiftly swallowed it. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Nai retracted its tail immediately after the devouring, seeking death. The sight of Xiao Nai's actions incited rage in those individuals, causing them to bleed from the mouth. However, having lost the yellow dog, their living shield, they no longer hesitated, unleashing every means at their disposal. The thought of incurring the wrath of Ling Xiao afterward fueled their desire to tear Xiao Nai apart. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Nai was taken aback, its hair standing on end. It appeared that these individuals had refrained from attacking out of concern for the yellow dog earlier. Now that they were unleashed, Xiao Nai felt overwhelmed. It was not like the Queen of Lin, capable of facing a multitude alone. Meow, I shall no longer play with you. The prospect of facing a frenzied assault from a throng of individuals, coupled with the looming threat of a monstrous insect nearby, was indeed daunting. Xiao Nai, with a sudden resolve, activated her earth escape ability to burrow underground. But what was this? Why couldn't she descend? Had her earth manipulation powers failed? A wave of shock washed over her. Thinking of escaping? I've transformed this entire ground into steel. Let us see how you tunnel beneath, a disdainful voice taunted her. It turned out that the Meow woman harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xiao Nai, and during this ambush on the Shuiying team, she had deliberately brought along a relatively weak, yet capable ability user who could temporarily convert any material into steel to counter Xiao's earth-burrowing skill. The surrounding landscape was an illusion, and as the actual ground underwent a transformation, Xiao Nai remained blissfully unaware. With a roar, Xiao Nai could no longer contain her fury. So many were ganging up on her. Did they truly believe she was easy prey? A cacophony erupted, flames burst forth, lightning crackled, ice shards flew, and gunfire rang out. Just as Xiao Nai intended to tear apart the insufferable ability user, she was immediately enveloped by the powers of the surrounding ability users. Xiaoyu, Lin Fengyao, witnessing this scene, lost her composure. Abandoning her earlier restraint, a torrent of blood shadows coalesced into a blood sword. As more blood joined the formation, the sword grew larger. Seeing this, she had succumbed to madness, disregarding defense, channeling all her strength into this sword radiating a menacing aura. The other members of the Shuiying team exchanged glances, swiftly rearranging their formation to shield their captain from enemy interference. Xiao Nai's plight ignited their ferocity, embodying a fierce determination to rip a piece from their foes, even at the cost of their own lives. This woman has lost her mind. We must stop her. The members of the Shadow Church, upon witnessing the blood sword pulsating with immense energy, were struck with horror. Several immediately launched attacks, hoping to thwart Lin Fengyao's strike. This madwoman, before Ling Xiao of the Shadow Church could even simmer with anger for his beloved pet, he was faced with this formidable blow, and he cursed instinctively. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to conjure an invisible air shield before him. Ling Xiao's swift actions prompted the others from the Shadow Church to awaken, initiating defensive measures. Ice shields and water shields materialized in response, though thoughts of escape crossed some minds. The realization that those who fled would certainly become targets for Ling Xiao and his ilk stifled their courage. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as if she were engulfed in a fiery tempest, particularly with one individual unleashing electricity. While it was not high voltage, it sent tingles throughout her body. How dare they bully a cat? I must find an ability user with defensive capabilities. Thankfully, The black bear's physique proved resilient, despite being battered by flames, ice, and electric shocks it endured. Though it felt akin to a living hell, it managed to persevere. Just as Xiao Nai could no longer suppress a roar to assert her survival, a colossal insect descended from the sky, landing upon her back. For limbs, sharp as daggers, plunged into its body from the back, while two serrated blades struck at its head. Meow? It was that accursed mantis. The nature of this insect's extraordinary abilities was a mystery. Its defenses crumbled before it, as fragile as tofu. Yet again, death loomed. To think that in just a few days, it had faced demise thrice. It seemed that fate had entwined it with mortality. There was no fear, for it had grown numb to death. The familiar sensation returned, as its body swiftly shrank, pain peeling away from its form and surging towards a tail behind it. Soon, Xiao Nai felt a sharp pain at its rear, and its vision blurred, transporting it to another realm. Had that cat perished? Those who besieged Xiao Nai merely witnessed the jade mantis leap upon the wretched black bear, which then shrank under the mantis's weight. When the jade mantis withdrew, only a severed cat tail remained on the ground. This led the onlookers to believe that Xiao Nai had been consumed by the jade mantis, casting them into a state of bewilderment. The large yellow dog, devoured by the black cat, had also vanished, leaving them uncertain of their next course of action. Let you all accompany Xiao Yu to the grave. Lin Fengyao, witnessing the demise of Xiao Nai, was filled with an icy rage reflected in her blood-red eyes. With her will set in motion, the blood sword descended from the heavens towards the Shadow Church's ranks. Zing, zing, bang. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to an exploding balloon, as the invisible shockwave burst forth from the clash between the blood sword and the air shield, upturning everything around. The dense air shield proved utterly inadequate against the blood sword, shattering like a mere bubble. The members of the Shadow Church, witnessing this scene, scattered in terror. Boom. The blood sword pierced through all obstacles, plunging into the space occupied by the Shadow Church. In an instant, it detonated, transforming into a flurry of blood arrows aimed at those who had lost their air shield. Cries of anguish echoed as the blood arrows, imbued with Lin Fengyao's murderous intent, exploded forth. Some were caught unawares, pierced through by the arrows, meeting their end. Many more lay trembling on the ground. Such a powerful strike had taken the Shadow Church by surprise, causing unimaginable devastation. After delivering this attack, Lin Fengyao was left severely drained and unable to continue the fight. As the remaining members of the Shadow Church had yet to recover, the plump companions shielded the slightly disturbed Lin Fengyao and departed from the scene. Meow? Restoring her feline form, Xiao Nai gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, realizing she remained within the illusion. After using the healing light to mend her severed tail, Xiao Nai sighed, for she had now become a three-tailed cat once more. The lost tail had been formed from the devoured great black bear, confirming her earlier suspicions that the severed tail was indeed the most recently grown. Alas, the ability that transformed it into a black bear was rather formidable. However, sensing the warm mass at the snake-like tail, formed from the devoured large yellow dog, it seemed this time she had not incurred a loss. Meow? How pitiful my tail is, severed and regrown, only to be severed again. From now on, I must remain vigilant. Should I sever the tail of my cherished abilities, it would surely be a grievous affair. Moreover, the power of tail severance is exceedingly taxing on my dark energy. For instance, if I were to perish once more, the remaining dark energy may not suffice to invoke this life replacement ability. By the heavens, I cannot afford to find myself ensnared in such peril again. The ability of Earth Escape is not an all-encompassing solution. If I were to encounter a similar predicament and fail to elude it, I would truly become a dead cat. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated, and an invisible shockwave surged toward me, nearly toppling me over. The fierce gale tugged at my fur painfully, as though an unseen hand were pulling at me. Subsequently, I observed several streaks of crimson light slicing through the air above me. Had I been taller, I would surely have been struck. As those blood rays passed, I felt a chill seep through my being, prompting me to shudder slightly in an attempt to dispel the cold. Meow? This must be the work of Lin Nu Wang engaging in combat against that ability user. If I were to perish due to the aftermath of her battle, it would be most unjust. With this thought, I activated my abilities to burrow underground. Lin Nu Wang. It is not that I do not wish to assist you. My dark energy is nearly depleted, and I must first ensure my own survival before I can aid you again. Chapter 42. The shattering of the illusion. Out of fear of being caught in the fray of Lin Fengyao's battle, I fled underground. After burrowing for over 400 meters, I emerged once again. It is not that I do not desire to continue my subterranean escape or to exit the illusion altogether. Rather, my dark energy is running low, and I fear being entombed underground. The surroundings still reflect houses and bustling streets. How vast is this person's illusion? Or perhaps I am indeed affected even while underground, preventing my escape. If not, then the master of this illusion must possess dark energy capabilities comparable to Lin Fengyao. Given Lin Fengyao's peak third-tier prowess, the farthest reach of her dark energy could extend to 700 meters. Should she have crafted an illusion, it could encompass a circular area with a radius of 1,400 meters centered around herself. If this is the case, it is understandable that I have been unable to extricate myself from this illusion. The sky darkened ominously, and the world around me grew increasingly dim, signifying that the sun has set in the real world. The vivid phantoms surrounding me responded to the twilight, with lights illuminating doorways, preventing the streets from being engulfed in complete darkness. As these phantoms brushed past me, I felt like an observer traversing another parallel realm. A peculiar sensation washed over me, as though I had been forsaken by this world, rendering me out of place. Meow? I shook my little head vigorously, banishing this strange thought. This is merely an illusion. Why should I indulge in such sentimentality? I am so tired. By the heavens, when will that fellow retract this illusion? At present, aside from phantoms, I have yet to encounter a single real person, which truly vexes me. What has become of Lin Nu Wang and the others? They must still be trapped in some corner. Shaking my whiskers, I darted into a nearby house, disregarding the shadows within, and found a quiet spot to lie down. I am utterly exhausted and need to rest for a while. Beside a cabinet, it lay inconspicuously, yet it mattered little, for it was merely an apparition. Its presence here was solely for solace. With ears perked, it remained alert to the sounds of its surroundings. Although its eyes were narrowed, it dared not succumb to slumber. Fearing the unforeseen, it seemed as if a tail were about to sprout. Xiao Nai, in a daze, parted its lips and fell into silence. The cat's tail formed from the Rat King continuously replenished its dark energy. As it rested, its mental fortitude gradually restored, and everything unfolded as anticipated. Time was an inconsequential measure, for in this environment, all was but a mirage. Uncertain of how long had passed, a mournful cry shattered the silence, reverberating through the air. Startled from its light slumber, Xiao Nai sprang to its feet, ears erect, straining to listen. Meow? Whose voice was that? And why such a commotion? It was known that under the influence of the illusion, genuine sounds could not travel far. Suddenly, Xiao Nai observed the nearby houses trembling, the furniture twisting and contorting. Bang! An intangible sound seemed to resonate in its ear, and everything around it shattered like glass, disintegrating into ashes. An expansive meadow appeared around it, the grass towering above its form. Inexplicably, it could not perceive this within the illusion, attesting to the power of the mirage. The illusion enveloping it shattered. It seemed the previous wail had originated from the master of the illusion, who had slain the master lurking in the shadows. Xiao Nai pondered, and Lu Fu's cold visage surfaced in its mind. Remembering Lu Fu, the one hidden in the dark, provided the answer it sought. The members of the Blood Shadow Squad possessed the ability to locate and eliminate the master of the illusion, aside from Lu Fu, whose patience was remarkable and attention to detail unparalleled. It was unlikely anyone else could achieve this. Boom! A sudden flare, and voices erupted from afar, prompting Xiao Nai to leap atop a nearby boulder to gaze in the direction of the sound. Were they from the Blood Shadow Squad? It appeared they were being pursued by the Shadow Church, and the shattering of the illusion might afford them an opportunity to escape. Meow? Xiao Nai descended from the stone and dashed toward the source of the sound. In its haste, it discovered an additional tail had formed, seemingly the result of the large yellow dog transforming into sustenance for this cat. Alas, it seemed this cat was increasingly trending towards becoming a terrifying monstrosity, a notion that its former self could hardly have fathomed. Some members of the Shadow Church were gathering corpses, and upon noticing a rustling in the grass, one was immediately taken aback, cautiously approaching the area with a firearm. The companions around him readied their weapons in vigilance. What is that? Did I see it incorrectly? After searching, they found nothing, prompting questions from the group. How could this be? I distinctly saw something move just moments ago. The first to notice the disturbance shouted, and the others believed him, for individuals of their ilk rarely misjudged such occurrences. Indeed, exercise caution is prudent. If indeed members of the Shuang Limojun were lurking nearby, we would be utterly oblivious to our impending demise. It is unlikely that those individuals are currently being pursued by the adept members of our church. Indeed, it is simply astonishing how formidable they are. Despite the combined efforts of our 4 esteemed deacons, not only did they manage to slay Deacon Jiang, but they also escaped unscathed. Upon our return, I dread to think of the wrath that our esteemed bishop will unleash." One congregant expressed his concerns with a hint of melancholy. "It cannot be," another deacon countered, asserting with skepticism that the other deacons must have pursued them. "Those individuals should not be able to evade capture. If they are incapable of subduing such a small number, I truly do not know what to say. Enough. The night has fallen. Let us hasten to tidy up. If the deacons return to find our negligence, we shall surely incur their ire." A voice from a distance, belonging to a member of the Shadow Church, called out loudly, prompting the others to search once more before they finally departed. As soon as they vacated the area, Xiao Nai swiftly emerged from underground. It had not burrowed too deep, and the words of those individuals had reached its ears through the earth. Upon hearing that Lin Fengyao and the others had already fled, it could not help but exhale in relief. Peering through the underbrush at the Shadow Church members who were clearing the battlefield, Xiao Nai silently turned to leave, pondering, "My dark energy has not fully replenished, so I shall spare you for now." Cautiously circumventing those individuals, it pursued the direction in which Lin Fengyao and the others had departed, yet despite its fatigue, it failed to catch sight of them. The sky had plunged into darkness, and the silvery moon began to reveal a sliver of itself from behind the mountains. The sounds of wild beasts echoed through the ravine, rising and falling, while the chorus of insects played the nocturnal symphony. The dark jungle swayed under the night breeze, as if countless nocturnal creatures were stirring in the obscurity. Xiao Nai perched atop a tree, gazing intently into the distance. It had pursued this direction for nearly 2 kilometers, transitioning from sparse mountains to a densely wooded forest. Its stamina was insufficient for further sprinting, and faced with the treacherous nature of the forest, it dared not become complacent. Now, the only course of action left for it was to pray for the escape of the Lin Queen and her companions from the clutches of their pursuers. Although it was its first experience surviving alone in the wilderness, the time spent alongside the Shuiying Limojun had imparted a wealth of knowledge about survival in the wild. The jungle is fraught with peril, especially under the cover of night. One must never allow oneself to relax in the jungle, for the moment of complacency may very well be the moment one becomes prey. The darkness could not obscure Xiao Nai's vision. Beneath its glowing amethyst eyes, everything was vividly visible. While the night may represent danger to humans, for a cat, it is a hunting ground. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Nai was too fatigued and desperately needed rest. Furthermore, its lack of experience in wilderness survival necessitated caution. It surveyed the tree beneath which it stood, listening intently for any creatures that might be concealed nearby. It had no desire to become another creature's meal during its moment of repose. Meow. In the absence of any extraordinary circumstances, Xiao Nai finally felt at ease. Resting on a branch, it began to close its eyes. However, it dared not fall into a deep slumber. Without the presence of the Blood Shadow team, it felt no sense of security in its surroundings. This reincarnated black cat was originally just a feline living by Liuhu and had never survived in the perilous wilderness. Xiao Nai, being a homebody, possessed no practical experience in outdoor survival, and even with the combined memories of both the human and the cat, it remained a naive creature, having only heard tales of wilderness dangers from Lin Fengyao and others. As it groomed its fur, which had become disheveled from the underbrush, and licked its sore paws, having run such a long distance, they ached. Xiao Nai yawned and cast a glance at the pitch-black ground beneath the trees before closing its eyes to meditate. Only through meditation could it avoid falling into a deep sleep, allowing it to remain aware of any movements around it. Unfortunately, this method prevented it from entering a deeper meditative state, limiting the effectiveness of its practice. Fortunately, it had no significant expectations, as its dark energy did not rely on meditation for enhancement. The 2 tails formed by the Mouse King and the Great Yellow Dog were continuously nourishing its dark energy. Sensing its own dark energy, it seemed that in a day or 2, it would restore its strength to that of its previous human self. Its body, nurtured by the warmth flowing from those tails, was gradually growing stronger, solidifying its foundation, which would yield greater benefits upon its advancement. The forest at night was far from tranquil, and Xiao Nai was startled awake several times during its meditation. Once, a mouse scurried beneath the tree. Another time a night hawk flew overhead. Then a snake slithered onto the branch where it perched, and finally, the distant howls of wolves echoed through the night. For the creatures that disturbed its rest, aside from the distant wolf and the hawk flying above, all others had become sustenance for Xiao Nai. It was not at all courteous to those creatures daring to intrude upon its peace. The reason for this was simple: it was hungry. Originally, Lin Fengyao and the others had planned to take it to the county town for dinner, but the events that transpired had left it with nothing. Thus, in its dire hunger, even the mice it usually despised could be consumed raw. a testament to the profound influence of the environment on living beings. In the face of an ever-changing environment, one could only strive to adapt. Failing to do so would lead to starvation. This principle of survival of the fittest existed not only in the wilderness, but also in the realm of humanity. Chapter 43, Wilderness Survival Perched on a Branch. Xiao Nai gnawed on a gray snake approximately half a meter long. It harbored a deep-seated hatred for the shadow that had forced it to endure a night in the wild without cooked food. What had become of the Blood Shadow team? Surely they must have fled by now. But what was it to do now? Would Lin the Queen and the others return to look for it? Yet, recalling the events of that day, Xiao Nai realized that such a possibility was unlikely, perhaps in the eyes of Lin Fengyao and the others. It had already been devoured by that jade mantis. Meow? It seemed that this cat would need to make alternative plans. Fortunately, it was aware that Lin Fengyao and the others would be heading to Miling City. If they were still alive, they should be able to meet there. Thus, it made this pleasant decision. This feline is certainly not one to lack credibility. Until the debt to Lin Nuwang is settled, it shall not flee. Alas, its pet tag has gone missing, likely torn off when it transformed into a black bear. In its current form, it dares not venture into the human realm, for it would undoubtedly attract hunters. After all, humans have never shown mercy towards magical beasts. Yet, who can enlighten this feline on the way to Miling City? As one who has never traveled far and is hopelessly directionally challenged, it feels an immense pressure. After gnawing off the excess flesh from the gray snake in its claws, Xiao Nai discarded the remnants from the tree. Being a creature that values cleanliness, it prefers to rest in an environment free from peculiar items, even if they are food. Once its little belly felt sufficiently full, it comfortably sprawled out. It began to clean the blood from its claws, and upon completion, it shook its whiskers and entered a state of feigned slumber. This time, it did not engage in visualization. After a meal, it relished the rare tranquility. Suddenly, a flurry of sounds interrupted the peace. It seemed that some birds had landed on the tree where it perched. Xiao Nai opened its eyes wide and stood up on the branch, peering towards the source of the noise. Who? The bird, having noticed Xiao Nai, flapped its wings and called out, its sharp eyes glistening with a golden sheen. An owl. Observing the feline-like face that bore a striking resemblance to its own, Xiao Nai momentarily froze, only to swiftly lose interest. This cat has no desire to consume creatures that look too much like itself. Meow? Depart. Do not disturb my rest. Xiao Nai issued a threatening roar at the owl, attempting to scare it away. Who? The owl, startled by Xiao Nai's voice, soon became incensed. How could a ruler of the night sky be frightened by a mere kitten? Its eyes flashed with cold fury as it spread its wings and swooped down toward Xiao Nai. In its descent, the owl resembled a colossal creature, diving toward Xiao Nai like an eagle seizing a chick. Faced with the owl's advance, Xiao Nai could not help but chuckle derisively. Truly, the tiger does not roar. Yet it is mistaken for a sick cat. However, a thought crossed its mind. It had yet to test the extraordinary powers of the great yellow dog. Perhaps this owl would serve as the perfect subject for experimentation, as it still remained uncertain of the precise effects of this newfound ability. As dark energy surged within, its body underwent a remarkable transformation, feeling as though it had gained immense strength. Who? At that moment, a powerful gust of wind rushed towards it, and two strong claws grasped at its form. Xiao Nai remained still, allowing the owl to collide with it unimpeded. It merely gripped the branch with its own claws, preventing itself from being toppled. The sound of the owl's talons scraping against Xiao Nai's body echoed like a knife against iron, a harsh and jarring noise. The owl, sensing that something was amiss, pecked at Xiao Nai's head with its iron-like beak. Finally, Xiao Nai grasped the confidence of the great yellow dog. After harnessing its powers, its entire being felt as though it were forged from metal. No wonder, regardless of how violently it was struck, that great yellow dog remained unscathed. It seems this extraordinary ability allows it to transform its very being to a state akin to metal. Clearly sensing that the owl could not even pluck a single hair from it, Xiao Nai instantly comprehended the perverse nature of this power. Had it not been for the advantage of its transformation into a bear, with enhanced body and strength, to render the great yellow dog unconscious, it would have been utterly incapable of overcoming it. Furthermore, even if it had succeeded in incapacitating its foe, without the serpentine tail's ability to consume any creature, it would have been powerless against the great yellow dog. Generally, such physical enhancement abilities are predicated on one's inherent physical prowess. As one's own abilities strengthen, so too does the potency of this power. This ability is perfectly complementary to its serpentine tail, alleviating any concerns that its tail might be casually severed. Based on the characteristics of this ability, Xiao Nai aptly named it Jinshu Ji Chu, or metallic body. Alas, reflecting on today's events, it harbors deep-seated resentment towards the Biu Tonglong for previously severing its serpentine tail, compounded by the sting of having been slain by that wretched insect once more, resulting in a grudge as profound as the ocean. With a clang, the owl remained oblivious to Xiao Nai's experimental endeavors, tirelessly striving to seize the feline skin of Xiao Nai. Once the experiment concluded, the creature perched upon it became inconsequential. Xiao Nai suddenly shook its body, breaking free from the owl's grasp. Goo, goo. The abrupt movement sent the owl tumbling away from the tree. Startled by this sudden jolt, the owl flapped its wings vigorously to halt its descent. Once airborne again, it foolishly charged towards Xiao Nai with renewed fervor. This time, Xiao Nai was not inclined to show mercy. It raised its right paw and struck at the approaching owl. With a prolonged, mournful cry, the owl was sent reeling backward by the force of Xiao Nai's swipe. Even if the owl possessed a meager intellect, it understood that Xiao Nai was not to be trifled with. Casting a wary glance at the black cat perched on the branch, the owl took flight once more, flapping its wings as it departed. Xiao Nai refrained from delivering a lethal blow to the ordinary owl, retracting its claws during the swipe. Otherwise, whether the owl could ever fly again would have been a matter of grave concern. After all, having utilized the creature, it would be unseemly to take its life thereafter. If it had any appetite for the owl, it would have been a different story, but it held no love for consuming owls. So it was best to let it be, initially believing that scaring off the owl would grant it peace. Xiao Nai was taken aback by the arrival of several carnivorous animals at its tree, feasting on the remnants of mouse and snake flesh that it had left behind. It became evident why the night was so restless. The source of the disturbance was the scent of blood lingering in the air. Alas, it vowed never to eat in its sleeping quarters again. Otherwise, such disturbances would render restful slumber impossible. However, after resolving to ignore all but those who dared to climb the tree to provoke it, Xiao Nai was finally able to enjoy a peaceful rest for the remainder of the night. As dawn broke, the forest began to awaken, bathed in the soft hues of early morning light. The eastern sky has been tinged with a deep crimson, a radiant glow emanating from a single point, gradually spreading across the expanse of the pink-hued firmament. The clouds above are sparse, indicating that today promises a clear blue sky. In a haze, Xiao Nai is roused from slumber by the calls of birds, her heavy eyelids fluttering open, accompanied by a sigh. When will I, this cat, ever enjoy a truly uninterrupted slumber? Life has become unbearable. However, after a night of rest, her dark energy has been restored. Assessing the totality of her dark power, she finds it comparable to what it was before her rebirth, with advancement merely a matter of days away. Recalling the moments before her untimely demise at the hands of two unknown assailants, Xiao Nai is consumed by a deep-seated hatred for them. How dare they? Should I lay eyes upon you, I shall ensure you comprehend the terror of your fate. As these thoughts swirl within her, Xiao Nai becomes fully awake. Alas, since I am awake, I might as well rise. After a yawn and a gentle rub of her eyes, she stands upon the tree branch, surveying her surroundings. Xiao Nai finds herself enveloped by a vast forest. It seems I have truly pursued the wrong path. The darkness of night is to blame, otherwise I would not have erred. With a light heart, she places the blame upon the night. In a swift motion, she leaps down from the tree with grace and agility, marveling at her own prowess. Gazing into the boundless jungle, excitement dances across her features, evoking a sense of liberation reminiscent of a bird soaring in the vast sky. As for the perils of the jungle, she feels no trepidation. As a born hunter, she solemnly declares that wherever her gaze falls is her hunting ground. Though her words are bold, as she traverses the jungle, Xiao Nai remains cautious. Setting aside other dangers, the venomous snakes hidden within the underbrush pose a significant threat. A careless bite could spell her doom. In contrast to the city, the natural environment is truly delightful. At the very least, the air is refreshing. In this jungle, if one possesses the strength, there is no fear of failing to catch prey, which is part of its allure. However, Xiao Nai does not venture deep into the thicket. Her primary task now is to find the route to Miling City, with hunting being a secondary concern. Surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant blossoms, a myriad of birds flit about the forest, perching on branches and singing joyous melodies, infusing the woodland with vitality. An eagle soars overhead, and with the dawn, both predator and prey emerge to seek sustenance. Suddenly, a chilling cry from a wild beast pierces the air, stirring something within Xiao Nai. Could a ferocious creature be on the hunt? A grin spreads across her face, and after shaking her whiskers, she races toward the source of the sound. I relish the prospect of an effortless bounty, especially when it involves the darkness consuming the darkness. Like a shadow, she moves silently, even as she weaves through the grass, taking care not to create too much disturbance, lest she scare away her potential quarry. As for danger, she believes that as long as she is not specifically targeted and does not act recklessly, even if she cannot win, escaping is still an option. Yet, as she approaches the source of the cries, she cannot shake the sensation that the sound is oddly familiar, almost like that of a cat. Upon this realization, it ceased to conceal its movements and hastened forth. Meow. By the side of a grand tree, amidst the grass, a wildcat resembling a small leopard caught Xiao Nai's attention. Instantly, she lost her enthusiasm, for this feline did not partake in the consumption of its kind. Curiosity piqued, she pondered why this cat was in such a wretched state. Wailing pitifully, it was well known that the jungle harbored numerous carnivorous beasts, and such cries were indeed a perilous folly. As a natural-born ruler of cats, witnessing her kin in distress, should she not extend a hand of assistance? It seemed she ought to. Such awareness truly exemplified her burgeoning royal demeanor. This was a light brown cat, adorned with irregular black spots. Judging by its stature, it measured nearly 90 centimeters in length, nearly double her size. Undeniably a testament to its wild nature. Meow. Upon noticing Xiao Nai's presence, the wild cat struggled to rise, displaying a fierce countenance and emitting a low, menacing growl. Its voice was thunderous, reverberating with explosive intensity, akin to the sound of thunder, embodying a fierceness reminiscent of a mighty tiger. Chapter 44. The wildcat. Xiao Nai rolled her eyes at the wildcat's reaction. I am your queen. Dare you offend your sovereign? Disregarding the insolent creature, she traversed the grass towards the wildcat. Upon observing the metallic glint of a trap beneath its paws, comprehension dawned upon her. This area was not far from human habitation, where large traps were often set to capture wild beasts. The wildcat, upon seeing Xiao Nai, a black cat with 4 tails, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it still regarded her with a wary expression, ready to attack despite its injured leg at the slightest sign of danger. The wildcat's movements astonished Xiao Nai. Wildcats raised in the wilderness possessed a different essence, a ferocity absent in the so-called wildcats of Luhu. The blood beneath its paws had already congealed, and a patch of skin had been torn away, evidently a result of its struggle to escape, the gruesome sight unsettling to behold. Meow. Easy there. I'm here to rescue you, Xiao Nai called out to it. Meow. In response, the wildcat issued a threatening growl, demanding her to retreat. Xiao Nai felt somewhat exasperated, pondering who claimed animals had their own language, as she certainly did not. After several exchanges, realizing no communication was possible, she slapped her own forehead with her paw. Did she need to employ her royal aura to subdue this wildcat? Alas, she had hoped to charm it with her charisma. It appeared she had failed. Meow. With no other recourse, Xiao Nai resorted to her extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, this predicament would never resolve. Upon the emergence of her powers, the wildcat's fierce gaze began to shift. Meow. Yet, soon thereafter, it displayed signs of struggle, continuing to regard her with a fierce demeanor, its eyes filled with untamed wildness. What was happening? Xiao Nai was taken aback. It was astonishing that the wildcat could break free from her powers, leaving her quite astonished. Xiao Nai, unyielding to misfortune, repeatedly activated her dominance aura ability, only to discover that this bobcat could indeed withstand her powers. The dominance aura is a psychic ability characterized by its overwhelming influence over beings with lower mental strength. The weaker the mental capacity, the more difficult it becomes to resist the abilities of the wielder. While its advantages are evident, its limitations are equally pronounced. Against beings with comparable mental strength, the impact is minimal, and against those with superior mental prowess, the effect diminishes progressively, becoming negligible beyond a certain threshold. For instance, her hypnotic ability proves ineffective on third-tier ability users like Lin Fengyao, eliciting little to no response. She has yet to test it on second-tier ability users, but it is likely that they too would escape its grasp. As for those with similar mental strength, they would likely be hard to hypnotize, and even if successful, they could easily break free. Observing the bobcat's reaction, aside from an initial flicker of response, it exhibited no further reaction whatsoever. What a perplexing creature. Could it be a magical beast? However, as it had not employed any abilities, she felt no fluctuations of dark energy from it. It must indeed be a magical beast. An ordinary bobcat would never withstand her powers. Alas, it appears that her imposing aura is of little use. Xiao Nai gazed at the creature with a furrowed brow, feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, this was her first encounter with a magical beast of its kind, and she could not simply abandon it to its fate. Subsequently, she pondered that while the dominance aura might not tame it, could she convey her intentions to it? She had never attempted this before and was uncertain. But now she would try. Resolutely, she activated her powers once more, transmitting her goodwill and the desire to rescue it. In a moment, the fierce gaze of the bobcat altered, revealing a hint of hesitation as it regarded her, seemingly contemplating whether to trust this peculiar, multi-tailed black cat. Fortunately, Xiao Nai was unaware of its thoughts. Had she known it perceived her as a multi-tailed black cat, she might have turned and departed, indifferent to its plight. It is worth noting that she detests being associated with her tail and abhors being categorized as an anomaly. She certainly does not identify as a multi-tailed black cat. Although every magical beast is indeed an anomaly, Xiao Nai is particularly sensitive about such distinctions. As she attempted to communicate with the bobcat, a sudden commotion caught her attention. As if some creature was hastily approaching their location. The rustling of the grass and the low growls of beasts grew increasingly distinct. This is bad. The newcomers do not bear good intentions. A pack of beasts is drawing near. From the sounds, it seemed there were not just one, but a multitude. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed near her ear, and Xiao Nai turned to see the bobcat glaring menacingly in the direction of the noise, indicating that it too had noticed. Initially intending to save the bobcat, it appeared she could only wait. What could it be? A pack of wolves? Unlikely, as this area is too close to human settlements. Wolves here would merely become prey for hunters. However, as the creatures approached and the sounds became clearer, Xiao Nai finally understood. Woof, woof, woof. A gaunt wild dog emerged from the thicket, its eyes gleaming with a predatory green light as it was swiftly surrounded by its kin. One after another, 11 dogs burst forth from the underbrush, showcasing a variety of breeds, including local mutts, huskies, and shepherds, with a black and white wolf dog leading the pack. These canines, prior to the calamity, were likely beloved pets of humans, but as chaos unraveled in the human realm following the disaster, many fled into the treacherous wilderness. Generations of adaptation transformed them into a formidable pack of hunters, the closest to the human world. Meow. The wild dogs posed a considerable threat, their hunger driving them to attack even humans, let alone other creatures. Upon witnessing the surrounding wild dogs, the lynx felt a surge of anger, instinctively wanting to leap at them. These were merely ordinary wild dogs. Had the lynx been agile, it would not have feared them. However, it found itself ensnared by a cruel trap, tethered by a thick iron chain to a tree, rendering it powerless. Without the intervention of Xiao Nai, it would undoubtedly have become a breakfast for these wild dogs. Since Xiao Nai's encounter with the lynx, it had not utilized any supernatural abilities, leading Xiao Nai to deduce that its powers were not of an offensive nature. Otherwise, it would have already attacked. The wild dogs, having grown up in the wilderness, displayed a ferocious bloodlust that surpassed what a mere amateur feline like Xiao Nai could muster. In the face of the menacing lynx, the wild dogs hesitated momentarily, but soon resumed their fierce gaze, as if waiting for a single provocation to launch an assault. Meow? Does this cat appear too gentle? Observing the wild dogs merely casting wary looks at the lynx while seemingly neglecting its presence felt akin to being perceived as a trivial shrimp. Xiao Nai bore no anger, only a cold smirk directed at these oblivious creatures. In truth, it was not entirely their fault. After a night of rest, the lynx's murderous aura had significantly diminished, and without any display of anger, other beings could hardly sense its menace. Woof. As if recognizing Xiao Nai's taunt, the leading wolf dog let out a deafening howl, which acted as a signal for the surrounding wild dogs to charge forward. A husky set its sights on Xiao Nai, while the others lunged at the lynx, seemingly aware of its prowess. It was not surprising. They were all predators of this territory, and the potential for communication among them was high, with conflicts over food not being uncommon. Meow? Do they assume this cat's small stature makes it an easy target? Despite such thoughts, Xiao Nai remained vigilant. A flash of cold light flickered in its eyes as its metallic ability activated, transforming its body into a form as hard as metal. With a swift movement, it charged at the oncoming wild dog, disregarding its sharp teeth and claws. The lynx, now a shadow of metal, evaded the dog's jaws and extended its claws, aiming to strike fiercely at the creature's throat. With its supernatural powers engaged, Xiao Nai's claws, seemingly forged of metal, were not something mere flesh could withstand. Crash! The shrill cries echoed as the wild dog, its eyes shimmering with confusion, collapsed to the ground. It seemed unable to comprehend the fragility of its own body, perplexed by how such a diminutive black cat could move with such swiftness. After effortlessly dispatching its foe, Xiao Nai turned her attention away from the husky, which was succumbing to its fate, and focused on the lynx nearby. This lynx proved to be formidable. Despite being ensnared, it remained undeterred, launching counterattacks against the wild dogs charging at it. The smaller canines were easily swatted aside, while even the larger dogs were left bloodied by the lynx's claws. Only the wolf dog managed to hold its ground as the lynx, hindered by its trap, struggled to maintain its advantage. The lynx's movements were rapid, its claws leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. With Xiao Nai employing her supernatural abilities, the surrounding area was thick with dark energy fluctuations, making it difficult to ascertain whether the lynx itself was utilizing any powers. However, observing the speed of its claw strikes, it was evident that if the lynx was not using its abilities, Xiao Nai would find it hard to believe. Yet, the lynx, burdened by the trap, continued to bleed profusely. If it persisted in its struggle, it risked succumbing to blood loss, even if the wild dogs did not finish it off. The wild dogs seemed so engrossed in their pursuit of the lynx that they failed to notice Xiao Nai's battle had concluded, indicating that they held her in little regard. Moreover, Xiao Nai's appearance, being somewhat unassuming apart from her tail, contributed to their lack of concern. Meow? In the midst of the fray, the lynx caught sight of Xiao Nai watching from the sidelines and, seemingly at its limit, called out for her assistance. After all, Xiao Nai was of its kind. While wild animals are often wary, they tend to foster trust more readily with their own species than with others. The lynx recognized from Xiao Nai's earlier actions that she meant no harm, prompting its plea for aid. Meow? Upon witnessing the lynx's call for help, Xiao Nai decided not to linger any longer. Her previous inaction had not been out of indifference, but rather an attempt to discern the nature of the lynx's abilities. Regardless, she resolved to rescue this creature. It would be a disheartening fate for a beast of such caliber to be slain by mere ordinary creatures. Transforming into a blur of speed, Xiao Nai surged toward the pack of wild dogs. Wherever she passed, carnage ensued. The feeble bodies of the wild dogs stood no chance against her claws. Additionally, her agility rendered her nearly untouchable, and even if they managed to strike, it would be of no consequence. Chapter 45, The Encounter. Woof. 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 Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining wild dogs were gripped by fear and attempted to flee. The wolf dog let out a growl, casting a fearful glance at Xiao Nai, seemingly determined to memorize her silhouette. Then, it turned to escape, and the other wild dogs, having lost their will to fight, followed suit. Observing the wolf dog's retreat, Xiao Nai would not allow it to escape so easily. With a flick of her tail, her serpent-like appendage materialized, transforming into a swift shadow that lunged at the wolf dog. Caught in its terrified gaze, it was swiftly bitten. Faced with the specter of death, the wolf dog fought desperately, gnashing its teeth at the serpent tail in a futile struggle. However, the snake tail, enhanced by the metallic body ability of Xiao Nai, was impervious to the bites of the wolf dog. The snake tail merely lifted its head, expanding its jaws once more, and in one swift motion, it devoured the wolf dog whole. With the ability retracted, Xiao Nai displayed a satisfied expression. As for the reason behind consuming this ordinary wolf dog, it was due to Xiao Nai's belief that the newly acquired metallic body ability would prove exceedingly practical, and the desire to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that could lead to its demise and the severance of its metallic tail power, which would leave it utterly despondent. Meow? The bobcat gazed at Xiao Nai with a hint of reverence, its formidable presence instilling a sense of awe in the bobcat. Its gaze softened, no longer as fierce as before. Observing this, Xiao Nai felt a swell of pride. It seemed that this cat was indeed remarkable, unwittingly exuding the aura of a master. Meow? Citizens, the great cat king shall come to your rescue. Xiao Nai flicked its exquisite whiskers and strutted toward the bobcat with a sense of self-satisfaction. This time, the bobcat did not resist Xiao Nai's approach, realizing that should Xiao Nai wish to bring it harm, it would stand no chance of resistance. Pleased by this, Xiao Nai nodded in approval, sensing that it was a born ruler, capable of commanding even one of its own kind without the use of abilities. Noticing the steel trap clamped onto the bobcat's hind leg, Xiao Nai pondered how it managed to walk with such an impediment. Upon inspecting the wound, the stark white of exposed bone was evident. Had it not encountered Xiao Nai, that leg would likely have been rendered useless. Meow? Xiao Nai activated its ability, urging the bobcat to endure, as it would soon liberate it. The trap was sizable, capable of ensnaring even wild boars. It was perhaps designed for capturing larger animals. Were it not for the fact that this bobcat was a magical beast with enhanced physique, its bones might have been shattered entirely. Xiao Nai was well aware of how to open the trap. Lifting its paw to the mechanism, it pressed down with great force. Meow? This trap was exceedingly tight. It required all of Xiao Nai's strength to push the mechanism down. During this process, the trap jolted twice, causing the bobcat to emit cries of pain. Such was the nature of its physique. Despite being bolstered by dark energy, its strength remained somewhat limited. With a snap, the trap released, and the bobcat eagerly withdrew its leg, retreating with a measure of trepidation as it eyed the trap. Xiao Nai, having successfully disengaged the mechanism, chanced upon this amusing scene. However, noticing the bobcat's limping gait, it promptly activated its healing light ability. Meow. Upon witnessing Xiao Nai's body radiate light, the bobcat flinched, fearing it would be subjected to some unknown fate. Do not fret. I am preparing to heal your wounds. Observing the bobcat's reaction, Xiao Nai utilized its Dominion Aura ability to convey its intentions. Indeed, the bobcat, recognizing that Xiao Nai meant it no harm, ceased its erratic movements. Instead, it regarded Xiao Nai with curiosity, wondering how it would mend its injuries. Bathed in the healing light, the wounds on the bobcat's hind leg began to mend swiftly, new skin forming as the damaged old skin sloughed away. Meow. The mountain cat felt as though its legs had healed, and it could not help but run back and forth a few times. Upon realizing that its legs were perfectly fine, it immediately let out an excited cry. Xiao Nai, however, paid no heed to the exuberant creature that had just escaped its predicament, as her eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the plentiful food scattered around. This pack of wild dogs consisted of 11 members. It had slain 4, consumed 1 entirely. The mountain cat had caught 1, and 5 had managed to escape. Thus, 5 wild dog corpses lay on the ground. After a night had passed, the food consumed the previous evening had long been digested, leaving the stomach empty. These wild dogs were indeed akin to benevolent spirits, knowing that the cat was hungry and presenting themselves as a feast, sparing it the arduous task of foraging for sustenance. Among the emaciated wild dogs, it selected the plumpest one as its breakfast. Approaching the carcass, it extended its sharp claws and began to indulge. Truth be told, since transforming into a cat, it had developed a taste for raw meat. However, influenced by human customs, it still preferred cooked food over raw. It seemed that it would need to seek a fire-related ability in the future. Otherwise, a continuous diet of raw meat would not be beneficial. Noticing Xiao Nai's actions, the mountain cat ceased its celebratory antics and moved beside a wild dog corpse to begin its meal. This creature had undoubtedly been trapped for a considerable time, and judging by its appearance, it seemed quite famished. Suddenly, Xiao Nai heard a strange sound, reminiscent of wind yet akin to the fluttering of wings. As she pondered the source of this noise, she heard the mountain cat nearby shrieking at the sky, as if warning of a terrifying enemy above. As it was Xiao Nai's first experience surviving in the jungle, her knowledge was not as extensive as that of the mountain cat. Shortly thereafter, the mountain cat called out to her and dashed toward a nearby tree. This movement tightened Xiao Nai's heart, and then she heard the sound of wind overhead, sending a chill coursing through her. Danger was imminent, and it was coming from above. Looking up, she saw a massive shadow plunging toward her from the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her metallic body ability. The shadow descended too quickly for her to evade. It was a colossal bird, its wingspan measuring 4 meters. In comparison to her petite frame, she appeared utterly insignificant. As her ability activated, the giant bird seized her with its steel-like talons, which delivered a tremendous force, pinning her to the ground and rendering her momentarily immobile. Meow. This is infuriating. What manner of monster is this? She thought. Had it not been for the extraordinary hardness of her body after invoking her ability, she would surely have been crushed in an instant beneath that grip and pressure. The mountain cat, witnessing Xiao Nai in peril, transformed into a blur and rushed to her aid. However, it was swatted away by the giant bird's wing. Having captured its prey, the colossal bird felt somewhat dissatisfied due to the small size of its catch. Nonetheless, recognizing that it was a magical beast, it deemed the meal far superior to ordinary prey. The benefits of consuming magical beast flesh were known not only to humans, but also to the creatures of nature. The colossal bird did not linger on the ground, but, with a powerful beat of its wings, soared into the sky. By the time Xiao Nai regained her senses from the force of the ascent, she noticed the ground diminishing beneath her and the height increasing. She also spotted the mountain cat, its frantic cries trailing behind, yet it seemed to be growing ever more distant. To her surprise, this was her first experience of flight, being seized by another creature and thrust into the air as prey, a situation that left her in a state of bemusement. How infuriating! Just moments ago, she had been contemplating enlisting that very mountain cat as her subordinate, only to have her plans thwarted before they could even take shape. For this reason, Xiao Nai harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the perpetrator that had ensnared her. Chapter 46. Aerial Combat. A piercing cry of an eagle echoed from above, prompting Xiao Nai to look up. The colossal bird was revealed to be a gigantic eagle. Judging by its size, it was undoubtedly a magical beast. Ordinary eagles were not so grand. Despite her metallic form, Xiao Nai felt no pain from the eagle's talons, merely the overwhelming strength that immobilized her. Her metallic body granted her an enhanced density, resulting in formidable defense. Conversely, her bear transformation ability augmented both her skin density and strength. Had that ability been active, she certainly would not have been so easily captured and lifted into the sky. My goodness, the altitude was staggering. As she gazed at the mountains shrinking beneath her, Xiao Nai couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Fortunately, she did not suffer from acrophobia. Otherwise, she would have surely fainted. She had glimpsed this giant eagle earlier that morning when it appeared diminutive. Little did she know it was a magical beast of such magnitude. Upon realizing that the giant eagle was carrying her deeper into the forest, anger surged within her. Should she become lost in those woods? How long would it take to find her way back? By the time she emerged, the members of the Blood Shadow team might no longer be in Mailing City. A glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes. Though the eagle had a firm grip on her, she was no ordinary feline. With a thought, she activated her hypnotic ability. The giant eagle remained motionless, revealing itself to be yet another magical beast with dark powers exceeding her own. Upon hearing Xiao Nai's call, the eagle cast a glance her way. Its eyes, devoid of emotion, reflected a chilling indifference akin to how a human might regard an ant crushed underfoot. Such disdain pierced Xiao Nai's pride, yet she responded with a cold smirk. Just because it perceived her as an insect did not guarantee it was free from becoming prey itself. In the grand tapestry of existence, nothing is absolute. The roles of hunter and hunted can shift in an instant. Regardless of one's rank, if one provokes her, they shall contribute to her ascent. With a flick of her tail, a serpentine appendage emerged, slithering from the eagle's tail and entwining itself around her body. The eagle sensed something amiss and attempted to turn its head for a better look, but by then, the serpentine tail had already coiled around its neck. An angry cry erupted from the eagle, followed by a frantic struggle to dislodge its unwelcome passenger. However, Xiao Nai was not so easily deterred. She secured her hold around its neck. The eagle, possessing considerable intelligence, quickly deduced the origin of the serpentine creature entwined upon it. Immediately, it unleashed its extraordinary flying skills, lowering its head to peck at the prey beneath it. A resounding clash akin to metal striking metal echoed as the beak of the colossal eagle proved formidable, causing Xiao Nai to feel as though her scalp was being pierced. It is worth noting that the hardness of her skin was comparable to iron, yet this eagle's beak, as if forged from steel, managed to breach her defenses. Though her body was immobilized, her serpent tail writhed with vigor, coiling around the eagle's neck and tightening with the intent to strangle the beast. After encircling twice, the serpent's maw opened wide, preparing to bite the eagle's neck, which continued to assault Xiao Nai relentlessly. In truth, she would have preferred to swallow the giant eagle whole, but its strength made it impossible to subdue it so effortlessly. A mournful cry of the eagle echoed as its claws and beak, though formidable, were not impenetrable in all areas. The serpent tail's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve as it clamped down on the eagle's neck and began to tear at it fiercely. Xiao Nai was not without her own discomfort. The furious eagle was incessantly pecking at her head. Even with her body transformed into metal, she found it unbearable. Had it not been for the superior hardness of her skull and the healing light enveloping her wounds, she would have succumbed to the eagle's relentless attacks. Vivid crimson blood trickled from the serpent's grip on the eagle's neck, shimmering like rubies under the scorching sun. Had the eagle's feathers not been so resilient, its neck might have been severed in an instant. At several thousand meters above ground, a fierce battle for survival unfolded between the feline and the eagle. This scenario was likely beyond the eagle's expectations. It had not anticipated that its prey would possess such formidable resilience, rendering its steel claws and beak ineffective against the black cat. Thus, the eagle found itself in a predicament, unable to shake off its quarry. As the winds howled at such heights, Xiao Nai's fur was tousled, and her breathing became increasingly labored. This was her first experience at such an altitude, and she felt utterly unaccustomed. However, these discomforts paled in comparison to the throbbing pain in her head, compelling her to drive her serpent tail to bite the eagle's neck with greater ferocity, hoping to distract herself from the agony. To her dismay, she realized that even a body of metal could feel pain. Injury to oneself would invariably result in suffering. The eagle soon recognized that her head was too hard to peck effectively, and it sought to target her eyes instead. Yet, Xiao Nai was resolute in denying it that opportunity, lowering her head to conceal her eyes from the eagle's view. If her eyesight were to be compromised, she could not ascertain whether her healing abilities would suffice to restore it, and she dared not take that risk. She maintained her composure, confident in her advantage. Observing the eagle's continuous bleeding, She knew that if she could merely outlast it, the eagle would surely meet its demise. The eagle seemed to grasp its precarious situation, loosening its steel claws in an attempt to cast Xiao Nai from the heights. However, her serpent tail clung to the eagle, thwarting its intentions. In response, the eagle began to peck at the serpent tail that held fast to it, understanding that if it could sever the tail, Xiao Nai would plummet from the sky. And despite her formidable physique, the impact would be fatal. Alas, with the power of the healing light, Xiao Nai rendered the eagle's efforts futile once more. Encountering a prey like Xiao Nai, possessing only a few extraordinary abilities, has indeed brought misfortune upon the great eagle. At this moment, anyone gazing skyward through a telescope would undoubtedly find a rather amusing spectacle. A robust great eagle soars majestically through the heavens, traversing the sea of clouds. It performs a series of intricate aerial maneuvers, occasionally gliding sideways, then flipping and spiraling, clearly reveling in its flight. Even more astonishing is the sight of a creature, resembling a balloon, dangling from the eagle, engaging in extreme sports alongside its lofty movements. Exhilarating, to say the least. Yes, it is indeed thrilling to be tossed about in the sky by such a magnificent bird. However, Xiao Nai feels her stomach churning, a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm her. Were it not for a sliver of rationality remaining, she might have been flung from the eagle's grasp long ago. The pink sky and the pure white clouds evoke a sense of beauty that, for the first time, seems less enchanting than she had imagined. It lacks the sense of security that the earth provides. Perhaps the eagle is fatigued, or perhaps it can no longer endure. After all, while Xiao Nai suffers from mere discomfort, the eagle is bleeding profusely. Just as Xiao Nai feels lightheaded and disoriented, the eagle executes another challenging maneuver, using its steel talons to grasp her once more. This time, the eagle stabilizes its flight. Moments later, amidst her haze, Xiao Nai feels as if she has collided with a stone, her body jolting sharply. Then, tranquility envelopes her as she finds herself pinned to the ground by the great eagle. Finally grounded, Xiao Nai cannot help but let out a vague sigh of relief. Soon after, she senses the eagle pecking at her, seemingly aware that her head is too hard, and shifts its focus to other areas, her abdomen, legs, and throat. However, Xiao Nai's entire being is as impenetrable as steel, rendering the eagle's efforts futile. Unable to kill her or shake her off, the great eagle emits a mournful cry. Xiao Nai's serpentine tail remains firmly clamped around the eagle's neck, ensuring that its lifeblood continues to flow. As Xiao Nai regains her senses from the disorientation, she opens her eyes to find the eagle lying helplessly on the ground, gazing at her with a profoundly sorrowful look. This sight stirs a sense of compassion within Xiao Nai, igniting an impulse to save it. Yet, she chastises herself, recognizing that her emotions are misplaced. How could she soften her heart towards this despicable creature merely because of its fleeting gaze? Were it not for its few extraordinary abilities that have rendered her unable to defeat it, she would have surely been devoured by now. She must not yield to pity. Resolute in her thoughts, Xiao Nai forces herself to rise from the ground, enduring the aches coursing through her body. The great eagle, having lost much of its strength due to the loss of blood, can no longer capture her. She gazes at the faltering eagle, on the brink of death, and sighs at the irony of its earlier bravado when it sought to capture her, now reduced to this pitiful state. Chapter 47. Special Plants. Xiao Nai silently admonishes herself to strive for strength. This is an era where the weak are devoured by the strong, and the feeble shall forever lack the authority to dictate their own fates. Without the pursuit of strength, one risks being eliminated, ultimately facing demise. Were it not for its metallic physique, the healing light, and the serpentine tail, these three extraordinary abilities, it could not have emerged as the victor. The gaze directed at the giant eagle was devoid of pity, replaced instead by indifference. Fixating intently on the giant eagle for a prolonged moment, it resolved to etch this look into memory, a gaze belonging to the weak, one that must never escape its own eyes. Sensing the giant eagle's dwindling life force, the serpentine tail released its grip on the eagle's neck, relinquishing its entanglement and departing from its body. Throughout this process, Xiao Nai remained vigilant, wary of any feigned death from the eagle meant to deceive. However, upon witnessing that even after loosening its hold, the giant eagle made no attempt to struggle, nor did its expression shift, Xiao Nai felt a wave of relief wash over. The giant eagle was nearing death, and Xiao Nai was reluctant to squander an adversary. The serpent's tail rapidly expanded, opening wide to bite down upon the giant eagle. Once it succumbed, Xiao Nai had no intention of letting the opportunity for consumption slip away. During the act of devouring, the giant eagle struggled briefly, but its life force had ebbed too significantly, rendering any resistance futile. In the end, it could only cast a vacant glance at Xiao Nai before wistfully gazing skyward, as if in that final moment of impending death, it reminisced about soaring through the heavens. The giant eagle was not at fault, as it acted purely out of instinct to hunt. Likewise, Xiao Nai bore no blame, for it sought to retaliate. This conflict bore no clear notions of right and wrong, nor good and evil. It was merely the most fundamental law of survival, the law of the jungle. After consuming the giant eagle and retracting its tail, Xiao Nai finally had the opportunity to survey its surroundings. Standing atop the peak, it felt as though it dominated the landscape, gazing down upon the diminutive mountains. The chilling winds howled around it, enveloping it in a misty shroud. The view was expansive and boundless, with countless peaks faintly visible through the fog. The summit on which it stood was scarcely larger than 2 basketball courts, surrounded by peculiar rock formations and sparse vegetation, a clear indication of the desolation that pervaded this area. The frigid gusts at the mountaintop sent shivers through Xiao Nai, also clearing the fog that clouded its mind after soaring through the skies. Despite the harsh environment, one could not deny that for Xiao Nai, weary and in dire need of a secure refuge, this desolate place was a welcome sanctuary. In this lifeless and inhospitable locale, it was unlikely any creature would find leisure to wander. Casting a glance around, it sought a spot sheltered from the wind. It settled beside a massive boulder, finding respite on the leeward side. The sun had risen, but the fierce winds prevented Xiao Nai from feeling its warmth. Now, in this quieter location, the sun's rays began to reveal their comforting effects. Facing the celestial orb, Xiao Nai couldn't help but emit a soft groan of contentment. Half closing its eyes to glance at the bright sun, it stifled a yawn, succumbing to the desire for slumber. The ground was littered with sharp stones, compelling it to suppress its drowsiness and clear a space with its claws. Once it had crafted an area suitable for rest, it reclined, ready to drift into sleep. On this occasion, no visualization was undertaken. To be candid, visualization is hardly a method conducive to a restful slumber. It is likely that only ascetics can devote their nightly repose to such contemplation. Lying down on the ground, slumber soon overtook me. The only sound piercing the silence was the howl of the wind. When the heart is at peace, sleep comes sweetly. Upon awakening, I glanced at the sun and realized it was already afternoon. Feeling satisfied, I rose from the ground, stretching my body in delight. Since my transformation into a cat, this sleep felt like the most rejuvenating one yet. Upon waking, my entire being felt invigorated, my mind astonishingly clear, a refreshing coolness enveloping me. During my slumber, I faintly caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance that enveloped me in comfort. This aroma not only dispelled fatigue, but seemed to enhance my latent energy, hastening its restoration. Thus, upon waking, my gaze swept the surroundings in search of the source of this enchanting scent. As I turned my eyes towards the crevice of a nearby boulder, they widened in surprise. There lay an extraordinary little plant, its leaves shaped like swords, comprising 8 in total. Of vibrant green, they shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an unusual luster. The 8 leaves encircled several purple buds, 5 of which had already blossomed, while 2 remained in tight bud. The petals, flowing with a violet hue, welcomed the sun's rays and released a fragrant aroma, shrouded in a mysterious mist. Inhaling the scent, I felt my pores relax, invigorated with an extraordinary vitality. This piqued my curiosity, prompting me to ponder, what manner of plant is this? Recalling the tranquility of my slumber, I sensed as if my body had undergone a purification. The clutter in my mind cleared, allowing for a most peaceful sleep, as if I had thought of nothing, enveloped in silence. Thus, this sleep marked the pinnacle of my slumber quality since becoming a cat. My feline eyes narrowed slightly as I approached the peculiar little plant. As I drew nearer, the fragrance intensified, leaving me in awe of its essence. This aroma captivated me, and I sensed that this plant held tremendous benefits for me. Observing closely, I noted that among the 7 purple flowers, 5 were in full bloom, and the delightful fragrance emanated from these blossoms. This rare herb, remarkably resilient, thrived amidst the crevices of the stone. Upon gently touching it, I discovered the leaves to be extraordinarily sharp, as if forged from steel, their hardness unmatched. Even my claws could not sever them, their resilience remarkable. No wonder the leaves remained still, impervious to the gusts atop the mountain. The buds of this remarkable plant appeared tender, seemingly fragile to the touch. Aware of the benefits this flower might provide, I hesitated to make contact, fearful of damaging it. Upon surveying the vicinity of this extraordinary herb, I noted that it stood alone, devoid of any other flora, asserting its dominance in this barren landscape. Although vegetation was scarce here, many other plants thrived elsewhere, sharing resources in harmony. Yet, in this particular spot, this singular herb monopolized all that the environment had to offer. This scenario led me to sense the exceptional nature of this plant. In this world, all plants undergo mutations in response to environmental changes, some of which exhibit extraordinary transformations akin to the abilities found in certain humans. These variations are diverse, endowing the plants with unique capabilities. Unlike the powers observed in animals, the essence of these plants undergoes fundamental alterations. Ordinary flora may evolve into medicinal species or toxic varieties, or even develop aggressive traits. During school, the teacher had mentioned that humans had discovered plants with special effects. However, this particular plant had not been discussed in class. Could it be an undiscovered marvel of nature? Xiao Nai cautiously leaned beside the peculiar herb, inhaling the fragrant aroma emitted by its purple blossoms while inspecting her latest find. Chapter 48. The Hunt. Meow. I am on the verge of advancement, Xiao Nai mused, having awakened with 6 tails after consuming the giant eagle, transforming into a 6-tailed black cat. Among the new tails, one had grown to prevent accidental consumption of the wolf dog, while the other was a result of devouring the eagle. Yet, upon seeing this situation, Xiao Nai furrowed her brow. The ordinary tail acquired from the wolf dog now seemed somewhat redundant. Should I abandon it? She shook her head. Never mind. I shall consider this matter later. There is no rush. Meow. My belly is once again hungry. As a magical beast, my appetite has grown immensely. I had only just shared a meal with that wild mountain cat in the morning. Meow. I will return after hunting. Xiao Nai lingered for a moment, savoring the fragrant herb one last time. Reluctantly, she turned away, having just used her extraordinary hearing to listen to the surroundings. Apart from her, there were only some small insects hidden in the ground, no other creatures. Alas, even a little mouse would suffice, but there were none. As she reached the edge of the peak and gazed down at the steep cliff, she finally understood why no animals had ventured up here. The cliff is nearly 80 degrees steep. How many creatures possess the ability to ascend? Even if they could climb, with only a few tufts of grass up here, who would come to this place merely to feel the cold wind? Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that the extraordinary herb remained undiscovered. Had the giant eagle not been on the brink of death, it would not have brought her to this location, and she would not have encountered this remarkable plant. Such circumstances led Xiao Nai to marvel at the wonders of fate. Circling around, she found that the surroundings were similarly steep, with not a single flat area to descend. Fortunately, Xiao Nai was unconcerned. As long as she was on the ground, there was no place that could confine her. Before departing, she wished to test the giant eagle's extraordinary ability, pondering why it had not displayed its power in the midst of its dire situation. After a moment, as she observed the scene below, she began to understand. No wonder it had not used its ability. It was not that it did not wish to, but rather that it would have been futile. Nevertheless, although its power lacked offensive capabilities, its supportive attributes were commendable. It was no surprise that the giant eagle had descended from several thousand meters to capture her. It had utilized its extraordinary ability to assess her with clarity. Its numerous tails make it unmistakably a magical beast. Meow. It seems that the allure of its tails has drawn trouble. One cannot help but sigh. It does not wish for this predicament. This newfound ability shall be named Qianlian. Although it may seem somewhat superfluous for a giant eagle, it proves quite beneficial for it. Having clarified these matters, Xiao Nai hastened towards the cliff below. Though the rock face was steep, a cat is inherently adept at climbing, and such terrain posed no challenge. After descending approximately 300 meters, the slope became less daunting and more traversable. The vegetation here was significantly denser compared to the mountaintop. Weeds sprawled across the ground, forming a verdant belt alongside stunted trees. The wind here was not as fierce as at the peak, nor was the landscape as desolate. With Xiao Nai's keen ears, it naturally detected numerous small creatures and insects concealed within the grass. However, given its considerable appetite, these tiny morsels would hardly suffice. So it did not expend effort to capture them. Continuing its descent, it remained unconvinced that such a large mountain harbored no larger prey. Xiao Nai moved swiftly, creating little sound as it transformed into a shadow, darting through the thickets. Its pointed ears twitched, ever alert to the sounds of the surroundings. Occasionally, startled birds would take flight from the underbrush, but Xiao Nai paid them no mind, for they were too elusive and of little interest to it. Suddenly, as it passed through a patch of grass taller than itself, it halted. Pricking its ears, it listened intently, a look of surprise crossing its face. It cautiously softened its steps, stealthily approaching the source of the sound. Amidst the reeds, an intriguing scene unfolded. A 3-meter-long python poised to devour a large bamboo rat. However, a meter-long pangolin stood defiantly before the python, seemingly intent on attacking as the serpent prepared to strike. Unexpectedly, the pangolin displayed remarkable courage, given the python's size. It could easily dispatch the pangolin. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xiao Nai perceived a hint of hesitation in the python's gaze. Naturally, the presence of Xiao Nai did not go unnoticed by the two creatures, for even in such dense reeds, some noise was inevitable. The pangolin let out a fierce roar towards Xiao Nai, its eyes filled with greed and bloodlust, as if it regarded Xiao Nai as prey. The python's formidable presence caused the pangolin to hesitate, but it showed no fear towards the little black cat. In an instant, the pangolin abandoned its focus on the giant serpent and charged towards Xiao Nai. Observing the pangolin shift its target, the python silently continued to bite the bamboo rat. Retreating from the battlefield to watch the impending struggle between the pangolin and the multi-tailed black cat, Xiao Nai found the scene both amusing and bewildering. It seemed the pangolin was indeed easy to intimidate. It had come without any intention of concealment, yet upon seeing the pangolin stand its ground against the python, it quickly redirected its aggression towards it, clearly perceiving Xiao Nai as a soft target. Yet, was it not said that pangolins are rather timid creatures? How fierce this creature is. It seems that many beings have undergone significant transformations after the catastrophe. Meow. As the pangolin rushed towards her, Xiao Nai let out a cold laugh, discreetly employing the extraordinary abilities of her metallic form. The pangolin, adorned with a layer of yellow scales, proved to be remarkably resilient. Without utilizing her powers, it would indeed be a challenge to breach its defenses. With a splatter of blood, the pangolin let out a wail as its scales, akin to fabric, were effortlessly torn apart by Xiao Nai's claws. The once formidable armor offered no protection against her current strength. As blood gushed from its wounds, rib fractures and internal injuries ensued, leading to its demise amidst a pool of crimson, filled with reluctance. Xiao Nai's expression remained impassive, devoid of surprise or joy. If she could not even handle an ordinary pangolin while using her abilities, she truly had no place in this world. However, when she turned to glance at the python, she noticed that it had swiftly retreated upon realizing the danger, vanishing from sight. With her keen hearing, Xiao Nai could easily detect the python's movements, and if she wished, she could pursue it. Yet, the pangolin was sufficient for her needs, so she chose not to chase after it. Having grown up, Xiao Nai had yet to taste pangolin meat. Observing the earthy-toned creature, her excitement bubbled within. She raised her claws to scratch at the pangolin's scales, only to find them as formidable as she had anticipated. The pangolin's mutated scales rivaled iron plates in strength. Although it was not a magical beast, its defense was astonishing. Fortunately, her metallic abilities enhanced her physical attributes. Her claws, teeth, and bones were significantly harder than other parts of her body, allowing her to easily penetrate the pangolin's defenses. Meow. Gazing at her prey, much larger than herself, Xiao Nai understood that a feast awaited her. Rumor had it that pangolin meat was exceptionally delicious. She wondered if the tales held any truth. Alas, such a splendid meal would require cooking, as consuming it raw was far from ideal. Nonetheless, the pangolin's abdomen was notably vulnerable. Even without her powers, she could easily eviscerate her prey from that area. A short while later, Xiao Nai's previously somewhat flat belly had transformed into a round, plump form. Coupled with her petite stature, her lazily sprawled demeanor appeared utterly adorable. She lay on the ground, disregarding the bloodstains nearby, overwhelmed by an irresistible urge to sleep. After satiating her hunger, her lethargy resurfaced, and she felt disinclined to move. Chapter 49. Ascension. Fortunately, Xiao Nai had not lost her wits. She understood the dangers lurking within the jungle. Who could tell if magical beasts resided here? This mountain was vast, and she doubted it was devoid of powerful creatures. Moreover, she was on the verge of ascension, and this location was not conducive for such a significant transition. Forcing herself to shake off the drowsiness, she rose from the ground. Casting a glance at the remaining portion of her prey, she sighed, lamenting her wastefulness. The distance was too great, and retrieving it would be a troublesome endeavor. After some contemplation, she abandoned the thought of taking it with her. Whoosh! Xiao Nai swiftly retraced her steps, heading back in the direction she had come. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky, casting a warm glow, making it a truly delightful day. The abundance of food, the verdant mountains and clear waters, and the serene environment evoked a sense of nostalgia within her. Were it not for the debts owed to Lin Fengyao and the quest to find her missing father, she might have been tempted to settle down in this enchanting place. Suddenly, as Xiao Nai approached the mountain's summit, she was startled by a ferocious roar emanating from below. The sound reverberated through the air, shaking the very earth. Countless birds took flight in terror, darting away from the source of the commotion. Moments later, A burst of flames erupted, igniting a fire that quickly consumed the surrounding foliage, sending thick plumes of black smoke spiraling into the sky. In no time, a swirling cloud of yellow sand rose, engulfing the flames until they were extinguished. The sight filled Xiao Nai with trepidation, and upon closer inspection, she realized the sounds did not arise from a battle between magical beasts. The flames and sand seemed to emanate from a single creature. What manner of being could it be? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. Had she delayed her return by just a few minutes, she might have encountered this terrifying beast. The location of the fire was precisely where she had recently hunted. The power of that ability made it clear to her that she was no match for it. The creature seemed to be in a fit of rage, continuing to roar even after releasing its fury, causing nearby animals to flee or cower in their nests, trembling with fear. Indeed, this beast appeared to be the sovereign of the forest, confirming her suspicion that such a vast mountain would undoubtedly be dominated by a formidable creature. Animals possess territorial instincts, and it is rare for two apex predators to coexist in one locale. She resolved to hasten her return. Encountering this beast could lead to trouble. Although not fearful, it was unnecessary to provoke it, as her primary objective was to advance her own abilities. Once she achieved that, she would be compelled to uncover the nature of this extraordinary creature, which exhibited both fire and sand abilities. This marked the second time she had encountered a being with two distinct elemental powers. Aside from the small white mouse, she had seen numerous ability users and magical beasts in recent days, yet this was the first creature she had encountered with dual attributes. According to Pongzi, such beings are often exceptionally gifted, their talents rivaling those of the most powerful ability wielders. Casting a long glance at the mountain below, she turned and leaped towards the steep cliffside. Climbing proved far easier than descending, as if she were traversing flat ground. Within moments, she scaled the roughly 300-meter ascent. Upon reaching the summit, she was relieved to find the peculiar plant undamaged, standing steadfast in its place. Although she was unaware of its identity or specific properties, the benefits it had already provided were indicative of its extraordinary nature. The environment atop the mountain remained harsh, with fierce winds that were nearly unbearable. Yet being there felt far more reassuring than when she had descended. After glancing at the unusual herb, Xiao Nai chose a spot farther away from it, wary that the energy fluctuations during her advancement could inadvertently harm the precious plant. Advancement for those endowed with extraordinary abilities is a remarkably straightforward endeavor. As long as one's dark energy reaches the pinnacle of a certain level, the transition can occur. However, during this process of elevation, one must undergo a baptism of dark energy. Should any creature disrupt this process, the awakening would be interrupted, leading to a limited enhancement of physical prowess. There have been instances where some practitioners, in their carelessness, experienced an incomplete baptism during their advancement, resulting in negligible improvements in their physical capabilities, often leaving them enraged to the point of bloodshed. Following such cautionary tales, every practitioner now consciously selects a secure location for their elevation, specifically to prevent any interruptions during this sacred baptism. Those with resources may even seek the protection of formidable allies during their advancement. Xiao Nai, in her mortal existence, was indeed a practitioner and was well aware of these nuances. Thus, she refrained from hastily advancing at the moment of her elevation. The mountaintop offered a safe haven, devoid of other creatures. However, to shield herself from any potential disturbances from soaring eagles, she sought a secluded spot beneath a massive boulder. The dark energy she had expended during her recent skirmish had already been replenished by the chilling aura that flowed into her body, negating the need for recovery. Nevertheless, she engaged in a moment of contemplation to attune her mental state to its optimal condition. Practitioners hold a deep reverence for the soul. Believing in the existence of 3 souls and 7 spirits within a person, the soul resides in the brain, while the spirits inhabit the internal organs. Upon awakening extraordinary abilities, one of the 7 spirits becomes activated, serving as the reservoir for storing dark energy. Each spirit has a maximum range of dark energy radiation extending 100 meters. By unifying with each spirit, the range of dark energy can be augmented by another 100 meters. It is important to note that this belief lacks scientific substantiation and should not be interpreted as a factual representation. The concept of the 3 souls and 7 spirits coincidentally aligns with the circumstances of practitioners, thus elevating it to a status of truth among them. In reality, the limit of dark energy growth for a first-tier practitioner radiates outward 100 meters. Surpassing this threshold results in advancement to a second-tier practitioner, whose limit extends to 300 meters. Exceeding 300 meters leads to the elevation of a third-tier practitioner, whose limit is 700 meters. after which one ascends to the fourth tier. Xiao Nai remains oblivious to the conditions beyond the fourth tier. Her former mentor was merely a third-tier practitioner, and even he lacked clarity on the matter, rendering her even more uninformed. Advancements through the first 3 tiers are devoid of peril, as consistent enhancement of mental strength suffices. However, the ascent to the fourth tier carries significant risks. It is rumored that one must confront an internal trial akin to the heart demon test described in Taoist philosophy. Successfully navigating this trial facilitates the transition to the fourth tier, while failure may lead to madness or even death. The formidable nature of this trial accounts for the scarcity of fourth-tier practitioners. Nevertheless, whispers abound of a unique plant that may aid practitioners in their advancement. Though Xiao Nai remains uncertain of its exact nature, the circumstances surrounding the first 3 tiers correspond neatly with the concept of the 7 spirits. Thus, some practitioners assert that for each spirit unified, the strength of dark energy increases by 100 meters, mirroring the reality of the 7 spirits. Additionally, the notion of the soul within Chinese philosophy posits that the spirits encompass human emotions and desires, while the soul embodies consciousness. The ascension to the fourth tier represents a profound fusion of one's spirit and soul into a cohesive whole. During this transformative journey, an individual's consciousness is subjected to the trials posed by their 7 emotions and 6 desires. Failure to achieve this soulful integration may lead to a catastrophic collapse of the self, resulting in a state of madness, even if one is technically immortal. Thus, the belief in the concept of the 3 souls and 7 spirits among extraordinary beings in Huaxia is not without justification. As the state of being adjusts, Xiao Nai promptly relinquished the suppression of her dark energy, allowing it to flourish rapidly. The icy breaths flowing into her body intertwined seamlessly with her dark energy, creating a sensation akin to an expanding balloon. Suddenly, a silent sound echoed, reminiscent of a balloon bursting. Her dark energy transcended into an entirely different realm, liberating her from the constraints of limitation. Subsequently, she sensed a unique force beginning to surge towards her, enveloping her in a manner akin to being submerged in water. Chapter 50. The baptism of dark energy. The flowing energies continuously cascaded over her body, and with each wave, she felt impurities being expelled, fortifying her physique. Realizing this, Xiao Nai comprehended that she was undergoing a baptism of dark energy. The experience was devoid of pain, akin to the awakening of extraordinary abilities, where one is gently washed by dark energy without awareness. Should anyone have been by Xiao Nai's side, they would have perceived an invisible energy swirling around her. This ethereal essence, intangible yet omnipresent, traversed the heavens and earth, imparting a sense of grandeur and vastness. Time slipped away quietly, as the blazing sun in the pink sky began its descent towards the west, still glaring but evoking a sense of twilight. Upon the cessation of the dark energy's baptism, Xiao Nai awakened, feeling an invigorating surge of power coursing through her, as if she had indulged in an extended slumber. This newfound vitality brought her immense comfort. Yet upon awakening, she was met with an unpleasant odor emanating from her body, a fact that troubled her tidy disposition. Exclaiming in exasperation, she gazed at the dark stains upon her fur, filled with an impulse to cover her nose. Why must her sensitive nose endure such indignities? Alas, there was no water atop the mountain to cleanse herself, compelling her to descend to the base. As she moved, she discovered her speed had nearly doubled. Where she once traversed at approximately 18 meters per second, she now approached a remarkable 30 meters per second. Like a specter, she recalled the jibes of the rotund individual who once mocked her pace. Humph, the next time I encounter that corpulent fool, I shall ensure he eats my dust, provided, of course, that he refrains from employing his extraordinary powers, for who would dare to claim swiftness surpassing his? As its power grew, so too did its confidence, and it began to feel dissatisfaction with the tail that had formed from the consumption of an ordinary wolf dog. Regardless of whether it admitted it, Xiao Nai harbored a hint of perfectionism. Any imperfection would render it uncomfortable. Initially, it feared that it might encounter danger and sever the tail formed from the devouring of a large yellow dog. However, after consuming a giant eagle, it grew an additional tail, rendering the one formed from the ordinary wolf dog superfluous. With a decisive resolve, it severed the tail derived from the ordinary wolf dog. A burst of white light then rose, healing the injury from the severed tail. Gritting its teeth, it did not relax until the pain subsided. Turning to gaze at the severed tail on the ground, Xiao Nai mused to itself that it seemed destined to have a lifelong feud with its own tail. No one else, but it had such a penchant for tail severing. Initially intending to bury the severed tail haphazardly, it reconsidered, and carried the tail to the side of a peculiar flower. There, beside the extraordinary flora, it dug a small hole in the ground with its claws and placed the tail inside, without covering it. Its current thought was that other animals mark their territory by leaving their scent. In a more refined manner, it opted to leave a tail instead, declaring this mountaintop as its domain. Any intruder would become its adversary. Were anyone to learn of Xiao Nai's intentions, they would undoubtedly find it amusing. For a plant whose effects remained unknown, it had sacrificed a tail to claim the barren mountaintop. Aside from Xiao Nai, who had grown peculiar since transforming into a cat, no one else would do such a thing. The enhancement of its physical prowess allowed Xiao Nai to withstand the biting mountain winds without feeling cold. Observing the somewhat dim sun, it was evident that afternoon had arrived. Facing the fierce winds and gazing down at the forest below, Xiao Nai experienced an exhilarating illusion of being the king of the jungle, a surge of ambition swelling within, compelling it to roar and assert its territory. Fortunately, this impulse was suppressed. It preferred to keep this place undiscovered by other creatures, as it belonged solely to it. With closed eyes, it stood quietly at the mountain's edge, reflecting on its current state. Now possessing 5 tails, besides its original serpentine tail, one was formed from consuming a small white mouse, another from devouring the mouse king, one from the large yellow dog, and yet another from the giant eagle. To its astonishment, Xiao Nai realized it had inadvertently grown so powerful. Contemplating this, it found itself less resistant to its transformation into a cat. As an extraordinary being, it understood the significance of strength far better than appearance. Many would go to great lengths to attain power, sacrificing their humanity in the process. Xiao Nai could not help but find amusement in its own predicament. Now, with 3 tails enhancing its strength, it felt the icy breath of the tails formed from the Mouse King, the large yellow dog, and the Eagle King flowing into it, leading it to privately contemplate that this was still insufficient. Upon returning to the side of the Lin Nu Wang, if it were to attain the 3rd tier of power, it would possess the ability to protect her rather than relying on her for protection. With its current capabilities, although its combat prowess is commendable, its endurance in battle remains insufficient due to its feeble dark energy. Dark energy is the source of strength. No matter how abundant or potent one's extraordinary abilities may be, without dark energy, they cannot be wielded. Xiao Nai surveyed the verdant jungle below with its frigid gaze, uncertain of the limits of its tail. However, should there be boundaries to its capabilities, amidst the perils of this treacherous jungle, it yearned to comprehend its own limits. A peculiar light glimmered in its eyes as it employed its distant vision ability to survey its hunting grounds. The owner of the thunderous roar from earlier would become its inaugural target. Yet, upon scanning the area from whence the sound originated, no trace of the beast was visible, leaving Xiao Nai to ponder its whereabouts. The current state of affairs left Xiao Nai astounded, increasingly questioning whether it had chosen an excessively formidable beast to hunt. As the challenge appeared daunting, after a fruitless search, it set out in quest of a water source, eager for a refreshing bath, as its odor was becoming unbearable. Soon, it stumbled upon a small stream nestled halfway up the mountain, which brought it great satisfaction. With familiarity guiding its path, it descended the mountainside with greater alacrity than during its initial expedition. The enhancement in its physical condition, coupled with an intimate knowledge of the terrain, contributed to its speed. At its current pace, traversing through the jungle, some creatures might only sense a fleeting breeze, unable to catch a glimpse of its form. As it passed the site of its earlier haunt, the awe it experienced atop the mountain was rekindled upon closer inspection. The surrounding flora and fauna had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once vibrant greenery had succumbed to a pallid, gray hue. Everything in the vicinity appeared to have been petrified. Could this devastation have been wrought by the rampaging beast earlier that day? Chapter 51. The Stone Forest. These revelations prompted Xiao Nai to reminisce about the events of the morning, vividly recalling the fierce flames and swirling sands. Was all of this truly the work of that beast? What manner of creature could instigate such chaos, and what was the cause behind it? Regrettably, had it remembered its ability to utilize distant vision back then, it might have gleaned the circumstances in this place. Alas, being a newly acquired power, it had momentarily forgotten its existence. The ground was coated with a layer of rock, and stepping upon it conveyed a hard, stony sensation beneath its paws. It seemed as if nature had performed a miraculous feat, petrifying everything around it. It even observed a grasshopper that had failed to escape, now transformed into stone, perched atop a blade of grass. Xiao Nai's expression grew solemn. Could the yellow sand possess the ability to petrify everything? Approaching a pile of stone and grass, it raised its fluffy paw and waved it forward. With a crack, the stones shattered, revealing the vibrant green leaves within. This phenomenon brought a sigh of relief from Xiao Nai. It turned out this was not true petrification, but merely a sealing of everything in stone. Goodness! If that beast truly possessed the power to turn living beings into stone, Xiao Nai would certainly contemplate fleeing this place to evade the terrifying creature. This cat had no desire to become a cold, lifeless statue. However, merely being encased in stone does not instill fear within it. If the earth cannot confine it, why should it fear being sealed by mere rocks? Contemplating this, it becomes evident that with its ability to traverse the earth, it possesses the potential to rival this formidable beast. The surroundings are enveloped in an eerie silence, as if all life has been sealed away by the rocks. The creatures that once inhabited this space must have long fled, for no living being would dare to approach this place. Xiao Nai listened intently, yet after a while, she detected no signs of activity. Meow? Where has that beast vanished to? Never mind. I shall first indulge in a bath. This matter is not pressing. The gentle breeze in this area is scarce, and when she halts, the foul odor emanating from her fur becomes evident to her nose. It truly reeks. Xiao Nai promptly dashed towards the direction of the stream embedded in her memory. After running approximately 100 meters, she finally exited the confines of the stone forest. Continuing her sprint for a considerable distance, she began to spot small creatures appearing in her line of sight. With her speed unleashed, Xiao Nai moved at nearly 30 meters per second, resembling a swift shadow flitting through the trees. Wherever she passed, a commotion ensued. Many animals merely sensed a gust of wind rushing by and looked around in bewilderment. In a low-lying area on the mountainside, a small stream flowed forth from a cavern within the mountain. At this moment, several small creatures, such as squirrels, deer, and doves, were quenching their thirst by the stream. Suddenly, a dark figure darted from the forest and plunged into the water. The animals immediately scattered. Those who could fly ascended into the sky, while the others hastily retreated into the woods. Yet, several creatures paused in their flight, turning curiously to gaze at the stream, seemingly intrigued by the identity of the shadow. Meow? How delightful! The icy water of the stream refreshes Xiao Nai, prompting her to emit a contented meow. The mountainside is not as exposed to the wind as the peak, and with the sun's warmth combined with her vigorous run, she feels overheated. Immersing herself in the water brings her immense relief. As for the disturbance she caused along the way, she pays it no mind. To her, these ordinary creatures, aside from cats, are merely sustenance. However, she is not hungry at present, and thus holds no interest in these potential prey. The stream is somewhat deep for her. A cat with a long tail and a diminutive stature. Yet, being a proficient swimmer, she is undeterred by this minor challenge. Joyfully frolicking in the water, the grime on her body is washed away, polluting the stream in the process. Observing the murky water, Xiao Nai's expression soured. She did not expect to be so dirty. Humph, this filth is not of my doing. It must be the result of those creatures muddying the water when they came to drink. Xiao Nai is quite pleased as she shakes off the water, showing no signs of embarrassment. Squeak, squeak. A sound reminiscent of mice reaches her ears, and with half-closed eyes, Xiao Nai turns to investigate. To her surprise, several small squirrels appear, seemingly unafraid of her presence. A few adorable squirrels by the stream curiously watch her, and upon sensing her benign demeanor, they cautiously approach the water's edge to continue drinking. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Nai found herself at a loss for words. Here, in the presence of a formidable foe, these insignificant creatures dared to quench their thirst. She could not help but admire their audacity. Fortune favored them, for her little belly was not hungry, and she had no desire to hunt. It was, after all, time for a leisurely bath. Meow, meow. The water held fish, and upon spotting them, her appetite was ignited. Among all delicacies, Xiao Nai had an undeniable fondness for fish, while she might tire of other foods. Fish remained an everlasting delight, yet the water was too deep and the fish too slippery. Despite several attempts to dive beneath the surface, she failed to catch any. After a while, she relinquished the thought of personally fishing. Humph. She decided to let them come to her willingly. Xiao Nai swam to the creek's edge and gracefully ascended the bank. After a quick wash, she felt utterly refreshed, having just emerged from the water. Her entire body glistened under the sunlight, her fur a lustrous black radiating an enchanting sheen. With a gentle shake, she flung off the droplets clinging to her coat. As she gazed at the stream ahead, an impish smile crept across her face. Meow, meow. Waves of dark energy emanated from her body, and a soothing, hypnotic sound escaped her lips. Though soft, the sound resonated clearly in the tranquil forest. Indeed, the fish in the stream were entranced by her melody, beginning to exhibit strange behavior, remaining motionless. Meow. Witnessing this, She could not help but smile broadly and beckon them to swim closer. However, the effect of her call led to an unexpected outcome. Not only did the entranced fish approach, but even the insects and creatures concealed in the surrounding foliage gathered around her. She even observed insects on the opposite bank, incapable of swimming, tumble into the water in their eagerness to reach her side. Seeing this spectacle, she withdrew her power. The fish that had swum before her were now of no interest, for the sight of the swarm of insects had extinguished her fleeting appetite. As Xiao Nai retracted her abilities, the animals and insects quickly scattered, their terrified cries echoing through the woods. Seeing this, she could not suppress a grin, her whiskers twitching with delight, and the earlier annoyance dissipated. Alas, there was a certain satisfaction in catching prey with her own paws, as utilizing her powers felt devoid of joy. Raising her paw, she flicked away the droplets from her whiskers. How dull. After her bath, she was at a loss for what to do next. Initially, she contemplated descending the mountain to cool off, and perhaps confront the boisterous beast she had heard earlier in the day, but now she was uncertain of its whereabouts. Just as Xiao Nai was about to find a place to rest before exploring later that evening, a thunderous roar echoed from below the mountain. This was soon followed by several more furious roars, prompting her to sprint towards the sound, halting at the edge of a cliff where she could gaze down at the valley below. Chapter 52. The Two-Headed Pangolin, Part 1. Standing at the edge of the cliff, I gazed downwards and observed a commotion at the foot of the mountain where birds took flight, followed by a burst of sparks and a plume of thick smoke rising into the air. The roar of one of the beasts echoed in my ears, reminiscent of the monstrous cry I had heard earlier that morning. What could the other creature be? It appeared that these two beasts were engaged in a fierce battle, the commotion palpable even from my elevated position. Utilizing the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon me by the giant eagle, I peered down to gain a clearer understanding of the situation below. At the foot of the mountain, a small river meandered, where two formidable beasts were locked in combat, one in the water and the other on the riverbank. The creature on the shore must be the owner of the roar I had heard earlier, and upon getting a good look at it, I was taken aback. This beast was none other than a pangolin, and astonishingly, a two-headed one at that. How peculiar it was for a creature to possess two heads. Yet, considering my own ability to grow multiple tails, I found it easier to accept the notion of a creature having an additional head. Reflecting on this, I realized the world had become increasingly difficult to comprehend since the calamity. Given the current trajectory of development, it seemed likely that more powerful and bizarre beings would emerge. At this moment, all I could do was strive to become stronger, to elevate myself among the ranks of these extraordinary creatures. Fortunately, my unique abilities granted me the opportunity to pursue those apex beings. With a sigh, I retracted my powers and sprinted down the mountain. The two beasts were engaged in a fierce struggle, and I felt compelled to join them, hoping to seize an opportunity as an opportunistic observer. At the base of the mountain, a river spanning nearly 50 meters flowed forth from the depths of the forest. The water was crystal clear, revealing various aquatic creatures beneath its surface. However, the river was anything but tranquil at that moment. Flames roiled above the water, accompanied by clouds of yellow sand swirling in the air. A fearsome two-headed pangolin was incessantly roaring at the river, one head spewing fire while the other belched sand, creating an intimidating spectacle. This pangolin, clad in yellow armor, was colossal, measuring nearly 5 meters in length, a true monster. The aquatic creature beneath the surface was equally formidable, with only its eyes visible above the water. Yet, through the crystal-clear water, I could discern its true nature. It was a nearly 7-meter-long Yangtze alligator, gliding through the river, its massive form occupying nearly half of the river's width, a true behemoth in the water. The alligator remained concealed beneath the surface, unfazed by the flames and sand above. As the fire and sand approached the water, the flames extinguished and the sand was swiftly washed away. After all, this was no mere stream. In this river, the Yangtze alligator held a natural advantage. It occasionally unleashed jets of water, striking the pangolin. Although the pangolin's formidable defenses rendered the attacks ineffective, they nonetheless provoked its fury. With a thunderous roar, the two-headed pangolin issued a challenge, attempting to entice the Yangtze alligator to the shore. However, the alligator, having engaged in countless battles with the two-headed pangolin, was not easily fooled. After all, it had retreated to the water only after realizing it could not prevail on land. Recognizing that it was no match for the Xinshengji on land, the creature chose to disregard the provocations of its old rival. Both the Xinshengji and the Yangtze are formidable magical beasts, endowed with remarkable intelligence that sets them apart from ordinary animals, which lack the capacity for profound thought. After venting its frustrations towards the river, The dual-headed Shinshangya observed that its seasoned opponent remained unfazed and, in a fit of anger, let out a roar before turning away. Along the riverside, the Yangtze, possessing water-based abilities, naturally held the upper hand. Prolonging the stalemate would only result in the dual-headed Shinshangya suffering losses. Concealed within the thicket, Xiao Nai watched the grand, yet ultimately inconclusive clash between the two magical beasts, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Unaware of the context, Xiao Nai could not comprehend that these two magical creatures frequently engaged in such skirmishes, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. Meow? Gentlemen, what is this ruckus? Wasn't it supposed to be a life-and-death struggle, a love-hate relationship? However, upon witnessing the Shinshangya's departure, Xiao Nai stealthily followed suit. As for the Yangtze in the water, it harbored no particular thoughts. Remaining submerged and aware of its own superior dark energy, it knew that with Xiao Nai's current abilities, it was beyond her reach. The dual-headed Shinshangya, with its massive frame, created tremors with each step, causing many creatures to flee in terror at its approach. It seemed to take out its frustrations on the ordinary animals, having absorbed some irritation from the Yangtze. Those caught off guard or too slow to react were instantly petrified by the yellow sand it spewed forth. Meow? Xiao Nai trailed behind, her expression impassive, regarding the dual-headed Shinshangya's actions with disdain. Having lost, one should find a way to reclaim victory. Venting frustrations on the weak is hardly the conduct of a true warrior. If the killings were for sustenance, that would be one matter, but to slay simply for catharsis is utterly inexcusable. Nonetheless, Xiao Nai did not find it worthwhile to engage in the futile rescue of the animals, instead opting to cautiously stealth past the Shinshangya. She meticulously observed the creature for weaknesses, searching for a decisive opportunity to strike. After all, this behemoth was not the diminutive prey she had hunted earlier that morning. It was significantly more powerful, necessitating utmost caution. The Shinshangya's thick scales provided ample protection, leaving only its abdomen vulnerable. Even with her metallic form, Xiao Nai knew she might not be able to pierce the beast's armor. Meow? Should I launch a surprise attack from the abdomen? As Xiao Nai contemplated her approach to the hunt, she failed to notice the two heads of the Shinshangya, revealing a cruel glint. Creatures awakened with supernatural powers possess inherently acute instincts, which only strengthen as their dark energy intensifies. This explains why those with extraordinary abilities rarely fall victim to ambushes. Xiao Nai, however, lacked sufficient combat experience, rendering her at a disadvantage against these beings that thrived in perilous jungles, engaged in battle daily. The moment Xiao Nai displayed hostility towards the dual-headed Shinshangya, it had already sensed her presence, feigning mindless ferocity to lull her into a false sense of security. As Xiao Nai pondered, the colossal head of the double-headed pangolin unexpectedly turned back, unleashing a torrent of yellow sand that surged toward Xiao Nai, who was concealed within the grass. Instantly sensing danger, Xiao Nai was alarmed and instinctively sought to evade, yet the speed of the yellow sand was too swift. Before it could escape, the sand engulfed it, and soon, it adhered to its surface, solidifying into rocky formations. Just before the sandy stone sealed its vision, Xiao Nai caught a glimpse of the treachery reflected in the eyes of the sand-spewing pangolin. By the heavens, this feline has been outmaneuvered by this wretched creature. It must have detected my presence long ago. The pangolin's actions were undoubtedly a ploy to disorient me. How careless of me, Xiao Nai lamented. And then a jolt of apprehension surged within. Without a moment's hesitation, it activated its ability to burrow into the earth. The rocky exterior could not restrain Xiao Nai's prowess in earth manipulation. Boom! As it delved beneath the surface, a tremendous tremor reverberated above. Although the technique of earth manipulation allowed for the automatic separation of soil and stone, akin to swimming through water, it was still affected by the overwhelming force that permeated through the ground, reaching Xiao Nai. It was as if there existed a significant disparity between still water and flowing water. The metallic form stirred, nearly falling prey to the double-headed pangolin's deception, causing a cold sweat to break forth. However, Xiao Nai would not be so easily fooled again. With a fierce glint in its eyes, it declared that the intelligence of each magical beast should not be underestimated. They must not be regarded as mere ordinary beasts. Chapter 53, The Double-Headed Pangolin, continued. Cautiously, Xiao Nai emerged with its head above ground, just a short distance from where it had been petrified. It observed the double-headed pangolin standing in bewilderment at the sight of its recent stony transformation, seemingly searching for something. The area was in disarray, as if swept by an overwhelming force, leaving only scattered debris and broken vegetation. By the heavens, realizing the situation, Xiao Nai understood that this creature was hunting for its remains. First, it had been instantaneously turned to stone, followed by a heavy blow. Had it not escaped swiftly, Xiao Nai, devoid of its metallic form, would have surely met its demise once more. Watching the creature continue its search through the underbrush, a sly smile crept across Xiao Nai's face. You have ensnared me once. Now it is my turn. Assessing the distance, it calculated in its mind before diving back underground. After Xiao Nai submerged, one of the pangolin's heads appeared, scanning the area where Xiao Nai had just revealed itself. Not spotting any trace of Xiao Nai, it turned its head back to resume its search among the foliage. As Xiao Nai traversed beneath the earth, it meticulously calculated its movement. Once it felt it had traveled a sufficient distance, it cautiously began to ascend. Utilizing its extraordinary hearing, it attuned itself to the sounds above, aiming to ascertain the precise location of the double-headed pangolin. After a short while, Xiao Nai smiled knowingly, a glint of icy resolve shimmering in its eyes, and in an instant, it shot upwards toward the surface. The double-headed pangolin, still in pursuit of its perceived adversary, suddenly sensed an impending threat. With a spark of alertness, its eyes glimmered, and each head scanned the surroundings. The jungle lay still and silent, devoid of any presence. It then gazed up at the sky, which was an expanse of azure devoid of clouds or any trace of disturbance. The pangolin remained ever vigilant, although it could not see any foes. It trusted its instincts and scanned the surroundings with a grave demeanor. Little did it anticipate that the adversary would not emerge from the sky or the periphery, but from beneath the earth. Suddenly, a shadow surged from underground, colliding with the pangolin's abdomen before it could react. A furious roar erupted from its dual mouths, the pain in its belly unmistakably revealing the location of its enemy. Raising its formidable claws, it aimed to seize the dark figure below. What a surprise! The pangolin's hide was remarkably resilient, its abdomen seemingly impervious. Although it managed to breach the skin of the pangolin, it did not result in the visceral carnage it had envisioned. The adversary's hide, as tough as iron, thwarted its claws. However, it felt assured that with a bit more strength, it could penetrate the pangolin's belly. Due to the constraints of its burrowing maneuver, it was unable to leverage its full power in that strike. Yet, the pangolin did not grant it the opportunity for a counterattack. As it beheld the colossal claws descending upon it, Xiao Nai's complexion paled. Those claws were larger than its own, and should the pangolin's weight bear down upon it, it would surely be rendered unconscious. No matter how resilient its body, it would struggle to withstand such force. Meow! In a flash, it evaded the impending strike. But this maneuver also left it exposed to the pangolin's gaze. Danger! As soon as Xiao Nai vacated the pangolin's abdomen, it noticed a massive whip-like shadow sweeping towards it. It was the pangolin's tail. Xiao Nai's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, it darted away once more. The ground beneath it trembled as the grass was sent flying. A diminutive black figure launched into the air, colliding with a tree and tumbling down. Although Xiao Nai managed to evade the strike in time, the pangolin's tail swept across such a wide area that it still sustained a hit. Dazed, Xiao Nai shook its head as it emerged from the earth. Had its body not possessed a metallic resilience, it surely would have been crushed to bits by that tail. How infuriating! It yearned for vengeance. Just as it regained its senses and turned to face the monstrous creature, it caught sight of one of the pangolin's heads sneering at it, a torrent of crimson fire erupting from its maw. Without a moment's thought, Xiao Nai activated its earth-burrowing ability and swiftly delved underground. A searing wave of flames erupted fiercely, crashing down upon the spot where Xiao Nai had just vanished. The immense tree behind it bore the brunt of the attack, igniting into a fiery spectacle. The surrounding foliage also fell victim, transforming into a blazing inferno. Xiao Nai, now hidden underground, was blissfully unaware of the chaos above. However, the intense heat radiating from the soil allowed it to imagine the devastation unfolding above. Meow? Its gaze was remarkably composed, aware that engaging directly with itself would be futile against the two-headed pangolin, whose abdominal defenses were exceedingly robust. Not to mention the formidable attributes possessed by its other regions, coupled with the creature's two colossal heads capable of spewing fire and sand. Any adversary daring to confront this monster head-on would merely become a target. The only recourse available now was to execute a surprise attack, targeting the opponent's vulnerable abdomen. If a single strike failed to breach its belly, then a second attempt would surely yield results. Like an assassin, it was resolute in its belief that persistence would eventually overcome this pangolin. As its mastery of earth manipulation grew more adept, so too did its confidence in spatial awareness beneath the surface. After being sent flying moments ago, it had caught a fleeting glimpse of the pangolin's location, which it now recalled vividly. Indeed, upon burrowing to the calculated position, it sensed a tremor above, indicating the pangolin's movement. Cautiously, it ascended. A thunderous wail erupted, deafening in its intensity, prompting a nearby Yangtze alligator to emerge from the river, gazing gravely at the direction of its old rival's departure. What sort of foe had the pangolin encountered to inflict harm upon such a powerful creature? Could it be that a formidable beast from elsewhere had wandered into the fray? In that moment, the two-headed pangolin had neither the time nor the energy to ponder others' thoughts. Having not sustained injuries for some time, it was taken aback to find itself wounded by a mere kitten, nearly disemboweled by the black cat. Enraged by this turn of events, the pangolin's fury surged. Once again, while attempting to locate the elusive Xiao Nai, it was struck by a surprise attack that fueled its hatred towards Xiao Nai. Yet, after successfully executing the ambush, Xiao Nai vanished underground, eluding the pangolin's grasp. Driven to desperation, the pangolin curled its body into a ball, shielding its vulnerable abdomen. Previously, it had never regarded its belly as a weakness, as many of its adversaries' assaults had failed to penetrate that area. Now, confronted by the treacherous black cat, it recognized the fragility of its abdomen and the necessity for protection. Indeed, in the eyes of the two-headed pangolin, this subterranean feline was exceedingly treacherous. Avoiding a direct confrontation and resorting to stealthy assaults, it hardly exemplified the valor of a true hero. Digging and burrowing had always been the pangolin's forte. Yet now faced with a cat more adept at such maneuvers, it felt a profound sense of frustration, questioning its own identity. Cats were meant to be the burrowers, not pangolins. Chapter 54. A tranquil world. As Xiao Nai emerged from the earth, poised to launch another strike against the pangolin, it chanced upon a scene both amusing and exasperating. The pangolin, curled into a ball, resembled a circular fortress, leaving one at a loss as to where to initiate an attack. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the pangolin's scales shimmered with a metallic sheen, resembling a frigid machine, motionless except for its two enormous heads that periodically swiveled to survey the surroundings. Meow? Is it truly necessary to be so unscrupulous? Upon witnessing this scene, the enraged Xiao Nai dashed forward, extending her sharp claws to strike at the formidable mound of flesh before her. A resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of metal colliding, as she felt the impact reverberate through her claws, causing a dull ache. Such hardness drove her nearly to madness. Was it truly necessary to torment a cat so? In her fury, Xiao Nai failed to consider that her own ambush from the earth was hardly fair play against the pangolin. How could she be permitted to attack while denying her opponent the chance to defend? With a resounding crash, her strike was detected by the pangolin, which gracefully curled its body, instantly locking eyes with Xiao Nai. The massive head of the pangolin, capable of spraying sand, unleashed a torrent of granules towards her. The sand surged forth under the pangolin's control, crashing towards Xiao Nai like a flood. Faced with this onslaught, her visage turned pale as she instinctively burrowed underground. Subsequently, Xiao Nai attempted several ambushes, only to find herself utterly ineffective against the pangolin. The creature remained obstinately still, but upon spotting her, it would unleash either a flurry of yellow sand or a burst of flames, compelling her to seek refuge each time, for she was incapable of withstanding its fiery assault, an inferno fierce enough to melt iron. She was not insane enough to confront it directly. Alas, it seems that excessively intelligent animals are truly the most vexatious. Mew. Observing the curled pangolin from a distance, Xiao Nai thought, though I may be powerless against you, I shall not allow you a moment of ease. Yet, her energy reserves were dwindling, and she began to contemplate retreat. However, with a wicked intent, she extended the timing of her ambushes, openly signaling to the pangolin that she lurked nearby. Should it dare to rise, she would strike. After a few attempts, as the pangolin began to stretch and prepare to depart, Xiao Nai seized the opportunity to attack, forcing the pangolin to remain huddled in place, its two heads warily scanning the ground, as if anticipating the return of that infernal black cat. Seeing the double-headed pangolin too intimidated to rise brought a wave of delight to Xiao Nai's previously troubled heart, prompting her to discreetly withdraw. Oh dear! As the battle with the pangolin stretched into the twilight, not only had her energy been severely depleted, but her stomach also began to protest. Had it not been for these circumstances, she would not have so easily relinquished her pursuit of the pangolin. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the surrounding jungle grew dim, casting everything into shadow, while the chorus of insects heralded the onset of night. The bright moon emerged over the eastern hills, suspended in the sky like a round plate. Gazing at the moonlight, Xiao Nai realized it was the 15th day of the month once again. However, the human calendar seemed of little utility to her feline existence. After a fleeting glance, she continued her ascent towards the mountain's peak. Yet, as night fell, Many large prey had returned home, and throughout her journey, she encountered few animals. Fortunately, while traversing a thicket, she stumbled upon a sizable mountain rat. With her eyes gleaming like emeralds, Xiao Nai swiftly captured it. At her current speed, it was a fanciful notion for an ordinary rat to escape her grasp. Alas, the rat was too diminutive to satisfy her hunger. After capturing a mouse, it seemed as though a spell had been broken, as it soon encountered a plethora of prey. Upon using its serpentine tail to seize a collared dove that had attempted to take flight from the underbrush, it ceased its hunting endeavors. Returning to the mountaintop, a desolate place beset by fierce winds, Xiao Nai felt an unexpected sense of tranquility. A home is of paramount importance to every individual, and this harsh environment, without a doubt, served as Xiao Nai's temporary abode. Setting down the mountain mouse and the collared dove clutched in its tail, Xiao Nai dashed towards the patch of exotic herbs, finding the peculiar plant unharmed and steadfast in its place, which brought a wave of comfort. With half-closed eyes, it took a satisfying breath of the fragrant herbs before turning to retrieve its evening meal. Yet, as it beheld the sun dipping below the horizon, an inexplicable feeling of loneliness washed over its heart. Memories of Lin Fengyao, the rotund companion, and the members of the Shuiying team flooded back, casting a shadow of melancholy over it. This was a jungle, surrounded by towering mountains, and in its disorientation, Xiao Nai felt utterly lost, uncertain of how to reach Miling. Could it truly reside here indefinitely? Shaking its head, Xiao Nai, who had been nurtured in the realm of humans, found the lifestyle of the jungle utterly foreign. Moreover, it could not dismiss the ties that bound it to the human world. Aside from its own demise, the lingering absence of its father weighed heavily upon its heart. After finishing its dinner in silence, Xiao Nai discarded the remnants over the cliff's edge, not wishing to attract any creatures to its temporary sanctuary. Once this task was complete, it nestled beside the exotic herb, inhaling its aroma contentedly. After a satisfied meow, it groomed its whiskers, which were dusted with debris. Following a yawn, it closed its eyes peacefully. Despite the strong night winds, they posed no threat to Xiao Nai, now elevated to a second-tier magical beast. As long as it ignored the mountain winds, it could find solace in sleep anywhere upon the summit. The night was tranquil, save for the occasional roar of wild beasts from the valley below, which did little to disturb Xiao Nai. The enchanting moon cast a silvery veil across the sky, as if draping a blanket over Xiao Nai's petite form, allowing it to drift into a serene slumber. When darkness receded and light suffused the sky, it heralded the dawn of a new day. The newly risen sun had barely revealed itself when the eagle, sovereign of the skies, began its patrol over the territory. Surveying the jungle below, a cry from the eagle pierced the tranquility, rousing the deeply slumbering Xiao Nai. For reasons unknown, sleeping beside the exotic herb yielded particularly restful sleep, devoid of dreams, and it had slept soundly. Thus, awakened by the eagle's call, Xiao Nai found itself in a foul mood. To put it kindly, it had a case of morning grouchiness. Less charitably, it was irked by the disruption of its rest. Meow? With irritation, Xiao Nai glared at the shadow overhead, finding the eagle particularly detestable for bringing it to this desolate place. Suddenly, it sprang to its feet and let out a roar directed at the eagle. Had it possessed the ability to fly, Xiao Nai might have charged up to deliver a thrashing to that wretched bird. Unexpectedly, the cry of Xiao Nai attracted the attention of an eagle, which promptly swooped down from the sky. How dare it consider me a mere prey? Xiao Nai cast a cold glance at the eagle that was diving towards it. It seemed that breakfast was secured, as it stood there silently, too lethargic to employ its powers. After all, it was merely a common eagle. There was no need for extraordinary abilities to deal with such a creature. Just as the eagle was about to strike, Xiao Nai swiftly evaded, leaping forward to pounce on the unsteady bird. A shrill cry echoed, ultimately fading into a pitiful whimper. Such a turn of events, intended to hunt, yet becoming the hunted, the eagle must have neglected to consult the calendar before venturing out. Chapter 55. Humanity in the following 2 days. Xiao Nai finally discerned the surrounding environment. The mountain it inhabited was the territory of the Shuangtou Chuanshan Jiao, and the river at the foot of the mountain belonged to the Yangtze. Within the mountain's caverns resided a great python. One day, while bathing in a creek along the mountainside, curiosity led Xiao Nai to trace the source of the water. Upon entering a cavern in pursuit of the spring, it encountered a 16-meter-long rock python. The ensuing skirmish yielded neither victory nor defeat, leaving Xiao Nai quite vexed. The great serpent was aptly named the rock python due to its powers resembling those of a colossal iron pillar. When utilizing its abilities, it took on the properties of stone, and unless its rocky skin was breached, any damage would swiftly mend itself. With its strength, Xiao Nai found it impossible to pierce that hard and thick exterior. Thus, both were left in a stalemate, and Xiao Nai departed in frustration. Consequently, the visible power dynamics of the mountain were delineated as follows. The summit belonged to Xiao Nai. The interior was the domain of the rock python. The lower slopes were inhabited by the Shuangtou Chuanshan Jiao, and the river at the base was ruled by the Yangtze. As for any hidden magical beasts lurking in the shadows of the mountain, Xiao Nai remained unaware due to a lack of encounters. Each day, upon awakening, the first order of business was to ensure the safety of the magical herbs, followed by seeking trouble with the Shuangtou Chuanshan Jiao, hoping for an opportunity to devour it. Particularly after the Shuangtou Chuanshan Jiao had singed Xiao Nai's whiskers, the animosity intensified. Whiskers are of great importance to felines, and had it not been for the healing light ability that could restore even fur, the prospect of regrowth would have been uncertain. As for the Yangtze, concealed beneath the water, opportunities for confrontation were scarce. The rock python, shrouded in the darkness of the cavern, was equally elusive. Thus, Xiao Nai could only seek out the Shuangtou Chuanshan Jiao, which was the most accessible target. Engaging with this creature frequently had not fostered camaraderie as in tales, but rather a deep-seated enmity. Regardless of who it was, given the chance, each would unhesitatingly seek the other's demise. Xiao Nai once contemplated luring a formidable magical beast to contend with the Shuangtou Chuanshan Jiao, positioning itself as the opportunistic bystander. However, this creature was the undisputed ruler of the land, making it clear that finding a beast capable of facing the Shuangtou Chuanshan Jiao head-on was an arduous task. It seemed that the presence of the Shuangtou Chuanshan Jiao was so daunting that no other magical beasts dared to roam the vicinity of the mountain. Even if there were creatures, they would either be like the rock snake, hiding beneath the earth, or like the Yangtze alligator, lurking in the waters. The surface offered no sight of any beast, not even one that could soar through the skies. Venturing too far was fraught with the fear of losing one's way, and thus it refrained from doing so. After all, failing to find the path back would be a grave misfortune. However, it did encounter a magical beast nearby, a purple marten, exceptionally swift in its movements. With its keen eyesight, it only discerned the marten's form when it paused to regard it, and thereafter, it could not even catch a glimpse of how it departed. The terror of the forest is evident here. Had the marten harbored ill intent, its displayed speed would have rendered any chance of defense utterly futile, leaving it to merely adopt a passive stance. Over the past 2 days, it had gained little in terms of tangible rewards. The only notable gain was a significant enhancement in its dark energy. This was attributable not only to the chilling aura provided by its feline tail, but also to the relentless battles it had engaged in during this time. Combat invigorates the spirit, augmenting mental fortitude, and the more perilous the encounter, the greater the increase. After all, how else do these magical beasts grow stronger if not through daily skirmishes? Thus, within the forest, the most combative creatures tend to be the most formidable. However, the chilling aura emanating from the tail of the Mouse King seemed to have been exhausted, ceasing to offer its refreshing essence. It appeared that, as suspected, there was a limit to this provision of chill. In truth, it had come to understand over the past 2 days what this chill represented. It was the refined spiritual energy derived from creatures it had devoured, energy that could be directly absorbed. Conversely, the heat must be a form of vital energy capable of enhancing physical attributes. Nevertheless, in comparison to spiritual energy, this vital energy was far scarcer. Even the colossal eagle had only provided such energy for a day and a half before halting its supply. It seemed that, whether spiritual energy or vital energy, only a minuscule portion could be extracted for direct absorption. Otherwise, the spiritual energy from the Mouse King alone could have sufficed to elevate its dark energy to the late second stage. As was customary, after indulging in a leisurely nap atop the mountain at noon, it approached the cliff's edge and activated its long-range vision ability to gaze downward. This was the reason it could swiftly locate the pangolin each time. Possessing the long-range vision ability at this mountain summit meant that nothing within the entire mountain could escape its watchful gaze. Suddenly, while its attention inadvertently drifted toward the distance, it stumbled upon something astonishing. It could not help but focus intently on the sight, fearing it had misjudged. Indeed, a group of humans was hastening toward the great mountain below its feet, 2 women and 9 men, accompanied by a magical companion. They appeared to be professional hunters, and the mere fact that they were tending to a magical wild boar larger than a 2-headed pangolin marked them as anything but ordinary hunters. In an unexpected moment, it noticed a man seemingly sensing its gaze, turning to look in its direction. This startled it. The man's intuition was remarkably sharp. Shortly thereafter, It observed him conversing with the two women seated atop the wild boar. At that moment, a bird with a white crown perched upon the giant boar's head suddenly took flight, soaring toward it. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Nai initially intended to retreat. Yet a fleeting thought compelled her to remain at the cliff's edge, allowing the white-headed bird to approach. Sensing the potential danger posed by Xiao Nai, the bird refrained from drawing nearer, merely casting a distant glance before soaring back. This avian creature, a white-headed owl, was significantly larger than the ordinary variety, likely a magical beast. Alongside a pig and this bird, the group also included a leopard, slightly larger than an ordinary tiger, and a fiery red squirrel, both of which bore the hallmarks of mystical creatures. Observing this, Xiao Nai realized that this hunting party possessed an impressive array of 4 mystical companions. How remarkable! Who were these individuals? The mere presence of these 4 magical beasts suggested they were no ordinary group, especially when combined with the 2 women and 9 men, indicating their formidable ability to traverse the depths of this jungle. Upon seeing these individuals, Xiao Nai felt a stirring within her heart, as though she understood that the moment to depart had perhaps arrived. Regrettably, the rare herb's final 2 blossoms remained dormant. Logically, considering the benefits the herb offered, she should have consumed the flowers by now. Yet, for reasons unknown, a distinct voice resounded within her, urging that all 7 flowers must bloom, otherwise, the potential of this herb would be squandered. The herb, residing safely atop the mountain, was shielded from any encroaching creatures. The faint, special fragrance emitted by the blooming flowers was imperceptible unless one approached the herb itself, thus alleviating her concerns. Fixating her gaze on the 2-headed pangolin by the riverside at the mountain's base, a chill flickered in Xiao Nai's eyes. Perhaps the time had come to deal with this pangolin. The group of hunters would inevitably encounter both the pangolin and the Yangtze alligator along their path, leading to an unavoidable clash. Glancing at the dimly lit sky, she couldn't help but sigh. A storm was brewing. It was time to set forth. Missing this impending battle would be unfortunate. With this thought, Xiao Nai transformed into a shadow, darting down the mountain. Chapter 56. The expedition team in the perilous depths of the jungle, an extraordinary party traversed the underbrush. As they passed, the local fauna sensed the tremors of their approach and fled in panic. It was no surprise. Anyone would react similarly upon encountering a colossal wild boar. This party comprised 4 magical beasts and 11 humans. Aside from the 2 women perched atop the boar, the remaining members were hunters armed with rifles and knives. A white-headed owl, slightly larger than a pigeon, descended from the sky and landed on the boar's back. The bird chirped animatedly at a girl with a red squirrel nestled on her shoulder, seemingly conversing in a manner the girl could understand. Clad in a brown leather outfit with a black cloak draping over her, the girl possessed striking beauty, rivaling that of Lin Fengyao. However, their styles diverged. Lin Fengyao's allure was a cold, enchanting beauty that could instill fear, while this girl's charm exuded a sweetness that melted hearts. Her mere presence radiating warmth even without a smile. Sister Tian, what has Xiao Bai discovered? The girl cradled a charming little girl, approximately 11 years of age, who gazed curiously with her large eyes at the girl communicating with the Bai Tu Wong bird. Xiao Bai mentioned that it had spotted a black cat with numerous tails in the mountains ahead. The sweet girl, who appeared to be around 20 years old, was named Song Si Tian, and her family and friends affectionately called her Tian. Seemingly recalling something, she expressed concern to the little girl in her arms, saying, "Xiao Shi, you must not stray from my side. This place is unlike the previous ones. Those were merely the outskirts of the forest, where hunters often roam. So there was little danger. However, we are now deeper within the forest, where few hunters dare to venture, and all manner of magical beasts may appear." The girl reassured her, "With Sister Tian by your side, there is no cause for alarm. Moreover, with Brother Song Chung and the others here, no magical beast can pose a threat." Xiao Shi, the girl addressed, dismissed her concerns, recalling encounters with magical beasts that had fled without a fight. "With our group, any magical beast that approaches would be easy prey." Her words elicited a chuckle from the leading man nearby, who, despite his confidence in protecting the 2 young ladies, remained vigilant. "If you think that way, I may not take you along next time," Song Si Tian replied with a smile. "I can neither scold nor hit you. This little troublemaker gives me a headache." All right. I will obediently heed your words." Xiao Shi responded with a hint of exasperation, realizing her cousin was a sly one. "Whoever marries her will have a tough time," she mused, causing her to chuckle. The others nearby were left speechless, unable to comprehend the thoughts of children nowadays. Recognizing a generational gap in perspectives, as they drew nearer to the mountains, several magical beasts began to stir restlessly. This agitation prompted the rest of the team to take up their weapons in preparation. They understood that animals possess an acute sense of danger far superior to that of humans, and such behavior from their magical companions indicated the presence of formidable creatures nearby. However, the team's primary objective was not to hunt magical beasts, but to seek out mutated plants that had awakened special medicinal properties. Essentially, they were an exploration team venturing into this sparsely populated area to locate and cultivate these rare mutated plants. Previously, they had encountered magical beasts that had been frightened away by their few companions, particularly the massive wild boars, which typically fled at the mere sight of them. Etienne, are you certain it is on this mountain? The girl, adept in beast mastery, inquired with caution, having gleaned something from her magical companion as she gazed at the towering peak before them. Indeed, Mississippi, I detected a unique fragrance wafting from this mountain, one I have encountered before, resembling the famed Qi Xing Chao. Etienne's gaze toward his mistress revealed a hint of admiration. However, he was acutely aware of the impossibility of their situation, and thus he meticulously concealed his feelings, ensuring that no one else would discover them. To quietly linger by her side, to gaze upon her and safeguard her, was fulfillment enough for him. His extraordinary ability was superhuman olfaction. By harnessing this power, he could distinguish all scents within the realm of his influence, even if those aromas were faint from a considerable distance. It was indeed a farcical notion to search the vast mountains for these mutated plants and herbs without someone possessing such abilities. Etienne, if indeed it is Kixinko, your contribution will be monumental. The leader, known as Song Chong, could not contain his excitement as he spoke. Kixinko is a rare plant that can aid an ability user in ascending to the 4th tier. It is a unique medicinal herb that has evolved from an ordinary weed following a calamity, thriving in desolate and inhospitable environments. Its discovery would undoubtedly incite chaos and bloodshed. Enough, Song Chong. Etienne has not confirmed it yet, has he? If we are mistaken, we would have celebrated in vain, retorted Song Sitian, her voice laced with anger. For if it truly were Kixinko, the danger would not stem from the beasts of the jungle, but from within their own ranks. These individuals were professional hunters, a team contracted by Song Group for exploration and collection. Should it be Kixinko, it would be sufficient to incite these seasoned hunters to turn against them, silencing any dissent. Although the Song Group wielded considerable power, once one ascended to become a 4th-tier ability user, who would still fear a civilian corporate entity. A 4th-tier powerhouse is undeniably an extraordinary presence at this stage. Thus, when the young man named Etienne suggested the possibility of it being Kixinko, the expressions of the professional hunters shifted. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence that we should encounter it. Song Chong, not being a fool, finally snapped back to reality upon hearing his companion's admonition, feigning ignorance as he raked his fingers through his hair. Yet, even he did not believe his own words. For they had journeyed in search of these unique plants without a single misstep thus far. This time would be no exception, which is why Song Chong found himself so flustered. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing the mention of Kixinko, a shift had already occurred within him. They had previously sought numerous valuable special plants, and their loyalty had been unwavering, primarily due to the insufficient incentive. However, the prospect of Kixinko, which could facilitate the ascension of a 3rd-tier ability user to the 4th tier, was enough to drive many into madness and forsake their kin. In an instant, the atmosphere within the team grew peculiar, leaving Song Sitian with a tumultuous heart. On one hand, she hoped that they had indeed encountered Kixinko, for it could herald the emergence of a 4th-tier powerhouse from the Song family. On the other hand, she feared that if it were true, she might not be able to ensure her own safety or that of her cousin on this perilous journey. The young man named Etienne was also aware that his words had been thoughtless. He had merely intended to impress the beautiful woman before him, not anticipating such dire consequences. Thus, he found himself increasingly wary of his companions. A group of individuals traversed silently along the river, drawing closer to the mountains. In this somewhat oppressive atmosphere, only the 11-year-old girl remained oblivious to the change around her, playfully amusing herself with the little squirrel perched on her cousin's shoulder. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the lead figure, a golden leopard, suddenly emitted a fierce roar directed at the dense woods ahead. The white-headed bird, resting atop the massive wild boar's head, immediately took flight, eager to investigate the source of the disturbance. "Shall I come back?" cried a woman named Song Si-Tian in a moment of panic upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Danger was imminent. All eyes turned solemnly towards the front as they readied their hunting rifles, while those with offensive abilities began to concentrate their powers. A suffocating aura emanated from the forest, and a low growl warned them that the approaching entity bore ill intent. Chapter 57. A sea of yellow sand. As the white-headed bird ventured forth, a flame erupted from the thicket. The creature had no time to react before it was engulfed in flames, plummeting to the ground as a blazing fireball. Everything around was soon consumed by the inferno, and the once beautiful forest was instantaneously engulfed in a catastrophic blaze. Xiao Bai, Song Si Tian's complexion shifted dramatically at this sight. She had formed an emotional bond with all her pets, and witnessing such a tragic event deeply pained her. Although the bird possessed limited abilities, primarily serving to scout from the sky, this did not lessen the anguish she felt. This scene caused alarm among all present, prompting them to establish defensive measures and prepare for battle. Sister Xiao Bai, Xiao Shi, trembling with fear, turned pale as she clung to her cousin. This was her first encounter with such a terrifying spectacle, having been well protected by her family until now. Xiao Shi, do not be afraid. Everything will be all right. The sound of her cousin's sobs helped Song Si Tian regain her composure as she lifted Xiao Shi down from the back of the wild boar. It no longer felt safe atop the mount in the face of the unseen beasts. A furious roar erupted from the woods, and suddenly a colossal magical beast burst forth from the burning underbrush. Its monstrous appearance, ferocious aura, and violent demeanor caused everyone's faces to pale. Particularly alarming was the revelation that this creature was a two-headed pangolin, a sight that struck fear into the hearts of the seasoned hunters. All professional hunters shared a consensus. Magical beasts exhibiting unusual transformations were invariably formidable. Such transformations did not merely involve size increase, but rather the emergence of additional features not seen in their kin. This particular beast, with an extra head, was undoubtedly far more dangerous than its counterparts. As the two-headed pangolin emerged, the group immediately opened fire, unleashing their abilities upon the beast. Among them, the little red squirrel, witnessing the demise of its companion, frantically launched fireballs towards the pangolin. The leopard also unleashed razor-sharp wind blades from its mouth, while other hunters displayed their unique powers. The air was punctuated by the sounds of gunfire and explosions, as the pangolin was swiftly overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks. No one dared to provoke the beast first, for the consequences would be dire. Had it perished? The dust rising from the spot where the pangolin stood obscured their vision, leaving them momentarily in doubt. After a brief pause in the assault, all eyes were solemnly fixed on that location, awaiting the settling of the dust. As the haze gradually dissipated, a colossal figure lay motionless on the ground, as if struck dead by their onslaught, prompting a collective sigh of relief. It must be dead. A seasoned hunter cautiously approached, intent on assessing the situation. After all, if it survived such a barrage, the beast's defenses would indeed be formidable. The hunter, from a distance, observed the charred scales adorning the pangolin's body and spoke cautiously. Despite his words, he remained vigilant, activating his unique ability to transform into a spiky hedgehog-like figure. His fearsome exterior would elicit a prickling sensation even among his comrades. This half-beast metamorphosed individual not only boasted enhanced defense, but also sported an array of spikes, deterring many magical beasts from daring to bite him. As the hedgehog man approached the seemingly lifeless pangolin, the creature suddenly sprang to life. Without allowing the hunter a moment to react, a massive head unleashed a torrent of yellow sand, instantly petrifying the hunter into a stone statue. This is bad. The others, witnessing this turn of events, realized too late that the pangolin had feigned death. They were met with a deluge of yellow sand, surging towards them like a ferocious beast. Their faces paled, particularly upon seeing the hedgehog man turn to stone, nearly sending them into a state of panic. This petrifying ability was the very reason the two-headed pangolin dominated this forest. Any creature that encountered the yellow sand capable of turning beings into stone could only seek refuge, too fearful to confront it directly. In terror, the group fled backward, with those near the river leaping directly into the water. Those unable to escape were left with no choice but to employ their abilities to shield themselves from the approaching yellow sand. A man named Song Cheng, utilizing his telekinetic powers, conjured a wall of psychic energy to protect those behind him. "Sis, are we going to die?" Little she, her face paling in fright at witnessing such a terrifying scene for the first time, exclaimed fearfully. "No, I will protect you and bring you home," assured Song Si Tian. The leader of the group, her demeanor remarkably composed. While comforting her cousin, she approached her magical companion and, with a wave of her hand, conjured a massive water barrier overhead, shielding them from the yellow sand. The white crystal-adorned bone ring in Song Si Tian's hand emanated a powerful surge of energy, indicating that this water barrier was a manifestation of the ring's ability. After all, it was rare for an individual to possess abilities of multiple attributes. but precious rune equipment granted them the chance to wield other powers. Among those who jumped into the river and those who shielded themselves with their abilities, only one unfortunate soul, caught too far forward, was unable to retreat in time and became a statue of stone. As they observed the yellow sand obstructing their view, a moment of relief washed over them. Suddenly, an enormous tail emerged from the dissipating dust, sweeping towards them with tremendous force. The impact of the colossal tail crashing against Song Cheng's psychic shield resounded like thunder. Although Song Cheng managed to defend against the blow, he was sent hurtling backwards, sustaining considerable injuries. The sheer magnitude of that force was insurmountable for him. The psychic shield, while capable of transforming into various forms for both defense and offense, possessed its limits. Evidently, this strike from the pangolin exceeded the threshold of what his psychic energy could withstand. Not only did the tail shatter Song Cheng's shield, but it also obliterated Song Si Tian's water shield, which resembled a shimmering curtain of water. Fortunately, her magical companion, a massive wild boar, intervened just in time to block the tail's advance. The two colossal creatures commenced a fierce confrontation. The two-headed pangolin, despite its formidable armor, was visibly injured. It was indeed challenging to endure such relentless assaults. Perhaps it was the first time it had been so severely battered, which ignited a frenzy within it. Witnessing its prized ability, the yellow sand, thwarted, it decided to personally engage in the fray. With a snarl, the pangolin's tail had successfully breached the defenses of those detestable humans, revealing a fierce, bloodthirsty glint in its eyes as it charged forward. However, it was met by the imposing figure of the gigantic wild boar, which obstructed its path. With a roar, the enraged two-headed pangolin expressed its disdain, deeming the boar insignificant. One of its heads opened wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, intent on roasting the boar alive, while the other head spewed forth a stream of yellow sand, directing it towards the retreating humans. It harbored no intentions of sparing any of those who dared to invade its territory and inflict harm upon it. Panic ensued among the onlookers as two hunters leapt into the water, their faces contorted in horror, followed by a chilling scream. Those on the shore turned their astonished gazes towards the river, only to witness one unfortunate soul being dragged beneath the surface by a massive shadow, the crimson blood instantly staining the water's surface. The presence of magical beasts in the river sent shockwaves of fear through the crowd. Their faces paled, especially upon witnessing another hunter attempting to surface, only to be swept away by a torrent of water, plunging into the depths. Chapter 58. The fisherman gains. The commotion emanating from the mountainside left Xiao Nai astounded as she raced down the slope. Particularly, the roar of the two-headed pangolin filled her with astonishment. It seemed that the group of hunters was indeed formidable, just as she had suspected. It is worth noting that in the face of the two-headed pangolin, she had only dared to hide underground and launch surprise attacks. The pangolin was momentarily hindered by her underground concealment, allowing her to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, she would have had no chance against such a creature and would have struggled merely to escape. The pangolin's ability to spew fire and sand was undeniably powerful, and Xiao Nai was captivated by it. Now, she found herself concerned that the hunters might be too formidable and ultimately slay the two-headed pangolin. The thought of such a loss would be unbearable. This pangolin was a late-stage Tier 3 magical beast, and should it be consumed, the boost to her dark energy would be incalculable, potentially propelling her into the 3rd tier. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Nai's speed, akin to a swift gale, quickened even further. A mournful, beastly roar echoed from the mountains below, startling Xiao Nai. Had the pangolin perished? Yet, the sound did not quite resemble that of a pangolin. It seemed more akin to the grunting of a pig. Recalling the enormous wild boar among the group of hunters, Xiao Nai began to understand. Although eager to reach the battlefield at the mountain's foot, it realized that haste would be futile. The creatures of the mountain appeared to be intimidated by the clash at the base, many taking refuge, and along the way, Xiao Nai encountered scarcely a few. As Xiao Nai approached the foot of the mountain, it suddenly heard the pangolin's anguished cries, followed by glimpses of the forest by the riverbank, shrouded in yellow dust, with sparks erupting incessantly. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Nai felt a wave of relief. As long as the pangolin still drew breath, there was hope. At that moment, it heard human voices shouting, as if the pangolin sought to flee. The trees in the jungle trembled, and when Xiao Nai turned to look, it seemed a colossal figure was charging toward it from the riverbank. A flicker of joy surged within Xiao Nai, prompting it to halt and await the pangolin's arrival. The ground began to quake, the sounds of distant trees resonated clearly, and the tremendous footsteps of the pangolin echoed, unmistakable to its keen ears. When the pitiful silhouette of the two-headed pangolin came into view, Xiao Nai gasped in shock. Had the two heads not remained intact, it might have struggled to recognize it. The once vibrant yellow scales had dulled, with numerous patches of armor shed. The creature bore countless gashes and bullet wounds, blood streaming from its mouth. Particularly distressing was its tail, nearly severed, blood flowing freely from the grievous injury. Upon seeing Xiao Nai, the pangolin emitted a roar devoid of any menace. However, upon realizing it could not intimidate Xiao Nai, it collapsed to the ground in despair. The pangolin understood that its current state rendered it no match for Xiao Nai. Its dark energy, depleted from the recent exertion, barely sustained its escape, and with its spirit finally relaxed, it succumbed. By the heavens, Xiao Nai thought, recognizing that even had it not appeared, the pangolin would not have fled far. A glimmer of caution flickered in Xiao Nai's eyes. These hunters were not to be underestimated. One misstep could lead to grave consequences. After all, these hunters relied on their skills to survive, and they would not confront magical beasts without adequate means. It seemed that Xiao Nai had become a fortunate opportunist in this scenario. A sigh escaped its lips, although it had not witnessed the battle firsthand. It understood that those hunters must have paid a heavy toll to bring the forest's sovereign to the brink of death. The sound of approaching human footsteps heightened Xiao Nai's tension. Knowing that time was of the essence, it immediately unleashed its serpentine tail ability, swallowing the unconscious two-headed pangolin whole. After retracting its tail, it cast a cold glance in the direction from whence the footsteps had emerged, swiftly transforming into a fleeting shadow and vanishing into the expanse of the grasslands. Hardly had it disappeared when several hunters appeared at the sight of the fallen pangolin. Observing the bloodstains on the ground, the hunters exchanged uncertain glances, suspecting that something more formidable than the two-headed pangolin lurked nearby. The evidence at the scene suggested that the enormous creature had seemingly been devoured by a monstrous entity. Yet, aside from the traces left behind, no further signs of this beast were found. After all, a creature capable of swallowing the pangolin whole must be colossal, a realization that left them in utter astonishment. Unbeknownst to Xiao Nai, who had already reaped the benefits, the hunters regarded it as a colossal beast. After consuming the two-headed pangolin, it concealed itself, oblivious to the hunter's capabilities. The absence of ranged attack methods was a notable weakness for Xiao Nai, so it awaited the transformation of the pangolin into a new tail before pursuing the hunters. At the riverbank at the foot of the mountain, a water elemental adept extinguished the raging forest fire with their powers. If the forest were to truly catch fire and destroy their sought-after treasures, the lives lost would be in vain, a fate that the hunters would never allow. Moreover, they feared that a great blaze would awaken the exceedingly fearsome beasts residing within the forest. If fire could indeed annihilate all the monsters, humanity would have long since set the world ablaze. However, such a notion was utterly unfounded. Ordinary flames could not vanquish those beasts. Furthermore, they were cunning creatures. If their homes were set alight, they would inevitably band together and exact bloody revenge on the surrounding humans. After several instances of such occurrences, nations had enacted strict prohibitions against arson in the mountains, with penalties for such acts being far more severe than the disasters themselves, often resulting in capital punishment due to the dire consequences of forest fires. As for claims of ignorance regarding the identity of the arsonists, such assertions were laughable. With a myriad of individuals possessing special abilities, the government could easily trace the source if they truly sought to investigate. After driving off the two-headed pangolin, Song Si-Tian and her companions were engulfed in a profound silence. In their struggle against the creature, 5 of their number had perished, including a certain Tian, an adept with a keen sense of smell. His death came as a shock to those around him. Little did they know that he was a devoted soul. In the moment of peril when Song Si-Tian's life was in jeopardy, he had bravely stepped forth to shield her from the pangolin's assault. Had he not intervened, it would have been Song Si-Tian, with a face full of sorrow, who would have met her demise. Tian. Song Si-Tian cradled Tian's lifeless body, her expression heavy with grief. She was fully aware of his affections for her. However, as scions of prestigious families, they were powerless to dictate their own destinies when it came to matters of marriage, which had led her to remain unresponsive to his advances. It was unimaginable that this man would sacrifice so much for her, ultimately giving his life. This realization filled her with regret, remorse for her past indifference towards him. Regrettably, it is now too late. He has not even left her the opportunity for recompense. It is often the case that individuals only come to realize their regrets after opportunities have slipped away. Chapter 59. Betrayal. Upon seeing the hunters who had pursued the creature return empty-handed, Song Si-Tian's heart sank. With a grim expression, she demanded, "Why have you returned without anything? Where's the beast?" "Miss, when we caught up, that elusive pangolin had mysteriously vanished. From the signs at the scene, it appears to have been devoured by another creature. I suspect there may be an even more fearsome beast lurking within these mountains, replied Song Chong, the leader of the group, his face grave. He had not anticipated the dangers of this mountain, explaining why this remote area had long been a forbidden zone for hunters, aside from exceptionally skilled professional hunters. Ordinary ones dared not venture into these depths. Song Chong, we must leave this place immediately and return to Meiling City. It is far too perilous here. We cannot afford to linger, Song Situan declared decisively. Her expression shifting as the thought of a more terrifying beast lurking nearby filled her with concern for her cousin's safety. Observing her cousin Xiao Shi, who was sobbing while clutching Hunyou, her magical pet, she regretted leading her cousin into the depths of this forest. Song Situan's words caused the surviving hunters to exchange anxious glances. Departing without any gain was not their intention. Even Song Chong, dispatched to protect Song Situan, felt a shift in his demeanor. This mountain was home to the coveted Qi Xing Chao, a substance that could drive any supernatural being to madness. They were unwilling to relinquish it and exchanged silent glances of understanding. Song Chong, what are your intentions? As four men approached them, Song Situan wore a smile, yet her eyes emanated a chilling aura. Her magical beast, Xiao Bai, and her mount had perished in the earlier battle, leaving only Xiao Hua and Hunyou, who had been injured during the skirmish. Although her cousin had used her abilities to heal Hunyou somewhat, it remained in a weakened state. This was indeed her most vulnerable moment, and if these men chose to betray her, the consequences could be dire. Miss, if you wish to return, could you perhaps share the location of the Qi Xing Chao with us? Song Chong hesitated, but the allure of immense profit prompted him to speak despite the chill in Song Situan's smile. Do you truly believe I would know? Upon hearing Song Cheng's inquiry, a shiver ran down Song Situan's spine. His question indicated that the situation was slipping from her control. I witnessed Etian speaking to you before his demise. We have no desire to offend the Song family, so it would be wise for you to share what you know with us. A hunter who stood behind Song Chong remarked coldly. Aside from Song Chong, who had been nurtured by the Song family as a professional hunter, the others were merely mercenaries hired with the family's resources. Though these individuals would refrain from offending the esteemed master of the Song family, they harbored no fear. The Song family, while powerful, wielded influence solely within the Jiangnan province. Should matters turn sour, they could simply abandon Jiangnan for their pursuits. Furthermore, if the elusive Kixing Ko were indeed within their grasp, attaining the rank of a fourth-tier warrior would render the Song family powerless against them. Thus, the expressions of the other three men turned unfriendly, devoid of any trepidation. Roar, Jin Xianbao, and Hunyou seemed to sense the hostility emanating from these men, rising from the ground to emit low growls in their direction. Squeak, the red-haired squirrel, standing beside Song Situan, bared its teeth and clawed at Song Cheng's companions, prompting a palpable tension among them. This leopard and squirrel were formidable magical beasts. Their unleashed might during the earlier skirmish had left them all astounded. Consequently, the actions of these creatures restrained the hunters from acting too brazenly. To betray my sister for a mere Kixing Ko, I shall certainly inform my brother upon my return. And he will teach you a lesson, Xiaoxi declared, having regained her composure at some point. Witnessing the intimidation of her cousin by these men, she couldn't help but threaten them vocally. However, her adorable demeanor rendered her threats ineffective. You believe that the three of you have us at your mercy? Song Situan chuckled. Though she intentionally excluded Song Chong from her jest, she noted the conflict reflected in his eyes. As long as she could keep Song Chong stable, the situation remained under her control. Song Chong, do you think that after what transpired, life at the Song family will treat you kindly? Do not be naive. Once we acquire the Kixing Ko, the world will be our oyster. Why must we serve others as mere dogs? With the Kixing Ko in our possession, we shall revel in endless wealth and splendor. The other three hunters, sensing Song Cheng's indecision, spoke with cold disdain. Their words momentarily halted Song Cheng's internal struggle. As memories of those who had betrayed the Song family flooded his mind, his resolve solidifying. Addressing Song Situan, he stated, Miss, it would be prudent to disclose the truth. I, Song Chong, assure you that regardless of whether it is Kixing Ko or not, we shall not impede you and Miss Lin, and will ensure your safe passage out of this forest. Song Cheng's assurance caused a moment of tension for Song Situan, yet his subsequent words alleviated her worries slightly. It appeared he was not intent on severing all ties. This, of course, was contingent upon their discovery not being the coveted Kixing Ko, lest both she and Xiaoxi remain in peril. Very well, but they must first be laid to rest, Song Situan stipulated, eliciting joy from Song Chong and his companions. Her willingness to cooperate was fortuitous. Otherwise, a confrontation could have led to unforeseen fatalities, as none of these individuals possessed the noble resolve to sacrifice themselves for another's benefit. As these men tended to the battlefield at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Nai lay asleep upon a large tree. The long-tailed creature, basking in the warm rays of sunlight filtering through the treetops, was enveloped in comfort. However, with matters weighing on its mind, this slumber was not prolonged. Upon awakening, it had transformed into a six-tailed cat. Meow. Xiao Nai lazily stretched, raising its paw to rub its eyes. At this moment, its body radiated warmth, as if a furnace were supplying it with heat. The newly grown tail continuously provided a stream of warmth, not only fortifying its physique, but also enveloping it in an endless comfort that coaxed it to prolong its slumber. After a while, when it truly awakened, Xiao Nai rose from the branch, shook its whiskers, and darted downward. It was time to seek out those hunters. For this pertained to its departure from this monotonous world and its return to the realm of humanity. Thus, upon descending, it did not linger but transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing toward the riverbank. Upon arriving at the battlefield, thick with the scent of smoke, it beheld numerous areas consumed by flames, alongside peculiar stone sculptures that had emerged in its vicinity. Disappeared? As Xiao Nai emerged from the forest and beheld this scene, it could not help but ponder. Observing the cleared grounds, it frowned deeply. Had those individuals departed? Soon, it noticed remnants of ashes on the ground nearby, seemingly the traces of charred remains. However, the group of footprints marked with gray seemed to indicate a route not of departure, but rather ascending the mountain. Why would these individuals head uphill? What was their purpose for coming here? Surely, they did not venture solely for the sake of troubling the two-headed pangolin. Otherwise, they would not have come with so few. In its descent, it had not contemplated this. Now, reflecting upon it, it was evident that these individuals were not merely hunting, but had a clear aim directed straight towards the great mountain beneath its feet. The allure of this mountain for such professional hunters typically lay only in magical beasts, or, oh no, they must be heading for the summit. With this thought, Xiao Nai felt a tightening in its heart and swiftly propelled itself towards the peak. Chapter 60. The malice of human nature. Xiao Nai's figure darted through the forest like a bolt of black lightning, racing from the base of the mountain to its summit with astonishing speed. At this moment, Xiao Nai was consumed by urgency. If these individuals truly had their sights set on it, it could very well lead to a bloodbath. Yet, upon reaching the mountainside, it was met with a sight that rendered it momentarily speechless. The rock serpent, which it had been unable to find for days, had emerged from its molten cave, now in pursuit of those hunters. At that moment, only 4 of the hunters remained. The others had presumably fallen prey to this rock serpent. Was it truly that formidable? And what of the massive wild boar? Unfamiliar with the circumstances, Xiao Nai felt a profound sense of confusion. Although the rock serpent possessed formidable defenses, it lacked any remarkable offensive abilities. Typically, serpents capture their prey relying on their sheer physicality. Thus, an enhancement of strength proves far more beneficial than any supposed offensive capabilities. After all, its signature technique lay in constricting and strangling. The rock serpent had grown to 16 meters in length, its immense body capable of effortlessly swallowing a human whole. Observing its somewhat distended belly, Xiao Nai suspected that it had indeed devoured a person. Humans gain immense advantages from consuming magical beast flesh, and magical beasts benefit greatly from consuming those with abilities. This explains why, upon the entry of an ability user into the forest, they are often met with the aggression of magical beasts. Yet, how had this creature, which usually concealed itself within its cave, become provoked by these individuals? However, this allowed Xiao Nai to breathe a sigh of relief. Since those individuals had not ventured to the mountain peak, they were blissfully unaware of the peculiar herb, and thus she felt a sense of relaxation. The rock serpent, with its icy gaze and flickering tongue, gradually approached its prey. It harbored no fear of the humans' attacks. Their strikes could hardly inflict any harm upon it. Within this great mountain, it only feared the two-headed pangolin, for that creature's unique ability could entrap it within stone. Although it could not be killed, being immobilized rendered it no match for the pangolin. As for the humans' assaults, they were akin to mere scratches, thus it appeared remarkably composed. Meow. At that moment, Xiao Nai suddenly perceived something rather intriguing. One of the male hunters, in an effort to hinder the rock serpent's advance, shot the other male hunter in the leg, causing the unfortunate man to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground. The anguished scream of the hunter caused the young girl riding a leopard and the woman with a small squirrel perched on her shoulder to turn pale. Gazing incredulously at this familiar figure, feeling an unsettling sense of estrangement. Song Chung, how ruthless you are. The injured hunter, witnessing the approaching rock serpent, turned in despair to look at the one who had attacked him. Likewise, I do not believe you did not harbor the same intention. I simply acted before you did, remarked the hunter named Song Chung with a cold smile, displaying his disdain. I knew I did not misjudge you. We are of the same ilk. Upon hearing this, the injured hunter was momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. With a wave of his hand, an ice arrow shot forth toward Song Chung. The latter merely extended his hand, conjuring an invisible telekinetic shield that effortlessly deflected the attack. The failure of this strike left the fallen hunter filled with resentment. Yet there was no opportunity for retaliation. The rock serpent had already arrived behind him. With an indifferent gaze, the serpent utterly disregarded the internal conflict among its prey and lowered its head, seizing the fallen hunter in its jaws. Song Chung, you too shall meet a grim fate. I await you below, ha ha ha. The dying hunter cursed the one who had betrayed him, ultimately meeting a bitter end within the serpent's maw. Song Chung, you wouldn't do the same to us, would you? Song Si Tian regarded her former subordinate with wariness, her heart heavy with trepidation. Song Chung was the strongest in their small team, possessing telekinetic powers, and his dark abilities surpassed her own. Had the knight still been alive, she would have felt no fear toward him. However, with the current strength of Hunyo and Xiaohua, they might not be his match. Young lady, that fellow will not be able to hold off this creature for long, so I implore you to assist me. Upon my return, I shall certainly bring reinforcements to avenge you. The darker side of human nature was unmistakably revealed in Song Chung, as he sought to exploit everything around him to buy time for his escape in this life-and-death situation. Ultimately, he cast aside his final shred of conscience, betraying those of the Song family who had shown him great kindness. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from Song Chung, creating an invisible barrier that obstructed the path of Song Si Tian and her companions. As he exerted control over his abilities, Song Chung, with a frigid expression, bypassed them and fled into the distance. Sister, the sight of Hunyo being hindered and the terrifying giant serpent drawing closer made the young Xiao she cry out in distress. Song Si Tian and her magical pet, Xiao Hua, relentlessly assailed the barrier formed by telekinesis. A glimmer of despair crossed her face as she shouted at the retreating Song Chung. Song Chung, you are not human. Xiao Shi used her powers to heal you. And yet you show no mercy. You are nothing but a beast. Hearing her words, Song Cheng's countenance darkened, and he remained silent, showing no sign of loosening his telekinetic shield. However, the memory of the young girl who had healed him by the river caused him to instinctively glance back at the child seated upon the leopardess back. Suddenly, he felt a rush of wind behind him, startling him into turning around. In an instant, a shadow darted before him, followed by a sharp pain in his throat. Clutching his bleeding neck in agony, he reluctantly turned to face the shadow that had halted behind him, revealing a black cat with multiple tails. He seemed to want to voice something, but the liquid in his throat rendered him mute, and he collapsed in despair. Just as he was on the verge of escape, why had a magical beast appeared? Was this his retribution? The disappearance of the telekinetic shield filled Song Si Tian with joy, leading her to believe that Song Chung had experienced a change of heart. However, when she looked up, she realized that Song Chung was indeed gone, and before her stood a black cat with 6 tails. This sight reminded her of the warning given by Xiao Bai upon their arrival, about a fearsome black cat atop the mountain. Momentarily, she was taken aback. It seemed she was caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, leaving her uncertain whether to confront the black cat. Roar! Hunyo growled at the appearance of Xiao Nai. Meow? Xiao Nai observed the remaining 2 individuals and their beasts with curiosity, having witnessed the earlier events unfold. Although it felt discomfort at the male hunter's methods, it did not dwell on it, as many animals resort to cruelty for survival. Yet, if it were to rely on these humans to exit the forest, the male hunter's character was clearly untrustworthy, prompting Xiao Nai to resolve the situation. It feared that before encountering Lin Feng Yao and the others, it might be betrayed by this man, inviting trouble upon itself. Thus, in comparison to the male hunter, the 2 girls exhibited behavior that warranted its trust. Silence, Hunyo. Upon perceiving no malice in Xiao Nai's eyes, Song Si Tian, who possessed a profound understanding of animals, immediately curtailed her magical pet's provocations. Once Hunyo ceased, she cautiously regarded Xiao Nai and inquired, "You will not harm us, will you?" Chapter 61. The fear of the rock serpent. Xiao Nai rolled its eyes at her words. Rest assured, I do not consume humans. However, I do find the little squirrel and the leopard's flesh quite appealing. Ultimately, it needed this woman to lead it away from this dreadful place, so after some contemplation, it decided to adopt a more amiable demeanor towards her. Meow? Indeed. I am a delightful feline. Hee. Song Si Tian had an innate ability to communicate with animals, so she instinctively understood the meaning behind the cat's vocalizations. The whimsical tone of the cat's words elicited laughter from her, and her smile blossomed like a radiant flower, causing Xiao Nai to momentarily brighten at the sight. However, she comprehended that this cat, capable of nonchalantly slaughtering Song Chong, was not truly a good cat. Yet, acknowledging that it was a magical beast, she recognized that the slaughter of humans by magical creatures was akin to the killing of animals by humans, thus she felt some degree of understanding. Her own magical pet had also taken lives, and considering her deep-seated hatred for Song Chong, his demise brought her a sense of vindication. Therefore, she did not dwell on the matter of the black cat's actions, as such circumstances left her with little room for objection. This woman's smile was truly enchanting. Meow? Was it possible that Xiao Nai's fortunate encounters began with her transformation into a cat? How disheartening it was that she had not encountered such exquisite beauty when she was still human, yet now, fate had bestowed another upon her. Sister, what is this adorable cat saying to you? Observing Song Si Tian's demeanor, her cousin Xiao, she could tell that her elder cousin was engaged in a dialogue with the feline. Noticing her sister's laughter, curiosity got the better of her. Just as Song Si Tian was about to respond, she suddenly heard a commotion from behind. Turning her head, she was immediately alarmed to see the enormous python pursuing them once more. As she prepared to escape with her cousin, she felt a shadow dart beside her. The suddenly appearing black cat swiftly positioned itself in front of the rock snake, startling her, for its slender form appeared no match for the massive serpent. Meow, brother snake. Long time no see. I have been searching for you these past few days. Xiao Nai nonchalantly stood before the rock snake, empowered by the abilities of the pangolin. No longer helpless against the serpent as before. Hiss, hiss, move away, do not disturb my hunt. The rock snake, frustrated at the obstruction caused by the black cat, seethed. How vexing it was to encounter this bothersome black cat again. It was as elusive as a mouse, difficult to catch and truly troublesome. Thus, whenever this annoying black cat approached the cave, it would retreat to hide. The rock snake flicked its tongue in annoyance and shouted at the cat. Meow, brother snake. It seems you are also searching for me. How wonderful. It has been ages since we last engaged in some activity together. Today, I have learned a new skill. Let us spar a bit. Xiao Nai, unfazed by whether the rock snake could comprehend her, continued to speak. She prepared to attack, eager to gauge the prowess of the pangolin's abilities in her possession. Hiss, hiss, do you intend to steal my prey? The rock snake's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as it observed the black cat's refusal to leave. It readied itself for an assault, fearing that its quarry might escape. Such two-legged prey, which offered immense benefits, was a rare find. The last time it feasted was long ago, and this time it was determined to indulge fully. Song Si Tian, listening to the mysterious exchange between the two magical beasts, found herself momentarily stunned. Yet, from the words of the colossal serpent, she sensed that this black cat was extraordinary, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. Hiss, hiss, the rock serpent towered above humans when it reared up, contrasting sharply with the petite form of Xiao Nai, resembling two extremes. At that moment, a dangerous glint shone in its eyes as it opened its bloody maw, lunging toward the dark shadow on the ground that it detested. Meow? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Nai remained unperturbed. With a smile in her eyes, she summoned her hidden powers, opening her mouth to unleash a torrent of yellow sand toward the advancing rock serpent. An endless wave of yellow sand surged toward the serpent, which was paralyzed by terror. And soon the rock serpent and the surrounding flora rapidly petrified, transforming into cold, gray-white stone sculptures. Xiao Nai understood that the rock serpent, now encased in stone, had not perished, for serpents are creatures adept at hibernation, making it difficult for them to suffocate. Thus, upon seeing the serpent sealed in stone, she ceased her sand assault and began to expel fierce flames from her mouth. Coldly gazing at the stone sculpture before her, she realized that she had just acquired the ability of fire, and thus intended to prepare a feast of roasted serpent meat. She held no interest in the serpent's powers. Possessing the ability of a metallic body, she had no need for further enhancements to her physical defenses. Moreover, she felt that the stone skin ability was ill-suited for her. Song Si Tian and the two beasts observed the six-tailed black cat, which was simultaneously spewing sand and fire. If not for the disparity in size, they might have mistaken it for a sibling of the two-headed pangolin encountered earlier at the foot of the mountain. Crack! At that moment, the massive serpent-shaped stone sculpture began to exhibit fissures, which multiplied and spread outward. It was about to emerge. Seeing this, Song Si Tian gasped and called out to the black cat ahead. She secretly readied her powers to assist this black cat, which bore no malice toward them. In confronting the rock serpent, Though she possessed only the ability to communicate with animals, she was equipped with runes. The water shield from earlier and the current water arrow were both powers derived from her rune equipment. While not formidable abilities, they were indeed top-tier rune gear in the present context. It is essential to understand that the more potent the ability, the more intricate the runes. If one were to equate runes to mathematics, then the fireball ability would be akin to elementary school math, while the explosive fireball from the Bloodshadow Hunter Squad's turkey would represent high school math. Abilities had only emerged in recent decades, and among the powerful individuals above the 4th tier, those who ascended to the 4th tier did so in a relatively short span. Thus, the rune masters' researching abilities were still at the elementary math stage, only capable of crafting the simplest rune equipment, while more complex runes remained under investigation. Xiao Nai, without needing her reminder, was already aware that she had not completely sealed the rock serpent. Otherwise, she could have simply continued to spray yellow sand to thicken the stone. However, the stone was too thick, making it impossible for her to roast serpent meat. Waiting for the rock serpent to suffocate within the stone could take an indeterminate amount of time. Boom! The shattered stones exploded and scattered. In the face of the flames unleashed by Xiao Nai, the rock serpent emitted a tremendous, anguished wail. The prowess of Xiao Nai evoked memories of the two-headed pangolin in the Yinsha, which cast a fearful glance at the fire-breathing black cat. Turning abruptly, it crashed into the nearby foliage, instinctively retreating in haste. Yinsha's reaction took Xiao Nai by surprise. She had anticipated a frenzied attack from it instead. Just as she intended to employ her other abilities to encase it in stone, she was astonished to witness the creature's cowardice as it fled. Yinsha moved with remarkable speed, vanishing into the thicket before she could unleash a torrent of sand. Meow? This script is all wrong. Wasn't there supposed to be an epic battle spanning 300 rounds? Such lack of courage is truly disgraceful for a magical beast. Xiao Nai mused, somewhat exasperated, unaware that if their positions were reversed, she would likely flee even faster. In the face of life and death, pride and valor hold little significance for animals. Sister, that monster was driven away by the six-tailed cat, exclaimed a little girl named Xiao Shi, joyfully perched atop Hunyao. Indeed, at that moment, Song Si Tian also exhaled in relief, though she cautiously observed the six-tailed black cat, perplexed as to why it had come to their aid. Chapter 62. The desire to leave the mountain. Song Si Tian understood that the more formidable the magical beast, the greater its intelligence. The black cat, with its many tails, was undoubtedly a creature of exceptional talent and strength. She felt compelled to express her gratitude, addressing the feline. Esteemed one, thank you for saving us. Hearing the woman's words, Xiao Nai couldn't help but chuckle. She never expected to be referred to as esteemed, and it pleased her greatly. Humans, why have you come here? Seeing the satisfaction on the black cat's face, Song Si Tian felt relieved. Unsure of how to address such a powerful creature earlier, she had opted for a respectful title, and it seemed to yield favorable results. However, upon hearing Xiao Nai's inquiry, Song Si Tian hesitated, her gaze flickering as if contemplating a suitable response. Meow? Do not deceive me. I can discern the truth in a person's words. Seemingly perceptive, Xiao Nai fixed her violet eyes on the sweet-looking girl with an unyielding gaze that pierced the soul. Under Xiao Nai's unsettling scrutiny, Song Si Tian found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her carefully constructed excuse failing to materialize as doubt clouded her mind. The cat's penetrating gaze suggested an awareness of their intentions, causing Song Si Tian to hesitate to jeopardize their lives over the uncertain Qixing Cao. This six-tailed black cat had bested even the terrifying giant python, making it clear that they were no match for it. After a moment's reflection, Song Si Tian decided to reveal the truth to Xiao Nai. Qixing Cao? Could it be that they truly sought the rare herb atop the mountain? She pondered, before inquiring about the appearance and effects of Qixing Cao. Meow? Thus, Xiao Nai demanded an answer from the girl. Song Si Tian hesitated momentarily, but ultimately responded to Xiao Nai's question, albeit describing the herb's effects as those of an ordinary medicinal plant. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nai recognized that the girl's description perfectly matched that of the extraordinary herb atop the mountain. It simply did not anticipate the prolonged blooming period of the Qixing Cao, as each flower takes an entire month to blossom. Atop the mountain, only 5 flowers had emerged, suggesting that it would be yet another 2 months before they all bloomed. As for the woman's claims regarding its efficacy, it dismissed them with scorn. If it were merely an ordinary medicinal herb, would it warrant such sacrifices from so many? Did she truly believe it was just a naive creature born in the forest, easily deceived? However, as long as it knew the name of this peculiar herb, it would certainly recognize the treasure upon encountering Lin Fengyao and her companions. Regarding the matter of one flower blooming each month, that woman likely dared not deceive it. For if it had ever seen the Xiao, she would easily be exposed for her falsehoods. It seemed wise to first seek out Lin Fengyao at Miling and discuss further, for it had no desire to linger here for 2 months. Subsequently, Song Sitian began to probe Xiao Nai regarding her familiarity with the Xiao, but unexpectedly. She not only failed to extract any information, but was also subjected to Xiao Nai's inquiry, revealing that she only knew the Xiao resided on the mountain peaks, without any precise location. Meow? Upon realizing this, Xiao Nai relaxed. The mountain was vast, and with just the 2 of them and 2 beasts, searching for it was undoubtedly an impossible task. Sister, that black cat is so adorable. May I hold it? The charming little girl, Xiao Shi, inquired with sparkling eyes, gazing at the black cat conversing with her cousin. Xiao Shi's words left Song Sitian speechless, pondering the audacity of her cousin. How could she wish to embrace such a fearsome creature? Had she not witnessed it just moments ago taking a life? Did she not fear it might devour her? Consequently, Song Sitian chose to ignore her cousin's request, unwilling to provoke the terrifying 6-tailed cat before her. Meow? Xiao Nai cast a glance at the little girl and then dismissed her. Though she appeared delightful, this feline was not to be trifled with, nor could anyone simply request to hold her. Meow? Humans, I have saved you this time, so as a form of gratitude, take me to Miling City to find someone. Upon hearing Xiao Nai's serious declaration, Song Sitian was taken aback, almost doubting her own ears. This magical beast cat actually wished to venture into the human realm to find someone? Did it not fear being slain by humans? It was worth noting that Miling City was currently home to a multitude of powerful supernatural beings. Although she acknowledged the black cat's formidable strength, she did not believe it could dominate Miling City. You wish to go to Miling City? Song Sitian, no ordinary woman, quickly regained her composure and inquired earnestly. Meow? Xiao Nai nodded seriously, unwilling to truly reside in the jungle. Very well, but you must temporarily act as my magical pet, otherwise I cannot take you along. You must understand that without a suitable identity, you cannot traverse the human world. Song Sitian's eyes flickered momentarily before she responded with a smile. However, she still made a request and began to explain. Of course, she was astute enough not to ask Xiao Nai whom she sought in Miling City. After contemplating her words, Xiao Nai nodded. Its current identity indeed posed challenges in navigating human society, a fact that left it feeling somewhat vexed. It is not surprising that the girl would acquiesce to his request. Given their current strength, departing from this forest is exceedingly perilous, leaving her no choice but to comply. Thus, the situation has evolved into a mutually beneficial arrangement, a silent exchange between one person and one cat. Xiao Nai pledged to ensure their safe passage, while Song Sitian promised to grant him a legitimate identity to enter the human realm. Meow? This place is relatively safe for now. Wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Xiao Nai contemplated a brief return to the mountaintop. As for the surroundings, he had already confirmed with his acute hearing that the rock serpent had indeed fled. Therefore, he spoke a sentence to the woman who could comprehend his words before vanishing underground. He wished for her not to discover his destination, for the girl was astutely perceptive, and any revelation could be detrimental. Upon witnessing Xiao Nai disappear without a trace, Song Sitian couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. However, the ability of this cat to burrow into the earth only heightened her curiosity about the creature's enigma. Their brief conversation had drained her considerably. She realized that this black cat was remarkably intelligent, far from resembling a typical magical beast, more akin to a human being. Throughout the years, she had never encountered a magical creature so astute. Big sister, why did the 6-tailed black cat leave? Were you not attempting to subdue it? How utterly useless. Unable to manage a mere cat. Suddenly, Xiao Shi, who had been quietly observing her cousin's interaction with the black cat, expressed her frustration upon seeing the creature that had scared off the great serpent depart. Xiao Shi, I find your lack of respect increasingly alarming. Song Sitian approached her cousin with a stern expression, yet Xiao Shi's words stirred something within her. If she could indeed tame this mysterious and powerful black cat, her strength would surpass her previous capabilities, greatly impacting her standing within the family, thus igniting a spark of ambition within her. Hu Niu flee. Xiao Shi urged the seated golden leopard to run, but being her sister's magical companion, it would hardly heed her command. An argument ensued between the two sisters. And after a brief period, Song Sitian took Hu Niu to deal with Song Cheng's remains. Despite her deep-seated hatred for him, she could not bear to abandon Song Cheng's body in the wilderness, leaving it to be devoured by the mountain's beasts. After all, he had protected her for several years, and his sudden betrayal left her feelings quite conflicted. For reasons unknown, she suddenly hesitated to inform her family about the possible discovery of the Qi Xing Chao. If disclosed, it could unleash a torrent of bloodshed upon this mountain. Chapter 63. The Cat King. The sun hung low in the west, marking the afternoon. A peculiar party, comprising 2 individuals and 3 beasts, descended from the mountain. This ensemble was a temporary alliance formed by Xiao Nai, Song Si Tian, and Lin Shi, the 2 cousins, in pursuit of Mei Ling City. At this juncture, Xiao Nai had learned that the charming and sweet-faced woman was named Song Si Tian, while the adorable little girl, Lin Shi, was her cousin. Upon returning to the mountaintop, he discreetly concealed the area surrounding the unique herb, urging the 2 girls, who shared his intentions. He expressed an eagerness to leave this place. However, the current situation of the group is rather peculiar. Xiao Nai finds herself perched upon the back of a magnificent golden-spotted leopard, larger than a tiger, while 2 beautiful women, one tall and one petite, follow behind with an air of resignation. Particularly, the little lowly gazes at Xiao Nai with a hint of grievance. It turns out that as Xiao Nai and her companions were preparing to descend the mountain, they encountered the leopard, which seemed somewhat unfriendly towards them. A spark of inspiration struck Xiao Nai, prompting her to employ her extraordinary ability, the domination halo, in an attempt to tame the leopard. Back in her school days, her biology teacher had mentioned that all feline species on Earth share a common ancestor, so she decided to give it a try. To her astonishment, she succeeded in subduing the formidable beast. Clearly, her teacher's words held truth. Indeed, all these felines are interconnected through lineage. Felines are apex predators in the natural world, and thoughts of lions, tigers, and leopards filled her with exhilaration. Could it be that Xiao Nai, endowed with the domination halo, is destined to ascend to the throne of the kings of felines? Nonetheless, the fact that she could control this leopard suggests that her dark energy does not fall short of its prowess. Although the leopard had attained the 2nd tier before Xiao Nai, her rapid growth and strength is astonishing, transforming daily at an unparalleled rate, far surpassing the efforts other creatures would require to reach such levels. Thus, she finds no surprise in her ability to command the leopard. While Xiao Nai perceives this as entirely natural, she remains unaware of the profound shock that envelopes Song Si Tian. She is oblivious to the means by which Xiao Nai has gained control over the leopard. All she knows is that despite the leopard's compliance and continued obedience to her commands, it treats the 6-tailed black cat as its sovereign, offering no resistance to the cat's whims. Recognizing her inferiority to this black cat, Song Si Tian feels utterly helpless. She wishes to tame the black cat, yet feels lost in her attempts, realizing that the cat is astutely aware of her intentions and shows no interest in her flattery. If Song Si Tian's heart is filled with resignation, the petite lowly Lin Shi's heart is one of deep resentment. She cannot fathom how this 6-tailed cat, which she once deemed irresistibly adorable, has usurped her steed, leaving even her sister powerless to reclaim it. At this moment, the black cat has lost all semblance of cuteness in her eyes, transforming into a villainous figure akin to one who steals her toys. Xiao Nai, however, is unperturbed by the inner turmoil of the 2 beautiful women behind her. Although both are strikingly attractive, as a feline, she harbors no romantic inclinations towards them. Moreover, her thoughts are focused on the splendid leopard beneath her, contemplating whether she should abscond with it upon meeting Lin Feng Yao and the others. This leopard is an exceptional mount, currently at the 2nd tier, and when it reaches the 3rd tier, it shall undoubtedly grow even larger. The leopard possesses wind-type abilities, granting it remarkable speed, and its fur is exquisitely soft, making it one of the most suitable creatures for riding. Nevertheless, she still needs the assistance of the girl named Song Si Tian to locate the queen, Lin. Naturally, she keeps this intention concealed. Meow? Initially, everything seemed fine, but now Xiao Nai senses 2 piercing gazes from behind, leaving her quite uncomfortable. The little lowly, with a gaze imbued with both sorrow and a touch of pity, found it increasingly difficult to endure. At last, she called out and leapt down from Hun Yo's back, darting forward. Xiao Nai could not help but sigh, feeling that the most formidable gaze in the world was none other than that of the little lowly, filled with a heartbreaking pity. My dear king, you are the most adorable cat of all. Upon witnessing Xiao Nai's actions, the little lowly Lin Shi's eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly ran over, her feet no longer aching and her heart free of grievances. Climbing onto the plush back of the tiger girl, she joyfully shouted at the black cat she found so endearing ahead of her. How wonderful it would be if she could hold it. The little lowly thought with a hint of greed. Xiao Nai, hearing these words, felt a pang of annoyance and thought, does this cat truly not comprehend your words? Moreover, as a cat of such imposing stature, how could it possibly be associated with cuteness? Then, it pondered whether it had been deceived by this little girl. As for why the girl called it king, that was due to Song Si Tian's inquiry on their descent from the mountain about how they ought to address it. Xiao Nai recalled that it aspired to become the sovereign of felines, and thus, it needed a name that exuded majesty. The true name it had once possessed as a human was certainly not suitable. The diminutive title bestowed upon it by Lin Wang felt rather degrading, and it was reluctant to utter it. Ultimately, it remembered the mythological tales it had perused, in which powerful creatures relished being called king by others. Therefore, it informed Song Si Tian that it was known as De Wang. At that moment, Song Si Tian's expression was one of peculiar astonishment. She nearly questioned whether this cat was truly an ancient entity from the mythological era rather than a mere mutated beast. Xiao Nai, oblivious to the musings of the two girls behind it, ran ahead, feeling a sense of relief as the two sharp glares faded into the background. While it could be ruthless towards foes, it found it impossible to harbor such feelings against a little lowly who bore it no malice. Meow. It seems my heart lacks sufficient ruthlessness. After Xiao Nai relinquished her claim to Hunyo, the little lowly pulled her sister to join her atop the golden leopard. Initially, the little lowly wished to invite Xiao Nai to join them, but after being disregarded, she reluctantly abandoned the idea. With their new mounts, the two girls, who had been slow on foot, significantly quickened their descent from the mountain. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the hill. Xiao Nai stood among the foliage by the riverbank and turned to take a long, deep look at this temporary abode. To be honest, it felt a twinge of reluctance. The days spent here were far more entertaining than those spent cooped up at home in its previous life as a human. Suddenly, Hunyo let out a resounding roar towards the river. Song Si Tian and the others anxiously gazed in that direction. They had just vanquished the two-headed pangolin, but they were helpless against the water-dwelling monster that had devoured their two companions. Xiao Nai instinctively turned its gaze toward the river and was immediately met with the sight of a massive head partially emerging from the water, its icy eyes fixed upon them. Meow. Without hesitation, Xiao Nai took a few steps forward, issuing a low, threatening growl towards the creature lurking in the water. The colossal Yangtze alligator, upon catching sight of Xiao Nai, momentarily flickered its gaze. It was well acquainted with her. Witnessing this creature bully even the double-headed pangolin into a defensive huddle was quite remarkable. After a brief moment of contemplation, the alligator gradually submerged into the waters. Its disappearance elicited a collective sigh of relief from Song Si Tian and her companions. They gazed in astonishment at the black cat before them, marveling at how both the previously encountered rock python and now this aquatic monster seemed incapable of challenging the feline. They could not help but wonder if this black cat, which had ventured away with them, might indeed be the sovereign of this vast mountain. In light of Xiao Nai's whimsical moniker of Dawang, Song Si Tian and her sister found themselves somewhat in agreement. Chapter 64. Encountering the wolf pack. The forest is fraught with peril. It can be said that apart from areas frequently cleared by hunters, every nook and cranny of the jungle harbors potential magical beasts. Among these creatures, there are both readily visible large beasts and elusive insect-like monsters, alongside some that remain hidden underground, never revealing themselves throughout their lifetimes. The diversity of life is astounding. Even transformed into magical beasts, they adhere to their original lifestyles. As long as they are not provoked, they will remain concealed. Consequently, many individuals encounter magical beasts that are typically terrestrial. Encounters with insect-like or subterranean creatures are exceedingly rare. After all, in the absence of their extraordinary abilities, it is challenging to discern how these creatures differ from ordinary organisms. Moreover, magical beasts are remarkably intelligent. They generally do not initiate attacks on beings they cannot contend with and will actively conceal themselves. Of course, powerful predatory creatures, having seldom encountered rivals, roam freely, which fosters a perception of magical beasts as fearsome entities. Thus, Xiao Nai and her companions journeyed with relative tranquility, as their team comprised awakened beings whose inherent aura naturally instilled trepidation in many creatures. Ordinary beings hardly dared to provoke them unless faced with apex predators. Furthermore, with Tenyo and the little squirrel capable of conjuring fireballs by their side, any ordinary predator would be met with swift defeat. Naturally, should they encounter magical beasts unfit to contend with them, Xiao Nai would intervene. For instance, not long ago, they encountered a fawn crackling with electric energy, moving at an astonishing speed. Even Tenyo struggled to match its pace, and the creature's electric aura posed a risk of paralysis upon contact. Although the current was not lethal, Tenyo and Xiao Hua's abilities failed to land a hit on the fawn, leaving them in a rather disheveled state. Ultimately, it was Xiao Nai, employing her fire-breathing area attack ability, that frightened the creature away. As for the yellow sand ability, it likely would not have even had the chance to engage, vanishing without a trace. While potent, the yellow sand ability has the drawback of limited mobility, rendering it ineffective against the fleet-footed magical beasts. As for devouring opponents to enhance strength, Xiao Nai lamented her inability to catch up, as the creature was far too swift. In the following stretch of their journey, they encountered no further magical beasts. The indolent cat, Xiao Nai, preferred to abstain from confrontation whenever possible. Therefore, she left the matters to Tunyo and her companions, while Song Sitian and her sister's combat prowess could be dismissed entirely. Song Sitian is faring well, equipped with a water arrow rune, and possesses a modicum of combat prowess. Lin Shi, the diminutive lowly, is endowed solely with her self-awakened ability of life water for healing, which lacks any offensive capability. However, upon inspection, she noted that the efficacy of this healing ability pales in comparison to his radiant light. Thus, according to Xiao Nai's current logic, apart from magical beasts, he is disinclined to engage with ordinary creatures. This cat has already acquired minions. It would be beneath its dignity to sully its title of king by intervening personally. Of course, this self-proclaimed king is recognized only by the foolish leopard named Hunyo. As dusk descended, the moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled like scattered gems. Somewhere in the forest, beneath a grand tree at the foot of a small hill, a pile of firewood had been ignited, illuminating the surroundings. The three beasts and two humans gathered around the fire, where a wooden rack held a small wild boar roasting above the flames. The boar had been captured by Hunyo, a testament to her prowess as an old hunter. She had merely scoured the forest and returned with her quarry. The culinary duties fell to Song Sitian, whose deft movements suggested she had engaged in such activities frequently in the past. Xiao Nai stood nearby, eyeing the now fragrant roast pig, saliva pooling in anticipation. Oh dear, it has been ages since this cat savored cooked meat, and excitement bubbled within. The roast, generously seasoned by Song Sitian, exuded an intoxicating aroma, causing the three beasts and one human to fix their gaze upon it, their eyes unblinking. Noticing Xiao Nai's eager expression, Song Sitian's heart stirred with a thought. Perhaps she could leverage this culinary delight to win over the formidable black cat as her magical companion. Meow? Xiao Nai remained oblivious to the covetous intentions brewing in the mind of the woman tending to the fire. He simply urged the girl by the grill, eager for the roast to be ready. It must be cooked to a certain degree to be delectable, otherwise, the fine ingredients would go to waste. Hearing Xiao Nai's plea, Song Sitian chuckled, her eyes narrowing into a charming smile that could enchant any human male. Alas, while Xiao Nai's psyche still leaned toward that of a human boy, a small part of him had already succumbed to feline instincts. Thus, although he found the girl quite attractive, the notion of her enchanting him was merely a fanciful dream. Naturally, Song Sitian remained unaware of Xiao Nai's secret, so she harbored no such thoughts. Suddenly, a chorus of wolf howls erupted around them, drawn either by the tantalizing aroma of meat or the flickering flames. Sister, there are wolves. Though the little lowly had witnessed her share of bloodshed recently, the mere sight of danger sent her face blanching in reflexive fear. It's all right. Aren't we protected by the Cat King? With this beast king by our side, other magical beasts stand no chance against us. As Song Sitian comforted the little she cast a sidelong glance at the indifferent six-tailed black cat. Meow? Xiao Nai sensed the subtle waves of dark energy emanating from Song Sitian and couldn't help but roll her eyes. This woman had been trying every possible means along the way to manipulate her, aiming to turn her into a magical pet, but she would not fall for it. Cats are creatures of freedom, possessing hearts unbound by constraints. They have no masters. At most, they regard those who adopt them as friends. She couldn't help but recall the nature of cats that someone had once explained to her, silently musing to herself. Meow? Xiao Nai called out to the nearby Hunyo, signaling her to deal with those annoying individuals. Unlike Xiang, the golden leopard Hunyo was not so lazy. She respectfully nodded to Xiao Nai and dashed into the darkness. This scene infuriated Song Sitian, as the troubles encountered along the way were all being resolved by this black cat, to the point that Hunyo was almost no longer her pet. Seeing that she could not rely on the black cat and concerned for Hunyo's safety, she contemplated summoning the little squirrel Xiaohua for assistance, but feared that Xiaohua's poor night vision might lead to more trouble. Fortunately, as a second-tier magical beast, Hunyo would not face danger unless confronting powerful foes. Moreover, while Hunyo's wind blade ability proved ineffective against the highly defensive two-headed pangolin and rock python, it remained formidable against other creatures. Indeed, it was not long before the distant howls of wolves echoed through the air. The assault of ordinary wolf packs posed no threat to the swift and capable Hunyo. However, moments later, Hunyu's cries pierced the silence, causing Xiao Nai to spring to her feet. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. The reason she had refrained from intervening thus far was that all the troubles seemed manageable for Hunyu. Meow? Upon hearing Hunyu's anguished cries, she sensed something was amiss. A chill radiated from her gaze. She was quite fond of her first little subordinate. After alerting Song Sitian and the others to be cautious, her form transformed into a swift shadow, darting into the darkness. Sister, what about Hunyu? The cries of the golden leopard were unmistakable, and Xiaoxi looked at her sister with concern. Don't worry. That cat king has gone to rescue Hunyu, hasn't it? Although Song Sitian shared some concern, she did not show it. Yes, the king is the strongest. With it around, Hunyu will be fine. Remembering how even the terrifying giant snake had been no match for Xiao Nai, Xiaoxi felt reassured. Then, with a serious expression, she turned to her cousin and said, Sister, you shouldn't call it Cat King. You should simply refer to it as King. Didn't you see how it ignored you when you called it Cat King? Alas, it's a shame you claim to understand animals so well, yet you're not even as knowledgeable as I am. If only I could communicate directly with the king. Then I could make it my night. Seeing her cousin earnestly and adorably admonishing her, Song Sitian could not help but roll her eyes. A knight? Surely her sister didn't think of herself as a princess. Those novels really do mislead, making children indulge in fantasies all day long. It was truly exasperating. Indeed, she seldom reflects upon herself. She named that colossal wild boar beast knight, which is quite similar. However, her cousin's admonition bears considerable wisdom. As she recalls the astute black cat, a pensive expression crosses her face. Chapter 65. The demon wolf. The forest was shrouded in darkness. The moonlight draping the world in a gossamer veil, preventing the night from becoming an impenetrable abyss. A biting wind howled above, rustling the leaves in a cacophony. Amidst the shadows of this dimly lit woodland, figures flickered, as if numerous creatures lay concealed in the obscurity, evoking a sense of trepidation. When Xiao Nai arrived at the location of the golden leopard, she witnessed Hunyo being besieged by a pack of wolves radiating a white luminescence. She paused. Taken aback, Hunyo appeared to be faltering under the onslaught of these peculiar luminous wolves, their speed rendering Hunyo's movements entirely constrained. What astonished Xiao Nai the most was that these wolves, cloaked in a silvery sheen, disintegrated like bubbles upon contact with Hunyo's attacks, transforming into motes of light that dissipated into the air. Countless luminous wolves swiftly filled the void left by their fallen comrades, preventing the golden leopard Hunyo from escaping the encirclement. Meow? Realizing Hunyo was beset by magical beasts, Xiao Nai did not hesitate. She transformed into a blur and surged into the wolf pack. Wherever she passed, the luminous wolves shattered, vanishing into the atmosphere. Roar! Upon witnessing this, Hunyo immediately recognized Xiao Nai's arrival and let out an excited roar, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that swiftly eliminated these ethereal entities. In the blink of an eye, the luminous wolves surrounding Hunyo were cleared away by the combined efforts of the leopard and the cat. These wolves, draped in a silvery veil, were mere phantoms, conjured from an extraordinary power. Unlike the projections she had encountered at the Shadow Church, these illusory wolves could indeed be attacked. And conversely, they were capable of striking at Xiao Nai and her companions. How? Following Xiao Nai's assistance in dispersing the luminous wolves around Hunyo, a chorus of wolf howls echoed in the vicinity. Xiao Nai's violet-hued eyes, glimmering with intrigue, turned towards the source of the sound, revealing a group of figures with greedy green eyes peering from the darkness. The owners of those emerald gazes were shrouded in shadow, resembling wolf-like silhouettes. Among them, one particularly robust and towering shadow stood out. This wolf bore a crescent-shaped silver mark upon its forehead, radiating a resplendent light that was strikingly conspicuous in the dark. Beneath the glow emitted by the crescent mark, luminous wolves continued to materialize before the shadow, their formation rapid, once again conjuring a pack. As these luminous wolves emerged, they launched an assault. Xiao Nai understood that these black silhouettes represented the true wolf pack, and the one adorned with the crescent mark was likely the leader of the demon wolves. Meow? What kind of extraordinary ability is this? The capacity to conjure a legion of luminous wolves from thin air left Xiao Nai utterly astonished. What astonished it the most was that although these radiant wolves appeared physically fragile under their assault, they emanated an intense heat akin to flames. Had it not sensed something amiss and promptly employed its metallic form, it feared that its beautiful fur would have been singed by the searing temperature. These luminous wolves were indeed constructed of scorching light energy. No wonder it detected the scent of charred flesh on Hunyo, who cried out in agony. It was being burned. Observing Hunyo's hesitance to engage physically, relying solely on its abilities, Xiao Nai could not help but smirk. However, upon witnessing another wave of radiant wolves charging towards them, a glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Nai's eyes. Since they were so fond of playing with fire, it would oblige them with a demonstration. Opening its feline mouth wide, it unleashed an endless torrent of flames that surged forth toward the location of the beast. The radiant wolves in its path disintegrated instantly, unable to withstand the force of the inferno. Animals fear fire, and these woodland wolves were no exception. As the tide of flames approached, all the wolves displayed palpable fear, retreating anxiously. Were it not for their reverence for the magic wolf's authority, these ordinary wolves might have turned and fled. The magic wolf, observing the oncoming tide of flames, wore a grave expression. It had not anticipated encountering two magical beasts during this hunt. While it felt confident against the earlier leopard, the subsequent arrival of the black cat instilled a sense of trepidation. The magic wolf would not passively witness its pack being incinerated. The crescent mark upon its forehead suddenly radiated with potent light. Consequently, a colossal light shield materialized before the pack, intercepting the flames that Xiao Nai had unleashed. The resounding crash of fire meeting the light shield echoed, sparks flying, as the shield flickered under the strain, sending invisible energy ripples outward, causing the surrounding temperature to spike. Dense smoke billowed from the nearby vegetation, which began to ignite under the unbearable heat. This creature's abilities not only allowed it to manipulate light energy to form elemental beings, but also to create a light shield for defense. Intrigued by these powers, Xiao Nai intensified the flames it spewed forth, launching an unrelenting assault against the light shield. Surprised by the magic wolf's strength, Xiao Nai sensed that the wolf's dark energy was not as formidable as its own, thus refraining from employing alternative methods to vanquish its opponent. It aimed to shatter the foe's defenses head-on, intending to defeat it with overwhelming force. Prolonged defense leads to inevitable failure. The magic wolf's light shield teetered precariously, as if on the brink of collapse, its radiance flickering ominously. The magic wolf, feeling the weight of fear, let out a resounding howl. With that cry, the pack began to retreat, seemingly contemplating flight. Wanting to escape? Such an endeavor would not be so simple. Xiao Nai let out a cold snort as the dark energy within him surged with even greater intensity, causing the torrent of flames from his mouth to blaze more fiercely. The yellow fire beginning to shift toward a white hue. The golden leopard Hunyo seemed to perceive the wolf pack's intent to flee, filled with hatred for these wolves. She had no intention of letting them escape easily. Evading the battlefield between Xiao Nai and the demon wolf, she vanished into the surrounding darkness. Xiao Nai naturally noticed Hunyo's movements and silently commended her. With her swift agility surpassing even his own, the ordinary wolf stood little chance of eluding her pursuit. A sharp crack echoed as the light shield shattered under Xiao Nai's relentless fiery assault. Just as the demon wolf was on the verge of being consumed by the flames, Xiao Nai swiftly withdrew his power to prevent its demise. Despite his quick reaction, the demon wolf was already engulfed in roaring flames. By the time the fire subsided, the creature lay critically wounded, barely clinging to life. With a soft meow, Xiao Nai materialized like a phantom before the demon wolf, relieved to find it still alive. Grateful that it was a magical beast and he had retracted his energy in time, he averted its certain death. The demon wolf let out a pained groan, attempting to rise but collapsing in agony. Its gaze toward Xiao Nai brimmed with resentment, hatred, and a trace of longing, yet devoid of any plea for mercy or regret. The innate pride of the wolf was vividly embodied in its demeanor, reflecting the creature's profound self-respect. Xiao Nai cast an indifferent glance over his prey, uninterested in the wolf's inner turmoil. To him, the demon wolf was merely another successful hunt, nothing more. His serpentine tail emerged, and amid the wolf's terrified cries, he swallowed it whole. With the matter resolved, Xiao Nai reverted to his usual lazy and carefree posture. As for the common forest wolves, he left them to Hunyo's vengeful pursuits. He extinguished the lingering flames with a spray of yellow sand before turning to depart. He mused that the wild boar must be roasted by now, ready to be savored. Chapter 66. Enchanting night scenery. Song Sitian and her companions anxiously waited, their eyes fixed on the direction where Xiao Nai and Hunyo had vanished. The distant roars of beasts and towering flames filled them with apprehension. Song Sitian pondered whether to acquire another powerful runic weapon upon returning. Currently, she possessed 3 runic items, only one of which, a water element ring, was combat effective, inscribed with 2 ability runes. One rune conjured a hemispherical water shield, while the other unleashed water arrows. Previously, with 4 magical pets, she had never felt weak. However, this mountain expedition had decimated their team, leaving only her and her brother alive, while the others, along with her two pets Xiao Bai and Qi Shi, perished. Surviving such a brush with death made her acutely aware of her inadequacy. Her attacks couldn't even breach the enemy's defenses, dealing a heavy blow to her pride as one long regarded as a prodigy. Had it not been for the peculiar black cat, she would have been oblivious to whether her two sisters could escape the forest alive. The moonlight above was exquisite, yet the trio of two humans and one beast were too preoccupied to appreciate its beauty. The surrounding winds howled fiercely, causing the trees to sway, prompting them to glance in that direction, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the black cat and Hunyeo. Xiao Nai, however, remained unaware of Song Si Tian's turmoil and anxiety. The creature, having resolved the predicament, sauntered back without a thought for the anxious sentiments of the two lovely ladies. In its mind, it reflected on the magical wolf's abilities. If the dark powers of that creature surpassed its own, it would certainly not be vanquished by its fire-breathing prowess. This contemplation led it to realize that the strength of dark energy played a significant role when abilities were closely matched. If the opponent were the Forest Queen, it would likely have no option but to hide underground for a sneak attack, as it would stand little chance against her in a direct confrontation. Unbeknownst to Xiao Nai, this tactic would prove futile against the Forest Queen, who had previously dealt a crushing blow to the Mouse King, despite his own attempts to lurk underground. Fortunately, it remained ignorant of this fact, or it would have suffered a blow to its confidence. However, one could hardly blame it. How many formidable beings like Lin Fengyao existed? Xiao Nai's current strength still fell short in comparison. Yet, as long as its dark energy kept pace, there was a substantial possibility of standing shoulder to shoulder, or even surpassing, such powerful entities. After all, with its array of abilities, provided its mental fortitude was sufficient, it was uncertain who could stand against it. Master, you have returned. Upon Xiao Nai's arrival at their resting place, it was greeted by the delighted gazes of the two lovely ladies. However, noticing that only Xiao Nai had returned, Song Si Tian's expression shifted, and with increasing urgency, she inquired, "Where's Hunyeo? Has something happened to her?" Meow? Upon hearing Song Si Tian's words, Xiao Nai couldn't help but roll its eyes. With this cat around, how could anything go awry? Nevertheless, seeing the girl's anxious expression, it took a moment to explain Hunyeo's whereabouts. Subsequently, disregarding her inquisitive gaze for further details, it elegantly padded over to the fire and lay beside it. Observing the enticing aroma of the wild boar roasting on the spit, Xiao Nai swallowed discreetly, twitched its whiskers, and called out to the girl, inquiring if the meat was ready, for this cat was quite famished. Song Si Tian felt a twinge of helplessness upon hearing Xiao Nai's words, yet knowing that Hunyeo was safe allowed her to relax, albeit with lingering concern. Watching the grandiose black cat, she couldn't shake the feeling that she resembled its servant. Nevertheless, to escape this treacherous forest, they had to rely on it. So she smiled sweetly, moved the fire aside, and cut a piece of meat from the roasted wild boar to offer to the feline lord. She then prepared food for the other two hungry souls, and perhaps drawn by the savory aroma, Hunyeo, the golden leopard, returned shortly thereafter, its fur stained with blood, indicating it had not shied away from slaughter. Only after the return of the golden leopard did Song Si Tian and the others truly feel at ease. Song Si Tian called Hunyeo over and used her water manipulation abilities to cleanse it. Seeing such tender care, Xiao Nai felt a twinge of envy. The Forest Queen had never attended to it in such a manner. After pondering for a moment, it decided against taking action. With its personality-driven heart, it knew that should it proceed, it would be unable to bear the consequences. Subsequently, it observed Song Si Tian inquiring incessantly, casting fervent glances in its direction, which made Xiao Nai feel quite overwhelmed. Goodness, the women outside are perilous. It must hasten back to the side of Lin Nu Wang, lest this woman persist in her attempts to ensnare its attention. Alas, a great charm can sometimes be a source of vexation. Xiao Nai, somewhat brazenly melancholic, contemplated how others would undoubtedly find amusement in the trivial thoughts of its small mind. With the addition of Hunyeo, the voracious eater, the not-so-small wild boar was swiftly consumed by them. Meow? What a delightful experience. This woman's grilling skills must have been honed through practice. After satiating its hunger, Xiao Nai reclined beside the fire, comfortably exposing its round belly. It extended its tongue, cleaning the remnants of food clinging to its fur. Such satisfaction. If only Lin Fengyao could grill meat so delectably, but regrettably, it had never witnessed the queen in action, leaving it uncertain of her capabilities. Having feasted and quenched its thirst, the desire for slumber arose. Having just devoured a magic wolf, it was in the process of growing its tail and felt a profound drowsiness. Meow? After bidding farewell to Song Si Tian and the others, it ascended the nearby tree, finding a somewhat flat branch to rest upon. With drooping eyelids, it stifled a yawn and succumbed to sleep. "Your Majesty, may I cuddle with you while you sleep?" The little lowly, having finished her meal, gazed up at the black cat resting in the tree, her eyes filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, Xiao Nai offered no response, leaving Lin Shi with a look of disappointment directed towards her sister. "Your Majesty is tired. She must be asleep now, thus she cannot hear your words." Song Si Tian gently reassured her cousin, though inwardly she seethed at the unapproachable black cat above. Earlier, when Xiao Nai had climbed the tree, it had declared, "This cat is going to sleep. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary." She silently vowed to tame the insufferable feline. Once tamed, she would carry it daily. Song Si Tian vented her frustrations internally, finding the cat utterly detestable. Lin Shi, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment. Fortunately, with the adorable little squirrel Xiao Hua by her side, she quickly shook off her discontent, cuddling the squirrel against Hunyo's warm belly, and soon drifted into slumber. As night deepened, tranquility enveloped the area. Apart from the crackling of the firewood and the distant roars of beasts, no foolish creatures dared intrude upon their peace. In truth, Xiao Nai had heard the little lowly's words. It was simply too weary and averse to being held, thus it had ignored the adorable girl. Yet, despite its fatigue, it dared not fall into a deep sleep, employing a visualization technique to remain alert. It needed to be aware of any disturbances, as it could not allow these two sisters to encounter trouble under its watch. After all, it relied on them to gain entry into the human world. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Nai was abruptly awakened by the dreamlike murmurs of the little lowly. Listening to her fearful voice, Xiao Nai felt a surge of compassion for the child. So young, yet having endured such terrifying experiences. During the day, she seemed unaffected, concealing her fears, perhaps to spare her sister from worry. What a delightful little creature she is. Glancing at Lin Shi, who was slumbering atop Hunyo, Xiao Nai felt a stirring within. "Fear not. This cat shall ensure your safe return home." Silently, it vowed in its heart before closing its eyes once more. Chapter 67. Departing the jungle. The sisters, Song Si Tian and her sibling, moved swiftly with the aid of Hunyo, managing to traverse the perilous jungle in merely 2.5 days. Along the way, they encountered other magical beasts, yet Xiao Nai, noting that even those creatures could not best Hunyo, lost interest in devouring them. Since consuming the magic wolf, Xiao Nai had discovered a peculiar aspect of its abilities. Absorbing beings of a lower dark energy tier would not augment its own dark energy, meaning that the chilling aura it sought did not manifest. Although formidable, the magic wolf possessed only a first-tier dark energy rank. Hence, consuming it would not enhance Xiao Nai's dark energy prowess. Witnessing that beasts of lower rank than itself could not bolster its strength, it naturally found no appeal in the first-tier beasts that even Hunyo could not overpower. Consequently, Xiao Nai's intention to test the limits of its tail in the forest came to naught, for upon leaving the woods, it remained a seven-tailed cat. However, upon awakening the next day, the sisters were astounded to find that Xiao Nai had grown an additional tail, yet out of respect for Xiao Nai's desire for silence, Song Si Tian refrained from further inquiries. Equipped with a map, the group navigated without losing their way or taking unnecessary detours. Aside from some areas that proved challenging to traverse, upon exiting the desolate forest, they entered a small mountain village, long abandoned for over a decade. The surroundings were overrun with weeds, and the houses were cloaked in moss and ivy. Some lower, damp areas exhibited signs of collapse. Fortunately, this village had once been prosperous before the calamity, with many concrete paths still intact, making travel considerably easier than in the mountains. The village lay in eerie silence, with various pieces of furniture and discarded appliances strewn about, now decayed beyond recognition. The vacant houses stood eerily open. As the wind blew, doors and windows creaked intermittently, lending an air of mystery to the village. However, being no ordinary individuals, they were not swayed by such phenomena. Meow? Xiao Nai squirmed slightly to adjust its position, seeking greater comfort in the embrace of the adorable little lowly. It never anticipated that this principled cat would succumb to the lowly's pitiful gaze, ultimately yielding to her charm. One cannot blame it. One can only attribute the circumstances to the existence of beings like Lolly, who possess powers beyond the ordinary. Xiao Nai cast a glance at the exuberant little Lolly cradled in her arms and couldn't help but sigh, asserting that she is certainly not a fan of Lolly. After spending the past 2 days in their company, she had gleaned some understanding of the two sisters. The elder girl was named Song Si Tian, while the younger was called Lin Shi. Song Si Tian epitomized the archetype of a wealthy and beautiful woman, possessing riches that even made Xiao Nai envious. Why such envy? Because this woman not only boasted 4 magical pets, but also sported 3 pieces of rune equipment. One was a ring capable of conjuring water arrows and a water shield. Another was a necklace imbued with unknown powers, and the last was a space rune ring designed to store special plants and garments. The realization that it was a rune ring with an otherworldly space came when she observed the girl conjuring numerous items seemingly out of thin air, such as blankets and clothing. It was no wonder she appeared to carry so little. The items were concealed within that extraordinary dimension. This was beyond mere wealth. She was akin to a moving, resplendent diamond. Even the elite Blood Shadow team had only Lin Feng Yao in possession of a runebone sword. Yet this girl possessed 3 such pieces of rune equipment, leaving Xiao Nai astounded at her true identity. However, this woman was rather reticent, despite inquiring several times. She merely smiled in silence, promising to divulge everything it wished to know if Xiao Nai chose to follow her. Humph, humph. Xiao Nai would not be easily deceived. What concern was it of hers who this woman was? She was merely a stepping stone for Xiao Nai to infiltrate human society and locate the Blood Shadow team. Thus, Xiao Nai ignored the woman who incessantly tempted her to become a pet. Song Si Tian was easy to deal with. Simply ignoring her sufficed. Yet Lin Shi, the little girl, proved to be quite a handful, trailing Xiao Nai with her pitiful, pleading eyes that seemed to beg for affection. Even with Xiao Nai's metallic form, she found herself unable to resist those eyes that appeared capable of melting steel. Before long, they traversed a narrow path and arrived at the cement road leading out of the village. At the desolate village entrance, 2 covered steel beasts lay parked beneath tarps. "Great King, we have arrived. Finally, we can stop walking," Lin Shi exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the 2 vehicles parked there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nai rolled her eyes, thinking how the little girl seemed to have hardly walked at all. After all, she had been riding on Hunyo's back and had only taken a few steps upon entering the village. Now she spoke as if walking had been an arduous task. "Meow, Lin Luoli, since we have arrived, kindly set me down." Unfortunately, her pleas fell on deaf ears, as Lin Shi, mistaking Xiao Nai's sentiment for joy, held her even tighter and affectionately pecked her adorable head with her rosy lips. This action caused Xiao Nai's face to turn green with discomfort. Was this considered an affront? She yearned to struggle free from the girl's embrace, but feared hurting the little one with too much force. With a resigned sigh, she lamented, "This is truly the consequence of my own making." As Song Si Tian observed the scene before her, a flicker of irritation stirred within her. This wretched feline lavished affection upon her cousin while completely disregarding her. She had employed all the methods she had previously used to tame Hunyu, yet to no avail. However, given the current circumstances, she chose not to dwell on it, resolving to devise a plan once they returned to Miling City. Approaching the covered vehicle, Song Si Tian swiftly unveiled it, revealing a formidable-looking off-road vehicle. Upon witnessing its impressive design, Xiao Nai immediately recognized its nature. In this world, numerous well-preserved vehicles remained from the time before the calamity. Yet, despite the abundance of vehicles, diesel fuel had become exceedingly scarce. Following the disaster, oil transportation routes were disrupted, and domestic oil wells could scarcely produce enough oil. Consequently, petroleum was designated as a military resource, accessible only to high-ranking officials and a select few. It was surprising to discover that Song Si Tian possessed such a remarkable identity. However, it baffled Xiao Nai why someone of her stature would venture into the wilderness for adventure. After unveiling both vehicles, Song Si Tian consolidated the diesel from both into a single vehicle, as it was impractical for the 2 siblings to drive back in separate cars. Her actions were deft, suggesting she had performed this task numerous times before. At that moment, her hands were smeared with oil, and anyone who laid eyes upon her would struggle to associate her with the image of a wealthy heiress. In this current world, where all electronic devices had become inoperative, operating vehicles was no longer as convenient as it once had been. Not only had gasoline engines been replaced with diesel engines, but starting the vehicle now required manual effort. Fortunately, Song Si Tian was a second-tier ability user, and although she was a woman, her strength surpassed that of an average man. Were it not for her exceptional abilities, a delicate woman would likely struggle to operate even a single vehicle. Chapter 68. Miling City seated in the off-road vehicle. Xiao Nai gazed at the ever-changing scenery and could not help but marvel at the speed of the car compared to a horse. Yet, it would have been even better without the black smoke trailing behind, reminiscent of a tail, and the cacophonous noise. Meow. Xiao Nai claimed a seat for herself, joyfully rolling about on the plush car seat. Beside her, the little girl Lin, she clutched a small fire, watching with eager eyes, but Xiao Nai remained unmoved, refusing to let her hold her once they were inside the vehicle. Children often tend to push their luck, and Xiao Nai silently resolved not to allow them to perceive her as an easily approachable cat. "Your Majesty, this is milk for you." Suddenly, the little girl Lin Shi produced a beautifully packaged bottle of milk, presenting it before Xiao Nai, expertly inserting a straw, her gaze filled with longing. Xiao Nai cast a sidelong glance, quickly discerning the girl's intentions. With an air of nonchalance, she extended her paw, snatching the milk and settling comfortably in her seat to sip leisurely. As for the little girl's desire to hold her, she callously declined. "Sister, the king is bullying me," Lin Shi exclaimed with a face full of grievance, directing her complaint towards Song Sitian, who was driving ahead. Song Sitian had long since seen everything through the rearview mirror. With a slight smile gracing her lips and eyes resembling crescent moons, she remarked, "You have mistaken the person. Even my sister cannot manage this." Then, as if recalling something, Song Sitian raised her right hand, and a pet tag materialized in her grasp. "Cat Wong, we shall soon arrive at Miling City. You must take this with you, or it may lead to some complications." Upon hearing this, Xiao Nai looked up and noticed that it was quite similar to the pet tag prepared for it by Queen Lin. "Allow me to assist you, Great Wong." Xiao Shi eagerly took the pet tag from her sister's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she slowly and carefully fastened it onto Xiao Nai. Xiao Nai sighed in comparison. Being a magical beast cat in the human world was indeed quite inconvenient. Glancing at the pet tag, it discovered that it depicted a magical beast bird, presumably that of the white-headed winged bird that had perished in the forest, explaining Song Sitian's complex expression upon retrieving it. Nestled comfortably like a human, it lounged back lazily, sipping milk with its fluffy paws. This display enchanted the little girl, who couldn't tear her gaze away. As she delicately groomed its sleek, dark fur, the little squirrel, cast aside by Lin Shi, looked at Xiao Nai with eyes full of resentment. However, the squirrel lacked the courage to challenge the formidable seven-tailed black cat, and instead leaped into the arms of its mistress for solace. It paid no heed to Lin Shi's hand, which had helped secure the pet tag, but remained close. Despite her youth, the little girl was astute, knowing that Xiao Nai would not harm her, and thus shamelessly clung to it. When I was human, why didn't I have such an adorable little girl clinging to me? It's a pity I never had a girlfriend before my demise, one must admit. It's a failure in life." As they departed from the rural road and entered the national highway leading to Miling City, the number of people encountered along the way began to increase. Beautiful cars and stunning women, whether before or after the calamity, were always captivating sights, especially after the disaster. Those who could afford to drive were undeniably rare, either affluent or noble. As they drew nearer to Miling City, Xiao Nai's heart raced with excitement, mingled with fear. It yearned to reunite with Lin Fengyao and the others, but dreaded the potential dangers they might face. After all, that day's events, with so many pursuing them under the shadows, had been perilously treacherous. Now, after days of rapid growth, its dark energy had reached an advanced stage. However, there was some unfortunate news. Aside from the tail of the two-headed pangolin, the other tails had ceased supplying the cooling energy that enhanced its dark power. Having previously experienced the exhilarating sensation of multiple tails augmenting its strength, it now found itself unaccustomed to relying on just one for sustenance. At this moment, it genuinely wished for several powerful magical beasts to emerge for it to consume. While Xiao Nai grappled with these conflicting feelings, Song Sitian and the others sped along the national highway. With the speed of this off-road vehicle, they would be able to return to Miling Shi before nightfall. The journey was uneventful. After all, anyone with a modicum of sense would avoid offending someone capable of affording such a vehicle. Along the way, both merchant caravans and other travelers would yield the path to them. As they approached Miling Shi, the number of pedestrians increased significantly. People from all directions flocked towards Miling, including merchants on the run, hunters armed for the journey, and ordinary citizens returning home from work. Miling Shi, a city of moderate size, was considerably larger than Liuyuan Shi. Originally, there was a railway connecting this city to the provincial capital, but many tunnels were destroyed during the calamities of war, and they have yet to be restored. Although the current steam trains are not as swift as the high-speed trains of yore, they are still significantly faster than traveling by horse or on foot along the roads. Nestled at the foothills of Miling Mountain, the city is renowned for its breathtaking scenery, particularly in winter when the mountains are adorned with blooming plum blossoms, creating a dreamlike vista that seems to transcend the earthly realm. However, it is only summer now, so such beauty is not on display. Nevertheless, while there are no flowers to admire, the plums are ripening and ready for consumption. As the sun dipped below the western mountains, darkness enveloped the world. At this moment, The silver moon ascended into the sky, taking on the sun's role and preventing the world from succumbing to an abyss of darkness. By around 8 o'clock in the evening, the gates of Milingshire would close, and any passage would have to wait until the next morning. The squad leader of the gate guards raised his left hand to check his mechanical wristwatch and promptly called out to his comrades, "Brothers, it's almost time for the shift change. Hurry and close the gates." Fortunately, people had become accustomed to this routine, so there were not many latecomers wishing to enter the city. As the soldiers secured the gates in preparation for the shift change, a rumble akin to mechanical thunder echoed from outside the city walls, and a large shadow rapidly approached the gates. The soldiers on watch atop the walls felt a surge of tension, but soon relaxed upon realizing it was merely a vehicle. Is that a prominent figure returning so late? The squad leader of the gate guards mused quietly, filled with curiosity, yet he immediately ordered his men to notify the gate guards to open the gates. After all, those who could afford a vehicle were not individuals to be kept waiting by mere foot soldiers. Inside the vehicle were Song Sitian and her companions, surprised to find themselves returning to Milingshire at such a late hour. Had it not been for the brightness of the moon illuminating the road, they might have been forced to spend the night outside. "Sister, are we there yet?" "Yes." Upon hearing her cousin's inquiry, Song Sitian glanced at the approaching city gates and began to slow down. "Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. After several days in the mountains, I've noticed dark circles under my eyes. Whether you have them or not, it hardly matters. If you dislike it, don't go again in the future." Song Sitian found herself at a loss for words at her cousin's comment. For a child, the presence of dark circles made little difference. However, contemplating the perils of this journey, she hesitated to take Xiao Nai into the mountains. "Humph, don't even think about abandoning me to have fun on your own." The little girl Lin, she exclaimed loudly, glaring at her sister. Although she felt quite frightened at the time, in retrospect, she found the experience exhilarating, a sensation she had never encountered at home or school. As if recalling something, she turned to the side and said to Xiao Nai, "Besides, with the great king protecting me, I have nothing to fear."